After traveling through time, you participated in a parent-child education variety show. While other families were teaching their children to study hard, you directly took your son to play games in a duo. Dad, will playing games like this affect my future admission to Peking University? Immediately, your scolding voice came from the screen. You're only 8 years old. What Peking University? Come with me to a university. Focus on the game when you're playing. Got it? In an instant, the comments were all dumbfounded, filled with question marks. Not letting the child attend Peking University while dragging them to play games. This dad is too irresponsible, right? At this moment, the 80s observer in the studio stood up angrily from her chair. Her name is Wang Fong, and she had participated in previous episodes, during which her educational philosophy was well liked by many parents. This dad is so incompetent. The elementary school stage is a crucial period for children. How can he let his child play games? The other 90s observer, Li Ming, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should be close to the final exams now. Parents need to prioritize what's important. The aughts observer, Zhang Yu, silently watched the screen, unsure whether he was confused or contemplating something about your actions. Seeing this, the host Xiao Sa did not comment but simply smiled at the camera and said, "All right, I believe everyone has a better understanding of the three families above and their respective educational methods. I see that many audience friends have already started voting. Let's see how their respective vote counts are." As soon as the words were spoken, the bar charts of the votes for the three families appeared on the screen. At the same time, you shouted at your son with all your might in the livestream, "Play a couple more games tonight. Let's try to reach a higher rank." Soon, 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the demotion settlement screen appeared on the computer. You blared at your son beside you in anger. "Kunkin, are you still my son? How could you have such a terrible record of 1 to 7? Kunkin looked aggrieved and muttered softly, "Isn't it because you asked me to take the bullets for you? How can you be so unfair to your son?" Upon hearing this, instead of feeling guilty, you argued back, "This is strategy. You know?" Kunkin rolled his eyes. "Is your strategy 0 to 12? You're both inexperienced and love to put pressure on me." Hearing this, you jumped up from your chair and angrily said, "What did you say? I tell you, Dad is right. If you don't play well, Dad won't spare you." Looking at the already agitated old man, Kunkin shrank his neck, then stood up from the chair and said with a crying tone, "Dad, I don't want to fight anymore. I want to do my homework." However, you grabbed him and said sternly, "I already checked earlier. You finished your homework." "What homework? Dare to be a deserter. Let's see how I deal with you." Seeing this scene, the audience in the live stream instantly erupted. "Oh my goodness, the teammates you raised are so comfortable to use. It's satisfying to scold them. This child has quite a bit of pressure from playing games." While the barrage is lively, the host Xiao Sa also begins to announce the current voting situation. Currently, the family with the most votes is Zhang Yan's mother from the first family, who has received 30,000 votes. The father Wang Lei from the second family has received 10,000 votes, and the father Ai Chen from the third family has received 1,314 votes. It seems that everyone still prefers Zhang Yan's mother's educational approach. Next, the program continues. As the words fall, the live broadcast screens of the three families appear simultaneously on the screen. In the first live broadcast room, Zhang Yan had just finished hanging the clothes and walked over to her daughter Hong Hong to carefully check her homework. As she looked, her expression gradually became serious, and her brows furrowed tighter. She pointed to a notebook on the table and asked, "Zihan, why are there 2 corrections in your dictation of ancient poetry today?" Zihan's head drooped, her little face almost buried in her chest, and her voice was pitifully small. "I'm sorry, Mom." Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Yan, with a serious expression, said, "Tear this page out and rewrite it. You must focus a little more. Do you understand?" Zihan obediently responded and began to do as told. Seeing her daughter being so obedient, Zhang Yan patted her head and then sighed deeply. "My daughter, look at how busy Mom is at home, taking care of your life and worrying about your studies. You must work hard in your studies. When my mom was young, she didn't have such good conditions as you do. You need to understand and cherish it, okay?" Zihan just pressed her lips together and lowered her head in silence. The comments are also full of praise. "This mother is absolutely right. Children need to learn to cherish and be grateful. I agree with this mother's approach." In the small window at the bottom right corner of the live broadcast, the 80s observer Wang Fong nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Yan's mother's educational philosophy coincides with mine. Rewriting is a way to cultivate children's meticulous habits, which is worth learning for all parents. The scene shifts to the second live room where Dad Wang Lei is. Just now, his son Wang Zishuan has been called to bed. At this moment, Wang Lei is secretly peeking through the crack of the door to see if Zishuan is really asleep. Suddenly, a light shines on the bed, and upon seeing this, Wang Lei rushes into the room like a gust of wind and throws off the blanket. Wang Zixuan had not reacted yet when the phone in his hand was snatched away by Wan Lei, who was so angry that his face turned red. You little brat. I just taught you a lesson, and you still dare to commit a crime in defiance. Ha! Tell me, where did you get the phone? Immediately after, another dramatic conflict between father and son unfolded. Seeing this, observer Wang Fong shook her head repeatedly. This is a typical case of insufficient discipline. Surveillance cameras should be installed in children's bedrooms, and they should be strictly prohibited from accessing electronic devices. As soon as this was said, many in the comments expressed their agreement. My child loves to play tricks on me, but ever since we installed the cameras, he has indeed become much more honest. However, amidst the chorus of agreement, there were also differing opinions. I feel like what the observer said is a bit excessive. Wouldn't installing cameras be disrespectful to the child? Am I the only one who thinks AI Chen's approach is quite good? At this moment, you are anxiously squatting on the chair, loudly directing your son, hurry up. Your enemy is right in front. Don't run back. How are you even playing? Kunkan, with a sulky face, explains, Dad, this isn't my fault. You rushed in first, and when you died, I had to defend the house. But you still look unreasonable. I'm your dad, and you don't even know to keep an eye on the enemy for me. And you say it's not your fault. Kunkan pouts and quietly complains. Whoa, being your son is really hard. I have to watch in front, to the sides, and also behind. Did you and mom have me just to be your playmate? As soon as Kunkan said this in the live stream, the comments instantly filled with laughter. That's great. It's the pressure monster. The kid who loves to play games is saved. I feel that the atmosphere between this father and son is very good. Compared to the cheerful bullet comments, Wang Fong in the studio had a serious expression and began to criticize the camera. This is simply outrageous. AI Chen doesn't take the child's education seriously at all. Look at Zhang Yan's mother. She is so attentive to her child's studies, but he not only fails to set a good example for the child, but also treats the child as his playmate. However, at this moment, the bullet comments were not overwhelmingly in agreement with Wang Fong. Many people raised opposing opinions. This observer is being a bit extreme. It's just playing a couple of games with the child. Moreover, his son's homework is already finished, and the atmosphere between AI Chen and his son far exceeds that of other families. Although AI Chen is putting pressure on the child, it is still much better than an authoritative and indifferent parent. The audience watching the program includes not only parents but also many students. You can play games with your son instead of just showing parental authority to the child. This approach has resonated with many people. Seeing the many voices questioning her, Wang Fong's face turned as red as a pig's liver. The child is so young and lacks the ability to discern. So as parents, we should correct the child, rather than lead them down the wrong path. Xiao Sa quickly stepped in to mediate. Parents of Wang Fong and all the audience friends, please don't get agitated. Educating children is inherently a matter of different perspectives. And besides, our program has just started. So let's not rush to conclusions. Wang Fong snorted coldly. In a previous episode, she had indeed won first place in educating children, and she firmly believed that the netizens would surely agree with her viewpoint. At this moment, both of your computers on the screen went gray again. Dad, I'm tired. I don't want to play anymore. Don't fool your dad. Usually at this time you still want to watch cartoons. How can you be tired? If you're not enthusiastic about gaming, be careful, I take care of you. Kunkan looked helpless. The light in his eyes had dimmed quite a bit. He always thought playing games was a joyful thing. But why was it so exhausting to play with his dad? And you also felt a bit helpless at this moment. You originally just wanted to relax with your son, but unexpectedly, you were getting more and more into it. Kunkan usually studies so hard that his back is almost bent, but now when playing games by himself, he sits up straight. It seems that playing games is still beneficial for him. After thinking for a moment, you said, how about this? Son, as long as you take me to a university today, I will grant you one wish. Upon hearing this, the originally listless Kunkan instantly perked up. Alright, as long as I take you to a university, you can't tell me to stop playing games tomorrow. I want to go to the library to read. As soon as he agreed, Kunkan immediately beamed with joy and sent you a team invitation. Come on, Dad. My sniper is already itching to go. This scene once again triggered a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, and many viewers switched the screen to AI Chen's home. As the number of people increased, more and more people agreed with your actions. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 reputation points. Current reputation points, 9314. Iken was very satisfied to hear that another wave was in the books. It's still a long way points from though 50,000, but he knew he had to take his time, because a new thing is often not easily accepted by everyone. One might be able to reap the prestige value faster if he or she followed the traditional educational philosophy of educating children. It wasn't what he wanted. No more talk of changing existing educational philosophies. He just wants to be as smooth as he can be. Just be responsible for your kids. So far, it doesn't look like there's a lack of support for him. And, after being an egghead, he has more unique ways of teaching. Chapter for support is about to be reversed. The next morning, Mommy, this milk is so good. Why don't you drink it? The show opens in live room 1. Zihan sat at the dining table with a glass of milk in both hands. Doubt filled his tender little face. Mom, Zhang Yan, was packing Zihan's book bag on the side. The action is busy and skillful. Hearing her daughter's words, she straightened up slightly and intoned. Mommy has to get up early in the morning to pack your things and send you to school, so how can she have time for breakfast? Besides, this milk is not cheap. It's what Mom and Dad saved to buy for you, just hoping that you can grow your body by drinking it. If you want to be filial to your mom, study hard, and when you make a lot of money in the future, you can buy it for her. Zihan held the milk and looked at her mom's busy figure, her little face unconsciously drooping slightly. She mentally blamed herself. It was all her fault for getting up late today and for not packing her book bag last night when she was too late reviewing her homework, which caused her mom to not have time for breakfast. And look at the milk in your hand. Mom couldn't afford to drink it on a regular basis, but kept it for herself. But I'm so ignorant that I let my mom worry about me. Zihan pursed her little lips and said nothing. Little's heart was full of self-condemnation and guilt. Zhang Yan saw her daughter's movements stop and looked at her watch with some urgency. Zihan, hurry up and finish eating. You'll be late later. Rush through breakfast. Zhang Yan then led Zihan out the door in a flaming hurry. By this time, it was drizzling outside. Zhang Yan took out the raincoat from the back seat of the electric car and put it on, and Zihan also hurriedly got into it. The small body hugged Zhang Yan tightly, all the way. Zhang Yan ground while urging Zihan to never get wet. If you get sick and catch a cold, you'll be late for school. A side complaint. It's not easy for mom to pay for your education. Make sure you study hard so you won't have to work so hard when you earn money to buy a small car later. As long as she is able to get into a good university, she will be able to pay for her schooling even if she has to break the bank. On the live broadcast, the scene seemed to conjure up a picture full of warmth, a mother sending her child to school in the wind and rain, patiently teaching her child the importance of learning. However, in a raincoat that the camera can't reach, the light in Zihan's eyes dimmed a bit. It wasn't the first time mom had said those words to her, but there was something in her mind. Why did all the other students at school take the school bus to school, but her mom had to take her there herself? Could it be that her family didn't have the money to put her on the school bus? At this point, many people on the pop-ups were praising Zhang Yan's mom. People have said that Zhang Yan is hardworking, dedicated and willing to pay for her children. Riding a motorized bicycle to take your child to school in the rain and wind is something you wouldn't necessarily be able to do if you were on your own. The scene appeared on the big screen in the studio. Naturally, it drew a burst of compliments from Wang Feng. But just then, the 00 observer Zhang Yu, however, looked at the screen with a grave expression on his face. After a long time, he shook his head and said softly, "Doesn't anyone else find Zhang Yan's education style a bit stifling?" The words fell on the ears of the other two observers and the moderator. Shu Sa. It seems that observer Jiangyou has a different opinion. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Sa's eyes as he looked toward Jiang Yu. Wang Feng, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Yu and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Is this little comrade who doesn't have a problem with the hard work of this mom?" In her heart, she thought to herself that this youngster would suddenly publish a different view from her own. She'd long all wanted a chance to educate the pop-ups who questioned her, and this aughts observer had really delivered. Zhang Yan's mom's hard work is obvious to everyone, and that really deserves recognition. But has anyone considered Zihan's feelings? Jiang Yu ignored Wang Feng's mockery and just looked at the screen to slowly voice his opinion. Seeing that the other party did not take care of herself, the anger in Wang Feng's heart grew even more intense. A cold grunt. Of course she is grateful. The words just came out of her mouth. Jiang Yu then turned his head and looked straight at her. But will this motherly love be too heavy? From the very beginning of the program I was a little puzzled by what Zhang Yan's mom was doing, so I never voiced my opinion. Today I tried to live vicariously through Zihan to feel what she did, and I was surprised to find that my first reaction was not gratitude. Hearing this, the host on the sidelines, Xiao Sa, couldn't help but ask offhandedly, "And what is that?" In fact, there has always been some confusion in Xiao Sa's mind about what Zhang Yan's mom did. Just as the host of the program, he understands that the right and wrong of this should be left to the general audience to judge. Jiang Yu raised his volume and said word for word, "It's guilt." Those two words came out. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately felt a shock in their hearts as they repeatedly pondered over the suggested by Jiang Yu word, and then all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Guilt. I've always felt that the atmosphere in Zihan's house is particularly depressing. Yeah, I haven't seen Zihan smile since the program aired, and I saw Zihan almost cry this morning. Yesterday I wanted to say, this Zhangyan mother seems to show their children all the time hard work. And as far as I know the school has a free school bus to pick up the children to school. Braving the wind and rain to send the children is not no bit or hard to eat. It's not safe and it puts a psychological burden on the child. Tried to substitute Zihan. This kind of guilt-based education. I feel suffocated as an adult. Not to mention she's only 8 or 9 years old. Watching the pop-ups go from praising Zhang Yan's mother and agreeing with her point of view to criticizing and questioning all at once. Wang Feng's face turned ironic. She had never expected that she had intended to educate Zhang Yu, but ended up being taught a lesson by the other party instead. Many people had agreed with that AI Chen earlier, and now so many people were supporting Zhang Yu. What do these youngsters know? Humph. Guilt? Shouldn't you be guilty? Wang Feng was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. Laundry and cooking. Supervising the children's studies. Worrying about the children's lives as well as their studies. I can't afford to eat or wear anything myself, just so that my children can have a good body and good grades and be successful in the future. Zhang Yan's mom has done a good job. She didn't scold her children but educated them with her hard work. Poor thing. Isn't it normal for children to feel guilty even if they do? As for the talk of feeling suffocated, it's nonsense. How can a child have so much heart? Zihan is so obedient and well-behaved. Where is he choking? Besides, as a mother, what's wrong with her doing all this for the good of her child? How can anyone question that? It seemed to her that all these people questioning her and Zhang Yan's mom must be childless people. As the saying goes, children of poor families are born early. Isn't this the same thing as letting children know that their parents don't have it easy? Everything for the future of the child and still be sprayed. It's unbelievable. Zhang Yu didn't retort after listening to Wang Feng's long list of words, just silently returned his gaze to the screen. Wang Feng, on the other hand, glared at him fiercely, then huffed and sat back down in her seat. Wait and see. Time will prove those who oppose themselves wrong. At this point, a few commands came over Little Sam's headset. Little Sam nodded knowingly, then smiled at the camera. It seems that people have different views on what Zhang Yan's mother did, and it's true that you can't generalize who's right and who's wrong. But since we're discussing children's education, we might as well put ourselves more in the children's shoes. Since voting closes, each day of the program at 12 p. We will now post the previous day's vote totals. The staff has put the data on the big screen, so check it out. The words were not yet finished. An exclamation of surprise rang out from the observers gallery. How is this possible? Is this data wrong? How did he get so many votes? Wang Feng jerked up from her seat and looked at the screen incredulously. Little Sam looked up quizzically. Only 2 of the 3 bar graphs on the screen had very small gaps in the data. Zhang Yanjia has accumulated 42,000 votes. The Aiken family has accumulated 39,900 votes. Wang Lei's family accumulated 12,500 votes. Aichen, who has been playing games with his kids all night, is almost back to the top of the list. At this time Wang Feng spoke again. How can Aiken get so many votes for this pathetic and failed parenting style when he took his kids to play games all night? This must be a fake. Moderator, I demand to see the backstage data. Chapter 5. Can T get up in the morning? Call an errand boy to take the kids to school. Wang Feng slammed the table in anger. Seeing that the scene was a bit out of control, Xiao Sa quickly adjusted his emotions and hurriedly spoke. Parent Wang Feng, please calm down. Although this result is indeed a bit unexpected, the data tallied by our program team must be true and correct. It's inevitable that every parent has their own parenting style, and every viewer has their own favored family. The number of votes received doesn't necessarily make their educational style right or wrong either. We all know that you are anxious for your children, but the show has just started and the children are still young, so we always have to take our time to observe before judging. After a bit of rounding up from the little sausage, Wang Feng also realized that she was live at the moment and hundreds of thousands of viewers were watching her. She forced down the anger in her heart. A soft grunt was muttered. You can't go wrong with your child's education. We'll see. Seeing Wang Feng sit down, Xiao Sa breathed a sigh of relief. This Wang Feng observer has caused no small amount of trouble for his work, but the showrunners aren't going to stop Wang Feng, because it's just what's needed to boost ratings. But fortunately, hosting was his specialty, and he had no problem dealing with this kind of scene. Sachi put on his professional smile again and drew up his voice. Well, let's see the other 2 families next. The words fell. The live feed switches to family number 2, Wang Lei's dad's house. In yesterday's broadcast, Wang Lei was an unabashedly strict father figure in everyone's eyes. Picture. Wang Lei stood beside his son Prince Xian's desk with a serious face, urging him to pack his own bag and go to school. Prince Xian sniffled every now and then, his face full of exhaustion. At 6 in the morning he was called up by his father for a full hour of morning reading at home. At the moment, he only felt dizzy. While packing his book bag, he quietly glanced at Wang Lei. and after hesitating for a while, he finally gathered his courage and tentatively whispered to Wan Lei, "Dad, I seem to have a cold. My head is so dizzy. Can you ask the teacher for a leave of absence? I'll go back in the afternoon." "No." Before the words were finished, Wan Lei rejected them categorically. In his opinion, Prince Xian was clearly looking for an excuse to avoid going to school. "You're so energetic when you're playing games. And this is only after letting you read in the morning for an hour and you have a cold and a headache. Are you fooling around? Hurry up and pack. You're already late, do you know that?" Being yelled at, Prince Xian's head drooped even lower, tears pooling in his eyes. See this scene. The viewers of the live broadcast were more or less touched. Something like a child taking a vacation from school is something that both parents and fellow students have experienced. Many people in the pop-ups praised Wan Lei for not indulging his children, lamenting the fact that this strict fatherly education of his really works at this time. Unlike my own kids, who not only pretend to be sick, but also throw a fit just because they don't want to go to school. However, amidst a hail of pop-ups, Post 00 observer John Yu has a different view. Although it's true that children sometimes pretend to be sick and don't want to go to school, but how can we say that we should care about the child's health first? And will it hurt the child's heart to decide so arbitrarily that the child is pretending to be sick? And I don't really understand the practice of making children read for an hour in the morning. Is this pushing children for their learning or just for the parents' own peace of mind? He said unconsciously to himself. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized I shouldn't have spoken them. After all, there was an older woman who appeared to be menopausal sitting next to her. What if I blackmailed myself if I made her angry? Wang Fong naturally heard it. A wave of anger miso straight to the head. Was about to open his mouth to retort. But suddenly it occurred to me that always standing out on my own seemed a bit overwhelming. So she turned her head to Li Ming, a 90-year-old observer. Let's not talk about whether Prince Xian faked his illness or not. Is there anything wrong with letting the child get up in the morning for morning reading? Something that is conducive to the child's learning? What do you think about it, Father Li Ming? Seeing Wang Fong ask himself, Li Ming, who was sitting in the center, froze for a moment. He naturally saw that Wang Fong was trying to pull him into a united front, but he was aware of the program's influence. He didn't want to start a fire by saying something wrong. Coughing lightly, he said, I don't know. Wang Fong was obviously not satisfied with this answer of his and pressed on. Why would you not know? Li Ming touched his nose and spoke slowly. Because I can't get myself up in the morning. The words came out. The pop-up erupted in laughter. Many people have reported that it is really hard to get up from the warm comforter early in the morning. Wang Fong's face instantly turned ugly. Another cold grunt. Post-90s are really still too young too. No perseverance at all. How can they teach their children? Hearing this, Li Ming was a bit speechless in his heart. But he didn't say anything. The live feed had switched to Aichen's side. Only a small figure was seen standing by a bed with messy bedding. That's right. Lying on the bed was Aichen. And standing was Quinn. Pops, get up and take me to school. Quinn urged anxiously. Aichen slept in a daze. Last night played a night of games. This will be which have the strength to get up. Son of a, doesn't your school have a bus? You can go by yourself. Aichen slurred, and rolled over to find a more comfortable position. Quinn looked helpless. I'm already late. The school bus left a long time ago. Words. Aichen opened his dazed eyes, only to feel a rush of headache. What's the point? He can take the kids to school in the wee hours of the morning, but early morning is a real no-no. At that moment, he was suddenly struck by an idea. Why don't we do this child smash? You call the teacher and tell her you're sick and won't be going to school today. Koan opened his mouth slightly, looking in surprise at Aichen who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed. What's wrong with Pops that he'd rather have him take a vacation than send him to school? Couldn't have left him at home on purpose so he could drag him into a double-row game. Quinn shook his head back and forth at the thought of being pressurized again. He walked over to the bed and frantically tugged at Aichen's covers. I can't, Pops. Finals are coming up and I'll get behind if I don't go to school. Aichen deadpanned the quilt. Father and son have a heated quilt tug-of-war straight off the air, halfway through the day. Don't panic, child smash. Your father, I have another plan. Aichen held out his hand to stop Quinn, who was ready to climb onto the bed. Then he pulled out his cell phone and gave the screen a whirl. Do. Hey, is that an errand boy? Please come to the garden district to take my son to school. This statement was made. Everyone was dumbfounded. Quinn, pop up. 90s parent Ming Li, good idea. On the other end of the line, hey big brother, are you sure you're sending your son? Soon. The pop-ups exploded. Ha, laugh and get rich. Aichen's dad is really too alive. Not buddy? Are you really Quinken's real dad? Look at the others running errands suspecting you. Ha. I'm a paralyzed dad, a disappearing mom, a responsible errand boy, and a know-it-all. Honestly, I couldn't hold back my laughter when I heard that Aiken was going to give the kid a vacation. Ha ha ha. Let's just say you can learn real things by watching live. I'm finally saved from not being able to get out of bed. From now on, I'll call it running errands to take my kids to school. I have a strong premonition that observer Wang Fong is going to start making a power move. I'm guessing Aichen must have had his deepest intentions for doing this. But what exactly? Ha 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 ha. Say this Quinn isn't a bit too good at school. After playing a game all night you still have to go to school the next day. Ha ha ha. At this point, Aichen received a system beep. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 22,000 reputation points. The current reputation value totals 31,314 points. Aiken was a little surprised. Yo, man in bed. Prestige from heaven. It seems like the right program to attend. Aiken sat up from the bed and waved a hand at Quinn. The runner is waiting downstairs. Go on, child, smash. Quinn sighed softly. It's a bit of a bummer, but it's finally time to go to school. Dad, I didn't have time for breakfast. I put it in the microwave for you hot. So remember to get up and eat. Ow. Aiken frowned. How can you not eat breakfast? You can eat and then go. You're late anyway. There's no rush, Quinn said as he put on his shoes after carrying his backpack. It's fine. I'll just go to the front of the school and deal with a couple random bites. Aichen retracted his body back under the covers and stretched out a hand, giving in towards Quinn okay sign. Keep huffing and puffing. While he was content to lie down, Wang Fong on this side of the studio stood up again. The anger on his face was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 6 Hot Search. Comments section full of stalks. It's so messed up. Who the hell are the people voting for him? Wang Fong's voice was sharp and urgent. Look at this. You guys. This is classic irresponsible parenting. Sending children to school is supposed to be a part of being a parent. And if you're not willing to do even this basic little thing, how can you talk about educating your children? And sending children to school is supposed to be a great opportunity to educate them. And parents can talk and interact more with their children along the way to enhance their relationship with them. That's a good thing that Yen Zhang's parents are doing at this point. And what about Aiken, who called for runners to take his kids to school? If everyone learned from him, wouldn't it be a mess? It's even if he alone is irresponsible with his children. Now everyone is going to follow his example. Won't our country's education be poisoned by him? When it comes to children's education, everyone should keep their eyes open. This Aichen is completely a tumor among parents. Wang Fong became more and more agitated. It pained her to think that a parent like Aichen had gotten so many votes. It was clear that Zhang Yan, whom she supported, was the best parent. Zhang Yu, who was on the side, pushed up his glasses and said nonchalantly, I think there's something wrong with what observer Wang Fong said. First of all, calling an errand boy to take your child to school is a bit arbitrary if you think it's a sign of irresponsibility. I think, in my opinion, this is actually working on children learning to be independent and not dependent on their parents. Doesn't it kill two birds with one stone to ensure that your child is able to get to school and to work on their coping skills when they don't have their parents around? Secondly, you say that sending children to school is a good time for teaching. May I ask if children find it depressing to have to spend even this kind of time teaching them? Leaving aside the question of whether the education of Zhang Yan's parents in the live broadcast footage really had an effect, her behavior of not allowing her child to ride the school bus but instead having to brave the wind and rain to send it herself, which is both unsafe and makes the child out of place, is to have a bitter and hard and unproductive experience. The last thing I want to say is that people support Aichen. Naturally, because Aichen has a different kind of sparkle. You don't like it, but please respect it. Jiang Yu's voice was not loud, but every word was thrown down. After these words were heard by the audience in the live broadcast room, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, and pop-ups instantly flew all over the screen. What does this youngster know? I agree with observer Wang Fong. Zhang Yan's parents braved the wind and rain to send their kids, and they're still being criticized for being so hardworking? That's right, we as parents are all suffering ourselves but not our children. Upstairs, have you got it wrong? Didn't Zihan, who was sitting behind the electric car, brave the wind and rain? Didn't she suffer? Even if Zihan suffers, it's only right. If you can suffer now, you'll enjoy it later. You can go to your asterisk right. Now can suffer. Later will only eat more suffering. Jiang Yu observer is right. Zhang Yan's parents just have bitter hard to eat, but also let the child to follow along. I'm tired of teaching my children all the time. I'm afraid of giving birth. That's right. Even the time spent on taking the kids to school is spent on educating them. I'm suffocating just looking at them. If I really have to educate them like this, I'd rather not have them. Right. I still like what Aichen did. You young people, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer before your eyes. Educating children is to be integrated into life. If all of them are not like Aichen, wouldn't the education of this country be in a mess? How can the country be prosperous and strong? It's better to listen to older people's advice and look at the long term. I think it should be. Don't listen to the old man. Be happy all year long. Crap. Someone on the internet has been defining the way people like you are raised for a long time now. Guilt-ridden education. It's not desirable. The country's education. The country's wealth and strength is indeed related to each and every person. But I do not have the ability to I have the ability to serve the country, not the ability to comply with the law. I would have been very ordinary. I am also happy to accept the ordinary baby. Baby is my. How I teach it is not the turn of others to give me advice. If it's sweet first, it must be sweet. Eating chicken hair is bitter. I was still on the fence. But seeing Wang Feng's observer really pissed off. I choose to vote for Aichin. I was amused by Aichin's trolling anyway. Vote +1. There has been a lot of discussion on major social media about the show Teach Your Children in the first place. With the appearance of Aichin and his son, the buzz about them has intensified. Topics about Aichin blossomed all over the place and quickly hit the hot search. Various marketing numbers sliced and edited the live footage and posted it on Jitterbug. And a random video easily gained millions of plays and tens of thousands of comments. Seeing the exaggerated heat, the Teach Your Children program team hastily registered a Jitterbug account. Several HD versions of the live video were also released. In just a few hours, the official account has gone crazy with hundreds of thousands of fans. Tap the comments section of the video. All sorts of interesting comments are coming in. Son, I'm going to BYU. Dad, go to the bull ***** Peking University. Quickly go to with Dad University. 320,000 likes. Playing games so stressful child. When the child's rebellious period arrived to go to the library to pack the night, you will be honest. 290,000 likes. Guess which one is Quinquin playing a game? Matching picture, Quinquin smiling face, matching picture, Quinquin crying face. 160,000 likes. Stun me. There's not one desk. There are 2 computer desks. 100,000 likes. I want to go do my homework. This is unbelievable coming from a student. You're done with your homework. What do you do with your homework? This is unbelievable coming from a parent. 80,000 likes. Before, Dad, please take a vacation. Now, Dad begs you, take a vacation. 130,000 likes. Quinquin diary. In my childhood memories, there has always been a warm yellow-clothed, MMT, uncle who sends me to school rain or shine to give me warmth. 200,000 likes. The heat is on. And Teach Your Children has reached online viewers 300,000. Most people chose Aichin Live, which numbered close to 200,000 people. At this point, live feed. Aichin woke up leisurely after a few hours of back to sleep, stretched out big and was just about to go wash up. A system beep sounded in his head then. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 25,000 reputation points. Current reputation value, 56314. The current prestige value allows for 1 draw. Is it a draw? Aichin froze. This world is really marvelous. Sleeping and waking up to gain more than 20,000 prestige value. It's not hard to get it. Sit back down on the bed. Aichin said solemnly to the system in his head. System, draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the top game level, CSGO. Well, seems to be working just fine. Not all games, but this one alone is enough. The heat is good, and it's his main game. With a top level of gameplay, would it be a bit condescending to just play singles? Or should I go back to being a game anchor? With a high level of skill, you can make a lot more money as an anchor than just playing singles. Aichin thought darkly for a moment. The whole being an anchor thing is still to be considered. After all, he's still on the live show. Goo goo. Just then, Aichin's stomach a few times. It's done. Let's eat first. Aichin turned around and fished his cell phone out of the bed, opened the yellow software and started calling the chickens. Chapter 7 late for school? Then my son is handsome too. Not a moment too soon. The takeout was delivered right to Aichin's doorstep. Fried chicken, burgers, fries, milk tea, spicy hot. The aroma of the various food was overflowing, which made the big brother who was following the filming on the sidelines look dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, Daddy Quinquin, isn't there a meal inside the microwave? Why did you order so much takeout? The corners of Aichin's mouth rose in a cozy smile. The kids are off to school, so I'm sure I'll have to treat myself to some good food. The follow boy was stunned and didn't react for a moment. At that moment, Aichin took out a chicken leg from the bag and handed it to the big brother of the followers. Here, a whole one. The big brother of the followers hesitated. After all, it was his workday, and he waved his hand in denial. No no no. You eat, I still have to keep an eye on the camera. Aichin didn't force himself to do so. and began to feast on the table of food. He ate so well that the followers on the side looked hungry and swallowed their saliva. At this time the audience in the live broadcast room was equally gluttonous. Ooh, look at him eating so well. I want to eat it too. Ha 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 ha. Aichin is like me. Every time Eva goes to school and doesn't come home for a week I feel so good because then I don't have to cook every day. TSK, not only do you waste money ordering takeout, you also eat junk food. Aren't you afraid that your kids will follow suit? Observer Wang Fong is right. This AI Chin is an irresponsible parent. What do you know? It's because you don't let your kids learn. That's why you dilly-dally with your kids' schooling points. There are always people on the line. It's none of your business if people spend their own money to order takeout. A little curious. Doesn't Icon have to work? It's already the middle of the day. Indeed so envious of his kind of life sleepy, hungry, eat, unlike my kind of cattle and horses, now still working, meals do not have to eat. Humph. He educates his children like this. He looks like a lazy person. I guess he has some savings and is chewing on his old money at home. Aichin is so alive. Why don't you just go solo as an anchor? So I can give him a reward too haha. Aichin couldn't see the pop-ups in the live stream, and swept the table away to himself. Just as he opened his cell phone to see how many orders he had on his order-taking app today, a couple of red dots on WeChat caught his attention. With his obsessive-compulsive disorder, he didn't hesitate to click in. The red dot came from his son's homeroom teacher, Leland. 7:30. Quinquin parents, please reply to the parent group to receive it. 7:35. Quinquin's parents, please reply when you see the message. 7:40. Quinquin's parents, please see group message. After reading the series of messages sent by class teacher Lilan, Aichin clicked on the Sunshine Elementary School's second grade class parent group with some confusion. There are hundreds of new messages in the parent group. Aichin had to slide the message to the top. At 8 a.m., the classroom teacher, Leland, posted a form in the group. It's a scoring sheet for the class's morning reading. Each child's name is followed by a score. Out of a possible 10, most of the kids were above 8. After the form is sent out, each parent replied one by one to receive. And many parents lined up 8. Class teacher Lilan said teacher hard work. Looking at this series of receipts, Aichin only felt a burst of headache. Eyebrows knit into a rope. When I was in college I responded daily to receive in various groups. How do you have to reply to now that you're a parent? And seeing the parents' compliments to the teacher, he was puzzled by the children's early reading. This teacher were hard work. A follow-up big brother pulls the camera in close. In order not to invade privacy, Aichin was specifically asked about it. For her part, Aichin graciously brought her cell phone close to the camera, indicating that she was taking random pictures. The message from the parents group fell into the eyes of the live audience. Everyone quickly realized why Aichin looked so sad. Ha 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 ha. I said why Aichin keeps frowning. So it's because he didn't reply to the teacher's message. Ha 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 ha. Too real. Sleep until noon. Woke up to find themselves by the tutor crazy 8 directly panic a batch. I don't know if Aichin was panicked by Mr. Kuan's 8. Heart too big. Hurry to see what happened. If the child has an accident, the teacher cannot find the parents. I see how you do. The teacher didn't call, so it shouldn't be a big deal. My kid's teacher posts useless stuff in the group all day long and keeps asking parents to respond. It's annoying as hell. Ha ha ha. It can't be that Quinquin was criticized by his teacher for being late in the morning. Along with the pop-up discussion, Aichin slid down to a message from his homeroom teacher, Leland Aitken. It's a picture. Not only has he been Aitken, but also Wan Lei, the parent of Prince Xian. Aichin didn't care about the large paragraph Leland said underneath the picture. Tap right into the picture. He only saw his son Koan and Prince Xian standing in the corridor outside the classroom, holding a book in their hands. It should be an early reading. Quinquin head up. Stand straight. Look serious. Mouth open. Looks like reading very vigorously. Soon. Aichin then replied to the message in the group. Aichin father, the teacher photographed really good. Saw my son Koan. Serious reading, look really handsome. Praise for him. It wasn't long after this message went out. Leland, the classroom teacher, then replied to the parent group. Classroom teacher Leland? Class teacher Lilan, this is the students who were late for the morning reading today. I let them stand in the corridor to read. Please Quinquin parents to see those words above me. Late for morning reading? Aichin frowned. Then realization dawned on him. When I was sleepy today, Quinn said he was late for school. Fingers scrolled up and saw a large message from Leland. Class teacher Leland, today in the morning reading, 2 students came late to school. With this kind of loose attitude it would be better not to come to school. How many people's concentration has been interrupted by your late footsteps when the class is in full swing? How many people's efforts have been undermined by your name on the tardy list when it comes to collective honor? These 2 latecomers need to stand in the corridor and read for half an hour. and submit a to me tomorrow 1000-word review and improvement plan, and ask their parents to supervise their completion. At Dad Iku and at Dad Zishuan. Underneath the passage, Prince Xian Father Wang lay hard to apologize to the teacher. Enough to send a few hundred words of apology for the small essay, claiming that when Prince Xian home must educate him properly. Aichen in front of the cell phone screen looked at the passage. Not only harsh but also PUA. One person is late and has to say it affects the whole class? Being post-egg, he respects his teacher but doesn't do what he's told. He is not going to spoil the teacher like Wang Lei. Fingers tapping on the keyboard to reply in the parent group. Then my son is handsome too. I was the one who dragged him to play a game last night to relax before he came in late today. 5 short words that fell on the eyes of the homeroom teacher but stung extraordinarily. All the other parents do what she says, and Aiken sings against her. Such behavior was undoubtedly provoking her. Soon a message popped up in the group. Class teacher Leland, do some parents actually see being late as something to brag about? A day's work is a day's work, and tardiness is absolutely not allowed in our class. If parents really want to protect their children, not ashamed but proud, my class does not welcome this kind of students. Do not let a mouse spoil a pot of porridge. There is no good thing in knowing one's mistakes and correcting them. I hope I can learn a good lesson from Prince Xian's father. Prince Suan's father, fist pumping / fist pumping. As the words of the teacher educating Aichen appeared in the live broadcast, some people sent pop-ups in support of the teacher. Teacher is so right. A day's work lies in the morning. Not to mention that the final exams are coming up soon, so you should never condone your child being late. That is, being late for morning readings is detrimental to the class's morale, and this must be rectified. Aichen is not only irresponsible, but also a favoritism. This will only harm the child. Wang Lei's parents have done a good job in this regard. What's so handsome about it? How can you set an image of respect for teachers to your children by contradicting them like this? Is this how young people raise their children? If you're like him, you might as well not have children. But there were many different voices in the pop-up. They chose to support Aiken. One rat spoils the whole pot of kanji? I'm pissed off when I hear that. It's just like my old teacher. How can you be a teacher with such a low quality? It's windy and raining outside. Isn't it corporal punishment to make children stand in the hallway and read in the morning? This teacher is talking too seriously. Isn't it just being late once? Make it seem like you're breaking the law. AI Chin should be favoring the child even if he is. If a child is wrong, why post it again in the class group if you've chastised him? Aichin's reply poked me right in the heart. Can stand firmly on the side of the child. So envious of Cohen have such a godfather. You guys can accuse Aichin anymore. That he's handsome. Brothers, I'll vote for my righteous father first. Chapter 8. He may not be on the podium, but he certainly won't be on the rooftop. Beyond that, some other viewers turned their worried eyes to Quinn. Wouldn't Aichin be doing Quinn a disservice by protecting him like this? After all, no matter how you put it, it's still considered to be singing against the teacher. I'm also a little worried about Quinn in school will not be this classroom teacher wear shoes. Think when I just Teacher's Day when there is no gift to the child's teacher. My child in the school buy the teacher a good meal of yin and yang. Now that it's on the air, I'm sure that teacher wouldn't dare to do that. Besides, Aichin doesn't look like that kind of weak parent. Aichin is really brave. I and the children's teachers usually smile and welcome. Do not dare to offend at all. Many teachers are using their knowledge against us parents. Teacher posted such a long paragraph. Let's see how Aichin handles it first. Let's wait and see what happens. This side of the studio. Wang Fong stood up again just as Aichin said. Then my son is also handsome. As a parent, he has no regard for the teacher's face and openly sings against the teacher in the parent group. Moreover, it was in the context of her own child's mistake, making this series of moves that seemed to her to be extremely outrageous. It brought her blood pressure up instantly. Why doesn't this Aichin have any manners at all? The teacher is correcting his child's problem, and Aichin is actually not happy about it. Favoritism will only lead the child further down the wrong path. As a parent, it is important for your child to understand that there is shame in making mistakes. Make your child reflect deeply. The ancients have said, knowing shame makes you brave. This Aichin doesn't seem to have much culture. How can he teach his children? He's literally the opposite of a parent. I told you they can't be a good parent. If you can't do it, just leave the child to be taught by his grandparents. Sooner or later this child will be harmed if this goes on. The show had told her that when they first invited her to be an observer. I hope she critiques the parents on the show more. After all, she's a former winner. So when faced with Aiken's approach that did not fit her educational philosophy, she was not polite in the least. And she was really pissed off at Aichin. Sitting in his seat, John, you originally didn't want to debate with Wang Fong anymore. After all, he'd have to pay for pissing this menopausal older woman off. But when he heard the last words Wang Fong said, he just couldn't stand it. Rising decisively to his feet, he said righteously, Observer Wang Fong, You are wrong again. Knowing shame does not apply to children's education. Confucianism emphasizes having shame and integrity. But the Analects of Confucius even contains, do not be afraid to change what you have done. Socrates also said, education is not indoctrination, but the kindling of a flame. True educators should be midwives of the mind, not executioners of the spirit. If you don't understand these two sentences above, you can look up the information. We should not treat education as empirical and taken for granted. In response to the last sentence you said, the aughts are not good at being parents? What I want to say is that in fact, many people after don't want to be parents anymore. And if they do, it's not for you to judge whether they are good or not. 00. Jiang Shui is on fire. This Wang Fong had risen from criticizing AI Chun alone to criticizing a generation. So what else did he have to put up with? It's illegal to assault each other, but it's okay to spray each other. At this moment, Wang Fong's mouth was slightly open, and her gaze was dull as she looked at Jiang Yu. Obviously there was some lack of reaction. Jiang Yu said she was wrong, but she only felt that the other party was excusing AI Chen. At this point, the live screen showed Aichen staring at what his homeroom teacher, Leland, had posted. The look grew serious. This class teacher is so shady to evaluate Koen. If he does not help the child, he cannot imagine what kind of shadow this will leave in the heart of Koen. Aikuen's father, Ms. Leland, I ask you to apologize to my child. What do you mean? One rat spoils the whole pot of kanji? Classroom teacher Leland? Aikuen dad, first of all, my child just violated the class rules. Is not a violation of the law of the land. He just did the wrong thing, not the wrong person. Aikuen dad, late is not honorable, but also does not affect the child. In my heart is the best. In the school you have educated. Let him stand in the corridor in the morning reading, since it has been criticized, and he also obediently accepted. Then I think he should also be praised. Aikuen dad, the child made a mistake. The need is to encourage teachers and parents, rather than as a negative example to preach. Not to mention the parents so yin and yang. Aikuen's father, as a teacher, I hope you put more effort in educating your children. Don't push everything to the parents. I hope you will withdraw the above paragraph. Otherwise I will definitely go to the school to find you face-to-face theory. Aichen's message went out for a while. Leland didn't reply for a long time in the parent group. She hadn't withdrawn that message she'd sent earlier. At this point, sitting in her office, Leland stared at the messages and only felt a fiery pain on her face. She had long ago developed a habit for the tone and language used to reprimand her children. It was only when I can pick that sentence out of it that she realized something was wrong with it. But she hadn't expected AI Chan's attitude to be so tough, not giving her face as a teacher in the slightest. At the same time there was some panic in his heart. It wouldn't do her half as much good if Aichen really did find the school and make a scene. After thinking for a moment, she replied to the group. Class teacher Lilan, Koen father, you take it easy. Just now is what I said is a little hard to hear, but I am also anxious about the child's learning. Soon to be the final exams, cannot let him be late it. Class teacher Leland, I let him go back to his classroom after his morning reading. You don't have to come to school for this small matter. Seeing that the homeroom teacher was evasive and dilatory and had no intention of apologizing or retracting, Aichen was very dissatisfied. This kind of shame-based education was a regular occurrence when he was a child. Whether you are late or forget to bring your red scarf, you will be chastised by your teacher. Many of the teachers went straight to their hands, with curses coming out of their mouths. And his parents always tell the teacher that my child is just naughty. The teacher give me a hard beating, and I'll be responsible for any damage. Take pride in studying well and listening to teachers, and take shame in studying poorly and not listening to teachers. This led to a lack of self-confidence for a while, and he seldom showed himself in front of outsiders, and his parents were always reprimanding him for being so introverted. Aichen himself came from such a place, so naturally he would not let his children follow in his footsteps. Aichen murmured softly as he reached for his cell phone. On the battlefield you take bullets for dad. In school dad you must stand your ground. Since the teacher thinks it's trivial, I'll make a big deal out of it. Soon after, Aichen crackled with output. Aiken's dad, a small matter? How come it wasn't a small thing earlier when you said it was so serious? Aikuen dad, thanks to my son's mental ability to be exercised by me. Standing in the corridor still positively read aloud. If it is replaced by a poor mental capacity of the child it? Aikuen's dad, my kid may not be on the podium, but I will never let him be on the rooftop. Aikuen's dad, since you don't want me to come to school, I'll have to go to the Department of Education. Looking at the message from Aichen in the parent group, Leland froze for a full moment. That's when another message popped up on WeChat. Principal Chen Aigwa, what's wrong with you, Mr. Leland? The school suddenly received a call reporting that you were overly harsh with the students, so give me an explanation. See this message. Leland's eyelids snapped and his heart pounded. Not daring to reply to the principal, He rushed back to the parent group and withdrew the message he had sent earlier. Class teacher Leland, I'm sorry Quinquin's father. This matter is my fault. I now apologize to you. Later, when Quinquin is out of class, I also apologize to him, and to assure you that in the future you will pay attention to their own language, and will not be excessive chastisement of the child. Class teacher Leland, I wonder if you're satisfied with this treatment? Seeing that the other party had already admitted her mistake, Ai Chen didn't continue to wrestle with her. He also wasn't worried about teachers secretly shoehorning their kids. He doesn't cause trouble, and he's not afraid of trouble. As a 0-year-old, he knows the law. Ikuan's father, trouble teacher. Leland in the office was relieved to see this. Hastily, he said it was no trouble. Deal with this. Icon headed for the bed. I had a full stomach and was bloated. And just now I had a belly full of fire. So now I had to rest and relax. And at this point, the viewers of the live stream have been talking about it for a long time. Chapter 9 Not good at studying? You'll inherit my studio. Wow. This wave of Ichens is simply too handsome to be true. He dared to confront the teacher head-on, which I wouldn't even dare to think of. Tear Cow is full of tears. Icon dodged that bullet with his child. This isn't just the other person rejecting your humiliating education and giving you a backhanded slap in the face. Seriously. I can't predict whether or not Quinn will excel in the future, but there's no doubt that he'll be very confident in the future. I'll be damned. Who says this parent is irresponsible? This parent is fantastic. What Ichen did really enlightened me. When I think back, I was brought up in such a shameful way that I am now inadvertently repeating the same mistake in teaching my children, so I must correct it in the future. Yeah, both Ichen and Jiang Yu in the studio have given me a whole new perspective on my children's education. My eyes are peeing after substituting Quinquin's perspective. It's simply great to have such a father. Cut it out. Cut it out and show it to my mom and dad. Upstairs don't show them. My parents are beside themselves accusing Ichen. I really don't understand how these parents can't take the oil and salt. At this time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room kept rolling like a tidal wave. Although there were still voices interspersed with accusations against Ichen, they were quickly drowned out by a chorus of praise. Jiang Yu in the studio, seeing Ai Chen as now favorable reviews, also cannot help but feel a hint of gratification. Ichen's approach coincides with his educational philosophy and is also recognized by the general audience. He was heartily glad. It seems there are still a lot of parents who are not stupid and pedantic. As for Wang Fong, at this moment, she had a pig liver color. The time came quickly to the afternoon. It's Friday, so school let out a little earlier than usual. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Ichen got up and opened the door in front of him. The door just opened. Quinn, who was carrying a school bag, jumped directly into Ichen's arms, gave him a warm bear hug. Afterward, Cohen tilted his little face up and looked at Ai Chen with excitement and admiration. It was just quiet for a while. Man up and squirm. What are you doing? Just say what you have to say. Icon said with a smile. The words fell. Quinn spoke up. Just now at the end of the school day, the homeroom teacher told me that I didn't have to write a review for being late in the morning, and apologized to me. I was a little confused. Then I realized that you, Pops, complimented me on my good looks in the parents group and gave our homeroom teacher a good talking to. Hear these words. Ichen was a bit surprised. This kid doesn't have a cell phone. How does he know he complimented him on his good looks in the parent group? Before he could ask, Quinn went on. Pops, you don't even know. Right now our classmates all envy me for having such a handsome dad like you. Especially that Prince Xian who told me about this. He even said something about switching dads with me. It was then that Ichen realized. I think it's this kid named Prince Xian who brought his cell phone. Saw the parent group chat. Looking at Quinquin's eyes as he worshipped himself, Ichen reached out and rubbed his head. You're my son. And as long as you can learn from your mistakes, then you're the most handsome. Quinn nodded heavily as he listened. He was an 8-year-old. Though he didn't really understand the educational significance in Ichen's approach. It's also not clear what the classroom teacher did wrong. But in his heart, he knew that when he made a mistake, his old man's first reaction was not to blame him, but to protect him and encourage him. He secretly resolved that in the future, no matter what happened, he would be willing to tell Pops first. Quinn gave a thumbs up towards Ichen. Pops, you're handsome too. Ichen smiled slightly and removed the school bag from Quinquin's back. By the way, today your old man I complimented you in front of your homeroom teacher. Are you afraid that she'll give you small shoes at school? After all, some teachers just do one thing in front of parents and another behind their backs, while outwardly admitting the mistake. There is no guarantee that the child will not be treated with cynicism. Quinn knew what meant, but was still a little confused. Wearing shoes. Scratching his head, he said, why did the homeroom teacher put me in shoes? Is it because no one praises him? If she doesn't have a daddy to brag about, then I can get you, Pops, to brag about her. Hear that? Ichen could barely hold back his laughter. A thumbs up towards Quinquin as well. Attacks can be made. Worthy of my son's smashing. Well, it's the weekend. It's the perfect time to score points. So get on the number after dinner and accompany me for a whole couple of games. Ha! Hearing Aichin yell at him to play the game again, Cohen's little face collapsed. He just felt like the sky was falling. Pops, didn't you promise me yesterday that you wouldn't yell at me to play games today? And I haven't even done my homework yet. Aichin glared at him without a good look. The promise was contingent on you taking me to the A's, which you didn't do last night. It's the weekend. It's time to relax and unwind. Homework when to write cannot. On the score cannot be delayed. Looking at the end of the season, Cohen beamed his little mouth, full of reluctance. Teacher said to stay away from games so you can get into a good college later. Dad, I want to go to Tsinghua. Aichin dropped Quinquin's book bag onto the couch as soon as he could. You are my son. Am I not aware of your academic talent? It's a struggle to get on the trail. And you're still taking Tsinghua? Solo a few and Pops will take you to practice your marksmanship. With me tonight. Seeing Pops being tough, Quinn deflated his little mouth. Helplessly. Well, eyes full of 9 parts reluctance and 1 part helplessness. See this scene. The viewers of the live stream were laughing their asses off. Can't help it. This father and son are simply too alive. Ooh, so touching. Quinquin's family atmosphere is really relaxed, eh? Rarely see father and son boast handsome to each other. Ha 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 ha. In front of what to go to Peking University, with dad on a university, after what to take Tsinghua, with dad on the trail, laugh and get rich. Quinquin, no games. He. Games, no he. Listen to this. Is this human language? What other parents care about is that it's almost the end of the semester, so they have to catch up on their children's studies. What Aichin cares about is that it's the end of the season, so he has to score well. Ha ha ha, egu I go. The original marketing number is not exaggerated at all. Aichin, such parents I still see for the first time. Envy. It feels like Quinquin's dad is filial. Is there any way to make my mom and dad so filial too? Dog's head. Have you noticed how Prince Xian's classmates have cell phones again? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 23,000 reputation points. Reminder, when the accumulated prestige value reaches 200,000, you will unlock the achievement, a little trial. Reward, 200,000 yuan. The system's beep suddenly came to mind. Unlocking the achievement? $200,000? Aichin was a little pleased. It turns out that the system not only allows you to draw prizes but also bonuses that you can get. $200,000 is a lot of money for Aichin. It can be used to improve better living conditions, like gaming equipment or something. As for the money to train Quinquin, he can still be young and earn it slowly later. And just pumping in top game levels is a great means of making money. Aichin pondered how to utilize it while cooking in the kitchen. Soon several colorful meals were on the table. It wasn't really that he was hardworking and happy to be in the kitchen. It was just that he had eaten too much greasy takeout for lunch and had to change his tastes. Come on, son, smash. Eat more. Eat enough to have strength. There are still bad battles to be fought later. Aichin chucked a few pieces of red meat to Cohen and said with a smile. Quinn didn't say anything, just picking at his food. Suddenly his little eyes lit up as he remembered something. Looking up excitedly at Aichin. Dad, I may not be able to play the game with you. Aichin wondered. For what? Quinn got up and left the dining table, walked over to his book bag and took a sheet out of it, then handed it to Aichin. Aichin picked up the list and surveyed it. Extracurricular practices, work study, growing up with gratitude, vocational experience activity. Dear parents and friends, in order to deepen the connotation of labor education, our school will carry out this weekend the theme of practical activities. Through vocational experience, children can feel the significance of creating value through labor, understand the hardship of parental upbringing, and cultivate a sense of gratitude and independence. Work study. Participation, Saturday and Sunday of this week. Practical tasks. The child independently chooses a legal and safe occupation to experience, e.g., community service, handicrafts, assisting in agricultural labor, etc., and earns remuneration through labor. Achievement target. Earn in a single day. Those who RMB or more will be awarded the 200 star of work. Note, the income must be earned from real labor. Participation requirements. Children are expected to complete the process of career selection, labor negotiation, and practice independently, with the assistance of parents but not on their behalf. Parents are asked to document the following scenes, photos/videos. The state of the child at work. Display of labor fruits. Mean get a job and make money? Aichin nodded. He had nothing to say about this kind of school-arranged practical activities. It's nice to give your kids a taste of life. As for any sense of gratitude or whatever, he didn't particularly care, as long as Quinn doesn't pull his oxygen tank when he gets old. Son of a, Are you going to participate in this? Of course. The teacher said that those who do well can get awards. Aiken nodded. Okay, so have you figured out what you want to do for a career? Quinn shook his head. Well, not yet. Aiken thought about it. Suddenly a thought popped up. Why don't you take your son with you as a game host? In his last life he was good at the game. Had thoughts of being an anchor. He just didn't dare to mention it when his parents forcefully demanded him to study. While he knew that being a game master was no easy task, he never seemed to have the power to make his own choices. Now reborn as a human father, he doesn't want to force his children to read dead books. One way to go. Nowadays it's just the right time to take advantage of the top level of gaming on the top draw and handily develop your child's talent for gaming. Study and play at the same time. If he's good at studying, let him study. Good at gaming. Later on he'll be a game master or play professionally. He has top talent in place, not to mention becoming a big anchor. But he can definitely make money off of live broadcasts. Study badly and your son can still inherit his live room later. How nice for the son to follow in his father's footsteps. Glanced at Quinn. The kid can talk too, so maybe he's anchor material. Aichen felt more and more feasible, but he wasn't in a hurry. As for the extracurricular practical activities carried out in this school, Quinn's idea of what occupation he wants to earn money from has to be respected. Chapter 10. Taking your child as an anchor and taking 10 years off the road. The other side. Zihan sat crouching alone under the big tree in front of the school, waiting with bated breath for her mom to pick her up. Zihan's mom, Zhang Yan, often works overtime, while her dad leaves work even later. So, every time school is over, Zihan has to wait here for quite a while. Fortunately, the security booth is right next to it, so the security aspect is quite reassuring. The moment. Zhang Yan's company is already at the end of the day, but the leadership of the temporary notice of a meeting. Not a single person in the office dared to raise an objection. Not only that, there are people who behave extraordinarily actively. A moment to help leaders set up the venue. A moment and busy serving tea and water. In the conference room, the next to Zhang Yan's intern couldn't help but launch into a rant. What kind of are these SB leaders? They have meetings even after work, and they love to toss people around all day long. Hearing this, Zhang Yan was shocked in her heart and hurriedly whispered a reminder. Don't you dare say anything. Be careful that someone else hears you. Just then, the office leader, Mr. Wang, walked in. His face was grim, and he slammed the statement in his hand down on the table in a loud, questioning voice. In the last 2 months, the customer closing rate has been less than 30%, and that's what your group has turned in? The dozen or so people at the conference table didn't dare to utter a single breath, as if the air had frozen. At this point, the team leader Chen Peng pushed his glasses and deliberately raised his voice and said, Mr. Wang, the work of client screening is mainly handled by Zhang Yan and the interns she brought with her. Perhaps the quality of the clients they screened wasn't quite enough. With this one sentence, he dumped the problem on Zhang Yan. When the intern heard this, he immediately wanted to stand up and explain, but was quietly pulled back by Zhang Yan. Afterwards, Zhang Yan stood up and bowed her head to Mr. Wang with a guilty face. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, it's my problem. I'll rescreen the clients once again. Seeing that Zhang Yan had taken the initiative to take the responsibility, a look of satisfaction quietly appeared on Chen Peng's face. Next thing you know, Zhang Yan and the intern get a lecture from Mr. Wang. After the meeting ended, Chen Peng walked over to Zhang Yan and exhorted, Zhang Yan, remember to take the client list home and rescreen it as soon as possible. Otherwise it will affect everyone's work progress. Zhang Yan nodded her head in a hurry. By the way, before you go, you clean the office as well. After saying that, Chen Peng swaggered away. The intern was so angry at the side that her face was crooked and she couldn't help but ask Zhang Yan, Sister Zhang, they're so bullying, how can you just put up with it? We've screened the client list so many times. Zhang Yan sighed helplessly and said in a serious tone, Woo, you're still young, don't be too hot-tempered. In the workplace, the leader criticizes, just take it first, don't talk back to the leader. It's no big deal to suffer a little loss. Zhang Yan rode a small electric donkey and hurried to the entrance of the school. As soon as Zihan saw his mom, he immediately flew over with his backpack. Before even getting into the car, Zihan pulled out a cup of milk tea from his school bag and handed it to Zhang Yan. His little face flushed with anticipation. Mom, here's the milk tea I bought you. Zhang Yan frowned slightly and asked, Zihan, where did you get the money to buy milk tea? This is the pocket money I saved. Mom, I've never seen you drink milk tea before, so I wanted to buy you a cup to try. Hearing her daughter's words, Zhang Yan's heart warmed, but she still sighed helplessly, stuffing the milk tea back into Zihan's school bag and said softly, Zihan, drink this milk tea yourself. Mom doesn't like it. Don't spend money recklessly in the future. Think about it. The money for a cup of milk tea can buy many bottles of mineral water. And there's water in the house, so there's no need to waste money on milk tea. Zihan heard this and let out a soft oh, a hint of loss flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head, silently put her backpack on, and got on the electric car, all the way. As usual, Zhang Yan asked Zihan about her studies at school while riding her bike, and asked Zihan to show her what she had learned by mimeographing it when she got home. Zihan didn't say anything, just nodded silently. She wanted to tell her mother that the school had organized a physical test today and the teacher hadn't taught anything new, but she didn't say anything in the end, because she knew that her mom would definitely think she wasn't paying attention in class. Live in the booth, many parents were praising Zhang Yan and Zihan. Zhang Yan's mom is really good at educating her children and integrating learning into her daily life, which will definitely help Zihan develop a good habit of loving learning. Compared to AI Chen, it's a heaven and a hell. Zhang Yan is too responsible for her child. This is what a qualified parent should be like. Zhang Yan's mom teaches her so well. Zihan is so understanding and obedient. Much better than my kids. Life is full of educational opportunities. Not only does Zihan learn things, but I've also learned a lot about parenting in Zhang Yan's live broadcasts. We strongly recommend that everyone learn from Zhang Yan. However, there are some dissenting voices. Geez, don't you guys find the atmosphere depressing? The pop-ups are all complimentary. I'm so confused. Zihan is like an emotionless puppet on strings. This is not being obedient. It's clearly being controlled too much. Zhang Yan may be sincere for the good of Zihan, but the way of education is really a bit of a problem. The child's growth or needs some free space. No, I can't stand it. It's too depressing. I'd better go to AI Chen's live room. How relaxed people's fathers and sons get along. And how much better the pop-up atmosphere is. Zhang Yan's mom is a typical girl who expects her daughter to become a phoenix and puts all her expectations on her child. Wang Lei's dad live on air. It's still the same image of the father holding the son's snarl. Wang Lei got off work and saw Prince Xian lying on the sofa watching TV, but his homework didn't move a word. He was so angry that he copied the belt and began to educate himself. Wang Lei looked at his son who said he wouldn't dare next time, and then did it again every time. It just feels like a hateful thing to do. Brat. Extracurricular practical activities. You go outside to pick up bottles for me. I have to let you know whether it's easier to pick up garbage or study. This statement was made. The pop-up was a ha-ha-ha. At this point, Aichin and Cohen, who had already finished dinner, were also discussing the extracurricular practice. Ugh. Stalls are too tiring, part-time jobs are too hard, and volunteering doesn't earn me much money. Pops, what career should I really choose? Quinn racked his brain and still didn't come up with anything. Aichin smiled and asked, Son of A, do you want people to sit at home and money to come from the sky? I'd like to, but it's impossible to get something for nothing. Pops, you still have to be practical to make money. Quinn replied seriously. For this practicum, he not only wanted to win a school award, but he also wanted to actually make money. Although the job wasn't thought of, he thought of how to spend the money he earned. I actually came up with a career that guarantees you'll make money from home. Aiken came over to his son and said mysteriously. Looking at his old dad's mysterious look, a sense of foreboding welled up in Cohen's heart. He turned his round eyes and asked tentatively, Pops, you don't think you want me to be your game chaperone, do you? Aichin's expression instantly froze. What was this kid babbling about? Is he the kind of father who has no heart? Aichen waved his hand and said, Of course not. Just do what I tell you tomorrow. Are you kidding? You still have to pay him for being an escort. That earns him money, which is not as good as being an anchor and making money from the viewers. Quinn nodded half-heartedly and turned to pick up his book bag and go back to his room. He thought to himself, I guess Pops wants him to do some chores and get paid for it. Seeing Cohen go back to his room, Aichin didn't call out to him. He had just finished eating, so it wasn't too late to rest for a while before going on the game. Aichin headed to the couch, took out his cell phone, and opened the Jitterbug app. Since he was planning to become an anchor, he had to register an account before he could do so. But just after opening Shake Shack, he saw a video with over 1 million likes. In the video, it's clips of him playing games with his kids, having runners take them to school, and responding to teachers in parent groups. Aiken also noted, surprisingly, a hot search has formed at the bottom of the video. Hashtag the Teaching the Children program surprises with a unique approach to education that is generating a lot of buzz. Hashtag. Aiken clicked in to take a look. Quite a few of the topics were directed at what he did on the show. Is the younger generation collapsing by taking their kids to play games? What's the point of having a baby if you don't do your duty and don't care? The children are the future of the country. Should Aiken's practice be outlawed or not? What are the hidden dangers behind Aiken becoming the winner of the general public vote? See these topics. Aiken wasn't angry. It's a deliberate attempt to get traffic and specifically create this kind of controversy-provoking topic. It's not up to these topic makers to say whether his approach is desirable or not. Educating children is inherently benevolent. Children are not products on an assembly line. A child's life is not a road. It's a wilderness. And times have moved on and some of the educational philosophies are just a bit outdated. Tap into the comments section. Sure enough, many netizens were in solidarity with him. Families protested to be effective. Aichin's way of education definitely works. Whether it's feasible or not, I don't know. But it's really time for people's educational philosophies to change. One of the comments received. Then he's handsome too. 300,000 likes. I seem to be on a hot streak right now. Aichin's mind was even more determined to become an anchor. That's a lot of traffic to catch. The bowl of internet was fed to his mouth and he couldn't refuse. If it really pays off, take Quinn with you again. Let him be the anchor. Directly less 10 years ah. Chapter 11, Reading in the Dark Hurts Your Eyes. Follow Dad on the trail. Just then, Aichin inadvertently realized that the door to Quinkin's room was quietly covered at some point. The lights are out and the house is dark. What's this kid up to? Aichin muttered in a low voice, a trace of doubt welling up in his heart. Then he got up and walked towards Quinkin's room. The viewers in the live broadcast room were enthusiastic and speculated about what kind of job Aichin would arrange for Quinn. I'm curious about what good jobs are out there where I can make money from home. Aichin shouldn't be making Quinn do his chores, right? I feel it's very likely Aichin is making it so mysterious. It's definitely not that simple. Let's wait and see. Now Aichin heat is so big, is that I directly open live with goods just do not know the program group allows it. Aichin gently pushed open the bedroom door. By the light of the living room, looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Just see Quinn whole person wrapped in the quilt. Airtight, like a cocoon. Listen carefully and you can catch a rustling sound coming from the covers. Aichin face full of suspicion. Just want to approach to find out. Behind the followers of the big brother but quick. Gently pulled his corner, while lowering his voice eagerly said, Quinn Dad, let's go out first. You're hurting the child's self-esteem. Judging by the years of single experience of the followers of the little brother, this child may be a little precocious, likely doing something that is not appropriate to be bumped into. Leaving aside the question of whether such images can be broadcast or not, the hasty interruption alone is very likely to hurt the child's self-esteem and even leave an indelible psychological shadow on the child. With these words, he also reminded Aichin out of the goodness of his heart. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly exploded in surprise when they saw the actions of the followers of the little brother, and then associated it with the fine sound made by Quinn on the bed. I'll be damned. This Quinn isn't secretly doing handjobs, is he? Even a kid this young can do it? Ha 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 ha, can't hold it in. If this is broadcast live, the child shall not die socially. Ha, is that funny? All I see is a desperate captain. This kind of behavior is normal, but as a parent, you should still educate your child and give him or her the right guidance. Can you people use your brains? Quinn is still so small. I guess he is stealing and playing with his cell phone. Aichin quickly go out with the big brother of the followers. We have to respect the child's privacy. At this point, inside the studio, the atmosphere was also awkward. After all, it's the first time something like this for a small child has been brought to the screen. On stage, Sasha was a little anxious for a moment. He knew in his heart that this kind of behavior of small children would not be too much of a problem as long as their parents gave them the right education and guidance, and informed them of the adverse effects in a timely manner. But if a child finds out that his privacy is being broadcast out live, it can be very damaging to him. Wang Feng, who was in her seat, stared at the screen and gave a cold, disgruntled grunt. I told you that this Aichin is unreliable. Actually letting his children develop such bad habits. With so many viewers supporting him, he can't just exit the room perfunctorily. He should show everyone exactly how he will raise his children. The doubts in Aichin's heart increased as he listened to the words of the follower's little brother. The room was dimly lit. That's when he noticed a faint glimmer of light coming through the cracks in Quinkin's quilt. All coming from childhood. Aichin's heart was in the right place. The kid was probably hiding under the covers, sneaking comic books or playing with his cell phone for fear of being discovered by himself. When I was a kid and my parents caught me doing this, I would have to be fried with bamboo shoots. But now that you're a parent yourself, it's natural that you wouldn't treat your child that way. Just watch and play. If you don't play on vacation, can't you play at school? As for the followers' comments about hurting their self-esteem, is it really that bad? Just as Aichin was pondering, the Quinn under the covers seemed to have sensed the movement outside and cautiously poked his head out. At a glance, he saw Aichin and the little followers standing in the doorway and instantly froze, those tiny eyes full of surprise and doubt. After reacting, Quinn scrambled to organize the things on the bed and stuffed them under the pillow in a brain, then said in a calm manner, Pops, what are you doing? I'm sleeping. Aichin saw through Koen's disguise at a glance and laughed lightly. Sleep? At your age? How can you possibly sleep this early? Honestly, what the hell are you doing? With that, Aichin stepped over to the bed and reached out, ready to lift Koen's comforter. When the followers saw this, they screamed in their hearts that it was not good and were chagrined. This is great. The secret is revealed in public. How can such a small child withstand such excitement? Aichin is still too impulsive. For his part, Koen was filled with nervousness, wrapped tightly in the quilt, shrank back and stammered. No, not doing anything, I was really sleeping. Looking at his son's flustered appearance, Aichin couldn't help but feel a little amused and said gently, kids can't lie. It's okay, Pops won't blame you. If you want to play, just play big, said Aichin, gently moving the pillow away. The next second, he froze. There was a pen, a notebook, and a flashlight under the pillow. Aichin, dare I say this kid is doing his homework? When did this brat become so hardworking? No matter how hard you work, you don't have to hide under the covers to write. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was completely boiled. An 8-year-old hiding under the covers to sneak in his homework. This plot development was simply unexpected by everyone. I'm a do. I wouldn't doubt for a second that this was scripted, because is this the kind of plot that a human being could come up with? Not Buddy, originally thought it was a captain, but it's actually a senior? 666. Hiding under the covers to write homework. This kid's addiction to learning is really big, ahahaha. It's over. It's over. The kids caught the reading, ha. This offense is not small. The circumstances are so serious. Maybe we have to go to Qingbei locked up for 4 years. I was wrong to blame Koen. It seems I'm the only one who is secretly playing under the covers. What's under the pillow shouldn't be a cell phone. How come it's homework? Not only were the viewers dumbfounded, but so were the followers of Big Brother, as well as the studio program crew. This kid, it's just so niche. Aichin looked at Koen, both a little angry and hateful, and said, you kid, what the hell were you thinking? You should be resting on vacation. You could at least read comic books or something. Koen said with a deflated, aggravated little mouth. I wasn't afraid that you'd drag me into playing games and not have time to do my homework, Aichin said decisively with a big wave of his hand. No, absolutely not. How much it hurts your eyes to do your homework here in the dark. Homework can be done whenever you want, but the game can't wait. Come up the trail with me tonight to practice your marksmanship for tomorrow. After saying that, Aichin pulled Koen out of the room. In his opinion, how could such a wonderful time be wasted on a little elementary school assignment? Besides, aren't hands-on activities a form of homework? Get your marksmanship down tonight so you can score more smoothly on the live stream tomorrow. After Aichin's words appeared in the live broadcast, the pop-ups instantly came like a tidal wave. Ha, laugh not live. Thought Aichin want to pull the child to the outside to write homework. Did not think it is to go to the trail. 666. This is the Godfather. My mom, how can you teach your kids like this? If we keep this up, we won't really make our kids fall in love with gaming, right? No. Playing the game is so stressful. This will only lead to Koen's painless entry into BYU. Ha. After a number of years Koen got into Peking University. Reporter, the pressure to get into Peking University must be great, right? Koen, no. Not as stressful as going on the trail. In contrast to the joy of the pop-ups, the mood in the studio was decidedly off. Watching what Aichin did, and the audience's banter, Wang Fong only felt pain. Aichin is really going to ruin the baby at this rate. Look at you guys. You don't even let your kids do their homework. Isn't that holding them back? This Aichin himself has nothing to do at home all day long even if it's not enough. Now he wants to drag his child into the water. How does this kind of person deserve to be a father? I see that for the school's practical activities. Not only will this Aichin not be able to help but he'll even help out. Wang Fong made another speech. Yet this time everyone seemed to automatically ignore what she said. What's the point of watching this yellow face if you're not going to watch such an interesting livestream? Chapter 12, Teammate has become an adult. A bit of a smoker's voice. Early the next morning, the sun slipped into the room. Aichin, uncharacteristically, didn't stay under the warm comforter and not get up like he always did. Even the big brother who came to follow the movie had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Daddy Koen, you're up early today, Big Brother said with a smile. Aichin yawned and responded simply. I can't help it. My son is home, so I have to have breakfast anyway. On weekdays, he often slept until noon. But my son was home on the weekend and wanted breakfast, so he followed suit and got up early. Aichin sleepily headed for the door. The house was running out of ingredients. Outside the door sat a slab of eggs, a handful of noodles, and some fresh vegetables he'd gotten from ordering takeout. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still. Wow! Aichin got up so early today and bought groceries. Is he going to make a loving breakfast for Quinn? This is incredible. Is Aichin having a fatherly outburst today? Who says Aichin doesn't love children? I think he loves them deeply. If it were me, I wouldn't have the fortitude to cook breakfast for my kids early in the morning. I usually just buy them some buns to cope with it. Quinn will be so happy when he sees the love breakfast later. I can't believe I got up so early after playing games all night last night. Young people are just full of energy. After putting the dishes in the kitchen, Aichin paced to Quinn's bedroom door and knocked gently. Knock knock, son of a, time to get up. Within moments, Quinn walked out of the room fully dressed. Pops, what's for breakfast today? Quinn asked. Just have egg noodles with vegetables. The food is in the kitchen. It's all yours, ha. I'm going to go to my room and squint some more. Call me when it's done cooking. By the way, don't fry me eggs. Just eat them yourself. I don't like them. After explaining this, Aichin walked into his room without looking back and fell asleep. Quinn seems to have gotten used to his father's arrangement like this a long time ago. He went into the bathroom and washed up, then came back to the kitchen and skillfully washed, chopped, and cooked pasta. Though not tall, he stood on a small bench and moved very well. The little brother of the followers looked at the scene and was momentarily speechless. In the studio, the crowd stared at each other. The audience in the live stream also let out a gasp. I'm going to go. I've been moved for nothing. You bought the groceries so that you could make breakfast for the kids. It's true that the brave enjoy the world first and let their children make breakfast straight away. Gina 6. Ha ha ha. 70s, kid dad is not hungry you eat. 80s, kid you eat after dad eat. 90s, this little kid is not allowed to eat. Aughts, kid cook for dad to eat. Ha ha ha. Quinn's movements are so skillful that it hurts. Well, it looks like the group that can suffer the most has been reincarnated as the children of the aughts. Learned. In the future to bring children like this. Look at how much Quinn understand, but also know to make breakfast for his father. Aichin doesn't like eggs? Is it because you want to give the nutritious ones to your child? Thinking too much. Eggs are only a few dollars. I think Aichin simply doesn't like them. Ha 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 ha. Inside the studio at this time, the number of votes received the day before had been posted on the big screen. First place, the Aichin family 90,000 votes for. Second place, Yen Zhang's family 60,000 votes for. Third place, Ray Wan's family 40,000 votes for. Seeing that Aichin's family had surprisingly overtaken Zhang Yan's family and topped the list with 90,000 votes, Wang Feng's face was instantly gloomy. She couldn't figure out how someone like Aichin, who treated children's education like child's play, could gain the support of so many people. In China, children's education has always been a matter of great importance to parents. Lessons learned over thousands of years have taught people that nothing can be accomplished without rules, and children should be taught rules and etiquette from an early age to set the right guidelines in terms of character and behavior. Moreover, parents, as the first teachers of their children, influence their children in every move. How can someone like Aichin, who has no rules, raise a child well? But now, on the contrary, there are so many people supporting him. Wang Feng could hardly imagine what the future of China would become if the younger generation followed Aichin's educational style. She knows that some young people are now resisting the so-called Chinese education. She really wanted to wake those people up to the fact that the educational philosophy handed down from generation to generation was time-tested and the most correct and appropriate. Wang Feng snorted coldly and thought darkly in her heart. Just wait and see. At this rate, not to mention whether Aichin's son will do well in his final grades or not, I'm afraid this practice activity will be messed up too. Over here, Aichin and Quinn had already finished their breakfast. It didn't take long for Aichin to rummage through the storage room and install and debug the previous live broadcast equipment. Although the equipment has been idle for some time, it is good to know that it still works. Quinn, who had planned to go back to his room to read for a while after dinner, curiously came over. Pops, what are you doing? Pops is helping you get ready for work, Aichin said, pulling Quinn over and pressing him into the gaming chair, pointing to the microphone next to him. Here, your job is to be the anchor. When Cohen heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Anchor? Pops, you're not kidding, are you? Aichin said as he sat down next to him. What? I thought you said you didn't know what to do for work. I think being an anchor is quite suitable for you. Quinn scratched his head and grimaced. But I don't have any talent. I can't sing. I can't dance. The idea of being an anchor actually interested him, but he really didn't have much to show for it. Even as a foodcast, he doesn't eat much. And, he kept muttering in his mind, can you really make money as an anchor? Aichin laughed out loud and put the gaming headset on Quinn's head, saying, son of a, you're going to be a game master. Quinn, Before he could react, the big brother of the followers on the side couldn't help but open his mouth. Daddy Quinn. I'm afraid that's not a good idea, is it? The practical activities organized by the school are for children to experience the occupation, feel the hard work of earning money and learn to be grateful. But Ai-chan is good, letting his kid be a game anchor. What kind of career is this? The idea of the genius is a bit of a shocker. I guess the viewers of the live broadcast were just as confused as he was. Ai-chan asked suspiciously. What? Is the program recording not allowed to be broadcast live? After all, it's live and then on live, like in a condom. But he himself is planning to be an anchor in the future. This is his job. He can't afford not to broadcast. The follow boy froze for a moment and said, I'm not sure about that one. It's just that the kid is still young, and letting him play the game live and broadcasting it could have some bad effects. Ai-chan drifted off, and after a little thought, he came up with a solution. Then when we go live later, wouldn't it be better to not let Quinn appear in the movie and just take his gameplay footage? Follow big brother. The heart was dark. Come on, I'm the one who talked too much. This icon is a character. Ai-chan turned his head to Quinn again and patted him on the shoulder. What's up, son? We practiced our marksmanship for so long last night. I'm sure we'll be fine for the live broadcast later, right? Quinn swallowed, and it took a while before he spoke. Pops, is this job really reliable? I'm afraid I'll be criticized by my teacher when I go back to school. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ai-chan. You're scared less. Aren't game anchors a proper profession? Can't game anchors make money? Didn't the teacher ask for a video? Just send him the live recording directly. Let's be serious anchors and make legitimate money. Why should a teacher criticize you? Maybe if you make money off of live streaming, your teacher will even give you an award for excellence. Ai-chan's words made Quinn stare. When he heard the words, Quinn immediately got energized and nodded his head in agreement. Awarding prizes and recognizing excellence. Okay, Pops, I'll do it. But don't you dare put too much pressure on me when you play the game later. Ai-chan waved his hand and said, Get on the horn and get ready. Pops, I'll be on the air in a minute. Don't worry. As long as you show up to play the game with the same vigor that you sneak in your homework at night, I'll pack it in without stressing you out. Since Quinn is still underage, he can't register for a live account, so he can only use Ai-chan's account to broadcast live. Ai-chan turned on the camera and pointed it at Quinn's computer screen. The screen from his computer is cast directly to the live feed. Take the title of the live broadcast, Sweet Double Row with Teammates, Impacting the No. 1 in the National Service. Suddenly, it occurred to Ai-chan that his son had a chorizo voice, so as not to be caught by the Shake Shack audit, hastily added a few big words to the broadcast. Live teammates have come of age and have a bit of a smoky voice. Chapter 13, a child who opens his mouth to say father and mother is very polite. When Ai-chan displayed his live account in front of the camera of his followers' big brother, it didn't take long for nearly 10,000 people to flood his live room. The extracurricular practical activities organized by the school are supposed to allow children to experience careers. But Ai-chan is good. Another way, directly with his son as a game anchor. Viewers tuning in to teach your children didn't expect Ai-chan to come up with a whole episode like this anyway. The number of people coming into his live stream is not great, and it's a far cry from the number of people coming into the live stream of Teach Your Children. But almost all of those who followed in were big fans of Ai-chan. For a while, the pop-ups rolled like crazy. Ilu a game anchor Hey Ai-chan, this is to give everyone a whole hard job Ha 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 ha. Brothers point and click to follow. Add the fan club. We're going to witness the birth of a me Netflix. Sharing the live feed now ha ha ha. Not a buddy? A teammate who's an adult and has a bit of a smoky voice? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Ha 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 ha. Reverse Tian gang. If the school teacher sees Quinn as a game anchor, he or she will probably have to look both ways ha ha ha. Laughing to death. I originally wanted Ai-chan to be my righteous father, but now that I'm going to give him a bounty, is it true that I become his righteous father first? User Guizhou Belia, rewarded a Porsche. User Sun Laughing Boat, rewarded a hot air balloon. XXX rewarded. Looking at the live broadcast room where people were constantly rewarding gifts, Ai-chan was somewhat flattered. The audience was far more enthusiastic than he expected. He stood in front of the camera and folded his hands in sincerity. This is my first live show, kind of a debut, so thanks for coming out. Today's live broadcast is about a sweet double row with my son, so if you like it, you can click and follow. I would like to sincerely thank each and every one of my viewers, whether they swipe gifts or not. You are my bread and butter. After saying that, Ai-chan pulled aside Quinn and pushed him in front of the camera. Due to some unavoidable factors, my teammates can't be in the picture when we broadcast the game later, so I'll introduce them to you first. Quinn, say hello to the righteous parents on the air. Quinn stood in front of the camera and said earnestly, following Ai-chan's example of folding his hands, then bowing deeply. Good morning, righteous fathers and mothers. For this title, Quinn did not half reject it. He had a great demeanor and shouted loud and dry. After all, the viewers of the live broadcast were his hope of earning money for school awards and honors, and he watched live broadcasts on weekdays, and had long been used to the term righteous father and mother. Seeing this scene, the viewers of Ichan's live broadcast were overjoyed. In their eyes, this father and son were a living pair of living treasures. However, some viewers of Teach Your Children offered a different view. Isn't this treating the child like a cash cow? The child is only 8 years old and his mind is not yet mature. Would it not be detrimental to the formation of the child's three views if he is allowed to call his righteous father and mother? The amount of feels a little too spineless, doesn't it? Just let the kid nod his head to the live feeds? But someone else in the pop-up was quick to step up and answer the voices. Goodwill interaction only. Do not use the adult perspective to overinterpret the innocence of children. Children have fun on their own and learn to treat people well. There is no need to go to the top, right? Besides, this is the unique courtesy of this profession. Polite upbringing and backbone are two different things. There's nothing wrong with teaching children to be grateful, opening his mouth to say righteous father and righteous mother. The kid is so polite. Dog's head. On the other side, Wang Lei had already taken his son out the door. Wang Zishuan's job today is to pick up scraps. Prince Xian, don't always go through the garbage cans. How dirty it is. Just pick up some bottles from the roadside. Wang Lei was dressed clean and tidy, a white shirt with jeans, but in his hand he was carrying a snakeskin pocket with cans clinking inside, creating a stark contrast. At this moment, Prince Xian was like a big fancy cat, running around in front of him and even getting into the trash can. Wang Lei's chortling caused the passers-by beside him to cast strange gazes. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, his face was hot and uncomfortable. Quickly walking to Prince Xian, he once again sternly reprimanded. If you don't study hard, you'll have to pick up trash like you are now, and then you'll realize that no one will look down on you. Saying that, he bent down and picked up a muddy iced tea bottle from the green belt and purposely waved it in front of Prince Xian. See this mineral water bottle? It's recycled for 10 cents a pop right now, so you'll have to make enough money for lunch today. Before the words were finished, Prince Xian held up the iron pliers for picking up garbage and ran towards the opposite side of the road. Daddy, come quick. There are several treasure chests over here. Trash cans. I've got my lunch today. Picking up garbage is so much fun. I'm going to do it every day after school from now on. Ray Wang. I watched my son not mind picking up garbage but enjoying it. He was all hate. The scene managed to make the crowd on the air laugh. The original intention was to make the child suffer, but I didn't expect the child to have fun. This Prince Xian was simply born to be a good hand at pissing off his dad, Zihan, and her mom's side. The night before, Zhang Yan originally didn't want Zihan to participate in this activity, wanting her to study well at home. But after hearing about this activity that allows children to judge awards and prizes, she quickly helped Zihan decide on a job, selling handmade cookies at a stall. Open space underneath the neighborhood. Zhang Yan and Zihan set up a small stall here, filled with all kinds of handmade cookies. Although the school says to try not to help the child, but she thought that no matter what, she could not delay her child's study. So these cookies were baked by Zhang Yan, who got up at 6 a.m. to bake them. Zhang Yan brought a small bench and instructed Zihan. Zihan, while there's no one around now, you'll all read books first, and when someone comes mom will remind you. Zihan nodded obediently and opened the book to read carefully. Not a moment too soon, a mother passed by with a little boy of about 6 years old. As soon as the little boy saw the cookie stand, his eyes lit up and he immediately ran over to it. Seeing this, Zihan hurriedly put down his books and walked up to greet him warmly. Auntie, little brother, how are you? These are our handmade cookies. They are delicious. Do you want to try them? The little boy had no problem walking up to the stand, picking up a cookie and shoving it into his mouth, and then picking up another one right after before he finished it. Zihan wasn't offended and politely introduced himself. This one is chocolate flavored and that one is milk flavored. Who knows? The little boy suddenly reaches out and grabs a large handful of cookies and shoves them straight into his pants pocket. Seeing this, Zihan rushed forward to stop it. Little brother, you can't do that. You have to pay for taking so. The little boy ignored Zihan, took the cookies and turned around, ready to run. Zihan was quick to see and pulled him back. I didn't expect the little boy to be quite strong, and with a forceful fling, he directly pushed Zihan to the ground. It hurts. Sitting on his but on the stone path, Zihan had a pained expression on his face. At this point, the surrounding passers-by saw the scene and pointed fingers. What's wrong with this kid? The parents don't care. He's so uneducated. That's right. How can you just grab something and push someone? The little boy's mother's face became a little embarrassed when she heard that. At this time, Zhang Yan rushed over and helped Zihan up, patting the dust on Zihan's body as she did so. It's okay, It's normal for kids to play around with each other. And these cookies aren't worth much, so take them and eat them. When the little boy heard this, he poked his tongue out at the passerby and returned to his mom in triumph. The little boy's mother was also very pleased with herself and looked at the passerby and said, "See, the parents didn't say anything. It's none of your business." The passerby heard this and could only shake his head helplessly and walk away resentfully. Take the onlookers and disperse. Zhang Yan looked at Zihan, who had tears in her eyes, squatted down and said in a serious tone, "Zihan, Mom knows you're aggrieved, but we have to learn to be tolerant and humble. He's still young and doesn't know any better. We can't be bothered with him. Didn't your teacher teach you in school to hold back for a while and take a step back?" Now that she is recording the program, she not only wants to take this opportunity to teach her children to be humane, but also wants to let the audience in the broadcast room understand that the world will be a better place with more tolerance. Zihan forced herself to hold back her aggravation and returned to the stall to pack up her things. It's just that the original good mood of setting up the stall has now been replaced by loss. In the studio, Wang Feng, who had been getting a headache from Ai Chen's anger, saw Zhang Yan's mom's approach, and as if she had found empathy, she revealed a pleased smile. It's still Zhang Yan's mom who did a good job of making Zihan understand the big picture through this little thing. Taking losses is a blessing. Tolerance and humility are traditional virtues of our Chinese people, and parents should cultivate them from a young age. Just when she thought that the pop-ups would be praising Zhang Yan's mom and agreeing with her point of view, the pop-ups on the screen made her smile freeze instantly. "I'll train you to be a mallet. The more you hold back, the more angry you get. And the more you step back, the more you lose. Will you old clam shut up? If eating is good, then you eat more." Chapter 14. How many dads at you of? I'm the only dad you have. My mom. I can't help but go up and slap him when I see this kind of bare child. What kind of a mom are you? I'm so angry my mammary glands hurt. If the cookies didn't sell well, why didn't you protect your daughter? I can't stay in this live broadcast room for a moment. I can't figure out if she's teaching her kids for show, or if that's really what she's doing. I can't accept either of those things anyway. Slipping away. When others sprayed Zhang Yan before, I had been helping her out, but this time she does have a big problem. So it looks like we'll have to watch and observe again if we want to vote for her today. It's better to go see Aichen, who must let others bully him even though he pits his own children. Recently, the topic of Aichen's education of children has continued to fester on the hot seat. Not only Jitterbug, but major short video platforms like Slowfoot and Huali have sprung up with many accounts dedicated to editing this show. The new episode of Teach Your Children is quickly becoming an internet sensation. Aichen's act of turning on his personal livestream on Shakeology was originally out of line with the show's rules, but his move drew a lot of traffic from Shake Shack for the show. At the same time, the showrunners know that much of the show's heat right now is being brought up by Aichen, so naturally, Aichen's behavior was tacitly approved. In Aichen Shake's live room, the number of viewers was close to breaking the 50,000 mark in less than an hour. The screen full of little gifts one after another never stopped. At this time, the number of online viewers of the live broadcast of the program Teach Your Children has also reached 500,000 people. Of those, over 300,000 came for Aichen. As for the other two parents on the program, Zhang Yan, who previously had the highest number of people, the number of people in the live room has been slipping over the past 2 days, especially today. Instead of protecting her child in the live broadcast, Zhang Yan was all about giving her child a lecture. This led to a direct loss of nearly half the number of people in her live room. On the contrary, Wang Lei's family, which had always been at the bottom of the number of people, had increased by tens of thousands of people because Prince Xian had amused the crowd with his crazy move of opening treasure chests by the side of the road today. The number of viewers is closely related to the number of votes received. This also means that Aichen is likely to get far more votes than the other two families next. Over here, Aichen had already brought Kuan into the battlefield. Just after entering the game, Quinn controlled his character to jump in front of Aichen. "Dad, I want to play snipe," Quinn said to Aichen. Aichen decisively refused his request. "Don't even think about it, you kid. You still have to stand in front of me and take bullets for me. Play sniper." At the words of Kuan directly from the chair up to come to the body of Aichen, pulling his arm and begged, "Let me play a hand. I practiced sniping hard last night and I guarantee a headshot." The game started right away. Seeing Quinn's stalker-like behavior, Aichen was a bit helpless, but instead of immediately agreeing, he asked rhetorically, "I am you are?" Quinn replied immediately, "Dad, you're my real dad." Aichen nodded. "Since I'm your dad, you have to play sniper to protect me in front of me, remember?" Quinn nodded his head like garlic and agreed. "It has to be." Aichen then threw a sniper on the ground for Quinn. At this point, inside the game, since both Aichen and Quinn had their microphones on, This also led to their conversation being overheard by several other teammates all over the place. A teammate with a northeastern accent couldn't resist miking up, maneuvering to walk up to Quinquin's character. No dude, playing a game isn't so bad. Recognizing your father for a sniper? Too spineless. A few other teammates chimed in. That's it. What's so funny about sniping? Shouting at your dad so hard. However, when Quinn picked up the snipe from the ground, they realized with a start. That turned out to be a multi-million-dollar dragon sniper. Now a few of his teammates had changed their faces. Dad, let me touch the butt of the gun. Just touch it. I'll steal 200 cigarettes for you later as a tribute to your old man. Dad, you're my real dad. Give me some fun. See this scene. The audience in the live room burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Quinn shouted it right. It's a real dad. Ha 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 ha. My stomach hurts from laughing so hard. This is too much of a show, old man. How could these teammates have ever imagined that this was an old father with his somewhat smoky son in a sweet double row? 666. I'm passing through. What kind of show is this? A family show or a game show? I throw. This is a real dragon sniper. Is Aichin so rich? Aiken didn't reply to this comment at the bottom, because of course the sniper is not his. He is now using the number of live room a big brother provided. Not a moment too soon. This handful of fights comes to the most tense and exciting part. Even the live viewers followed suit and tensed up. Teammates were reporting their positions and information to each other. At this point, Cohen hid behind the box and opened his mouth to ask towards Aichin. Hey, how many daddies had you of? Hear that? Aichin froze for a moment and was about to say 5 when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Reaching out, he tapped Quinn on the side of his head. Brat, what several fathers? You only have one, my father. Quinn had a resigned look on his face. I mean, Dad, how many enemies does you have? Aichin didn't have the heart to say. Watch the commas next time. The conversation between the two appeared live on air and once again drew laughs from the audience. Aiken and his son's live streams are generically too dense with laughs. Aiken was already in top game talent at this point and could have actually ended the game long ago, but his purpose was to train his son. Therefore, there was no power. Looking at Quinn, who was hiding behind a box and using snipes for body tracing, the more he looked at him, the more angry he became. Quinn, stop fiddling with your crappy sniper and get your rifle and follow Dad. Quinn saw that his old man was in a hurry and did not dare to say anything more, and hurriedly followed. Yet not half a minute later, Quinn then became a victim of the enemy's gun. Son, didn't I tell you to take a bullet for me? Where are you? Aiken was still hyperventilating. Quinn pointed to the computer screen, which had grayed out, and spread his hands. Pops, I've burned out. Aiken. Just when he was about to teach Quinn a good lesson, just a few messages from the enemy on all channels. The walk across the street reminds me of my grandmother, she just learned to use a computer. How come you're so good at playing Dragon Sniper? Worship the master? I'll teach you how to play. Is the opposite side into the machine? My cat says you spill rice on your keyboard and chickens can play better than you. Cohen face innocent, this is not my business. And have to look at the enemy and have to look at the old dad you. At this point the live stream pop-ups were all ha ha ha. There are also a lot of people who tease Aichin not only vegetables but also sells his son. See the statement opposite. Aiken was furious. Saying he sells his son he tolerates, but saying he dishes that can't be tolerated. Moreover, by mocking his son as a vegetable, the opposite side was mocking himself, and it was equally intolerable. He said in a hushed voice, wait for the son of a, and see how Pops kills them through. Next moment, only Aichin's eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, locked tightly onto the screen. Fingers jump on the keyboard and mouse. Control the game character to make a great move. The enemy's bullets were falling short, while he was completing a series of movements of turning, aiming, and firing in an instant. Pulling in his hand the trigger of, the enemy fell to the ground. The AK. Less than 2 minutes. The enemies on the opposite side were then taken care of by Aichin as much as possible. Looking across the room at the series of question marks posted across all channels. At this time, Cohen's heart was also very shocked. Is Pops open? How did you get so strong all of a sudden? There was also a gasp in the live feed. I didn't blink. Did I? Why are they all on the ground? I don't know this game, but the anchor looks so good. Not buddy, you're making me pay attention. It's not like it's on. The anchor didn't even turn it off. 666. Not even acting. On this level to play professional are more than enough. Good guy. Is the anchor so protective of his son? The son was taunted by his own father directly killed crazy. That's not true. There's no revenge for the murder of a son. Dog's head. Watch the game-winning settlement screen. Aiken slumped back in his chair contentedly, looking to Quinn, who was still a bit dumbfounded on the sidelines. Aichin educated in his serious tone. See, Quinn, esports, vegetables are the original sin. If you're a vegetable, you'll be taunted by others. Put it in real life as well. If you're weak, you'll be bullied. What I can do at this time is to keep getting stronger and then fight back. Pops helped you once today. He may not be able to help you next time. Got it? Quinn scratched his head as if he understood. That's when a pop-up sentence floated across the air. Got it. Right now you're young, so your old man pressures you. When you grow up, remember to fight back and pull his oxygen tank. Quinn pointed to the pop-up. Pops, do you mean for me to pull your oxygen tank later? The words came out. The audience laughed their asses off. Even the big brother of the followers on the sidelines almost didn't hold his breath. But everyone was laughing at the same time. All could see that this action of Ai-chan also gave Koen a hard out. The viewers of the program's live broadcast exclaimed. I have to say, it's really rare for Ai-chan to defend his own son even in the game. Although it's just a game, Ai-chan won't let his son suffer at all. In the face of the enemy's taunts, Ai-chan is killing mad. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, I think it's very likely that Ai-chan would have transformed into a Zwan and disliked them directly. It feels like the relationship between this father and son is getting better and better. Quinn even dares to joke with Ai-chan about pulling out the oxygen tube. Gentlemen, after all the talk and laughter, remember to vote when you read it. Dog's head. In the meantime, City School District. Chapter 15. The Secretary of Education prepares for a visit. The young Director of Education, Lin Wayman, was sitting in a bright office in a straight formal dress. Even though it was a day off, he remained in the unit, concentrating on various matters. At that moment, the secretary, Xiao Wu, came in through the door with hurried footsteps and respectfully handed him a document. Lin Wayman reached out and took the document, which is on report the city's primary and secondary school extracurricular practical activities arrangements. In order to promote the realization of all-round development of students in the city in terms of ethics, intellect, physique, social skills and aesthetics, and to prevent them from focusing only on their academic achievements, he specially held a meeting 2 days ago, asking all schools to actively carry out extracurricular practical activities. As for the theme of the event, he gave schools the autonomy to choose. At the moment, his eyes swept over the themes chosen by the schools in the report, his brows furrowing slightly. Caring for the elderly in nursing homes. Go help the sanitation workers clean the streets for a day. Organize a book drive for students. None of these themes met Lin Wayman's inner expectations. What he expects is an activity that is full of new ideas and can really enhance students' social practicability. It was then that the theme of one of the schools in the debriefing instantly caught his attention. Sunnyside Elementary School, Career Experience Program. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. The theme of the event was right up his alley. Lin Wayman noticed that Sunnyside Elementary School's extracurricular hands-on activities are scheduled for this weekend. So, he turned his head to Xiao Wu, the secretary at the side, and said, Xiao Wu, contact the principal of Sunshine Elementary School, and together we will visit the homes of the students in their school today to find out the specifics of the students' participation in this extracurricular practical activity. Speaking of which, Lin Wayman suddenly remembered. Recently, there was an educational program on CCTV called Teach Your Children Well, which followed 3 families that happened to be from Sunshine Elementary School in their city. However, due to his busy schedule, he never got around to watching it, so he added to Wu. Let's do it this way. We'll choose those 3 families from teaching children for this visit. Although we might be able to see some of the situation on the live broadcast, it's better for us to visit the field in person. Xiao Wu nodded his head in agreement. Then, as if he remembered something, an unnatural look appeared on his face. Director Lin is afraid that if we choose them, it will not be very favorable to our visit and investigation work. Why? Lin Wayman asked with a puzzled look on his face. The show Teach Your Children has sparked quite a bit of controversy online lately, and let's go on a walkthrough survey, which is likely to spark even more controversy. For this program, Xiao Wu is paying attention. He had also watched a number of videos of Ai-chan demonstrating his unique approach to education, and the impact those videos had brought to him was really not small. He could understand the reasoning behind Ai-chan's approach. However, it still made him feel a bit emboldened that this unique approach to education was presented so directly into the existing, long-solidified education system. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lin Wayman said with a straight face, the controversy shows that the people are concerned about it, and we need to reach out to the people and listen to them. Such families are all the more important for us to visit and understand the real situation of the students in these families. Wu went on, but Director Lin, I'm worried that in case of any emergencies, it will have a bad impact on the image of our city's education bureau. In fact, in his heart, he was worried that if Ai-chan, who had a huge flow nowadays, did something out of the ordinary in front of their education bureau, it would be hard for the education bureau to end it at that time. Lin Wayman waved his hand. Wu I know you think things through more thoroughly, but since we wear these clothes, We have to serve the people wholeheartedly. And we have to put the people's needs first when doing things, so don't always shy away from them. Go down there and contact the principal of their school. Seeing that the director was resolute, Xiaowu said nothing more and turned around to back out. Sunnyside Elementary School. The principal, Chen Shan, heard that the Secretary for Education was going to personally visit the homes of the students in their school to investigate. And the object of the visit was the 3 families in the program, The Way to Teach Your Children. The heart suddenly thumped. If anything goes wrong during the visit, his position as principal could be in jeopardy. So he rushed to open the program's live page and clicked in. Zhang Yan's family is selling cookies. Wang Lei's family is picking up scraps. As for Aichen's family, why is it a black screen? Chen Shan muttered to himself suspiciously. Could it be that there were too many people in his live room and the server crashed? He then dialed his classroom teacher. Leland. From Leland, it appears that Aichen filled out the activity program form for the parent group today at home office. Learning this news, Chen Shan was relieved. With a home office, nothing serious should happen. However, just to be on the safe side, he instructed Leland to head to Aichen's house and give Aichen and his son, Quinn, a greeting in advance, while he himself went to greet director Lin Weiman first. Then look at Aichen's side. The camera following Big Brother has suddenly malfunctioned for some reason, and he is scrambling to make emergency repairs. This also led to a black screen in Aichen's live room throughout the show. In this way, a large number of viewers immediately flooded into Aichen's live game room. At this time, Aichen was leading Kuan to gleefully thank the live broadcast for the reward. Father and son spoke in unison. Gu, thanks to the righteous CSGO official for the shake one. Thank you righteous father for loving to see the big airplane from pretty miss. Thank you righteous Quinn is a hot air balloon from my dad. Of course, the plant is what Aichen said. In the playful interaction with the audience, Aichen noticed that Kuan was getting more and more skillful in interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room, while the camera of the big brother who was following the camera on the side was still under repair. So he explained to Quinn, son of A, you go ahead and broadcast. I'm going to go to bed and squint for a while. Quinn gave an towards Aichen okay gesture without the slightest surprise on his face. After all, besides playing games, Pop's other great love is sleeping. Moreover, after following Pop's live for such a long time, he was now confident enough to be able to stabilize the situation in the live room. Okay, your marksmanship is so bad, grab and go practice. I can warn you don't sneak study while I'm sleeping. If I find out there's good fruit for you to eat. Only to see Quinn pressed and ignored Aichen, directly sitting on the chair and opened another game, all the while doing a distinctive chorizo voice and interacting with the live audience while playing the game. I noticed the pop-up screen someone asked me, Anchor, your rifle marksmanship is still too eat operation. There is no more simple and strong weapons recommended it. Yes brother, yes, there are 9 such weapons, all current T0, 5 weapons, the brunt of which is the sniper rifle. Seeing this scene, Aichen couldn't help but laugh. He's got a bit of a talent for live broadcasting. This son of his. Just as Aichen was about to go back to his room to have a beautiful sleep, the big brother of the followers who was repairing the equipment raised his head and asked, Daddy Quinn, aren't you watching the live feed? What's there to see? Aichen shrugged, a puzzled look on his face. In case something happens in the live room later, Quinn can't handle it, the big brother of the followers said. Aichen waved his hand after hearing that. What could go wrong? Maybe the kid is having more fun without me. The big brother of the followers looked at Quinn and seemed to think that Aichen had a point. Besides, the schools are telling parents to try not to interfere with their children's extracurricular practices, and they're the ones who are exercising, not me. So why be here all the time on guard? And aren't you still working on this equipment? I don't have to record the show now, so why sit here dry when I can get some sleep? Followed the big brother for a moment speechless, but silently lowered his head to continue to repair equipment. On the other hand, the class teacher Leland rushed to Aichen's house while dialing his phone number. It turned out that the phone had been unanswered and the screen in the program's live room remained black. The principal had gone to pick up the Secretary of Education, and if she couldn't make sure that nothing bad happened to Aichen's family before they arrived, then she probably wouldn't be able to keep her stable job as a teacher. She traveled all the way to Aichen's door in a hurry and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Quinn opened the door to his room and saw his homeroom teacher standing outside the door with a surprised look on his face. The teacher was then hastily and warmly greeted into the living room. Teacher, what brings you here? Leland walked into the living room, his eyes glancing around. Just 2 big eye-catching computers in the middle of the living room, and a big brother fiddling with a bunch of equipment in the corner of the living room. Quinn, is he your? Leland opened his mouth and asked. Without waiting for Quinn to answer, the big brother of the followers looked up and introduced himself. Hello teacher, I'm the follow-up cameraman for Teach Your Children. Hearing this, Leland immediately greeted politely. While looking around once again, not seeing Aichin's figure, she asked towards Quinn. Teacher is here to see how you are doing your extracurricular practical activities. Quinn, where is your father? I have something important to tell your dad. It's hard for Pop to go to bed. He doesn't have to be controlled by him anymore. Maybe he can even sneak in some reading. Quinn naturally doesn't want anyone else to wake Pop up, so he hastened to say, Shoo, teacher, my dad is sleeping in his room. You don't want to wake him up. Look, I'm doing a practical extracurricular activity here. With that, Quinn led Leland to his live camera. Chapter 16 Swiping Gifts to Pull Oxygen Tanks Without Swiping. As soon as the classroom teacher, Leland Lee, appeared on the live screen, the audience instantly exploded. Surprise! The school arranged to experience the occupation. Quinn directly transformed into a game anchor. Ha. Simply want to laugh off the gas. This teacher how to still personally door to door to check the homework. Quinn handed in this answer sheet. The teacher can still be satisfied? Ha. When Aichin wakes up from his nap and realizes that the teacher is here, he'll probably have to drop his jaw. TSK. I remember their homeroom teacher can be strict. Now that they found out that Quinn is doing game anchoring, they will definitely criticize him properly. Pill spicy. Tonic. Teacher must not sanction my love broadcast. The program is blacked out, and if you let Quinn go off the air, then what am I supposed to watch? On the computer desk, cool RGB light effects flashed non-stop, and the computer screen showed the game screen. A display stood next to it and a camera was facing it, recording everything. Leland stared blankly at the scene before him. It took a long time to get over the shock. Quinn, you're playing a game? Quinn responded with a serious look on his face. No, teacher, I'm working, my profession is a game anchor. Hearing this, Leland was even more stunned. Game anchors? Jesus, how could Aichin allow his child to choose such a career? Not to mention that I saw the scene almost black eyes. If later was to visit the investigation of the Secretary of Education to see, it would be all over. At the same time, a pang of annoyance ran through her. It's true that the kind of parents you have are the kind of kids you have. A kid who's only 8 years old wants to be a game anchor. It's a no-brainer. Leland forced down his inner panic and anger and looked at Quinn and asked, Quinn, game anchoring is not a good career. How did you come up with this? Teacher, this is the career my father chose for me. I think it's quite good. I can chat with uncles and aunts and also earn money. Learning that it was Aichin who made Quinn the game anchor, Leland became more and more furious. If the son doesn't teach, the father's fault. This Aichin is also too irresponsible. The school arranges extracurricular practical activities, which are intended to let children experience the difficulty of earning money and learn to be grateful. But he is good, allowing his children to indulge in fun and instilling distorted values. The child is still young. She does not want to let Quinn form a deformed outlook on three things and ruin the child's life because of Aichin's irresponsibility. She had wanted to find Aichin immediately and count him out. But the thought that there was a camera crew from Teach Your Children in the room and that the show was still being taped forced him to compose himself. With a straight face, he pulled Quinn by the hand and said seriously, Quinn, you are still young. You should focus on your studies and get into a good university so that you can find a decent job in the future. You must listen to your teacher, who will not harm you. Let's just say you make how much money as the anchor of this game. It's just some free gift of a couple of cents. Who would willingly give money to a little kid like you for nothing? Free gift? Quinn scratched his head, then pointed at the live display. So are these helicopters and Porsches free gifts too? But Pop said these gifts can be worth a lot of money. When these words came out, a big question mark instantly popped up on top of Leland's head. She fixed her eyes towards the screen, only to see that the total value of the gifts in the upper right corner was actually nearly 20,000. And the gift effects on the live feed flashed non-stop. She was also surprised to find that the number of people in Qunn's live room had reached as many as at this time 100,000. This. Leland was momentarily speechless. An 8-year-old kid who received 20,000 gifts on his first day of live streaming? She felt like her three senses were shattered. In fact, not many people swipe big gifts in the live room, and most of the audience just come to have a good time, but can't help the number of live one person brush a dime of careful heart. That gift value can also have more than 10,000. Quinn led Leland, who was still in a daze, to the couch and sat down. Teacher, please sit here for a while. My old man is sleeping in his room. I don't dare to wake him up. Please wait here for a while. I'm off to work. After saying that, Quinn sat back down in front of the computer. It's not that he's all that keen on being a game anchor. From the time he started school, his teachers taught him to study hard and get into a good university. Although Aichin had been letting him play games for the past few days, he still hoped in his heart that he would be able to get into a good university in the future. As for working so hard as an anchor now, part of it is trying to get a school award. On the other hand, I want to earn more and buy some study books. Lastly, he wanted to celebrate Aichin's birthday with the money he earned from the 2 days of live streaming. Tomorrow could be Pop's birthday, and he wanted to buy Aichin a big cake. The thought of it filled him with energy. He opened his mouth. Fellow righteous fathers, my old man should be asleep by now, so if you all want to watch any programs, buckle up on the public screen. The enthusiasm of the audience in the live room was instantaneous. Ha 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 ha, Quinn you really oil and salt ah. To the teacher are confused. It's okay to want to see you get spanked by your teacher. Dog's head. Lovecast continue to play with the sniper rifle. You just died too fast. I still have a lot of details I haven't learned. Ha 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 ha. The teacher is dumbfounded funny 100%. Quinn turned his head and shouted at his righteous father funny 100%. Anchor, dare you get your old man up and back to sleep? Yes. Yell at him to get up and go back to sleep. I second the motion. +1. +10086. See these pop-ups. Quinn shook his head in a huff. Righteous fathers, this is not prospering to do ah. The son of poison does not eat tigers. I'm afraid I do not have the opportunity to grow up ah. The pop-up sniffed and flirted with the fact that it was true that a dog's father has no son. Seeing the situation, Quinn continued, though you wouldn't dare call Pops up. I'd really dare to pull his oxygen tank if you guys asked me to do it later. Here's the deal. Righteous fathers, a little heart plucked for a minute. The words fell. The live feed quickly drifted with little hearts. But there are viewers who deliberately say they don't brush. Quinn just smiled when he saw it. Hey, I lied to you guys. Even if you don't brush me off, I'll still pull. For a moment, there was another round of laughter on the air. In the midst of all this fun, the followers finally fixed his camera. This side of the studio, the live feed from Aichin's house resumed again on the big screen, though this has been counted as an on-air accident that has lost a lot of people from the show's live feed. Still, the host, Sam, recovered immediately. Look to the screen. See the picture. Quinn sitting in front of the computer with a big smile on his face, while playing the game, while being colorful to the audience to tell the audience usually at home his old man those embarrassing little stories. Amuse the audience of the live broadcast, have message interaction. The atmosphere is warm. And Small Sprinkle also surprised to find that Quinn live screen constantly flashing gift effects, a variety of exquisite icons such as fireworks like a brilliant bloom. He couldn't help but smack his lips slightly, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Audience members, this scene is really a bit amazing. Quinn is so powerful at such a young age, and to be able to mingle with the audience is really quite cheerful and generous. Little Sam paused, his eyes still not leaving the screen, and continued emotionally. This live broadcasting, it's really a novel career. Just look at the number of gifts in this live broadcast room of Quinn. I'm afraid the money earned far exceeds the other children in the class, because most of the people who watch this show are parents. Many of them do not download Shakeology to follow along with the Aichin live broadcast. As soon as the footage of Aichin's house resumed, a number of viewers flooded in. Xiaosa's compliment is really right. Quinn's vivaciousness is too appealing, full of vitality. Other than that, just for Quinn this cheerful character, live room must often come. Joyful. Ha, this Quinn is just like his father. His little mouth is really good at blathering. He can talk so well. It's so cute. I did not expect the extracurricular practical activities arranged by the school also let everyone see a live saint body. Feel Quinn has no need to go to study this crooked road. Dog head, compared to the pop-up compliments. At this time, the observer Wang Fong's face was extremely ugly. Ever since Aichin took her kids to be game anchors, she's held a lot of opinions. Now see the teacher are looking for the door. Quinn also still when the anchor happy. The desire to educate rises again in the heart. This Aichin is too haphazard. For a little money let underage children to live broadcast. The child's mind is immature. The live broadcast environment is complex and full of temptation. Accustomed to live broadcast eyeballs to make money, which can still be at ease to learn. To lead a child down this crooked path will surely ruin him. Don't we all understand the truth that all things are inferior but reading is superior? While Wang Fong was criticizing loudly in the studio, downstairs at Aichin's house, 2 official cars drove up slowly. Chapter 17 Trying to enroll yourself in a cram school for winter vacation. At the moment, the atmosphere in the studio was slightly tense. Jiang Yu once again rose up in a huff and rebutted Wang Fong tit for tat. He knew in his heart that he must not let Wang Fong's one-sided view mislead the many viewers in the live broadcast room. If everyone blindly agrees with the stereotype that, it is undoubtedly the sadness of this era. All things are inferior, but only reading is superior. Observer Wang Fong, with all due respect, I really can't agree with your point of view. Jiang Yu's words were sharp. Do you realize that it's already 2028? and your mindset has long been out of step with the times and far behind. He paused briefly, swept his gaze firmly across the room, and continued. There is a wide variety of occupations in the modern world, each with its own unique value. Sanitation workers and construction workers, who quietly contribute to the running and building of the city, are outstanding and must not be taken lightly. Moreover, reading is not the only way to acquire knowledge, much less the only means of earning money. Every laborer deserves respect. Should we divide them into 3, 6, 9 classes? Wang Fong snorted disdainfully, thinking secretly in her heart. These odds are too young and vigorous after all. She naturally understood the reasoning behind what Jiang Yu had said, but it was an indisputable fact that in the real world, the status of readers was indeed generally higher than that of other professions. However, before she could get up and retort, Jiang Yu spoke again. I'm sure you just saw the footage of the Secretary of Education's visit to Zihan's house, right? Jiang Yu gazed at him. Earlier, when AI Chen's live broadcast went black, he turned his attention to Zhang Yan's family's live broadcast. I did not expect to witness a scene in which the director of the Municipal Education Bureau personally visited a student's home to conduct an investigation. Jiang Yu paused slightly, then continued. At that time, Zihan was called aside by her mother to read, and Zhang Yan's act of selling cookies on her behalf happened to be seen by Director Lin. Didn't you hear the words that Director Lin said afterward? In fact, many of the viewers in the live broadcast had no knowledge of the Secretary for Education's visit, because even if AI Chen's live room went black, they were unwilling to switch to Zhang Yan's live room. I'm going to go. The Secretary of Education personally came to visit? It seems like the Secretary is quite attached to this extracurricular practice activity. Walking around on a big weekend. This director is a good official. Curious what the director said about Zhang Yan. I hope it wasn't just a compliment that Zhang Yan cares about her children's grades. Jiang Yu pushed up his glasses, told what Lin Weiman had said in its original form. Parents who overly take charge, do everything for their children and only know how to let their children study to death are not loving, but are depriving their children of the opportunity to live a life of self-care, social practice and all-round development. After these words rang out in the studio, the viewers of the live broadcast nodded in agreement. Feeling worthy of being the director, he pinpointed the problems in Zhang Yan's education style. On the other hand, Wang Fong opened his mouth, wanting to speak, wanting to retort but momentarily speechless, half a day before holding back 2 words. Even if there is a problem with Zhang Yan's approach, it is by no means as serious as AI Chen's problem. Letting a child be a game master is a bad behavior that the Secretary of Education surely won't allow him to do. Just at this time, AI Chen's family live broadcast room suddenly came from Kuen's urgent shouting, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Quinn was seen staring nervously at the game screen. The players on the opposite side saw the luxurious weapon in his hands and aimed their spears at him. Quinn desperately tried to escape while screaming in an accent flavored with chorizo. I'm the anchor. I'm the anchor. Big brothers let me off the hook. That comical appearance and unique accent instantly made the audience on both sides of the live broadcast room laugh. It was also Quinkin's voice that woke up the class teacher Lilan, who was originally on the sofa with a bewildered look on her face. She snapped back to the fact that the principal and the director of education would soon be arriving at Icon's house, so immediately stood up and quickly walked to Cohen, anxiously persuaded. Quinn, why are you still broadcasting live? Listen to your teacher and turn it off. Quinn asked with a puzzled look on his face. But teacher, I'm working to earn money. Leland looked serious and his tone was resolute. Making money? What do you need all that money for when you're an 8-year-old? Listen to your teacher. Stop indulging in games and put your mind more on your studies. Hearing this, Quinn shook his head seriously and said, Teacher, just let me keep broadcasting. I have to earn more money while I'm on this extracurricular practical activity. Leland frowned. What? Quinn sighed helplessly and went on to explain. Hey, I need to earn more money and enroll myself in a tutorial class during winter vacation. Playing games at home with my old man is so stressful that the only way to relieve the pressure is to go to cram school. Teacher, don't stop me. When you reach my age, you'll understand my plight. Upon hearing these words, the crowd froze. Leland, follow Big Brother. Viewers on both sides of the broadcast. 6. Ha 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 ha. Laughing so hard that I rolled on the ground. The original Quinn more money not just want to get the school awards but also want to take refuge outside. Goo, Quinn is so cute. Listen, you'll understand when you're his age. Ha ha ha. Before listening, the teacher, why is this child so unintelligent? After listening, this kid knows a little too much. Which one of you said Quinn doesn't like to study? Come out. Look at you. You know how to earn money to enroll yourself in tutorial classes. 6666. The original This Live Room. There are 2 immortals. A fairy father, a fairy son. My child knows to save money to fill the game. And Cohen is simply a world of difference. Quinn has called me righteous father, so he's my child. Come to my house. Righteous father promises not to pressure you. At the moment, Leland was a bit overwhelmed. She hesitated, wondering if she should continue to stop Quinn. After all, the boy seemed to be doing this for the sake of his studies. Seeing that the teacher stopped talking, Quinn turned his head and concentrated on the live broadcast. Righteous fathers, I'm tired of the game. I'll take a break from my homework for a while, huh? The audience in the live room was not happy. No, 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 no. The anchor died too quickly just now. I'd like to learn a few more moves. Lovecast. One more round. The screen was full of pop-ups telling him to keep playing the game. At this time, the ranking one big sister in the live broadcast room suddenly sent out a golden pop-up screen. Quinn, do your homework. Let's be good and study. Don't listen to the pop-ups. Touch your head. When Quinn saw this pop-up, his heart warmed and he decided to listen to his sister Pungjai and start writing his homework. Sorry guys, Pops is sleeping and this is a good time for me to do my homework. With that, Quinn turned off the game and pointed the camera at himself. He remembered that Pops had said that he couldn't be in the picture while playing the game, so he should be able to do his homework. After doing this, Quinn ran to his room and took out his workbook, put it on the computer desk and wrote carefully. In the live room, Pungjai's sister snickered when she saw Quinn start his homework, and then sent a pop-up message. The pop-up didn't appear right in the middle of the live feed like it did before. Hey, brothers, Quinn has been fooled by me to do his homework. Guess what Aichan's reaction will be when he wakes up and sees Quinn secretly doing his homework? Laughing, other pop-ups responded. Ha ha ha. You old six. You're holding out on me. Pungjai-san, you're so bad. I like it so much. Ha 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 ha. I can't. I'm losing my breath laughing, ha ha ha. 666. Aichan, wake up. Your good son is again doing nothing, ha ha ha. No, we can't let Quinn recognize our ploy. Everyone, brush your gifts to make him keep writing. User XXX sends a pair of sunglasses with a note, anchor. Write for another minute. User XXX sends a hot air balloon with a note, anchor. Write for 10 more minutes. Quinn glanced up at the pop-up, somewhat surprised. I didn't realize that someone else had swiped a gift for him to do his homework, so he wrote more carefully. Seeing Quinn ambling around writing his homework, Leland finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the live broadcast is still continuing, but the broadcast is writing homework. It is much better than playing games. This should be able to account for the side of the principal and the director. Beep beep beep. Leland's phone rang. Principal Chen Shan's voice came from the other end of the phone. MS. Leland. We're almost there. How are things going over there? Are the students doing extracurricular practical activities? Is doing. On writing homework live. Leland replied with some embarrassment. Live writing homework? Chen Shan was confused. What kind of profession was this? He was silent for a moment and said, never mind. Live writing homework isn't really a fault, so why don't you go downstairs and get ready for the meet and greet? After saying that, Chen Shan hung up the phone. Leland looked back at Quinn somewhat uneasily before turning to leave. At the same time, AI Chen, who was sleeping soundly in his bed, suddenly heard the system's beep in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 reputation points. Current reputation value, 49314. Chapter 18. One touch of the chassis is cold. You know the child is secretly studying again. Director Lin Weiman's car slowly parked at the curb under the garden district. The principal, Chen Shan, had waited on the sidelines early, his face piled with attentive smiles. The car door opened, and Lin Weiman, dressed in straight formal attire, stepped out of the car with a steady pace. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps in the district came. MS. Leland looked slightly flustered, hurried over to meet. Lin Weiman frowned slightly, his gaze falling on Leland as he opened his mouth to ask, and this is? Principal Chen Shan hurriedly sidestepped and introduced. Director Lin, this is a teacher from our school, MS. Leland, also the classroom teacher of the student who visited today. Lin Weiman's face sank slightly. This classroom teacher was not available when he visited the other two families earlier, visiting Wang Lei's home, because the other side with the children outside to collect scrap. Their party simply did not find them, and when visiting Zhang Yan's house, we met the other party who was not at all serious about involving their children in this extracurricular practical activity. Overall, the previous visit was uneventful. He looked at Leland in this hurry and pondered in his heart. As the Secretary for Education, he is naturally well versed in the thinking of those people under his hand. Could it be that Chen Shan saw the first two times were not good, So he let this homeroom teacher Lilan came to AI Chen's house in advance to say hello, so as to do all the surface work? He has always resented this kind of fudging and wants to see the students in their truest form. These thoughts, however, were not uttered. With a nervous smile on her face, Ms. Leland slightly owed her body and said, "Hello, Director Lin. Welcome to your inspection." Lin Weiman nodded gently and didn't say anything more. Calling his secretary Wu, he followed Leland into the neighborhood. This way. The system beep that suddenly rang out caused Aichen to wake up. Seeing that the reputation value was already enough for one draw, Aichen was gladly ready to start the draw. Just then, the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, Aichen got up and walked out of the bedroom, opening the door suspiciously. He was momentarily a little confused when he saw just a few people standing in front of his house. He looked the men up and down. 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in formal attire. "You don't look like you're checking the water meter, do you? Who are you guys?" At this time, the class teacher, Li Lan, hurriedly stood out with a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. "Hello, Quinken's father. I'm his homeroom teacher Leland." Immediately afterward, Leland introduced the person next to him. "This is our City Education Bureau's Director Lin Weiman. This is Xiao Wu, Director Lin's secretary. And this is our Sunshine Elementary School's Principal Chen Shan." For Li Lan, AI Chen had an impression. After all, he was his son's homeroom teacher. As for the other guys, they're coming from a good place. He was slightly startled. Suddenly something came to mind. It couldn't be that he was the one who had angrily disliked Leland in the parents' group last time, and the other party was now coming to settle the score with him. "The Secretary of Education has come to us. Isn't that a bit too much face?" This one he was puzzled. Director Lin Weiman opened his mouth with a smile on his face, indicating his intention to come and said, "Mr. AI, we are here to visit and investigate the students' extracurricular practical activities." Principal Chen Shan, who was on the side, also spoke up and agreed. "Lin Bureau is very interested in this extracurricular practical activities in our school. This time I came to your house to find out the specifics. I wonder if your Koan is doing extracurricular practical activities now?" Aichen was once again surprised in his heart when he heard this. Is this extracurricular activity so important? It is more or less rare for the secretary to even come and visit in person. Could it be that he came over to put on a show because he was recording the program Teach Your Children Well? However, after all, the other party was the Director of Education, and it looked quite polite. No matter what the other party wanted to come and do, basic politeness was still necessary. After a little thought, he moved slightly closer towards Lin Weiman and said quietly, "Director Lin, do you need me to put on a show and cooperate with you?" Seeing Aichen's "I get it" look, Principal Chen Shan's face instantly changed as he hurriedly scolded, "Aichen, what are you doing? Aichen, you can't say that. Even if you want to cooperate, you can't talk about it in front of the director." But he knew that Lin Bureaus hated falsehoods the most. However, seeing AI Chen's mouthy appearance, Lin Weiman not only didn't get angry, but on the contrary, he felt that AI Chen was somewhat interesting. This Aichen seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. It didn't look like the other person was giving themselves a surface job with the homeroom teacher. Lin Weiman smiled. "Just show us around. I came to visit to get the truest picture of the students." After a moment's thought, Aichen nodded and sidled up to lead the group into the living room, saying, "All right then, come on in, everyone. My Quin is doing extracurricular practical activities." The crowd filed into the living room. At this point, the show's live camera also featured several people in the picture. Many viewers saw the Secretary of Education and the principal teacher actually come to AI Chen's house. There was a flurry of surprise. "I'll go. This Secretary of Education came faster than I thought. Ha 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 ha, the big one is coming." Later the Secretary of Education will see what kind of expression Quin will have when he is a game anchor, and look forward to living it fiercely. The most exciting episode. I'd like to see how AI Chen will face the Secretary of Education. This Secretary of Education seems to be quite upright. If you see Koan as an anchor, surely cannot avoid a good education. Maybe even AI Chen also want to be educated together. Aichen is best not to let Quin in front of the secretary to play the game. Well, at least do face project. Otherwise it is likely to affect Quin after school. Hey, this approach by Aichen makes sense, but it's still too dangerous in today's environment. Some are worried, some are looking forward. Wang Fong in the studio, on the other hand, had a sneer on her face. With such a ridiculous and outrageous approach, she would like to see how Aichen could still jump around. That's the Secretary of Education. Not like the viewers on the air are so easy to fool. Aichen, himself, wasn't the least bit nervous. Still, as usual, the crowd was greeted with a casual look. "No, Director Lin, that's my son, Quin, playing." Aichen was halfway through his introduction. Suddenly it stopped. Just because. He saw Quinn was scrambling to clean up his computer desk. Quinn looked flustered and quickly shoved the book of one behind the computer, followed by a quick tap on the game interface to enter the game. Aichin frowned and took a step in front of Quinn. The eyes stared at him questioningly. Quinn, what are you doing? Sneaking around? Quinn's eyes flickered as he stammered out a reply. No, not doing anything, Pops, I'm playing. I taught this kid a lesson last night, but he's at it again today, isn't he? Aichin's face instantly sank, his tone dripping with anger. You still dare to lie? You're like this every time you lie. It seems like I have to punish you once in a while today so that you'll learn your lesson. Lin Wayman first froze when he saw this scene, and then dropped his gaze to the game screen displayed on the screen. The heart murmured. It seems that this Aichin family really didn't make a superficial effort in front of themselves, and the child is still playing games at this moment. He stepped forward, a gentle smile on his face, and persuaded. Quinn father, children, occasionally play a game to relax, and relax is nothing. Pay attention to a combination of work and rest. Why so harshly educate him? At this time, Xiao Wu, who hadn't said anything, saw Aichin in this state. There was some doubt in his mind. That's not right. Doesn't Aichin like to play games with his kids? Glancing aside at the principal and Leland. How now? 9 out of 10 is not right. Aichin was busy educating Quinn and didn't hear Lin Wayman's words. Reaching out, he touched the case on his computer desk, a sneer on his face. He turned his head and glared at Quinn. Brat, the chassis is cold. You're not even playing the game. Say, did you sneak in your homework again? With that, he reached behind his computer and pulled out the back workbook. Raising it, the tone was serious. I must punish you boy today, letting you play games instead of sneaking around to do your homework. Come up the trail with me tonight and give me 2 hours of marksmanship practice. A few words out, the atmosphere in the living room froze instantly. Lin Wayman, Xiao Wu, Chen Shan and teacher Li Lan looked at each other in disbelief, obviously all being somewhat overwhelmed by this sudden reversal, and one of them froze in place. But at this point the audience in the live stream was really happy. Chapter 19. While you're hesitating, someone else is already filling a sack with money. Ha 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 ha. The live broadcast's Peng One Big Sister's treacherous plan has succeeded. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. Listen to this as a human language? Once you touch the chassis, it's cold. You know the child is secretly studying again. How is this logic reversed? 666. Aichin plays it for real. Dares to shout at Quinn to play the game in front of the Secretary of Education. Shocking me for 100 years. When it really is a person ruthless words not much this directly to this own people confused. Ha 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 ha. Wide-eyed. Begging for Chief Lin's mental shadow. Aichin is still as flirty as ever. I originally thought he would physically punish the kids, but I didn't realize he was dragging Xiao Dao along. Ha ha ha. But Xiao Dao is really under a lot of pressure too. Wang Feng in the studio never expected that Aichin would be so self-centered, so bold that not only did he not restrain himself in front of the Secretary of the Education Bureau, but he intensified his actions. Wang Feng was furious and stood up. With a snap. This Aichin is so unlikable. Letting your child be a game anchor is fine, but how dare you openly let your child play games in front of the Director of Education? He only has money in his eyes. Letting his children live stream games for profit. Exchanging his children's future for traffic. No bottom line in education at all. This man doesn't deserve to be a father at all. She was about to continue counting when she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Hastily, he sat down and pulled out the antihypertensive pills he had with him and took them. Over here, Quinn had an aggravated look on his face. Pops, it's not that I have to do my homework. Originally I wanted to write for a while and take a break, but it turned out that the righteous fathers in the live broadcast room kept swiping gifts for me to continue writing. So that's why. Hearing Quinn's explanation, Aichin was a bit skeptical in his heart. Turning his head to look at the pop-ups on the live stream, he realized that they were all gloating. Good guy. Son, this is by the live broadcast of the old iron. He coughed lightly in embarrassment. Ahem. Son, it seems like Pops misjudged you. Sorry haha. In that case, let's cut down the training time for you to 1 hour at night. Quinn looked at Aichin with a grumpy face. Just then, Lin Wayman, who had recovered from his shock, walked over, looking at the live broadcasting equipment on the computer table and then at Quinn. He couldn't help but ask, Daddy Quinn, what are you? Behind him, the principal, Chen Shan, and the class teacher, Li Lan, had faces that were hard to see. This Aichin is simply a living hell. Letting your kids play games in front of the commissioner, it's all over. As soon as Lin Wayman made a sound, Aichin remembered that there were several other people in the living room. Ahem, Director Lin. Sorry I was just busy educating this brat and neglected you guys. As you can see, I'm taking my son to be a game master. The game anchor? Although AI Chen's actions just now had already shocked Lin Weiman quite a bit, he was still taken aback once again when he now heard him say that his son was working as a game anchor. No wonder Xiao Wu advised him that it would be best not to visit AI Chen's house. Now he had seen it for himself. AI Chen was a person who really didn't follow the rules. However, he didn't immediately judge Aiken for not letting his children do their homework and instead letting them play games. What exactly is going on will have to be learned further. Moreover, an 8-year-old child being a game anchor was quite a new thing, and he was not only new to this profession, but also interested in Aichen's idea. He continued to ask, "Daddy Quin, how did you come up with the idea of letting your child be a game master in an extracurricular practical activity?" To Lin Weiman's question, Aichen didn't answer right away. From the time they met until now, he could sense that this Secretary of Education was not the kind of leader who engaged in formalism and dogmatism. Not only did the other party not criticize him on the spot for what he had done, but he also asked sincerely, which made him want to say something from his heart. Aiken thinks for a moment. "Director Lin, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course it's true. As I've said before, I'm here to find out what's really going on with the students. Otherwise there would be no need to visit and investigate in person." Aichen nodded slightly and gave a direct answer. "Making money." 3 short words made the atmosphere in the living room freeze again. Lin Weiman was fine, but the 3 principals behind him had stared in shock. At this time, just finished taking anti-hypertensive drugs Wang Fong only feel the blood pressure rub her eyes. "See, I was right. This Aichen is just falling into the eye of the money. I didn't realize he wouldn't even pretend in front of the Secretary of Education. A good extracurricular practical activity, which is supposed to be used to educate children, is used by him to make money. Compared to Zhang Yan and Wang Lei, it's far worse." Without saying a few words, Wang Fong was a bit out of breath. Zhang Yu, who had been observing from the side for a long time, smiled and opened his mouth. "Observer Wang Fong, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Your body is important. I don't think Aiken is wrong. Making money was supposed to be one of the criteria for judging the awards and prizes for this event at Sunshine Elementary School. And there's nothing wrong with Aiken wanting his kid to make more money, right? Director Lin has told him to tell the truth. Do you expect him to lie? And I'm sure Director Lin will still ask for specific reasons, so you really shouldn't rush." Wang Fong was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yu and elbowing Li Ming next to her. "Observer Li Ming, between the start of the program and now, you can't say more." Li Ming was a bit helpless and moved to the side before opening his mouth. "I don't have anything to say. I think Observer Zhang Yu is right." Li Ming's words made Wang Fong angry and her face became even more ugly. When Xiao Sao on stage saw this scene, he was afraid that Wang Fong would have any accidents in the studio and hurriedly became a peacemaker. "Observer Wang Fong, calm down first." However, his words were quickly interrupted by Wang Fong. "She's a past winner of the show and used to be regarded as a parenting expert by parents. And, thanks to her education, her daughter is now in the best high school in the city and in the best class. With my daughter's grades, into its easy to get university, and she even has a chance to hit Qingbei, a 985. But now, she was questioned by so many people, even a young man after dare in front of her 00 reckless. How can she endure? Calm down? How do you expect me to be calm? These online games are supposed to be something that poisons children. Parents are supposed to control their children when they lack self-control, but Aiken is doing the opposite of that. Games poison society and jeopardize the country, and if parents follow Aichen's example, then our country will be ruined by him alone. I strongly urge the state to shut down the online game and get Aiken out of this show." Hearing these words, Zhang Yu sighed in his heart. Good guy. This big mom can't reason and started moral abduction? It was also at this moment that Lin Weiman in the live broadcast room once again opened his mouth and asked, "Why is it making money? Daddy Quin, are you sure this is what you really think?" As far as I know, the theme of the event at Quin School is career experience, which aims to let children experience the difficulty of earning money and learn to be grateful. Moreover, extracurricular practical activities are carried out to enhance children's practical social skills and promote their all-round development. Can you tell me what you think? Lin Weiman said a large paragraph in one breath. At the moment he was a little anxious. He genuinely hopes that this campaign he is advocating will be helpful to the children's development, and not just to make money. As Aiken said, first of all, the theme of the event is career experience. So isn't game anchoring a career? As you can see, Quin is already making quite a bit of money by live streaming games now. Let's not talk about whether or not to be so serious about picking a career that only has 2 days of work. There are easier and faster earning careers out there. So why not do it? If you don't let your child do it now, will you always let them do it later? While you're hesitating, someone else is already filling the sack with money. As soon as Aichen's words left his mouth, many people in the 2 broadcasting rooms expressed their approval. I'm going to go. These words are hard to resonate with me. I thought I was looking down on people's mental health, but now they're all driving Land Rovers. Yes, many opportunities have slipped away before I realized it later. So when I saw that Aichin had made Koen a game anchor, it was a shock. It's really rare for parents to be so forward-thinking and open-minded. Everyone says all roads lead to Rome, but I really don't want to be a cow or a horse on the road all the time. Hey, my parents didn't allow me to write novels in the first place. If I had been allowed to write, I would have become a famous writer. People really hemp. The university studied teacher training thought out really can be a teacher. The results of a graduate to find a monthly salary of 3,000 jobs cannot find. But now stalls selling turkey noodles monthly income of over 10,000. Chapter 20 Earlier school lets out so you can practice your gun earlier. Lin Wayman nodded slightly, a thoughtful look on his face. Ai Chen's remarks caused ripples in his heart, and they were indeed quite reasonable. When he initially pushed for the organization of this event, his initial intention was to break the blind pursuit of academic performance by students and parents, and to guide children to achieve holistic and balanced development. After all, careers such as game anchors can, to a certain extent, effectively exercise children's emotional intelligence and eloquence and broaden their horizons. Moreover, with the changes in the education system, many junior secondary school students with poor academic performance will face the reality of not having access to ordinary senior secondary schools after graduation. It's not a bad way to educate children about the diversity of careers ahead of time. Aichin continued with a calm expression. Secondly, I personally don't think this activity, in fact, has much substance. At these words, Lin Wayman, who was originally immersed in thought, was violently yanked out, his face instantly flashing with shock. No. Use? How is this not working? Lin Wayman's expression was obviously a bit more grave. I'm sorry, Chief, but this event really doesn't seem very useful to me. Without shying away, Aichin continued. How can a child's social skills be improved by 1 or 2 days of hands-on activities? And it's so exhausting to have to toss this event on a weekend when parents and kids can hardly get a break. Furthermore, many parents will not treat this activity with heart. Will those parents who are only interested in their children studying well at home be willing to let their children participate? Even if parents are attentive, their children may not cooperate. It's hard to have a so-called educational impact. Lin Wayman listened quietly, his brows slightly furrowed in contemplation. He couldn't help but think of his previous visit to Zhang Yan's home, where the other party was so preoccupied with her child's grades that she was perfunctory about the activities and didn't participate seriously at all. At that moment, Aichin sneered and clasped his arms over his chest. In my opinion, this mandatory participation is formalism. That's why I'm letting my kids be game anchors, so at least they can make real money. Aichin didn't realize that the event was proposed by Lin Wayman himself and instructed the city to execute it, so there were no scruples at all, and he directly spoke his innermost thoughts. Of course, he knew that even if he did, it is also very likely that the face of the secretary will not be taken into account. Inside the living room, the atmosphere instantly froze, and Ai Chen's last few words were like a heavy hammer, causing Lin Wayman's figure to sway slightly, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but stiffen. Formalism, these 4 words, are a bit harsh. He was dedicated to the people, and it was only with his years of hard work that he took the position of the Secretary for Education step by step. On a normal day, most of what he hears is praise, and rarely is his work questioned so sharply. Yet, today, in this ordinary student's home, he heard this unflinching criticism. However, Lin Wayman, after all, had many years of experience and cultivation, and although he was shocked, he did not take his anger out on Ai Chen. On the contrary, Aichin's incisive words made him realize soberly that there were indeed many ill-considered aspects of the activity he had proposed. The people who heard Ai Chen's words were all shocked, and even the big brother who was following the movie was so nervous that his palms were sweating at the moment. The heart secretly prayed, "Big brother, take it easy Later back to the live room cannot go wrong." The most terrified person was the principal, Chen Shan, whose face instantly turned iron blue, as if a great disaster was on the horizon. Aichin dared to say outright in front of the director that the activity was formalism, which was simply too old to be a problem, and it would be strange if the director did not get angry. Aichin, what are you babbling about? This activity was personally planned and promoted by Director Lin, with the active participation of the city's primary and secondary schools, and is of great significance in promoting the overall development of students. How can you be so judgmental here and talk about formalism? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Director Lin? Chen Shan was so anxious that his face turned red, pointing his finger at Ai Chen, his voice trembling a little. Aichin froze. So this event was proposed by the school board president in front of us. Now this is really a bit awkward. Originally, Lin Wayman's face wasn't too ugly, But Chen Shan's words were like rubbing salt into his wounds. Chen Shan's words were undoubtedly an open admission to the crowd present, and even to the viewers of the live broadcast of Teach Your Children, that he, Lin Weiman, had made mistakes in organizing this event. His own mistakes were made public, and Lin Weiman's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. At this point, the viewers in the live room had been completely unable to sit still. This Aichen really has the guts to say anything. Can you say the words formalism just because you want to? Mom, Aichen dares to say that I dare not look. Do not come to the time when Aichen is directly put into the small black room. You can't say anything that's not good for unity. But what Aichen said are quite reasonable. I remember one time the school organized a gratitude speech assembly and forced my kids to wash my feet. I was so embarrassed. It's only for a day or two, but I personally think it's somewhat useful to work on the kids' abilities. What kind of skills are you practicing? Are you practicing your child's ability to endure hardship? Or the child's ability to resist pressure from school and parents? Hey, let's hope the Secretary of Education can absorb everyone's opinions. Aichen's words could be said to have stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone. The commissioner told him to tell the truth, but he didn't tell a single lie. This way, Li Weiman stopped Chen Shan without any good humor. Then he turned his head to look at Aichen with a serious face, looking up and down again. Lin Weiman's taut face broke into a smile. I was also told earlier that I should not come to your visit. That something might happen. But now, I've really come to the right place on this trip. You've brought me not an accident, but a surprise. Lin Weiman paused and continued. I listened carefully to everything you said. This time it was my work that was not well thought out. Thank you very much for letting me know the real situation. I will reflect on it when I go back. However, before that, I would like to ask if you have any good suggestions for improving students' practical skills? Lin Weiman's attitude was sincere, and he didn't see the director's frame at all. After seeing that Lin Weiman not only didn't blame Aichen, but instead said these words, everyone in the room was stunned, and even Aichen felt a bit surprised. Suggestion? Well, I do have one, Aichen said slowly after a little thought. It might be a good idea to let students finish school early every day so that they have more time after school and naturally have more opportunities to engage in social practices and improve their practical skills. Words. Lin Weiman nodded, thinking hard. School gets out early so my Quing can get home early to practice his gun too, Aichen added coldly. Oh. Lin Weiman froze for a moment, then laughed. You boy. The atmosphere of the scene gradually came alive. Of course, some people laugh and some people cry. Quinn, who was practicing his gun, just felt the sky falling. A frantic internal cry. Tonic, wow. You guys don't listen to my old man. See this scene. The atmosphere in the live room was upbeat. Ha 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 ha. Aichen is still as flirty as ever. Ha 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 ha. As a student I raise my hands in favor of early dismissal. Kudos to the Secretary of Education for listening to the voices of the people. A pro-people performance that doesn't even look like it's being put on for the sake of appearing in front of the camera. Still worried about Aichen being punished. I didn't expect him to be praised by Director Lin. This wave is really 6 Oh, now I'll see what that Wang Fong can say. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Vote. Anyone notice Quinkin's expression? It's killing me with laughter, ha ha ha. The audience was in a state of disbelief. Over here, Aichen also gave a more detailed explanation for that sentence just now. The first thing that needs to be eliminated in order to improve all the abilities of children is the meritocracy of schools and parents. We need to give our children enough time to explore on their own, and we shouldn't give them too many constraints. As parents, you should also think about it. Taking your children to all kinds of tuition classes on weekdays, suppressing their minds, scoffing at their whims and fancies, and in the end your children lose their creativity. Is this what you want to see? Life will find their way to survive and so will children. Don't let your children live in the framework you have set. Speaking of which, Aichen stopped. Say it 100 times and parents probably won't listen. People teach people and they can't be taught, and things are taught and they only work once. He also didn't want to be too much of a saint in front of people. As for Lin Weiman, he believed that this director would be able to understand the reasoning behind it. Lin Weiman nodded deeply, his eyes revealing a hint of approval. Soon, he was then ready to say goodbye to Aichen. Before he left, he made it a point to tell Aichen he'll be thinking hard about this one and keeping an eye on his program. Chapter 21, Expert, Professor Connection? Recently, there has been an unrelenting debate on the internet about Aichen's educational style. The already enthusiastic atmosphere was instantly pushed to a climax when the Secretary for Education, Mr. Lin Weiman, appeared on the live broadcast of the program Teach Your Children Well. Lin Weiman's visit and investigation of Aichen, as well as the in-depth conversation between the two of them, made Aichen's heat skyrocket like a rocket. The unprecedented heat has attracted the attention of many news media outlets, who have jumped on the bandwagon and are ready to publish stories. Lin Weiman left Ai Chen's house and returned to the Education Bureau with a heavy heart. He sat at his desk, his mind going back and forth to every word Ai Chen had said. After some deep reflection, he realized that Ai Chen's words were indeed justified. At present, it is indeed time to abandon some outdated concepts and explore ways that are more practical and acceptable to both parents and children, so as to help students achieve all-round development. Think about it. Lin Weiman opened the live broadcast of Teach Your Children to learn more about Ai Chen. Just then, Xiao Wu hurriedly walked into the office, looking slightly nervous. Director Lin, the propaganda department sent word over there that the impact of this incident is quite large. Do you think we need to control public opinion and let the news media send out reports that are favorable to our Education Bureau? Lin Weiman shook his head slightly, his eyes firm and subdued. There's no need. We should take this opportunity to reflect on the current model of education instead of rushing to manipulate public opinion. Just talk to the people over there and be careful not to let certain media outlets distort the facts and hurt Ai Chen. Xiao Wu was slightly stunned, then nodded and exited the office. Later that night, many TV news programs were broadcasted, and many reports about Ai Chen's exchange with the Secretary of Education in the live broadcast room appeared on the screen. Most of the news focuses on Ai Chen's questioning of the extracurricular practical activities proposed by the local school superintendent, and the response the superintendent subsequently gave. In order to keep the news oriented, as Ai Chen's comment that the event was overly harsh remarks such were naturally edited out. Formalistic. Many viewers who had never heard of Ai Chen originally, after reading the news, one can't help but exclaim. They felt that Ai Chen was young but had the courage to speak out, and was unafraid to point out possible problems in educational activities in front of the public. It's really outspoken. And for the Secretary of Education, the audience was left with a favorable impression. The Secretary not only did not evade the question, but also graciously accepted the questioning and gave a sincere response in the live broadcast. And this courageous attitude of taking responsibility has won the favor of the crowd. This news fiasco saw Ai Chen's popularity boosted even further. Originally just a bit of an internet sensation, he has now come into the limelight of more people through the spread of television news. His name began to appear frequently in people's discussions, and he became the for education in everyone's mouth new force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining reputation points 50,000. Current prestige value, 99314. Hint, this is currently available for one draw. Ai Chen didn't hesitate. System, start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, fast mouth. Ai Chen? What kind of skill is that? It was only when he read the skill description carefully that he realized. Oral fast. I. Obtain the world's first-class debating ability. 2. Acquire world-class oral arithmetic skills. It means that it's a great quarrel, and it's fast at arithmetic. Ai Chen thought a little. The rewards from this draw don't seem to be very useful. He's not going to be a debater, or a master of arithmetic. He didn't complain, though. You can earn your reputation value again when it's gone. It's done, so let's just go to bed. He fell asleep at ease. But there are quite a few people who can't sleep at the moment. When the news aired, the education community was in an uproar. Many education experts are deeply incredulous. Previously they have seen Ai Chen's on short video platforms out of the ordinary practices. Like Wang Feng, they decided that Ai Chen was fooling around. Each practice made them angry and irritated. But they never expected that the local Secretary of Education, Lin Weiman, not only did not harshly criticize Ai Chen and ordered rectification, but was educated by Ai Chen. Now Ai Chen has been hailed by many as an up-and-coming force, which, in their opinion, is simply against the rules. A university professor is even more furious. Overnight in the circle of friends to write a long article, slamming Ai Chen. Heated words, the opening sentence of the ridiculous, will be the heart of the anger exposed to the fullest. This lengthy article was quickly and heavily reprinted in academic circles and resonated with many. Meanwhile, Lin Weiman has been accused of inaction. The professor's dissatisfaction with Lin Weiman was unconcealed in his writing. Not only that, but teaching and learning organizations, cram schools, and childcare providers can't sit still. They have accused Ai Chen of not paying attention to their children's academic performance, and because of Ai Chen's remarks, they have lost a lot of parent customers. These people are burning with anger, have called the Teaching Children program team, threatened to go on the show and Ai Chen face to face. A good liquidation. Let everyone recognize Ai Chen just to gain traffic true face. For a while, there was a great deal of vocal criticism directed at Ai Chen. The crew received a number of accusatory phone calls this evening. This also includes that professor as well as 2 education specialists. The other party made it clear that they had to make Ai Chen realize his mistake, or they would join together to find a department head higher up to rectify the show. Now the show is panicking a bit. These few education experts and professors are quite influential in the education sector of China. They had to believe the other side when they said they could find someone up there. They don't want the show to just get canned. So a seminar was held overnight to discuss how to solve the problem. The final decision was unanimous. Conduct a connecting dialogues program. Let's have Icon connect with several education experts and professors, live on air, for an exchange of ideas on education. The program's intention is for you experts and professors to go talk to Icon yourselves if you have any complaints and see if you can convince him. If you can't be convinced, it's your own problem. Don't come against their program. The expert professors unanimously agreed after the program told them to connect with Icon. And he said that their words might be sharp and asked the program to say hello to Icon in advance so that he could prepare for it. Time crept up to noon the next day. Icon ended the game live early with his son. Icon stretched. Son, you've got a craving. Let's go out for a good meal. Quinn gave an excited cheer, and then the two of them began to pack up their things. The 2 days of live broadcasting earned a lot of money, and after withdrawing cash, there were more than 10,000. He had already exchanged half of it for cash and given it to Quinn. Seeing Icon go off the air, the big brother of the followers rushed forward and said, Icon, this program team has temporarily arranged for you to connect and communicate with several education experts and professors, and the time is set for this afternoon. Icon raised his eyebrows slightly. His heart was clear about the controversy that was spreading all over the internet. The mind snorted softly. A link to communicate? You're just trying to educate me. After a pause, he looked to his big brother, who was following him. So do I get any money for this connection? Follow big brother. He originally thought that Icon would refuse, but he didn't expect the other party to even ask if there was any money. But he didn't say anything, because he knew in his heart that Icon could be under tremendous pressure to connect this time. And it was highly likely that he would be criticized to a great extent. There's no excuse for asking for money. I'm not sure about that. I'll ask the program director later. Icon nodded with concern, the corner of his mouth curving up. Fine, let them come all they want. I'm trying to have a good debate with them. Not this afternoon though. I'm a slow eater. Let them wait. After saying that, he led Quinn out of the house. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room was interested when they heard that Icon was going to connect with the education experts. Chapter 22. Have you ever seen an internet cafe at 4 a.m.? Ha ha ha. Icon is not broadcasting the game tonight and is having a debate instead? The rebirth of me in the live stream is on. Handing an oxygen tank warning to an expert. Professor meets Barker. I laughed until I cracked up. Knowledge District Big Brother versus Whole Living District Demon King. This wave is the pinnacle match. I'd like to see how Icon will deal with a few educational bricklayers. These experts and professors seem to be coming from a bad place. If you want me to say Icon, don't go. Of course if you pay the money. Forget I said it. Expert, you don't know anything about education Icon. You don't know how to be an anchor. Ha 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 ha. Icon is also playing up the big game. Actually making the experts wait for him. Dog's Head. Icon's home near the commercial boom. Restaurants, stores one after another. Walking there is also very convenient. So did not ride an electric car. The father and son walked leisurely down the street, passing an internet cafe with intense gaming sound effects and shouts of players. Icon twisted his head to look at the internet cafe, which was brightly lit, and many people were staring intently at the computer screen playing the game. Icon pointed to the internet cafe and asked Quinn, son of A, have you ever seen an internet cafe at 4 a.m.? Quinn blinked and shook his head curiously. Nope, Pops. He'd never even been to an internet cafe, let alone one at 4 in the morning. Icon patted Cohen's shoulder in a serious manner and said, then it looks like you're still not working hard enough. Remember, work on your marksmanship in general. When your winter break comes around, Pops will bring you here for a charter night and you'll get to see an internet cafe at 4 in the morning. Ha! Quinn's little mouth opened wide when he heard Icon say that he would take himself for a private night. Shaking his head back and forth, he moved to the side of Icon. The big brother of the followers following them almost stumbled when he heard this. The audience in the live broadcast room also teased Icon. This kind of education is very bad. It is easy to let the child to produce a rebellious mentality. And so on Quinn rebellious period arrived. Go to the library to pack the night you are honest. Soon, Icon led Cohen to a mutton hot pot restaurant. The store is small. The decoration is simple and plain. It seems to be the kind of price-friendly fly house. The shopkeeper's elder sister was sharp-eyed and saw Icon and Cohen at a glance. Her face immediately blossomed into a bright smile and greeted her warmly. Gu, Icon and Cohen are here. Yeah, Quinn has grown a lot taller again. Look, more and more handsome. Icon is very familiar with this store. Often come on weekdays, where the price is affordable. Eat also assured. And the big sister has long become an old acquaintance. Icon responded with a smile. Big sister. The usual. A lamb hot pot first. We'll order the rest later. the eldest sister answered and went to get ready. At that moment, the big brother of the followers surveyed the surroundings, turned his head to Quinn, and snickered. Quinn, you've made so much money from live broadcasting. Why don't you let your father take you to a luxurious meal? Quinn blinked and said crisply, it's nice here. I like the hot pot here, and it's called not showing your money. The big brother of the followers was a bit surprised, not realizing that a child who was only 8 years old actually knew such a thing. Couldn't help but ask, yo, I didn't expect you to be so young and still know that wealth doesn't show. Did your teacher teach you that? Quinn spread his hands helplessly, glanced slightly grudgingly at Ai Chin beside him, and said, it's not something anyone taught me. It's a lesson I learned from my old man. The big brother of the followers was full of doubts. Quinn went on to explain, every New Year's Eve, my old man tries to cheat me out of my New Year's money, so I've learned that I mustn't let anyone know how much money I have. Follow big brother after hearing that, almost couldn't hold back the laughter. And at that moment the audience in the live room was amused. Ha 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 ha, Quinkin's little expression is too funny. Being pitted by his old man's New Year's money. So pitiful. Aichin, you can be too good at pitting your son. Quinkin's New Year's money is not spared. Really a good hand at pitting your son. It's okay Quin. Just pit your old man back in the game. Aichin is too unkind. The old pit children pressure money. How with me a hair? In the studio, Wang Fong looked at the scene in the screen where Ai Chen and Kuan were in the mutton hot pot restaurant. Her face was full of disdain, and she snorted out coldly in succession. Sharply, look at this Aichin, earning money but letting his children eat in a place like this, and he doesn't mind getting dirty. This environment looks unhygienic. Can you feed your child well? I really don't know how he is a father. She clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes revealing contempt. What's even more outrageous is that they are actually screwing their own children out of their money, even their year-end money. That's not loving your child. That's treating them like an ATM. What kind of father is that? Wang Fong raised her chin slightly, secretly calculating in her mind. Humph. So what if the Secretary of Education is magnanimous to him? Aichin, those seniors in education will not let him off easily. When she connected later, she wanted to see how Aichin was criticized by the experts and professors. His set of crooked reasoning, which he usually talks about, will immediately be revealed in front of real experts, and his ugly mask will surely be unmasked. When the time comes, let the public take a good look at the fact that educating children has to be done in a way that she agrees with. And how can she still let Aichin fool around? However, at this point, the audience did not pay any attention to Wang Fong, just watched with interest looking at Aichin's live stream. In the fondue restaurant, hot and aromatic, Aichin made a trip to bring plate after plate of meat, said enthusiastically to the big brother of the followers. Big brother, come along and have some. Don't be polite. The followers of the big brother's eyes fell on the table full of dishes. The dishes look very clean, and each plate of meat is not padded with ice to fill up the number. The amount is sufficient and thick. It is indeed very affordable. Big brother had a craving in his heart, but he waved his hand and refused. He knows in his heart that he almost lost this job yesterday when the camera went wrong, so how dare he eat hot pot during work hours? Big brother turned to Quin. Quin, you're exhausted from the live broadcast these 2 days. Eat more. Quinn nodded with a smile, but instead of eating on his own, he picked up his chopsticks and kept on giving food to Aichin. In the live broadcast room, the viewers saw the scene and were overwhelmed with emotion. Quin was really filial. He hadn't moved his chopsticks himself yet, and kept giving them to Aichin. At this, Quinn grinned mischievously. Pops, eat more. You won't have the strength to yell at me to play the game if you're propped up later. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh, filling the screen with joyful laughter. Straight up, like father, like son. Time passes quickly. Several people stayed at the fondue restaurant for several hours. It was nearly evening before Ai Chen and his big brother, who was following him, returned home slowly. Prepare to be seated at the education experts' Hong Kong banquet. Quinn followed them and walked in when they passed a cake store downstairs. Studio. Several highly regarded education experts and professors fishtailed into the room. As soon as they stepped in, they exuded an unusual aura around them, calm and majestic. The audience's gazes were instantly drawn over, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the faces of these people. The arrival of two reputable experts in the education sector, who often appear in education programs on TV, with their profound educational insights and rich practical experience. Their parenting courses, marketed on TV programs, sell well throughout China. And the college professor in question is a household name. He comes from a family of educators and has been involved in education since his grandparents' generation, passing on a deep educational philosophy. He specializes in using the traditional culture of China as a cornerstone by which to educate the world. Many parents were convinced by his explanations and called him a great educator of his generation. In recent years, the country of China has been developing rapidly, and more attention has been paid to children's education. Various educational philosophies are being trumpeted. There's a lot of credit to be given to them. Classes such as kindergarten is critical, elementary school is critical, middle school is critical. Throughout life, no one has no one to study hard in a cold window, but the whole world will know once you are a scholar. If you can't roll anyone else, you're the one who dies. Don't let your child lose at the starting line. All kinds of tutorial classes, interest classes are endless, and even fetal education classes are popular among many people. As far as education is concerned, these experts and professors cannot afford to have a grain of sand in their eyes. And nowadays, Icon's approach in education on the program goes against them. Not sand but a boulder. Pressing them annoys them. This time, with these heavyweights in education gathered in the studio, many felt it would be a feast of ideas on education. The number of people in the live room grew and grew, and it had come to nearly 700,000 people. Chapter 23 Battle of the Tongues. Back home, Ichin said to Quin, "Son of A, go to your room and play for a while. Your old man has something big to do." Quin nodded. For his part, Ichin took a deep breath, picked himself up, walked straight to the computer, and opened into the live broadcast of the Teach Your Children program. At this time, the studio was brightly lit. Several experts and professors are seated, obviously have been waiting for a long time. Thanks to state-of-the-art equipment and quality network conditions, the delay in live streaming is almost negligible. Soon, Ichin's computer screen and the studio successfully realized a high-definition connection. The little Sam host was wearing a professional smile. "Mr. Ichin, these are the experts and professors from the education sector that we have specially invited today. Let's not engage in those tedious false links today. You decide to confirm that you can start communicating and exploring. We will officially open today's topic." Ichin's eyes quickly scanned the screen and saw that observer Wang Feng's figure was among them. His gaze instantly froze slightly. This man, he was no stranger. When I swiped the video earlier, I had seen Wang Feng verbally slamming himself in the live stream. The other few education experts, at the moment, all had cold faces and gazed at him with scrutinizing meanings. Ichin knew nothing about them, but he didn't care about it, and looked frank. These so-called experts have no credibility with him. Ichin sat up slightly straighter and said in a calm tone, "It's ready to go." The words fell. An education expert then quickly snapped. She is one of the leading lecturers in a renowned educational organization. Pneumatic and sharp words. "Ichin, I want to ask, when you were letting your child play games, did you ever consider that he would be poisoned by them? Has there been any consideration that his schooling will be wasted as a result?" Facing her with two questions straight to the point, Ichin didn't have the slightest fear. "I'm sorry, this expert. I don't really understand why you think games poison children. More than that, I don't understand why your concern for your child falls on academics in the first place. Aren't you worried that your child is being wasted in other areas?" Ichin returned the favor in his own way and asked directly in return. Counterpoints are a common tactic in debates. Words. The education specialist blushed slightly. A cold grunt retorted. "It's not my personal opinion that gaming poisons children. It's something that many parents have witnessed. When a child is in the reading stage, academics naturally come first. It's about the child's future. For education experts, from the perspective of parents, they have thrown out the view that academics come first." Ichin smiled coldly. "Do you ever consider the feelings of your children when you question academics? How many kids are there that a single elementary school assignment can keep them up until 12 p.m.? And haven't you heard their cries? Is a standard piece of work on an assembly line, or is it a customized future for him? What you call schooling?" This statement was made. The education specialist's face was completely grim. Wang Feng, who was on the side, said even more angrily, "As a parent, if you don't think about your child's future, who does? What kind of father are you if you don't think? What's wrong with a child suffering a little bit in his studies? It's all for his own good. A student should do what a student should do, not take him to play games and be some kind of game master like you." Ichin glanced at Wang Feng. The words were not spoken quickly or slowly. "Oh, you used to ask your children if they wanted to be slaves to educational capital when his chains? Academics. As a father, I'd rather Quin laugh and play with me when he's playing a game. That's something I'm more proud of than the hard work he does when he stays up all night brushing up on problems. I want to take him out of the academics first loop, and you guys want to keep him out for the rest of his life. Who is murdering a child's future? I wonder how many parents hold up the for your own good knife and drive their children to harm themselves. And who do you think is more guilty in the end? Moral kidnapping? Who wouldn't?" These words from Ichin, it quickly made the several experts in the studio, including Wang Feng, feel no small amount of pressure. Naturally, they will never admit that they are harming their children, and not dare to admit in the live broadcast of so many people in the mouth of Aichin murder. At this point, another education expert spoke up. Aichin, there's no need for you to be forceful. Studying well to get into college is the first step to success. And those students you say are self-harming are only a minority and don't get proper parental guidance to do so. At the expert's explanation, Aichin smiled faintly. Is the door of a university school a dragon's door? It's an indisputable fact that there are quite a few pheasant universities in China. I'd like to say, how much of the knowledge taught in universities can they use in the future? It is only when they enter society that many people realize that what they spent 4 years learning, they can't even earn back 4 years of tuition. Why is it that universities are expanding over and over again when there is so much pressure on employment? What about after you step out of school and enter the company to work? Not to mention the pressure of employment, as well as the fact that many people looking for a job will still be scammed. Even if you become a white-collar worker in a company, it will still be waiting for you. 996. It's the endless exploitation of you by capitalists and the collusion of your co-workers around you. Are you going to call this a success? Is success really 99% sweat? You ask if I ever think about my kid's schooling? All I know is that when he swoops in with a smile and says, "Pops, I made so much money live that I can go to a big dinner," I can't kill that smile. Again, I wouldn't bet on it. He's not the kid who self-harmed, or even killed himself. So for a child to be happy is the biggest success for me. Aichin spoke eloquently. The voice was not loud, but it was loud. Soon, the pop-ups on the live feeds boiled over. ITM directly in the live room. Look in the mirror. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to get a good deal on this. After graduation to find a job all around the wall, but also by the unscrupulous company cheated, and finally into a 996 company, tired but also have to guard against colleagues' backstabbing knife. My cousin is a case in point. His family forced him to take the traditional path to higher education, but his grades never went up, and he was very depressed. Later he chose to learn baking. Every day is happy, but also won a lot of competition awards, and now in his favorite field to shine. Really happy children is the biggest success. Isn't there a saying that interest is a child's greatest teacher? Why do you have to have a child who is good at studies when there are 360 lines of work? Tears in my eyes. My parents just often forced me to study since I was a child. Was beaten with a stick to grow up. Now although I study well, but really low self-esteem, once felt that I was going to be depressed. Aichin simply said to my heart inside, "Hey, but how many parents can listen to it? And now we have this environment. The strong do not protect the weak environment, but I am the weak. Promise to help the weak. How to catch me? Study as a cow and horse. Work as a cow and horse. Get married and have children. Buy a house and car. Carry all kinds of loans. For children to continue to be a cow and horse." Ha ha ha. The pop-ups resonated hard. However, the university professor who had been silent suddenly stood up. Anger. Aichin, I didn't expect you to have an eloquent mouth. I've been listening to your speeches for so long, and I've finally figured out who you really are. You're just a self-serving and entertainment-oriented person. The great man once said to study for the rise of China, and the young boy means to study well to serve the country. As for you, you bring up your children only for personal pleasure. If everyone is like you, how can the country prosper? Chapter 24 Education gets closed. Aichin's birthday cake. That professor was full of rage. In the live room, the atmosphere was steeply tense. Aichin calmly looked at the over 100-year-old, gray-haired professor in the screen. With a hint of doubt on his face, he opened his mouth and asked, "Who is this man?" Before the host, Little Sparrow, had a chance to introduce himself, the old man couldn't wait to yell out, his tone full of arrogance, "I am Chen Jianye, a professor of national studies at the University of China. My family's grandparents have dedicated themselves to the world of education in order to achieve the reputation that we have today. I didn't think that a yellow-mouthed child like you could be courted by so many people. It's simply a travesty." When Aichin heard the name, his mind quickly recalled some remarks about the professor. Couldn't help but snicker. Then, feigning surprise, he raised his voice and said in a long, drawn-out tone, "Aya, so it's a generation of education masters." Hearing Aichin address himself in such a manner, a hint of smugness immediately appeared on Chen Jianye's face, raising his chin slightly, his eyes full of arrogance. But before he had time to enjoy the satisfaction brought by the title of Aichin's next sentence was like a sharp blade, stabbing straight at him. "Master." The corner of Aichin's mouth hooked up into a mocking smile as he said nonchalantly, "Master, master. What a big braggart and a good teacher. I've heard a thing or two about those theories of yours, and they are simply rotten." As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room was instantly quiet for a moment, and then the pop-ups rolled up like a tidal wave of madness, and the viewers were stunned by Aichin's sudden, Sharp statement. Wang Fong on the side even stood up directly in shock. I Lua tease. What's wrong with Aichen? He even directly confronted Prof. Chen Jianye. That's a famous education master. 666. This is also too exciting. This so-called professor's remarks I have heard. What women study useless theory. At that time it gave me enough anger. How can this kind of person be worthy of being a professor? Is it true what they say upstairs? Is this really something that an educated person can say? Then I think AI Chin is really right in scolding. Oh, you think the outrageous things in this world more to go? These so-called experts put forward the point of view would have been a lot of outrageous places. The key is a lot of also realized. That's right. Originally I think the holiday transfer is outrageous. I did not expect to see a few days ago I also saw a university professor suggested directly abolish 2/3 of the holidays. The pursuit of early catch-up with the Eagle Magnesium. But the other party is at least a professor. And in the education sector influence cannot be small. And the other party are involved in the country. Above, AI Chan will not suffer. Right? The pop-ups were worried about Icon at the same time. Backstage the crew is also worried about whether they can still keep their show. The staff was already sweating as they watched the tit-for-tat AI Chen and Chen Jianyi on stage. The original intention was for them to explore and exchange ideas, but it turned out to be a straight-up wheelbarrow battle. All of them speak so sharply. Cultural people are really terrible when they quarrel. The general director frantically prayed in his heart that they would take it easy. Studio, the person Chen Jianyi's face swish a red, angry body slightly trembling. What did you say? How dare you humiliate me? Thinking about his time in education, he had heard the most flattery from others. Where had he heard such sharp words? You have misled the nation by taking the seriousness of education and twisting it into entertainment above all else. You're delaying your child's future and treating his schooling like child's play. You're a father in vain. You speak out of turn and have no qualities to speak of. And it is hard to imagine how pathetic a child living in such a family is. What happiness can he have? Chen Jianye listed AI Chen's 3 major sins in a row. At first, he just wanted to educate Aichen properly and make the other party repent. I didn't expect this person to be obsessed and provoke and humiliate him. Then now it's no wonder he has no mercy. The 3 sentences hit the nail on the head. Not wanting to give Aichen a moment's respite. Just then, there was a knock at the door of Aichen's house. AI Chen originally didn't intend to pay any attention to the furious Chen Jianye and directly got up to open the door. But before he could make a move, the bedroom door opened with a CRE. Quinn ran out, shouting I'll get it as he ran toward the door. Not long after, he saw Quinn walk in with his hands laboriously holding a very large box and shouting, Pops, come give me a hand. This is too heavy. AI Chen hurriedly got up and quickly stepped forward to help Cohen place the large box on the coffee table in the living room. He looked at Cohen, his eyes full of doubts, and opened his mouth to ask, Quinn, what's this? Quinn said excitedly with a big smile on his face and bright eyes. Happy birthday, Pops. Congratulations on getting another year older, haha. When Aichen heard this, he froze for a moment, a slightly bewildered look on his face. It's actually his birthday today, and he's forgotten it himself. Quinn didn't wait for Aichen to respond, while saying, this is the big cake I bought you with the money I earned from the live broadcast. Oh, can't wait to open the box while I'm at it. The exquisite cake was on display with beautiful candles and a tantalizing sweet scent. Aichen looked at the cake in front of him, and then looked at Cohen's joyful smile. A warm current welled up in his heart, and he actually went into a bit of a trance. In his memories, the original body and Cohen always got along with each other with detachment and indifference. Where had there ever been such a close and cordial moment? He reached up and touched Quinkin's head and whispered, Thank you, son. Quinn raised his little face and crossed his arms, learning to look like an adult. He said, No need to thank Pops. This is a son's filial piety to your old man. Aichen was dumbfounded. Brat, your father is still young. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded as everyone was shocked by the heartwarming scene in front of them. Oh my god. I didn't realize that Quinn actually bought a cake for Aichen's birthday. This father and son's mode of getting along is too good to be true. It's too enviable. Aichen's son is really filial, using the money he earns from his live broadcast to buy a cake for his dad. You don't see many kids like that nowadays. I was moved to tears. No. Have to see 2 Aichen playing the game Pressure Quinn video reprieve. It's really rare for a father and son to have such a close relationship. Usually fathers and sons don't say so much to each other. It's always more subtle. Is this the benefit of not forcing your child to learn? Aichen respects the child and the child returns love and care. That's what a healthy parent-child relationship is all about. Okay. Now I'm on the Prof. Chen Jianyi opposite side of. At this moment, Aichen's education gets closed. Emotions from the audience continued to roll across the screen as everyone's emotions were caught up in the warmth between the father and son. The crowd in the studio also froze when they saw this scene. This 8-year-old child was not only lively and cheerful, but also surprisingly close to Aichin. Aichin told Quinn to go to his room first and make a wish and cut the cake later. Quinn obeyed and went to his room. Once again, he looked to the few experts in the studio. Professor Chen Jianye, when you say that my education is all about entertainment, I'm afraid you're afraid that you haven't read the Modernization of China's Education released by the Ministry of Education 2028. It says in black and white, change the way of parenting. Developing children's skills other than academics is described by you as entertainment above all else. And I think the filler education that you keep as the golden rule, instead of changing to follow the times, is the biggest entertainment of all. Of course, it's stupid. Points only is what you said, isn't it? If you don't enter the university gate, you are a scholar in vain is what you said, right? The zombie-like thinking of the imperial examinations, the 8-legged education as the Bible, the living relics of, if you had not fooled the parents, pleasing the capital, and obtaining the bragging rights, you would have been crowned as the master of education? The head-hanging banana per stabbing studs. Look at which of your educational theories coincides with the country's educational policy. I think you're the one who's a misguided tumor. Besides, what's wrong with me educating my children to entertain them? Now that the country is stimulating consumption, aren't we making a contribution by entertaining them? Chapter 25. As you can see, I'm happy with my son. Ai Chen's words were like a heavy bomb that slammed straight into Chen Jianye. A misguided tumor. These 4 words clearly spat out from Ai Chen's mouth, instantly causing the atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room to freeze to the extreme. When Chen Jianye heard this sharp accusation, his body swayed violently and he stumbled on his feet, almost falling to the ground. His eyes were round. Originally he was thinking of putting a hat on Ai Chen, but he never expected that the other party would put a bigger and heavier hat on himself. Chen Jianye opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but his throat felt like it was blocked by something and he couldn't make a sound. Aichin said that he was foolish and pedantic, and he was still able to hold himself together inside and was unwilling to admit it. But when it came to him pleasing the capital, his heart was as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. He did do those things. He appeared on some television programs, which were called promoting the concept of education. But in fact, he was helping some bosses to promote their educational institutions, and he himself gained a lot of benefits from it. At this moment, he only felt a cold sweat on his back, not daring to say another word, fearful that if he opened his mouth again, he would expose more scandalous things and end up in a bad situation. Aichin didn't stop. He looked straight at Chen Jianye on the other end of the screen and continued righteously. You accuse me vocally of treating my children's education like child's play, but it seems to me that what I am advocating is precisely a true form of teaching for fun. Does education have to be done in such a way that every parent takes a stick and forces their children to learn through pain? If this is the case, the children who are raised will be nothing more than thoughtless machines that only know how to obey. He paused slightly and took a deep breath, his tone pleadingly admonishing. The first and foremost thing you should do as a parent is to put yourself in your child's shoes. Don't parents have their own obsessions mixed in with their obsession to force their children to study? Parents who have muddled through their lives and accomplished nothing, but put all their expectations on their children, hoping that they will be successful. I really want to ask on behalf of the children, do 2 Da Vincis really give birth to Da Vinci? Said. Aichin moved his body to the side. The camera is on the cake on the coffee table. Aichin raised his chin slightly, wearing a smile, and said aloud, you always talk a lot, but do you really understand what the definition of happiness is? For me, happiness is not an unattainable and illusory goal, but a tangible bit of warmth. It is the good health of the family, to be able to be with them without sickness or disease. It is a peaceful life, not having to worry about making ends meet. It is to be able to hear the laughter of the children from time to time, which is the most melodious sound in the world. As far as my children's schooling is concerned, I've never pushed it. If a child is a good student, capable and ambitious, then he or she will serve the country and realize his or her value. If your studies are mediocre, there is no harm in it, and it is not a blessing to be able to enjoy your family and share the joys of heaven. Everyone has their own unique understanding and definition of happiness, which is a personal choice and feeling. You're just a self-righteous outsider who has no business being here to dictate and impose your own ideas on others. And as you can see, my son and I, happy as can be. Aichin had a few words down. The few education experts in the studio, as well as Chen Jianye, were all a bit dazed. Aichin is 0-0 after. Debate thinking is so agile. No matter which side they criticize Aichin, he not only sentence has a response, but also let them have no way to refute. As for Aichin himself, he didn't even feel like he was debating right now. There are no set rules about the education of children, and what he said was just following his heart. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room had been touched hard again by Aichin's remarks. I've been pushing my child to be first in his class, and I'm tired of the pressure he's under. When I heard Aichin say that it's good for the child to be healthy and happy, I remembered that he once cried and begged me not to push him anymore, and I was really wrong. I used to think that children have to be successful to be happy. I was sick and hospitalized. My child was only 13 years old, busy taking care of me. I understood at that moment. The company of family is important. Aichin said this to wake me up. Do not force the child. In order to let the child learn all kinds of specialties, the family chicken flew. Remembering the child as a child together and he played with the joy of sand, really should not be deprived of his childhood. Great praise. Children study well to serve the country. Not good to be happy knees. My child's grades are ordinary but filial haha. Now I understand that those on the internet statements of first bitter then sweet is false. First sweet that is really sweet. This is the definition of happiness. Oughts. Accepting our own ordinariness and our children's ordinariness. We oughts will surely become our children's best friends. City School District. The phone in Lin Wayman's hand, who was watching the program, suddenly rang. Hello, teacher? Why are you calling? Aichin? The OP means. Hang up the phone. Lin Wayman took a deep look at Aichin in the live feed. I didn't realize that the top had already begun to pay attention to Aichin. As for the attitude of the OP, the teacher was vague with him. He also didn't understand how Aichin was perceived from above. What reassured him a little was that this call from the teacher wasn't a rebuke, which at least meant that the higher-ups didn't mean to criticize Aichin. But at this point in time, the pace of the live broadcast of Teach Your Children is huge, and a lot of these well-intentioned people are stirring up disputes. For Aichin, it's also a risk. After thinking for a moment, he dialed a phone number. Soon, the Teach Your Children crew then received an official call telling them to end the connecting exchange and shut down the broadcast early. Not that Aichin thought much of it when he received the news that the program's live broadcast was going to be shut down early. It just faded out and spoke towards the live feed. Bye guys, I'm off to eat cake. That's all. Today's program ended early and prematurely. Inside the studio, several education experts sat in their respective seats for a long time without getting up. I don't know if it's because I feel awkward or if I'm thinking about something. As for Wang Fong, the moment was filled with resignation. This live broadcast not only failed to criticize Aichin, but on the contrary, it grew his anger. It depressed her. Today's connecting live broadcast was a tit for tat, and Aichin's words shocked the crowd while touching everyone deeply. At the time this live stream was edited and posted on the internet, there was a huge uproar. It makes a lot of parents feel at the same time. The phrase if you study well, you serve your country, if you don't study well, you're on your knees brought tears to the eyes of many students. Childhood is replaced by all kinds of interest classes. Middle school is living in a high-pressure state from 6 to 10. College is much easier, but after graduation, the burden comes suddenly, and it can pressure them for the rest of their lives. In all kinds of high-pressure education environment, as a student they hate as the parents of all kinds of suppression. Forced education. Aichin undoubtedly took their place and spoke the words he had suppressed for so long. Of course, there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people, and there are a significant number of people who keep a rational outlook on the matter. The road is under your own feet. No one else has the right to tell you how to go. Only you can tell yourself the answer. Overall, being a student has students' thinking and being a parent has parents' concerns. The world wasn't meant to be cosmopolitan. And the fact that Aichin can manage to get most people to agree with him is a big reason why he's so hot these days. Wang Fong returned home with a stomach full of sulkiness. She thought she could go home and soothe her emotions, but as soon as she entered the house, she sensed something was wrong. In the living room, the daughter and her husband were sitting on the sofa in silence, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily somewhat depressing. On the coffee table, a white sheet lay quietly. Wang Fong frowned and opened her mouth out of habit. Jiasen, why are you still sitting dry on the couch? Now at this time of senior year, time is tight and the task is heavy. Hurry back to your room and study. As soon as the words left her mouth, her husband, who had been silent, suddenly sprang to his feet. His eyes were red and his face was filled with anger. Study, study, all you know how to do is make her study every day. Look at this. With that, he grabbed the white sheet on the coffee table and threw it hard in front of Wang Fong. Wang Fong was startled by her husband's sudden attitude. You know, her husband has never been anything but obedient to her. What's going on today? An uneasiness welled up in her and she looked down at the list on the floor. When she looked at the contents of that, she only felt her head buzzing. A blank. It was a case sheet, and the word was written in on the diagnosis column depression big letters. Chapter 26 How can you get depressed when you're doing well? Wang Fong's lips trembled slightly, and for a while she was actually somewhat unable to speak. After a few moments, she mumbled something. How can this be possible? How can a nice daughter of mine get depressed? Is it possible that the doctor misdiagnosed it? The man's face was full of rage. and his voice was laced with uncontrollable anger and pain. It's not because you keep pressuring your daughter. The child has told you many times that she doesn't want to stay in that class. She can't handle such intense learning. Also, you hit your daughter when she didn't do well on the last monthly exam, and I wouldn't have known about it if the child hadn't told the doctor about it earlier. The child is so old and you're beating her. You're the reason for this disease. The man's roar echoed in his ears. Wang Fong was a little flustered by her husband's accusations. For the hands to hit his daughters this matter he did feel some should not, but that is also a moment of urgency, so did not hold back. Immediately afterward, she stumbled in defense. I'm also doing this for my child's good. I'm trying to get her into a good college in the future, so that she can get a good job after graduation, so that she can be looked up to. It's all about finding a good family when it comes to blind dates. As she spoke, she seemed to find her footing again, and the more she spoke, the more justified she became. It's said that if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll grow up in vain. Look at you. You're not interested in your child's studies at all. If it wasn't for heart, would the kid be able to go to such a good high school today? The man took a step forward. Wang Fong, what a time for you to be talking about this. What's the point of having academic achievement come in? The child is already like this, he yelled, and his heart was full of self-loathing. He traveled a lot and spent very little time with his daughter, leaving the education of her to Wang Fong. I didn't realize this was happening when the child was approaching adulthood. Wang Fong's heart snapped and asked somewhat sheepishly, what about? Depression levels are a bit high and the doctor recommended a year off. The man said heavily, no. When Wang Fong heard this, she became anxious. Senior year classes are a critical time, and if you take a year off from school you might forget your entire high school knowledge. Moreover, she has been worrying about her daughter's study for so many years. That is, she is looking forward to this year's college entrance examination child to bring her a good news. Now that the previous work was gone, she said nothing. She took a few steps and rushed over to her daughter who had been sitting on the couch in silence. Jiasun, tell mom you're okay, you're the strongest. Let's bite the bullet and get through this senior year, okay? Her daughter, however, continued to ignore her and just focused on her cell phone. Wang Fong then realized that her daughter's cell phone screen. It was Aichin and his son Quinquin who were joyfully eating the cake, both with warmth and happiness on their faces. This caused Wang Fong's heart to freeze in place as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Snippets of time spent with my daughter over the years flashed back in my mind. My daughter rarely seemed to smile like that, and the family was rarely happy. At this point, Jia Xian slowly raised her head to look at Wang Fong. A tear fell from the edge of his thick glasses. It dripped on the back of her hand. Mom, I don't want to go to school right now. Will you let me rest for a few days? The words were full of exhaustion and pleading. Wang Fong subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to persuade her to go to school. Those words about the importance of schooling and not being able to give up so easily had already reached her lips, but when she saw the pain in her daughter's eyes, the words reached her throat and were swallowed back. She opened her mouth, and after half a dozen attempts to speak, she finally said nothing. At this time, the man silently walked over to his daughter, slowly squatted down and gently took her into his arms. Hearing his daughter simply say she wanted to rest for a few days, his nose snapped and tears flowed uncontrollably. He said in a choked voice, "Daughter, let's not go to school. Let's stay home and take our medicine and rest until you want to go. Daddy just wants you to be healthy and happy." After saying that, the man looked at Wang Fong on the side. "I don't want my daughter to get into any good university. As long as she is healthy and happy, I hope you won't get bent out of shape, and then it will really be too late to regret it." As Wang Fong listened to her husband's words, she only felt as if there was an invisible force that drained all the strength from her body. Her legs went limp and she sat down on the floor, her eyes staring vacantly at the warm and joyful image of Aichin's house on her cell phone. The smiles that spread across Aichin's and Quinn's faces pierced her heart like a sharp knife. Is she really wrong? She does everything for her children and wants to be responsible for their future. She grew up suffering and struggling to make ends meet every day. She doesn't want her children to follow in her footsteps and wants them to live a life of prosperity. Reading can change your destiny. The other side. Aichin, but from Teach Your Children that ended a few days of recording early. He opened his live account to start broadcasting his birthday live. You can imagine how much traffic there was in the wave when you were on the line for half a day yourself with those experts in the studio. How he sat dry in the face of traffic. Sure enough, as soon as the broadcast started, the number of people online quickly came to 100,000 plus. On the air, Aichin played around with Quinn's son all night. By now Quinn was exhausted and asleep. Aichin also ended the live broadcast. He went to the restroom to wash the cake that Quinn had smeared on his face. In his head, a familiar system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50,000 reputation points. The current prestige value is 99,314. Hint, one draw is currently available. Hearing that the reputation value was credited, AI Chen was a bit surprised and then immediately said, "Sweepstakes, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, top lassoing technique, hundreds of shots, set to the boss's heartbreak, set to the boss's tears, Icon." The word lasso caught Aichen's attention. This game is still common in amusement parks and night markets. The boss's floor stalls put things can be described as fancy. Only he could not think of no boss dare not put. The corners of Aichen's mouth lifted slightly. It just so happens that there are quite a few things missing from the house. There is still a use for this little techie trick you drew. Take Quinn to dish out the boss someday and go into the store. Taking a look at the accumulated reputation value, it was already over. 000. And the achievement would soon be unlocked for a 190,200. 000 cash reward. Aichen about getting the was not very anxious. 000 cash. 200. Nowadays, by live broadcasting, the gift money earned in a day is dozens of times the previous hit list. Maybe Hilda himself in a few days earn 000. 200. And he doesn't have much to spend at the moment. He was more concerned about whether or not new features would appear in the system after unlocking the achievement. Aichen came out of the toilet, did not choose to go back to the bedroom to sleep, but habitually came to the sofa to lie down, opened the Shake app and began to brush the video. Just open it. A few swipes in a row were all about edited videos of his earlier lineups with education experts. At this point in the comments section, it had split into two factions. One school of thought agrees very much with what he said and thinks that there is a big problem with the current philosophy of education and that quite a number of social problems are linked to the philosophy of education. One school of thought thinks he is too radical and that there are problems but they are not so dire. Seeing some of the latter's remarks, Aichen couldn't help but shake his head. What he said in the link is not an exaggeration. It's all real and prevalent in this world and in this country. Times are moving fast, and if we still deal with the current problems according to the old educational thinking, this generation, then, will surely be the one that is crushed by the times. Society is getting more and more rolled up these days. In the old days, you worked hard, you struggled, and maybe the results were more significant. But now, with everyone around you on a roll, your efforts are nothing but useless. Parents always put their hopes on their children, thinking that if they keep rolling, they will be able to turn over a new leaf and not follow in their footsteps, but ignores many issues. Everyone is on a roll. What makes your child stand out? You're reeling in the kid. Is the kid really willing and really happy? So what Aichen is trying to do is to make people realize that utilitarian education is not desirable and that nothing is more important than the happiness and joy of a child. Think about it. Aichen didn't continue to brush the video. Instead, tap into the homepage of your account. He hasn't posted a single video since registering his account. Just clicking in, he was surprised to find that he had as many as followers 600. 000. Mind you, this account he had just registered 2 or 3 days ago. Just then, a message popped up in the message bar. Hello Mr. Aichen, could you please run an ad for us? Chapter 27 Recycle Dad? Recycle my dad. Aichen fixed his eyes on it. The subject of the ad is the circle recycling that is everywhere on Shakeology. I didn't realize it's only been 2 days and I'm being approached to advertise? Am I the kind of guy who would cut the leaks out of his fans? Aichen did not say anything. Directly this message. Topped. The money is at your doorstep. So if you don't make it now, when will you? A quick reply. Expand on that. Soon the other side sent another message. The rhetoric is very seductive. Mr. Aichen, you don't have to do anything else. You just need to say a few of our circle recycling jingles with your son on the air, and we'll give you $100,000 on our side. AI Chen raised his eyebrows, thinking that this is quite generous, but his own live room is 100,000 plus popularity. The area of 100,000 yuan seems a little less. He replied with a mental calculation. That's my son. He's only 8 years old. How can I just call him along to the commercial? How bad is the impact? No. The other side replied quickly. Well, excuse me, gotta add money. Circle recycling? Early the next morning, the morning sunlight poured through the cracks in the curtains and splashed on Aichen's face. He went to bed early last night, so he got up extra early today. Just feel refreshed. He picked up his cell phone out of habit, and just as he unlocked it, he saw the constant flashing of messages from the parent group. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be a notification from my homeroom teacher. Due to the fact that many students in the school have contracted the flu in recent days, the school has decided to take 2 days off for everyone's health and safety. Aichen frowned slightly. Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't be able to order a takeout meal for himself again? But the thought of my son being able to rest at home was a slight relief. As usual, Aichen subconsciously glanced towards the door and living room. only to realize that the program's follower's big brother didn't show up at the house today as usual. He was only slightly puzzled in his mind and thought no more about it. After all, shooting schedules change all the time. Wash up. He didn't feel hungry either, so he began the day's broadcast. It didn't take a while before alerts of viewers entering kept popping up on the screen of the live room, and the popularity quickly climbed. Goo. It's rare. Aichin didn't sleep in today. Ha 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 ha. It's not going to be like last time when I bought the groceries and had my son do it. Hey, is the program not on today? What's going on? Maybe the followers of the Big Brothers got the flu en masse, and the other two live broadcasts weren't on. I've heard that the flu has been pretty bad lately, and Sunnyside Elementary School seems to be on a 2-day vacation. The audience talked a lot, and Aichin didn't care too much about it. I was just about to get on the game and play a couple of painful games. His eyes swept aside, only to find that Quinn hadn't gotten up yet. It's past 8 o'clock now. On weekdays at this time, Quinn would have gotten up by now. What's going on today? With a heart full of doubts, Aichin took the cell phone that was broadcasting live and walked towards Quinn's room with light steps. He casually pushed the door and shouted, Quinn, what time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and get up and practice shooting with your old dad. But when his eyes landed on the bed, his entire body froze instantly. Instead of sleeping, Quinn was seen lying on his back on the bed, the pen in his hand sliding as if it were flying, and he was writing furiously. Aichin walked over quickly. Brat, what are you doing? What's the big deal about doing your homework in bed in the morning without saying a word? Quinn shouted as he scribbled on his hands and knees. It's not all your fault. You've been dragging me to play games. I forgot to write my homework. Now I can only hurry to make up for it. When he finished, he glanced hastily at his watch, and broke down and cried out immediately afterward. It's over. It's over. It's already late. I haven't finished writing yet. Seeing a scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room laughed their asses off. Quinn is also too pitiful, being pulled by Aichin to play the game and forget to write homework, in a hurry to make up in the morning. But how do I want to laugh so much? Let the child study for a while if he likes to. Not all children are suitable for playing games. Studying is also a way out. Ha! Why does this sentence upstairs sound more and more wrong? Ha 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 ha, wake up early to practice shooting. Listen to this as a human language? Being so strict. What can we do when the battle results come down and the grades go up later? It seems that other people's sons, in the morning, make up homework. My son is not so conscious. Ha 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 ha. Quinn probably doesn't know that school is closed today. Aichin looked at Quinn who was burying his head in hard writing with a wretched look. A look of hatred filled his face. Only yesterday I told you the story of the 4 a.m. internet cafe, and you end up getting up at 4 a.m. in the morning to do your homework? The son is only 8 years old. Aichin couldn't get enough of the burden of homework on his back. He paused, then continued. Your school has 2 days off. You don't have to go to school today. There's no rush on homework. You're at a good age for gun practice. So get up and go practice with me. When he heard the word, Quinn, who had been concentrating on his homework, looked up. Vacation. Suspicion was written all over his face. His eyes staring straight at Aichin, opened his mouth and asked, Pops, are you sure it's a school vacation and not one you gave me privately? The last time he was late Pops said he'd give him the day off, and this time he had to wonder if Aichin was up to his old tricks. Aichin didn't have the heart to say, school's only closed because of the bad flu out there right now. His gaze swept over Quinn's hair, which was as disheveled as a chicken's nest, and he prodded, Cut the crap. Hurry up and get up and go wash up, and when you're done, play a couple games with me. Seeing Aichin's serious face, Quinn was temporarily relieved, and his originally tense body relaxed a bit. Who understands the pain of making up homework? But even so, he looked firmly at Aichin and said seriously, No, I can't listen to you this time Pops. I didn't finish my homework before because I was listening to you play games. This time I must finish my homework before I do. Seeing how stubborn Quinn was, Aichin became anxious and yelled, Your grandmother's bare balls. Don't be a grunt. Get up first. If you don't get up I'll show you what a father's love is like. With that, he reached out and tried to pull Quinn. Quinn was filled with helplessness as he got up from the bed and spat while getting up, saying that you love me, but what do? You just want me to be a chaperone. You're really my own father. Washed up and ate breakfast. At Quinn's insistence, he finished the rest of his homework. Sitting on his butt next to Aichin, he started the day's chaperone life. The atmosphere was originally more relaxed, until Aichin pulled his son and started soloing. The crowd-pleasing pressure scenes are back. Aichin managed to kill Quinn several times in a row with his superb maneuvers. Looking at the results of the battle on the screen, a smug look appeared on his face, not forgetting to put pressure on Quinn. If you're a vegetable, you practice more. Son, this is what happens when you don't practice your gun with me. Look at that. I'm killing you with 0/20. Quinn looked at his dismal battle record and was shocked and angry. Yelled, Pops, are you open or not? How did you suddenly become so powerful? I didn't see you so fierce before, Aichin said disdainfully when he heard Quinkin's question. I can turn on a hangman? You underestimate your father too much. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you if you want to learn. Having said that, Aichin suddenly turned his words around and aimed the live camera directly at himself. Then a serious voice spoke up. Want to play my so smooth operation? Less than a good device. This is my Circle on the second-hand computer. Cheaper than the new machine, more than 3,000 it. Circle is an official second-hand platform. More than the general second-hand to be formal. Change down the old computer just to Circle on the recycling of his family. Really convenient to place an order on the doorstep of someone to recycle. The price is satisfied with the scene to play the money. In short, listen to my sale. Used computers on the Circle on the right. Quinn, viewers of the live stream. What? Good lord. Are you sure you're teaching Quinn to play the game and not Hiroko? 666. Acting, not even acting. I haven't seen such a silky Hiroko. Let my righteous son earn. Ha 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 ha. Circle recycling is right. Mine avoiding. It seems that our love broadcast is also good on. But also pick up Hiroko. This must not take my righteous son out for a good meal. Ah. If you dare to advertise now, you'll dare to hit your fans later. Flirty anchor, I'm going to take you off. Pops, when did you take on commercials? Quinn almost couldn't hold back his laughter at Aichin's cuddly look. After the advertisement, Aichin said to Quinn in a good-natured manner, what are you looking at? Hurry up and practice your gun. You'll be on the trail practicing for 3 hours if you get killed by me this many times again later. Heard it was going up the trail again. Quinn's little face fell. Ooh, not you. Does this Circle take dads? Recycle my dad. Chapter 28 blocked? Internet scolding. At the same time that Aichin was broadcasting live. The Other Side. The much anticipated program. Teach Your Children Well. Originally aired daily at a set time. But today, viewers were glued to their screens, but were slow to wait for the familiar opening scene. People are full of doubts. Keep in mind that in the past, the show has always started on time and this has never happened. Even if there is a problem with one of the family's live rooms, the others will still be on as usual. Not only that, but the previous connection between Aichin and the education experts ended in an unusually hasty manner. This unusual set of circumstances made many viewers who were looking forward to the show sit up and take notice. Soon, viewers sprang into action, with some calling the program's contact number to ask questions. Many others ran to the official account of the show on Shake Shack to leave comments. Yet there has been no official response. Just when everyone was wondering, a heavy topic has popped up on the internet. The show Teach Your Children has been asked to be revamped and Aichin won't be appearing on the show going forward. The news instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. The news went viral and quickly spread across the internet. At this point, a number of well-intentioned people have left comments below the topic. Oh, people like Aichin should have been banned a long time ago. How can a program as serious as Teach Your Children feature an absurd approach to education like his? I just want to say, deservedly. The result of claptrap and gaining traffic is to be revolted by the traffic. Who is he to question education experts? Who is he to question other university professors? He's just a stinking game player. Do you know why the live broadcast ended suddenly yesterday? That's because the people at the top noticed Aichin. How could the state allow this kind of human and god-awful education? That's right. Otherwise, why would a good live broadcast suddenly end and not start today? Only if the country steps in. A jumped-up clown like Aichin will be afraid. Humph. Aichin is still playing the game live now. He is also really able to sit down. The people who love to watch his live broadcast are not sick in the brain. The program team of Teach Your Children Well also has a great responsibility for not reminding Aichin of his unscrupulous behavior. Typical in action. Deserves to be asked to rectify the situation. There was already a lot of controversy about Aichin, incited by these rumors. Quite a few people have joined in as well. This was filled with all sorts of people. Even people who didn't know Aichin at all joined in. They simply felt jealous of Aichin's hotness and the fact that he could make so much money from a live broadcast. Soon, curses swept through the air. Some accused Aichin of taking education in a wrong direction, while others lambasted the program's poor vetting. All sorts of negative comments are flooding various social media platforms. Of course, there are still many who remain rational. A portion of the population has always been skeptical of statements that are true to their word. They feel that conclusions cannot be easily drawn without hard evidence. And besides, the officials of Teach Your Children to be good have yet to come forward and speak out in response to the matter. The other part of the population is more direct. They are not used to seeing those who make random accusations without any basis, and they dislike them decisively. There's no official statement. Why are you guys spreading rumors here? Is it fun to spread rumors? Don't listen to the wind. Wait for the official news to come out. Okay? You just know how to follow the wind and scream. I looked at these people's accounts, and most of them are small white numbers. Doesn't that make sense? It's obvious that the water army is leading the rhythm. Oh, it's behind the rhythm. It's predictable. Let's not be like them. Let's just wait for the show to start and slap them in the face. After seeing the network for AI Chen scolding, Wang Feng's heart ached. Originally, because of her daughter's matter, she had somewhat questioned whether her past practices were correct, but now it seemed that what was wrong with her, and she had a conversation with her best friend last night, and the other person felt that kids these days are just too spoiled. Moving around is psychologically stressful and uncomfortable here and there. Wang Feng felt that what the other party said made sense. So overnight, I created a workout training program for my daughter. Oh, Aichen. It seems that there are still a lot of people who are disgusted with your education style after all. She was a little smug at the thought that Aichen wouldn't be appearing on the show in the future. The name-calling continues to grow at the same time. In the conference room of the Teach Your Children program, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if water could be wrung out of it. General Director Zhou Ping, face haggard, did not sleep all night. He, dark circles thick as panda eyes, frowning tightly, eyes full of fatigue and anxiety. A staff member stood up and broke the oppressive silence. Director Zhou, the viewers are now urging for our program to start, and the internet is already in an uproar. Everyone is discussing whether or not AI Chen is going to be blocked. Immediately afterward, another staff member eagerly asked a question. Director Zhou, what exactly is the meaning from the top? Yesterday a phone call made us stop the program, but so far there is no follow-up statement. What can we do? It's not as if the tops are really going to make us get our act together, is it? But rectify Aichen out. Our program is also almost cool. Zhou Ping rubbed his temples helplessly, his heart filled with distress. He himself cannot understand the intentions of the upper side. Yesterday on the phone, the tone of the other side is not tough. It is really difficult to judge the other side for Aichen actually hold what attitude, but he knew in his heart that under these circumstances, the program wouldn't dare make the slightest move. At the moment, he was filled with remorse that he should have known better than to invite those so-called experts to connect. The frame was big, and the words he said couldn't even convince himself, let alone convince Aichen. Now it's a good thing that the show is likely to fall on its hands because of this. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a staff member hurriedly walked in from outside, panting. Someone from the propaganda department just called, and they said that the higher-ups didn't say they wouldn't let us broadcast it, and we were specifically reminded to start the show early so we could calm this storm on the internet as soon as possible. Hear that? An atmosphere of joy instantly filled the originally depressing conference room. The spark of hope was also rekindled in Zhou Ping's eyes, but the joy didn't last long, and he quickly calmed down. After this fiasco, he knew that the next program could not afford to be sloppy and had to be carefully considered to avoid such a big dispute again. Everyone, don't get too happy too soon. We need to think about what to do for the rest of the program. Zhou Ping cleared his throat and said seriously. The crowd also quieted down, their gazes turning to him in unison. The crowd then sat around and had a heated discussion. We all talked and worked out a new program proposal, parent-child bargain. According to this program, the show will give a certain amount of money to several families participating in the program and then let them go to Wanda Plaza for shopping and fun. There will be some interesting tasks added to the process. Such a program format not only relieves the otherwise tense atmosphere of the live broadcast room, but also soothes the viewers and allows them to watch the program in a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. Moreover, the content of this light-hearted and entertaining program should not cause displeasure at the top. Soon, the time came to the next day. The show kicked off in the morning as per usual. Inside the studio, the host, Sam, appeared in front of the camera with a smile on his face. The rest of the guests, as well as the observers, were seated. This includes Wang Feng. She had planned to stay home to take care of her daughter, but as soon as she heard that the program was on, she immediately rushed over with excitement. Good morning, dear viewers, I'm the host, Little Sam. Today, before we begin today's Family Watch, I'd like to introduce you to the next program. The show Teach Your Children has just started. There was just a huge influx of spectators. It's hard for many people to get excited about seeing the show on the air again. It's finally on. I've been waiting for a day and a night. Humph. Let's show those who say the show is being overhauled that the show isn't fine and dandy this time around. That's it. The rumor mill is not going to break down. It's only been one day since the broadcast, and the internet is full of conspiracy theories. What kind of people are they? Wowza. There's a new program. Looking forward to it. Oh, everyone just ignore those rumor-mongering clowns and focus on our show. However, there were still a lot of hostile pop-ups in the live stream. No. So what if the show is on? Maybe Aichen was just asked to leave the show overnight before it was on. Yes. The thought of AI Chen's face makes me sick. What's the pity of this kind of person being blocked? Didn't you hear it? They all launched a new program. And it looks like it's a temporary adjustment because Aichen quit. I hope those Aichen fans don't fool themselves and go watch his game masters themselves. But I'll say one thing, maybe it won't be long before his game live room will be blocked too. Chapter 29. Don't lie to your buddies. Don't lie to yourself. With a smile on his face, the host, Sam, continued to introduce the program to the audience. Welcome to the continuation of our program. This time the new program list is called Parent-Child Big Fun. As you should be able to guess just from the name, it's a show that lets parents take their kids shopping and having fun. In the process of playing, we have carefully prepared a rich and diverse program, like a fun-filled lasso game, a movie-watching session that can immerse everyone, and a tense and exciting parent-child hide-and-seek, and so on. And we chose the local Wanda Plaza as the location for this event. Not only is there a wide array of merchandise there, but there are also a variety of entertainment facilities that are perfect for this event. After a slight pause and a deliberate sellout, Little Sam continued. Next, I'd like to highlight the first segment of the program, Crying and Laughing Shopping. In this segment, the program pays each parent $500 to take their child to the grocery store. However, here's a small request. Parents can't use the $500 to buy anything the kids want. The kids don't know anything about this rule. At the same time, parents need to persuade their children in their own unique way, demonstrating their own educational philosophy in the process. In the end, the audience voted for the performance of the three parents in this segment, and the top vote getter will receive a $20 prize. 000. In order to ensure the smooth running of the event, our program team has taken a day off for the two parents involved, Zhang Yan and Wan Lei, and will be compensating them with double their salary so that they can feel at ease to accompany their children to participate in the program. I think by now they would have received an invitation to the show as well. As he spoke, Little Sam pointed his hand in the direction of the big screen. Next, let's follow the camera to the highlights of this program and see what fun sparks these parents and kids will collide with. After hearing Xiao Sa say that he took a vacation for Zhang Yan Wan Lei, the spammers were thoroughly entertained. It didn't include Aichen's name. Doesn't that just mean that Aichen wasn't involved in this program? At this point, the images appeared one by one on the big screen. In the first live room, Zhang Yan was rushing to the shopping grocery store with Zihan on an electric bike. In the second live broadcast, Wang Lei had already driven his car to the downstairs of the shopping supermarket. Just when a lot of people thought that Live 3 wouldn't light up, the image suddenly appeared. A large familiar face came up to the camera lens and took up most of the screen. Hello, everyone. See you all again, Aichen greeted warmly. Then Quinn appeared in front of the camera as well, raising his little hand and waving. Righteous, viewers and friends everyone good morning. Wow. Seeing AI Chen and Cohen appeared in the live broadcast, the live stream was completely abuzz. Wow. Finally, I got to see Aichen again. So, I knew those people were making up rumors. Ha. The rumors are over. Oh yeah. Damn, it scared me. Just now I saw someone say that there is no Aichen in the leave list. So it must be that he didn't come. I was shocked. It seems that I am scaring myself. Ha. You're stupid upstairs. He doesn't have to go to work at all. So what's the point of taking a vacation? No? Hasn't he been named from above? Why is he still on the air? Where are the officials? Upstairs, get out of here. You take a dog's eye to see the official roll call. Cheat buddy, even if. Don't cheat yourself too. LOL. Yesterday I said that Aichen wouldn't be blocked and was scolded by so many people in private messages. This really slaps those people in the face. Studio. Wang Fan's face was unusually ugly. She couldn't figure out how What makes you still on the air? Live room 3. Aichen patted the little electric donkey and shouted at his son behind him. Quinn. Hurry up. We should get going. After putting a helmet on Quinn, Aichen turned toward the camera again, then shouted at the live audience. Farewell to everyone for now. Haha. Words. Viewers of the live stream were puzzled. Isn't it still live? What's with the goodbyes? Just in case of doubt, Aichen rode the small electric donkey and rushed out a long way. At this point, the big brother of the followers coughed lightly. Ahem. Sorry guys. I can't keep up with him. This statement was met with a sudden realization that the audience laughed. This side of Live 1, Zihan obediently sat in the back seat of Zhang Yan's electric car. She asked curiously, Mommy, where are we going? Zhang Yan was a bit happy at this point and replied, going to the grocery store to do some shopping. She mentally took stock of the situation. The given by the program 500 yuan is really timely, and it will come in handy as many of our household goods are running out. Zihan's eyes lit up when he heard that his mom was taking him to the supermarket. As far as she could remember, her mom had never taken her to the grocery store. And since school was out today, and she had always been cooped up at home studying and memorizing old poems on past vacations. It was a rare occasion when she was able to get out and hang out. Her little mind came alive. Was her mom going to buy herself something? Zihan's tiny eyes were full of anticipation. However, this expectation was soon shattered. Zhang Yan suddenly spoke. Zihan, we're still a ways from the supermarket, so you can memorize a few words while you're here. With that, she pulled a small English word book out of her pocket. Zihan's expectant eyes dimmed, and a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, somewhat unwilling to take the word book in his mom's hands. See that your daughter didn't pick up the word book for a long time. Zhang Yan's tone was stern. What are you waiting for? You're going to go home later and mime the words you remember, okay? She then added in a serious tone. Zihan, our family can't afford to enroll you in tutorial classes compared to other families, so you have to make good use of your time and put in more effort than others so you won't be left behind. It's for your own good that mommy asks this of you. Words. Zihan pursed her small lips. The earlier anticipation had turned into loss. Listening to his mom, Zihan silently took the word book, then buried his little face and started to memorize it. Pencil, pencil, book, book, yellow, yellow, blue, blue. The voice was a bit low, and due to the wind in her ears, Zhang Yan could barely hear her daughter's voice. Her face instantly grimaced as she blurted out from the front. Zihan, didn't your teacher at school teach you? Memorize the words by reading them out loud so that you can deepen your memory. Zihan shrunk his neck at Zhang Yan's sudden reprimand. The voice was timid and weak, trying to open her mouth wide to raise her voice, but just somehow unable to do so. Then she continued. Zihan, Mom wants you to know better than to always let me remind you. Mom is already tired from worrying about the house and your studies every day. You should also be able to see that Mom has grown a lot of gray hair sitting back there, all from worrying about your studies. Mom worked so hard to raise you and pick you up and drop you off to school every day because she wanted you to study with all your heart. Do you know how much heart and soul your father and I have poured into you? You should know how to be grateful. Of course, reading isn't for us, it's for you. You won't want to memorize words now, and you won't want to do much more later. Look at you now, you have a word book. It's so easy to study. Before we didn't even have a book. Not only that, we used to have to help the family with chores, herding cows, cutting hogweed. How can we be as happy as you are? We just need to study. Compared to the beginning, Zhang Yan's words were not very loud. She didn't want to blame Zihan either. Her weekdays have been sort of obedient, but she's just a bit of an introvert. Some things just like to be kept inside and not told to adults. That's why Zhang Yan needed to remind her from time to time. Zihan listened to his mom's words, his head dropping deeper and deeper. It was a little hard on her heart. I don't know what's going on, but lately she's been getting a little tired of her mom's words, and she even occasionally gets the idea that she doesn't want to study. But she used to be so willing to be good and listen to her mom. She didn't want to be the disobedient child, and her mom had given so much to her. She would be devastated if she didn't behave herself. Conflicts filled her mind. His eyes gradually reddened as his gaze fell on the word book in his hand. Soon, she then held the book and read it aloud. At this point, Zhang Yan, who was sitting in front, was satisfied to hear Zihan's reading, not noticing Zihan's current state in the slightest, and the faint sobbing in the reading voice. She is not seeing it, but the follow cameraman's camera presented the scene on the air. Chapter 30. If you can't understand how to mend a gun, what's the point of doing it? Inside the studio, Wang Fong was originally still wondering how Ai Chen could still appear in the live broadcast, but when she saw the scene where Zhang Yan was educating her child, she instantly threw this doubt to the back of her mind. There was an appreciative glint in his eyes. He couldn't wait to pick up the microphone, and was praising Zhang Yan on the screen. Well, Zhang Yan's mom is very good at teaching her children. Wang Feng's voice was a little agitated. Her love for her children really comes through in every word. It's a great way to educate children by telling them what happened to them in the past so that they can understand how good it is to learn now. And to think of a way to get your child to take advantage of the fragmented time to learn is something that even I was taught at this point. Teach your children the right way. Zhang Yan's mom really has a good recipe. This method is very worthwhile for everyone to learn. She silently made a mental note of the method. This method is just right for students like my daughter who are pressed for time to study for her senior year of high school. At this point, Jiang Yu observer glanced at Wang Feng. The sitting not far away 00. The eyes went cold. A good prescription? In my opinion it will only make the child sicker and sicker. He cleared his throat and began to state his opinions one by one. First, isn't the so-called utilization of fragmented time squeezing children? Is it really healthy that children don't even have a chance to relax and take a breather, and that all they have left in their childhood is studying? Secondly, always taking your past experiences to demand from your present children. Times are different and children's needs are different, and such forceful indoctrination will only make your children rebellious. Thirdly, Zhang Yan appears to be doing what is best for her child, but in fact she is overimposing her own anxieties and expectations on her child, without any consideration of her child's inner feelings. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yu faced the camera. I don't know if the viewers still remember that the last time Zhang Yan took Zihan to school on an electric bicycle, she educated Zihan like this. That time Zihan was inside her raincoat. We couldn't see her expression, but this time, we can see her clearly. The child is on the verge of tears at this point. Do you think she wants to be taught this way? She's only 8 years old, so why harshly demand that a child compete in her studies? After listening to her, Wang Fong snorted coldly and retorted, "It's normal for children to want to cry when they're criticized by their parents. It's just that they should exercise their resilience from a young age. Otherwise, when they enter society in the future, they will be devastated when they encounter some setbacks." How can that be? When the two men went toe-to-toe, there was also a heated discussion among the viewers of the live stream. Zhang Yu is so right. When I was a kid, I was forced to study by my parents, but it seems like my pressure wasn't even half of Zihan's, so you can imagine how much she suffered. There's no freedom at all, and it makes me want to cry just watching her. I don't want her to go through that. Support Wang Fong. Children just have to exercise stress resistance, or how to face the cruelty of society in the future. It is for their own good to be stricter now. Hey, young people nowadays are still too happy. Children just being told by their mothers to cry and then said so serious. You are not out of the bitter? Zhang Yan, that kind of education really cannot. My aunt's child is all day by my aunt. This education said what you look at other people's children. Said the child was born in the blessed, do not know the blessing. Just went to high school. Was examined to get depression. Zhang Yan, this is not education. Clearly the child is a learning machine. Children are not raised this way. You have to give them space. Ahem. To put it bluntly, I really don't think I owe my parents anything. I was born to PUA me. Control me? Compared to the bickering in Zhang Yan's live room, the atmosphere in AI Chen's live room was joyful. The big brother of the followers sat in a colleague's minivan and chased Aichen all the way. But I didn't even see Aichen's taillights. He didn't see Aichen in Quinquin until he was almost at the shopping supermarket in the Wanda Plaza. Downstairs at the shopping grocery store, Aichen shook the brand new in his hand at Quinquin $500 bill. He hadn't wanted to show it to his son, but now it was required by the program. Seeing the banknotes, Quinquin's eyes instantly lit up. Aloud. Pops, Pops, are we going to get lots of yummy snacks? I'll have a chili bar. The spicy kind. Aichen glared at him without a good look. By what chorizo? By chorizo. Listen to your voice. What has become of it? But the program has said that the $500 can't buy what the child wants. So, Aichen rejected Quinquin without even thinking about it. Usually he doesn't stop Quinquin from wanting a chili bar, but today it's definitely a no-no. Quinn muttered, his face full of aggravation. But the righteous people on the air say I have a superb voice. Aichen, what they mean is that you're an extreme schoolboy. It didn't matter if Quinquan understood or not. Aichen turned around and was ready to enter the supermarket. Quinn pulled back as soon as he could, and with a twinkle in his eye added, if you don't buy chorizo then buy some test papers. An exercise book would be fine. Buy more. The teacher didn't assign homework for 2 days of vacation. These words drew sideways glances from the people around them who were originally walking briskly by. An older woman couldn't help but whisper an exclamation. Agoo. This kid is a study material. Out not to buy toys, to buy test papers. Look at other people's dads. Svelte and cultured at first glance. See this scene. The audience in the live room laughed out loud. Aichen said sternly as he pulled Koan over. Brat. This is a supermarket, not a bookstore. Where are the test papers? Then he was going to lead Quinquin towards the supermarket inside Wanda Plaza. Just getting ready to take the elevator. Behind them a car pulls up to the curb. More than a dozen children about the same age as Quinquin got out of the car. They were seen wearing uniforms and riding in a car with a few large letters printed on it. Oral arithmetic premium classes. Quinn tilted his head curiously and asked Aichen, Pops, are they wearing school uniforms? Suddenly, he saw a figure he knew well in the crowd. Hey, isn't that Zhang Ziheo from our class? Pops, are they in school? Aichen shrugged. I don't know. At this time, the big brother of the followers on the side opened his mouth and explained. This is our city's famous extracurricular interest class that specializes in developing children's oral arithmetic skills. Their teacher is an internationally renowned master of oral arithmetic, a master of memorization, and I've heard of a Guinness World Record. Aichen looked at it faintly, not bothering to pay attention. In my previous life, there were a lot of beadwork, memory enhancement, and all sorts of training courses. Although he didn't really understand it, he didn't feel that there was any need for his child to attend such classes at all. Now childhood should be happy and playful. Learning these things cannot determine the child's life. And how much does the child learn? Many tutorials and interest classes are nothing more than pandering to parents' anxieties. At that moment, Quinn pulled on Aichin's coat. Pops, why don't you enroll me in a cram school too? Naturally, Aichin knew that this kid was just trying to avoid practicing his gun. You can't even mend a gun. What's the point of tutoring? I'll enroll you one day when you can beat me in single combat. Quinn deflated his little mouth. The audience in the live broadcast room once again laughed like crazy when they heard Aichin's words. Ha 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 ha. There are no distractions in Quinn's eyes, only a desire to learn. Ha 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 ha. The golden sentence appears again and again and again. If you can't even mend a gun, what kind of exercises are you doing? Aichin, don't refuse. Just send Quinn to the gaming class. I'm strangely reverse educated. Which family of origin is this again for the rest of their lives? Shortly after, father and son entered the supermarket. The supermarkets are filled with a wide range of products. Seeing the various snacks on the shelves, Quinn had long since left behind whatever cram school he had just attended. However, although he also wanted to buy this, that also want to buy, but his father Aichin every time to take buy and go home with their own gun practice threat Quinn. Quinn had no choice but to comply with Aichin. At that moment, the big brother of the followers on the side reminded Aichin that, you threatening a child like that is likely to cause you to end up with a poor rating. You need to try something else for a change. Aichin sniffed and pondered for a moment, feeling that what big brother Heel had said made sense. A flash of light in his head gave him an idea. On the other side of the supermarket, toy zone, Prince Xian can't walk when he sees a toy gun, and he is dead set on Wan Lei buying it for him. Wan Lei naturally wouldn't spoil him, whether it's out of the rules of the program, or put in the usual. And so, father and son were at a standstill here for more than 10 minutes. Wang Lei, who had really lost some of his patience, squatted down and looked at Prince Xian flatly. Son, I've already bought you so many toy guns. I can't buy any more. It's a waste of money, but you threw away those toy guns a long time ago. Prince Xian puffed out his cheeks. Seeing that Prince Xian was unmoved, Wang Lei continued. Good boy, Daddy knows you like this gun, but we came to the supermarket today to buy household goods, not to buy toys. Next time Daddy will bring you here to buy it, okay? Son, you've grown up. You have to learn to understand. You can't just want something and have to get it right away. We have to be reasonable. How could Prince Xian be willing to listen to this? Dad would often go back on promises made to him because he made a mistake and got angry. So he wanted the other guy to say yes to him right away. Only Prince Xian collapsed on the ground and began to splash and play around, crying and shouting at the same time. I don't care. I want this gun and I want it now. His movements attracted the attention of many passers-by, who gave him strange looks. Seeing his son like this, Wang Lei's fire sprang up. He forced down his anger. Wait here for me. I'll come get it for you later. Hearing this, Prince Xian immediately stopped shouting. It didn't take long. Wang Lei then came back. Prince Xian couldn't hide his excitement and sat up from the ground, until he noticed the brand new belt in Wang Lei's hand. The smile instantly froze on his face. It turned out that Wang Lei had just gone to buy a belt. Seeing this, the viewers of the live broadcast laughed. Ha 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 ha, I thought Wang Lei was doing something, but it turned out to be buying a belt. Very good. To my liking. I'm most annoyed with kids throwing themselves in the street and beating the crap out of them. And every time they threaten me with this to buy her something. But Prince Xian is really a bit pathetic. With not a single toy in the house, Wang Lei should still reflect on his education style. Ha 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 ha, crying and laughing shopping, it really lives up to its name. The one crying is Prince Xian, who is laughing. Chapter 31. You re-off to a good start. But don't start yet. Zhang Yan sighed. By now she was already shopping up in the supermarket. Earlier on the road, while educating Zihan, she had already made a mental inventory of the things she was going to buy. Soon she had bought quite a few things. She was seen carrying a heavy shopping bag full of laundry detergent, toothpaste, dishwashing liquid and other necessities in one hand. In the other hand, he was holding his daughter, Han. Zihan followed his mom quietly like a silent kitten. It was just her eyes, every now and then, that stole glances to the snack section of the shelves. When passing by, Zihan's steps unconsciously slowed down. She didn't stop though. At home she rarely ate snacks because her mom would always say that those were junk food and that eating them was not good for her health. The last time I bought a cup of milk tea for my mom I was read about it for days. Zhang Yan, who was walking in front, noticed the change in her daughter, looked at the snacks on a side shelf. With a slight frown, he said, Zihan, don't think about those snacks la. If you eat snacks you won't be able to eat. You should eat more healthy meals now that your child is growing. You don't know. Mom couldn't even eat when she was a kid. Let's spend our money. Zihan listened to her mom's words. Her eyelashes flickered a few times, nodded gently, and withdrew her gaze. After purchasing the necessities of life, Zhang Yan looked at the remaining $100 in her hand and was a bit distressed. Well, I've got everything I need to buy. What would be good to buy some more? Just then, Zihan's eyes were firmly drawn to a brightly colored box of watercolors in the stationery section not far away. Her feet involuntarily tried to move in the direction of the watercolors. Glancing at Zhang Yan, Zihan hesitated for a while before carefully tugging on her mother's coat corner and timidly asking, "Mom, can you buy me that box of watercolors?" Zhang Yan frowned and followed her gaze to the box of watercolors, then looked down at Zihan. There was some helplessness in his mind. He himself had just taught his daughter to spend her money wisely. I didn't realize she wasn't even listening. She was a little impatient. Can't help but wonder if I'm being too gentle with my kids. Thought for a moment. She didn't immediately refuse, but led Zihan to the stationery store owner and asked, "Boss, how much is this box of watercolors?" The owner smiled and replied, $30. Zhang Yan turned her head to look at Zihan. $30? Do you really want it? Zihan hesitated and nodded. Last week in art class the teacher assigned an assignment to draw a family portrait. She'd love to be able to use this beautiful box of watercolors to paint the family in a more vibrant and welcoming way. Zhang Yan purposely made a stern face and slammed the $100 in her hand to Zihan. Zihan was first stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he was just about to reach out to pick it up when he heard Zhang Yan coldly say, "Take it, take all this $100, and spend it all before it's too late." Zihan's hand stopped in midair, his gaze frozen. Zhang Yan didn't care about the strange gazes cast by the people around her, and her voice raised a few decibels as she loudly counted down. "Zihan, do you know? Mom works 10 hours a day. Her voice is almost muffled, and her back is almost broken. To earn this $100, do the math. How long will mommy have to work to afford this box of watercolors? Money doesn't come from the wind. It's hard to earn." Zihan's eyes dimmed, feeling the stares of the bosses and customers around her. Her little face buried itself into her chest. She's having a hard time. But Zhang Yan's education continued with a torrent of words. "Mommy usually tells you to be thrifty, not just for fun. There is no need to buy things we try not to buy. Mom and dad save money. Usually even a new clothes cannot afford to buy. Let you eat good clothes is so that you can study well. There is a good way out in the future. When it comes to studying, as long as it helps your grades, mom tries to satisfy you. But these watercolor pencils can't help you improve your grades. So what did you buy them for? You say, isn't that the truth?" This scene naturally fell in the eyes of the live broadcast audience. "No, it's just a box of watercolors. As for being so uptight and educational, isn't that just like my parents? No matter what they offer to buy, the first thing they'll absolutely say is how hard they work to make money." Personal experience, expressing yourself to your parents. Good moods get worse, bad moods get worse. Hey, poor and understanding baby, snacks did not want, just want a box of watercolor pencils. Even if the rules of the program group is there, cannot buy for the child, but there is no need to choose this kind of education, right? Not as good as the next door Wang Lei father said. Next time to bring the child to buy. Hey, you guys are really standing around talking. Zhang Yan is just teaching her kids not to spend money recklessly. What's wrong with her? According to what you said, the child can buy whatever he wants. Won't it make the child develop the habit of spending money lavishly? Agree with the upstairs. To satisfy the child will only make the child to ask for. In my place I turn my head and leave. How to give the child to reason, without being in charge and not knowing the price of oil and salt. I wonder if some of the pop-ups are still children. The pop-ups argued about it. Zhang Yan said after those accusing words. The slack-jawed face resumed its usual mildness. "Come on Zihan, go with mom to buy something practical." After saying that, he was ready to reach out and pull Zihan. She clenched her lips, forcing back her aggression. Shoved that $100 back into Zhang Yan's hand. With a slight sideways movement of her body, she dodged her mom's outstretched hand, not choosing to be held by her. Zhang Yan was preoccupied with thinking about what else to buy. Not that he paid much attention to his daughter's little act of defiance. Just then, the stationery store owner, who had been silently watching the scene, couldn't help himself. He looked at Zihan's pitiful, loss-filled appearance, so he shouted towards Zhang Yan. "Geez, big sis, it's just a box of watercolors. This child looks like she knows what she's doing, and it's rare that she has a favorite, so you should buy it for her. Tell you what, I won't make you any money. I'll give you $10 cheaper, okay?" With that, the boss picked up the box of watercolors and shoved it directly into Zihan's hand. Seeing this, Zhang Yan helplessly shook her head and said to the boss, "The child is still so young. You can't spoil her in everything. If you let her nature buy this and that now, you will develop the habit of spending money recklessly in the future. I'm doing her a favor. Gotta show her how hard money is to come by. After saying that, Zhang Yan turned her head to touch Zihan's head again. Behave yourself, Zihan. Mommy wants you to know better and put the watercolors back. How about? Then mommy rewards you? If you can get the final 100 on. Zihan gripped the box of watercolors so tightly that his knuckles were white from the exertion. She couldn't figure out why her mom would say not to spoil her. From memory, she really rarely asked her mom for anything. And this time, her mom had clearly finished buying the household items she was going to buy, but she still wouldn't buy them for her. This time, she simply wished that she could use the box of watercolors to make that family photo prettier and more colorful. The lips trembled uncontrollably. Finally couldn't hold back the collapse, crouching on the floor and crying out. It was expected that her mom would bring her to the grocery store and buy her something. And yet, you have to memorize words while sitting on a motorized cart. Wanted a box of watercolors but was told by my mom that she didn't know any better. She couldn't figure it out. Zihan's cries took Zhang Yan by surprise. My daughter rarely cries. What's wrong? The cries reached the live broadcast, and many viewers were very distressed. I know you have a good starting point, but don't start yet. I really can't stand it. I can't wait to rush into the screen and hold Zihan in my arms. The boss is cheap. I didn't think Zhang Yan was still reluctant. It's me who saw Zihan in this mold. Even if it's against the rules, I have to buy it for her. It's so stifling to say that the one time you disobey a child who knows what you're doing all the time, your parents start accusing you of not knowing what you're doing. What a cry and laugh shopping the program you are able to design. Now there are already 2 children made to cry. What else is there to wash for those who refute? Zihan is such a well-behaved kid, and he's having an emotional breakdown. This Zhang Yan is practically a PUA master. Wouldn't a single complaint to a child create an inferiority complex? A sentence that mom wants you to know better. A sentence that it's all for your own good. Became the last straw that crushed Zihan. The pop-ups on the live feed were almost one-sided. After all, Zihan's understanding is obvious to everyone. But, Wang Feng, the observer of the live broadcast hall, at this moment, cast an approving and appreciative glance at Zhang Yan in the screen. There is a great deal of meaning behind this series of practices by Zhang Yan. Chapter 32 Oreo turns into black toothpaste? Quinn downloaded the anti-fraud overnight app. Wang Feng stood up and spoke slowly. It seems like everyone didn't really understand what Zhang Yan's mom did. You guys misunderstood her. On the surface, it looks like she's hurting the child, but she's not. She paused on purpose so that everyone's eyes would be on her. Have you guys noticed that Zhang Yan's mom's attitude today is a bit different from the past? Becoming a bit more stern. Do you know why? Because Zhang Yan's mom is very attentive. She noticed the changes in her child. Just now in the car, Zihan showed a slight resistance to memorizing the words, and when it came time to buy watercolors, that resistance was completely evident. Be aware that this is likely to be a harbinger of the child's rebellion. And if Zhang Yan's mom still treats Zihan as gently as usual, she simply can't restrain the child's rebelliousness. On the contrary, at this time, parents can't compromise and have to nip their children's rebelliousness in the bud with a tough attitude. First, it's important to cut off the child's mentality that the parent will compromise, or the child will pester them in the same way next time. Secondly, it is important to cut off the child's external support, so that the child cannot be left holding the bag and go to the grandparents if the parents don't compromise. As the stationery store owner did in the live broadcast, Zhang Yan's mom has done exactly both, which is really rare. It may seem a bit cruel to everyone, but the effect was immediate. Children are forgetful. They'll get over it if they cry for a while. Parents shouldn't worry too much about their child's emotions in the moment. They should worry about whether or not their child is listening to reason. That's why Zhang Yan's mom tells her children every moment to remember the conditions of their own family and how hard it is to make money. My child, if you tell her more about her suffering, she will remember it for the rest of her life, and it will be a motivation for her to fight in the future. So, Zhang Yan's mom really has good intentions. That's a lot of words down. Many people just felt awakened. Many people really didn't notice the change in Zhang Yan's attitude and Zihan's rebellious mood. That's so true. Zihan's state is indeed a bit different today. Girls are more precocious. Maybe the child has really reached the time of rebellion. There's a saying that a loving mother is more than enough. If Zhang Yan's mom compromises today, then the child is not perceived as a say-it-all parent, and it is easy for the child to get away with it. Saying she doesn't know what she's doing and giving the child a warning can be quite effective as a pressure tactic. Or Wang Feng observer understands me. The child cried shows that the parent's words played a role. Otherwise you lightly tell her, we'll only take it as a wind in the ears. No, is everyone being fooled? A normally well-behaved and understanding little girl, and you're saying she's in her rebellious phase? Has the world gone mad? Ha 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 ha. People really do laugh when they're extremely speechless. Strangling a child's rebellious theater heart? I think it's strangling the child. Oh, when a child is isolated, that's when she seeks relief. Complaints of bitterness do not turn into motivation for the child. They only become a source of pain for the child. It's too suffocating. This young man's love for Zihan is like a wet cotton jacket. Cold to put on and cold to take off. Can't figure out if it's any good to make a child feel guilty. Guilty and inferior. Where's AI Chen? Where did AI Chen run off to? If AI Chen hadn't suddenly run off and disappeared, I wouldn't have come to this live room. After a detailed analysis by Wang Feng, a small group of people expressed complete agreement, but most people scoff at it. The emotional breakdown of Zihan was very painful for them to watch. The other side. Just now, I don't know why, AI Chen suddenly took Koen and hurried out of the supermarket. He then surprisingly left Quinn and his big brother, the follower, behind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Pops, where the hell are you? Quinn shouted, afraid that Aichen had gotten lost. After all, both of them are the first time to come to this place. Although the side of the followers of the uncle recognize the road, but the old man is not familiar with here comes your father. Only Aichen's voice rang out. He made his way through the crowd and appeared in front of Quinn in a godly manner. Before Koen could open his mouth to inquire, a mysterious smile appeared on AI Chen's face and he said rather boldly, "Come on son, let's go in and keep shopping. Whatever you want today, I'll buy it for you without blinking an eye." Your old man. Upon hearing this, Quinn cheered in excitement. Okay, go get the goodies. Soon, the two were walking into the supermarket again. Quinn took Aichen's hand and couldn't wait to run straight toward the snack area. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room and the followers' big brother looked at such a bold AI Chen and muttered in their hearts, "Isn't it a rule of the program that you're not allowed to buy what your child wants? What the hell is this Aichen singing about?" Quinn came to a chip aisle full of joy. Eyes were instantly drawn to a row of blue-wrapped potato chips. The shelves were a bit high, and he could barely reach the bottom shelf on his tiptoes. Quinn reached out and pointed, then tilted his little face up and looked blearily at Aichen. "Pops, I want this one." Aichen's face was piled with smiles and he agreed in one breath. "Got it. Pops will get it for you." Without hesitation, he reached for a packet and threw it into the shopping basket he was carrying with a swish. Then with a big wave of his hand, he said with great bravado, "Son, what more do you want? You can pick anything in this area." Quinn didn't notice Aichen's abnormality today at all, and was so excited that he yelled, "Pops, you're so pie-eyed." After saying that, he pulled Aichen towards the next place with great interest. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was still in a daze. "No, this is for the kid? Doesn't Aichen want to get the $2,000 bonus? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Aichen is not trying to get Quinn to settle the bill on his own later, right? How does it feel that the bag of chips Aichen took is weird? Come to think of it, it seems like the words above the words are a bit off. There's something wrong, but it's moving too fast. I didn't see it. Can't do it. I just can't hold it in." Nima Aichen is holding a blue packet of Eagle brand laundry detergent. Ha 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 ha. Quinn pulled Aichen back to the place filled with candy, pointing to the row of red-wrapped candy on the shelf. "Pops, get me a bag of rainbow candy. How can one pack be enough?" "Pops will get you 2 packs. Aichen took a large hand and took 2 packs and threw them directly into the basket. Seeing this, Quinn was very happy. "Thanks, Pops." Aichen smiled lovingly. "You're welcome, son." Aichen repeated the same trick, and when he saw that his son still hadn't noticed, he almost couldn't hold back his gia laughter. This time, the viewers of the live stream got a good look at it. "What's that? What Aichen is holding is not rainbow candy. It's just 2 packs of Wujiang squash. Ha 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 ha. ING just reacted. 36 tricks. Aichen, this is which skill? Well, so play it right." I said, where did Aichen run off to? It turns out that he set up the scene in advance. Ha 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 ha. Laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Poor Quinn still didn't recognize Aichen's cunning plan. Going home and realizing the snacks are gone, Quinn downloads the anti-fraud overnight app. Ha 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 ha. Can't imagine how careful Quinn will have to be with his homework in the future. He'll be honest when Aichen gets old and Quinn replaces his oxygen tank with a gas tank. Shortly afterward, Quinn pointed toward the boxed Oreos on the shelf again. Said, "Pops, I want this one too." "Okay." Quick as a flash, Aichen quickly grabbed 2 boxes of Negro toothpaste from the shelf and swished them into the basket. This time, though, Quinn found that something seemed off. Scratching his head in some confusion, he asked, "Gee, Pops, why does it feel like the Oreos you just took?" The box was a little small. However, just as the words left his mouth, he looked up, only to find that Aichen had already walked elsewhere. Quinn blinked, confused, and turned his head to look at his big brother, who was a follower, and asked, "Uncle, was that an Oreo cookie my old man just got?" Chapter 33. The longest road Quinn has ever traveled is Aichen set up. the big brother of the followers, who was originally still snickering, heard this question and his smile instantly froze, quickly changed into a proper face, but for a moment it was hard to know how to answer. Looking down at Quinn, he raised his eyes again to Aichin, who was not far away. Oreo? Is it? Or isn't it? I'm afraid that the longest road the kid, Quinn, has ever traveled is Aichin set. Faced with his sincere inquiring appearance, the follower's elder brother was a bit intolerant of deception, but he knew in his heart that if he revealed Aichin at this moment, with Aichin's nature, there might be other schemes waiting for Quinn. At this time, Aichin heard the words of his follower's big brother and slowly looked over. He wasn't panicking at all, so what if he was revealed? He had all the strength and means to fool Quinn, and in advance, the child to see the evils of society, but his unique fatherly love for Quinn, only to see Aichin say to his big brother, who was following him, without blushing, "What are you looking at me for? You're holding such a big camera, aren't you? Follow big brother. Gotta. He's just an emotionless camera." And he really couldn't interfere with their father-son interactions. So said to Quinn, "It's Oreo." Uncle and the viewers on the air saw it all. There was sympathy in his eyes. "Child, between long pain and short pain, Uncle better let you have severe pain." "Thanks, Uncle. My old man lies to me all the time. I'm sure you won't lie to me. I'll share my snacks with you later." Hearing this, the big brother of the followers only felt his heart being pulled hard. Well, he deserves to die. What a great kid to have to share a beloved snack with. Ahem. Uncle doesn't like snacks. If Uncle cheated you, I'll pay you 2 packs of chili fries. Aichin waved towards Quinn. "Don't you want some chili fries? Come on, Pops will take you to buy them." Quinn heard this and hurriedly ran all the way to follow. Looking at Quinn's tiny back, the big brother of the followers breathed a long sigh of relief. 2 more words with Quinn. He's afraid he can't help but slap himself. He was heavy inside, but the live audience took off with glee. The pop-ups laughed their asses off, especially when they watched the big brother of the followers look like he had a guilty conscience. "Ooh, Quinn is so pathetic, but I'm sorry, I really can't hold in my laughter. Ha 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 ha, I'm so heartless too. Ha 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 ha, kid don't believe him, get yourself in the basket and see what's in there." Followed by big brother, Aichin, "Am I a part of your education? It's kind of interesting, haha." Laughing numb, with the shooting of big brother dying in the disease to sit up in shock, in the middle of the night to reward a slap to themselves. "ITM really should wash. I really should wash it. Aichin is too bad, haha. When you get sick later, doctor, just a slight fever. Quinn, to be pulled immediately to the fever? Ha 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 ha." After the kid gets out of society, he realizes that without the protection of his old man, it's all good people out there, crying and laughing shopping. At present the only people laughing are Aichin and Koan haha. Everything has a response, and everything is not settled. Aichin's move is high. Ha 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 ha. Isn't Aichin afraid that Quinn will find out later, and the affinity will produce a rupture? Long ruptured, ha ha ha. The last live Quinn owes the old iron people 20,000 or 20,000 minutes to pull out the oxygen tube time. Dog head. Learned. Now I have to vote. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 62,000 reputation points. Current reputation value 111314. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Trial of the Bull achievement. $200,000 has been released to your bank account. Hint, the first stage of achievement has been achieved. The host can upgrade the system. The prestige value required for upgrade, 100000. After the upgrade is completed, the normal lottery will be upgraded to the advanced lottery. Premium raffle includes advanced survival skills, physical qualities plus advanced education skills. Does the host perform the upgrade? Hearing the system's prompt, Aichin was a little pleased. Sure enough, after unlocking the achievement, the system will appear with new features. Advanced draw? It looks like it's worth it to use the prestige value for upgrades. The skills you get from the first few draws are more or less useful, but not particularly powerful. Moreover, Aichin looked at the introduction and advanced education skills was very excited. If he could draw it, it would surely help him a lot in publicizing his educational philosophy. System, upgrade. Aichin secretly whispered as he led Quinn shopping. After buying for Quinn snacks, he bought some fruits and vegetables, and meat. Father and son exited the supermarket with a large bag. Zhang Yan and Wang Lei also finished their purchases. The 3 families met at a clearing arranged by the show's crew. All 3 children were from the same class and knew each other well, so introductions were omitted. Quinn was all smiles and very excited. But Zihan and Prince Xian, who were on the sidelines, had tear stains on their faces. Zihan, being a girl, was a bit thinner-skinned, and her little face was buried deeply, and she tried to shrink into the corner. but Zhang Yan clutched his hand tightly. Seeing their appearance, Koan tugged on Aichen's coat corner in confusion and asked, "Pops, why are they all crying?" Aichen laughed dryly. "Maybe there are too many people outside and they're timid and scared." Hear that? Quinn was puzzled but couldn't help but puff out his chest. It seemed to say that he wasn't scared at all. Aichen, on the other hand, was thinking, shouldn't Z cry later when she realizes she's been punked? Too? I don't think so. I've been working on his stress tolerance for a while now. 3 families came together and the live feed melted from 3 to 1. At that moment, a staff member walked out with a smile on his face and said kindly to the camera, "Viewers, as I'm sure you saw in the earlier footage, all 3 parents have successfully completed their tasks. None of them used the provided by the program $500 to buy the kids the items they wanted. Each of the 3 parents took a different approach, some relying on patient persuasion, some relying on stern admonition, and some, relying on extraordinary wisdom." There was a noticeable pause as the staff member spoke. "So here, everyone can start scoring." As soon as the words fell, the Quinn behind him suddenly blurted out, "No, sis, my old man bought it for me." Instantly, all eyes focused on Quinn. The staff looked at Quinn with a hint of pity in his eyes. Look at the poor baby, still in the dark. Then she glanced at Aichen, only to see Aichen being a bit of a thief and quietly moving to the side. "So what, Quinn? This, your dad." The staff is at a loss to explain. She hadn't finished her sentence. Quinn turned and rummaged around in the shopping basket at Ethan's feet. The small face that was originally filled with doubt was quickly replaced by shock. "Where are my chips? Where's my rainbow candy? And Oreo cookies?" Quinn shouted at the top of his lungs. "Ha, isn't this the Wailong chili bar I just picked? How did it turn into a bag of tomato salsa?" He then jerked his head up and looked at Aichen, questioning, "Pops, did you get the wrong one?" Aichen's eyes fluttered and he rubbed his nose. In an instant, Quinn looked like he realized something, unbelief written all over his tiny eyes. "Pops, you punked me again." Inside the studio, Wang Fong suddenly stood up, her face full of anger. "Aichen's education is a total failure." Wang Fong's voice was sharp and loud. "He's totally doing is cheating on the kids. If you lie to your child now with such tactics, your child will follow suit and lie to others later. Have people ever thought about how much this affects a child's character? Children's values are in the formative stage. How can they develop proper moral values when they are pitted against each other?" Wang Fong became more and more agitated. Compared to Wan Lei's dad's kind of harsh reprimand, I think AI Chen's kind of approach is even more horrible. Have you thought about how the child feels? How devastated Quinn must be when he realizes he's been lied to by his most trusted father. She turned to face the camera and continued, "I implore everyone, never vote for him. We can't let this kind of cheating of our children be sanctioned. We need to set the right example for our children." Chapter 34. Who doesn't want snacks or test papers? Just as Wang Fong fought to appeal to everyone not to vote for Aichen. Live feed. Quinn had been staring at Aichen for quite a while. Soon, though, he took a deep breath. Spectre spoke. "Pops, you're really my real dad." When he finished speaking, he crouched down and silently gathered up the basket that he had disorganized. Looking at the tiny figure on the ground, the staff couldn't help but be touched inwardly. She was deeply surprised by Quinn's behavior. Discovering that he had been cheated, he surprisingly did not make a fuss or accuse AI Chen, but chose to accept it. An 8-year-old child. His emotions were so stable? Or is he actually silently grieving? The staff member couldn't help but step forward and ask, Quinn, aren't you aggrieved to be cheated by your father?" Do I have to cry for you to see that?" Staff. A rhetorical question from Quinn directly made her a bit confused before she could react. Quinn said with relief as he cleaned up, "There's no use in commiserating. Who told your program to arrange it this way? And I'm used to Pop's pit. Alas, with a family of 4 and only one living father, I am forced to know my way around." He then got up and looked at Aichen, blinking her eyes in an understanding manner. "Pops, I don't blame you for the show's shenanigans this time, but I have a small request that I don't know if it's right or not." Aichen looked at Quinn suspiciously. "It's not right. This kid how suddenly so obedient, usually by their own pit but will not be so quick to stop." He wanted to see what kind of drugs this kid was selling. "What's the request? Tell me about it." Quinn squeezed out a slightly fawning smile. "Hey, Pops, since we didn't get any chili fries, why don't you take me to the bookstore later to get a couple of sets of test papers? One of these two has to satisfy me. I didn't get the chili fries, so I can't afford not to get the test papers." Writing a paper to avoid a couple games with your old man is a better mood booster than eating chili fries. Quinn was secretly pleased with his own cleverness. In front of so many people, he acted so obedient and understanding. Pops would be too embarrassed to say no. Aichen froze. Then realization dawned and his face sank. Good. I said this brat is so abnormal. So he's playing this game. He didn't say it in a nice way. Brat, before entering the supermarket, you chanted about buying test papers. It seems that you are still a thief now. Aichen deliberately paused for a moment. Who doesn't want snacks and test papers? Humph. It's a good thing your old man left me behind. The words fell, only to see Aichen pull out a pack of chili fries from his pocket and quickly shove it into Quinkwen's hand. No, I didn't want to give it to you, but you insisted on making Pops choose one out of two, so I'll reluctantly satisfy you. So don't give me any test papers to think about doing this time. I'll just be a good boy and wait for Pops in the game tonight. Aichen rubbed his hands together and looked triumphantly at the already confused Quinkwen. Everyone in the room, including the viewers of the live stream, all were dumbfounded at the sight. Not later? Is this a father and son show? On this side of the studio, Wang Fong saw Aichen pull out a chili bar and hand it to Quinkwen, and instantly bounced up from her seat in excitement. Aichen fouled out. His son wanted chorizo and he bought it. Aichen planting his head was exactly the kind of scene she was beyond pleased to see. Picture. The staff also spoke slowly. Daddy Quinkwen, you're breaking the rules. The corners of Aichen's mouth rose slightly, and he said in a nonchalant manner, really? All the rules say is that you can't use the $500 to buy what your kid wants. But this bag of chili fries cost me my own money, so that shouldn't be a violation, right, staff? The pop-ups in the broadcast room completely boiled over when this sentence came out. 666,666. Aichen's wave of operation is simply atmospheric. No foul, no problem at all. Hajikan, you guy, not only did you fool Quinkwen, but you fooled everyone? I'll have to vote for you then. Ha 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 ha. There's nothing wrong with the genus. You guys, look. Observer Wang Fong's face is green. Show numb. Now I have nothing to say. Quinkwen won't be sad at all. He'll just think he can't fight his old man after all. Ha ha ha. Laughing, this father and son acting a better than one. But after all, Aichen's skill is superior. Quinkwen to do the paper's beautiful dream and soaked. Quinkwen, this request is excessive. Now dare to do the paper. Later dare to do research. Not buddy? How do you expect the other two parents to play? You can spend your own money after all this. Ha ha ha. The director watching the program backstage was numb. There's really nothing in the rules that says you can't spend your own money. Looking at Aichen in the picture, he had to say something in his heart. Convinced, really convinced. A command was given towards the staff around him. Subsequently, the little scattering of people in the studio, as well as the staff at the taping of the program, received instructions. This approach by Aichen is in line with the rules. Soon the results of the polls came in as well. The Aichen family's vote count far exceeded the other two, and they held first place with 180,000 votes, 60,000 votes for Wan Lei's family. As for Zhang Yan's family, there are only 40,000 votes. Studio. After announcing the number of votes received, Little Sam began to introduce the next part of the event. Dear viewers, in the last segment, the crying and laughing shopping made both kids a little more moody, and we at the show deeply apologize. So next, we are going to bring a fun session that can keep the kids entertained called Joy Lasso. The words were followed by a round of applause in the studio. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also very much looking forward to it, revealing looks of anticipation. Wang Fong was the only one whose heart's anger could not be quelled for a long time. Little Sam cleared his throat and detailed the rules. This is a game that requires parents and children to work together side by side. We'll be handing out to each parent and child 50 lassos. And mind you, the parent and child lassos can't be used against each other. Each item placed on that side of the field is marked with a price. And as soon as one of the families in the set has items totaling more than the game is declared over worth of merchandise, $2,000. The winner is this family. Also, there are no prizes for this round, but parents and kids get to take home everything in their sets straight away. Can't we all wait? Let's follow the camera to see how all the parents and kids are doing. Screen switch. The crew of the program led a group of people towards the place where the stalls were set up. Along the way, the other two children were in a very low mood, and only Quinkwen was alive and kicking. He had long since put behind him the annoyance of not being able to buy a test paper just now. The only thing I saw was the pockets of his shirt were stuffed to the brim with chili fries. 3 large packets of them. 2 of the packs were specially run by the big brother of the followers to compensate him. Can't get enough of it, can't get enough of it at all. Soon, the group arrived at the site where the stalls were set up. The venue was huge, and as far as the eye could see, all kinds of things were laid out all over the place. From small drinks, snacks, chickens and geese, to washing machines, refrigerators, etc. And even a brand new Maserati on the farthest counter. Yes, it's a real car. This venue was set up by the program by contacting a local ground floor stand. and all costs incurred were covered by the program. The eyes of Zihan and Prince Xian, who were originally in a low mood, gradually brightened up. Zihan caught a glimpse of a beautifully wrapped box of watercolors in the corner. Prince Xian, on the other hand, stared dead center at a row of cool toy guns not far away and couldn't take his eyes off of them. The staff came forward, read the rules of the game aloud, and announced the start of the game. At that moment a young girl approached. She's the owner of this stand. Hello kids. I'm the owner of this place. Greenie. Green greeted the three children with a smile on her face. The three children responded in unison. Hello Sister Green. Well, that's very polite of you. So I'll give each of you a circle to experience first. With that, Green handed the circles to the children one by one. The hoops are all light enough for the kids to throw them with no effort at all. Who's first? Green asked. Aichin looked at the leaping Quinn from the sidelines and smiled, cheering him on. Shana son smash. Old dad tell you a secret. Vigorously out of the miracle. Quinn said with confidence as soon as he heard it, striding forward. Me first, only to see him holding the ring tightly, aiming directly at the farthest Maserati, then using all his strength, he threw it violently. Everyone looked in the direction of the circle. Strangely enough, the ring didn't fly out, but Quinken's hand was also empty. The crowd was puzzled. Where's the circle? Chapter 35 Set up a daughter-in-law for father, and practice shooting with him at night. I don't know where I threw the ring when I saw my son. Aiken laughed, patting Quinn on the shoulder. He said, no son, there's more to come. Not only did the miracle not happen for you, but how come the circle is missing? Just then, a soft cry came from Green from the side of the field. Yikes! The crowd looked for the sound, only to see that on Xiao Qing's neck, there was actually a collar hanging. It seems to be the very same one that Quinn was holding just now. Green shrunk her neck, the whole thing still a bit confused. The circle had just been thrown into the air, and she was looking up at it, not realizing that the next moment it was falling straight down towards her. The crowd froze at the moment, and for a while the scene was somewhat quiet. Good guy, let you play lasso. You got the other boss's wife. Ai Chen was the first to react, and somewhat embarrassedly looked at Xiao Qing, apologizing. Are you okay? Sorry haha. Before the words were finished, Xiao Qing removed the ring from her neck and smiled sweetly. It's fine. After that she snickered. I have to say that your family Quinn is still a little bit powerful. Won't it be that this whole stall is his if he gets me trapped? Everyone present couldn't help but laugh after hearing Xiao Qing's words. Quinn scratched his head and looked down with a coy smile. Aichin gently patted Quin's head and scolded with a laugh. Why don't you apologize to the person and remember to be more careful next time? Quinn said meekly, I'm sorry sis. Then he turned his head to look at Aichin again with a sly grudge. Pops is so unreliable. What is a miracle? It's just a way for him to make a fool of himself. He pouted indignantly. Humph. The other sister has said that the set of her whole stall is mine. Later at night when you go home let Sister Qing accompany you to practice your gun. You can't pester me. Upon hearing this second sentence, Aichin rushed forward to cover Quinken's mouth. Brat, what are you babbling about? What's all this talk about going home and practicing shooting with him? What's all this talk about tigers and wolves? At this point, the viewers in the live room were already laughing their asses off. Ha 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 ha. Quinn this kid has potential and knows how to catch a thief. Little green boss, Lulu. Even want to take me home too? Hockey child you this guy. Ha 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 ha. You'll have to hire Harky High upstairs. Let the boss's wife practice with your old man? Is that the gun I was thinking of? No, it's a mistake. I'm guilty. Aichin looks like he's in denial, but he's actually happy in his heart. The kid has set him up with a daughter-in-law and himself with a mom. Ha ha ha. Dog's head. This kid is the reincarnation of Neza, isn't he? Quinn, the stand is mine, so you're mine too. Now Pops finally has a teammate. Quinken's most filial episode. Sooner or later, I'm going to die laughing at this live broadcast. This father and son are one more than the other with a living. Well, look at the two of them actually learning something. I'm going out right now to set the kid up with a mom. On this side of the field, Green didn't really care, because she didn't read the of that sentence deeper meaning. Enthusiastically demonstrated to the parents and children how to throw the ring, explaining the essentials after playing the basics. The staff then announced the official start of the session. Happy loop. After handing out the lasso to parents and children, the camera first went to Zhang Yan and Zihan. Zihan clutched the lasso tightly in his hand, his eyes drifting now and then to the box of watercolors in the corner. Looking at the considerable number of lasso rings in his hand, he was inexplicably a little nervous. Zhang Yan, who was on the side, had a gentle smile on her face as she softly comforted. Zihan, don't be nervous, mommy's here. Mommy's cheering you on from the side, okay? Saying that, Zhang Yan slowly squatted down and leveled her eyes with Zihan, her eyes full of encouragement. For this lassoing event, the program didn't set any rules for rewards though, but the game of lasso is inherently difficult for the average person, and the lasso cannot be used interchangeably between parents and children. Trying to reach the program says $2,000 goal is not going to happen overnight. Zhang Yan knew in her heart that this was a good opportunity to show her educational philosophy in front of the audience and increase her popularity, so she was not in a hurry. Zihan nodded softly and was about to point out the box of watercolors she wanted to her mom. Zhang Yan, however, reached out first and pointed to a microwave oven in the center of the field and said, Zihan, shall we set that microwave? Zihan froze for a moment, and a look of loss gradually appeared on her small face that was still somewhat expectant. She spoke weakly. Mom, it's the box of watercolors I want. Zhang Yan patiently analyzed to Zihan. Zihan, although we have 100 circles in our hands right now, which seems like a lot, the chances of actually hitting the set are very small, so these circles can't just be wasted. Think about it, we happen to lack a microwave oven in our house. If we have it, in the future, Mom won't have to work so hard to make breakfast for you in the morning, and it's usually much easier to heat up rice and vegetables. Let's set the microwave first, shall we? Zihan listened to his mom and pursed his lips and lowered his head. Usually Mom doesn't even have time for breakfast because it takes so long to steam the buns and cook the noodles. If I had a microwave, my mom would be able to eat breakfast with myself. Mom had given so much to the family. She should be considerate of her mom. Earlier at the supermarket Mom also educated her for a long time. She can't be so willful. Mom and Dad will be sad if she thinks only of herself and not of the family. Think about it. Although Zihan still wanted the watercolor pencils badly, he raised his head and nodded towards Zhang Yan. Seeing Zihan agree, Zhang Yan had a pleased smile on her face. That's right. That's a good boy for mommy. Now you do the set. Mom is sure you can do it. Zihan picked up the lasso that Xiaoqing had just given him, took a deep breath, and stared at the microwave oven in the center of the field with some nervousness in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he threw the ring out with force, but after arcing through the air, the ring did not hit the microwave oven as he had hoped. She couldn't help but blame herself a little. Mom, I missed the set. It was too far. Zhang Yan touched Zihan's head. There's still 100 laps to go. There's no rush. You have to remember that where there's a will there's a way. And you have to think of this microwave as your gift to repay Mom and Dad for their hard work. For Mom and Dad's sake, I'm sure you can do it. Zihan listened to his mom's comforting words, but his heart somehow became more nervous. But then she thought about how hard her mom was working and told herself she couldn't back down. Gathering courage, I threw a few more rings, but the result was still unsatisfactory. Still not hit. Zhang Yan sighed softly with some disappointment. Zihan, you have to be more attentive. At this moment, Zihan bit her lip, and there were hidden tears flashing in her eyes. Boss Green looked over, and she couldn't help but frown in confusion. Why is this little girl crying when a game of lasso is supposed to make a child feel joyful? Even if you don't get a set, you're not so lost. With that in mind, he slowly walked towards Zihan. Other side, Prince Xian looked at the toy gun that was a bit far away, and was self-conscious that he couldn't hit the set. So he turned around and mindlessly pestered Wang Lei and kept begging. Daddy, I want a toy gun. Help me set it up. How could Wang Lei easily give in to his wishes? And he chided in an unkind manner. If you don't read properly, you know how to play these things. With that, his eyes scanned the grounds before pointing to a learning machine in front of him. The learning machine was very close to where they were standing, just less than 2 meters away. Wang Lei raised the corner of his mouth and said, This learner is pretty close. Prince Xian, let's see me set you up with a learning machine so you can carry it home and study for me properly. Upon hearing this, Prince Xian exclaimed, Ha, don't. He could have lassoed it from such a close distance, let alone his dad. But he didn't wait to say anything else. Wang Lei had already picked up the lasso and thrown it. Snap! Only to see the lasso fall to the ground and land impartially on the learning machine. Of the front, Wang Lei let out an incredulous gasp. Ouch me. Missed? Prince Xian. He took a long breath and patted himself on the chest, his whole being relieved. Turning his head to Wang Lei. Ha, why does it feel like you dish it out, Dad? That's a relief. He then said with a smirk. So what? Dad, take your time playing it on. I don't need your help. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Lei to react, he took the lasso, turned around and ran away. Wang Lei looked at his son's back as he ran away, annoyed, indignantly. Bunny boy, dared to look down on me. I have to set you up today. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he picked up another lasso and threw it. Still no hit. And it's even worse than the last one. Prince Xian took the lasso and searched for the closest distance to the toy gun. Without realizing it, he walked over to Quin Quin. The two kids usually know each other better in class. Hey, where's your old man? Prince Xian looked towards Kuan, sighed for a moment, then asked, "Nah, it's over there. Pop says I'm too untrained for stone and told me to practice more here." Quinn shrugged and pointed helplessly toward a short distance away, only to see Ai Chen holding the lasso, pacing back and forth over there for a long time before finally throwing the first lasso. Chapter 36. Let's see my father set up another iron pot to stew a goose. Near the center of the field, in a large box, were several large geese. Aiken's first target was them. He tightened his grip on the lasso, swung his big arm violently, and threw out a powerful blow. At that moment, the geese seemed to sense danger. In the face of the flying lasso, it actually began to desperately twist its neck. However, Ai Chen's loop was like an installation GPS, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. There was a whoosh, right into the neck of the goose. The goose stretched its neck straight out. Its eyes glazed over as if it hadn't reacted yet. The corners of Ai Chen's mouth rose in a satisfied smile. The viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked by Ai Chen's superb lassoing technique. "I'm going to go. Ai Chen has a way." "No, man, the goose is trying so hard to protect itself, and you can still hit it? You're not even giving it a chance to live." 6666. This goose is a veteran of the theater at first glance. But I didn't think that the strongest of the strong would be stronger. No, you tell me. How can I learn this? Ai Chen is really a heifer on a plane. Wait a minute, where's Quinn? Why is Ai Chen the only one playing here? How come you even left the kid aside? Ha 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 ha. Ai Chen said to Quinn that he came to say, "If you're a vegetable, you should practice more," and ran over here. Laughs at the fact that a family of kids can't get a set, a family of dads can't get a set, and a family of dads can get a set and lose their kids. Ha 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 ha. Ai Chen's main focus is just to have fun by yourself. Quinn, no? Why don't you take me with you? Dad, why don't we partner up and you help me see which set I should stand on better? Seeing that Cohen was also alone, Prince Xian opened his mouth and proposed. Quinn glanced toward his side. Where's your dad? Gone to play alone? Words. Prince Xian awkwardly touched his nose, and out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Wang Lei, who had thrown one after another not far away but still hadn't gotten a set. Hey, so close can not even set hit. As much as he wished his dad hadn't won the set, it was just a little embarrassing for him to be a son. Look at it, the lasso was thrown, less than 2 meters away, and the lasso that didn't hit was spread all over the place. It's almost spread to his dad's own feet. The cameramen in the back are all stifling their laughter. Even Xiaoqing could barely resist the urge to go up and move closer to Wang Lei. However, Wang Lei was still throwing while yelling at Wang Zishuan. "Bunny, get your ass back here. I'm about to get a set." "In a set? I think you really don't hit the mark." "Gee, this class of parents is hard to lead." Quinn comforted Prince Xian in a small adult manner. "Hey, that's right." The two difficult children couldn't help but sigh a little sadly. Wang Li is still hanging in there. After he used up half of the lasso he was holding, Green just couldn't watch anymore. Step forward and move the learner forward a bit. However, Wang Lei's lasso was like two magnets with the same pole as the learning machine. How could it not come together? It was hard to get the lasso to hit the learning machine, but then it slipped off the top. And Zhang Yan sighed. She reasoned with Zihan over and over again. Said earlier the little green boss came and showed her again why she just didn't follow what she was taught. Now that you've picked a goal, you have to give it your all. Zihan, who was already nervous, had her body trembling slightly after hearing her mom's words. She's scared. Her mom kept emphasizing to her that there weren't many sets left and she was afraid she wouldn't get the microwave because of her. She's guilty, worried that I won't be able to help my mom and will only add to the trouble. She was torn again. At first she wanted the box of watercolors. The small body trembled more and more violently, with tears in her eyes, and she couldn't raise her hand with the lasso. However, there are very few people who see her helplessness. Because her mom had been crouching beside her under the camera, it made many viewers feel that the child had her mom with her all the time. As for Ai Chen, he was alone and excitedly greeting Green and tying up the geese in his set. Many of the guests in the studio frowned when they saw the two families' very different ways of doing things. Observer Wang Fong was even more somber, scanning around towards the guest seats and seeing everyone's stony expressions. Wang Fong snorted coldly. Immediately after that, he came to his feet and started criticizing Ai Chen. Everyone saw it. That's how Ai Chen teaches his kids. No, this time he didn't educate his child at all. He actually disliked his child's food and chose to leave Quinn behind. Oh, will you still vote for such a self-serving person? Look at parent Wang Lei, who is also not around his child, but is still concerned about his child's studies, wants to obtain a learning machine despite everything, and shouts for Prince Xian to go back from time to time. He's at least keeping his mind on the baby. And Ai Chen? And look at Zhang Yan who did the best in this session. This is the model for all parents. From beginning to end, at all times, stood by Zihan's side to encourage her and comfort her. One of her own lasso was useless, and put her whole heart into her child. The children are only 8 years old. Ah, the game of lasso even adults play hard, let alone them. The most important thing in this game is the cooperation between parents and children. Cooperation in order to win. But in order to be able to enhance the relationship between children and parents, in all of Zihan's emotions, Zhang Yan is by her side one by one, responding and calming. And there's also her mom standing firmly by Zihan's side when he's at his most helpless. Doesn't such a good mom and parent have a touch inside? She's the one who really deserves everyone's vote. Speaking of which, Wang Fong sighed deeply, a look of regret on her face. And that icon? To think only of himself, to leave his child unattended, to run off and set a goose by himself without asking him what he wanted or thinking of what he should set, is unthinkable. Look at you all. His son can only be accompanied by Prince Xian. The despondency, helplessness, and sadness in his child's heart can be imagined. And talk about how happy he is with his son. But all I see is that he's bent on oppressing his child and pleasing himself. Let's all calm down and think about it. Our country needs an objective and bored education, not an entertaining and frivolous one like his. Having said that, she scanned everyone in the studio again. Seeing many guests nodding their heads to her frequently, a sense of fulfillment came over her. She felt deeply that she had persevered against Icon, and it had been worth it. Most of the guests in the studio were baby moms, or grandparents with grandchildren. After seeing Aichen's disregard for Quinn, there were expressions of dissatisfaction. There was a lot of crosstalk. What's wrong with this Aichen? Earlier, he looked quite joyful taking the child shopping. Why is he now leaving the child to play by himself? Didn't you hear? This Aichen dislikes his own son's vegetables, and the dog doesn't dislike the family, but actually dislikes his own child. Dads are just careless with their kids, but Aichen left them behind on purpose. And that's just too much. Look at how well Zhang Yan is doing. Where does Aichen compare to her? What's so worthwhile for those netizens to brag about when they set a big goose? How sad must this Quinn be to see someone else with a mom to comfort and encourage? However, the vibe of the live stream pop-ups, was very different from the studio. No, Aichen only left so a while. So many people on the line? What do you know? Quinn is the least stressful time when he doesn't stay by Aichen's side. I'm about to cry for Zihan. But you guys are still praising Zhang Yan. No? What's so sad about Quinn? Can the people in the studio look up at the big screen? Look who's laughing out of his nose. This side of the lasso scene. Wang Zishuan, who was playing with Cohen, suddenly noticed that not far away, Aichen had received a goose from the hands of the small green boss. Exclaimed towards Quinn beside him. Look, your old man hit a goose so fast. Let's go and see. With that, he pulled Quinn towards Aichen and ran. Came to Aichen and looked at his quivering goose. Quinn's eyes were wide with admiration. Froggy, Pops, your pants here too. Is this a shot in the dark? Pops turned out to be so good. Thought he was very vegetable afraid of being seen by himself feel ashamed of it. So wouldn't that make it possible for Pops to help him set that thing up? Quinn's eyes went to a desk further back in the venue. Hearing the compliment, Aichen raised his head triumphantly. Having left his son behind earlier, he was there to look around the grounds and think about what to set. Because of the program's rules, as soon as a family fills up $2,000, the game stops immediately. So if Aichen wanted to maximize his gains, he would have to get stuck within the total value of the items he obtained $2,000 of, and then use the last loop to set up one of the most expensive ones in the venue. But he would have been able to hit 100 shots, but he didn't want to end the game that quickly in order to keep the kids playing longer. Aichen touched Quinn's head and laughed. Son, how about we go home tonight and eat goose stew in an iron pot? Quinnplayer clapped his hands happily at that. Aichen then gave another big wave of his hand. How said, son, retreat behind my father, and watch my father set another big iron pot. Chapter 37. There is a kind of old dad, the more he boasts, the more powerful he is. His family lives in the Garden District. Seeing the cheerful Quinn on the live screen, inside the studio, the guests were a little dumbfounded. The corners of Wang Fong's mouth twitched, and she only felt a raw pain in her face, but soon she let out a cold grunt to hide the embarrassment in her heart. Don't think the kid is happy now, but what about just now? Let's take a step back. Could it be that he's not right now? It's a fact that he just left his child behind. Just as Wang Fong was arguing, once again, there were gasps of surprise from the lassoing grounds. Holy, hit it again. Your old man turned on the self-targeting, didn't he? Aichen again hits the iron pot with a shot, and Indy's Prince Hen claps his hands. Aichen smiled faintly. Quinn also stood aside and quipped again. Pops, you're so handsome. After saying that, Cohen's eyes dripped and pointed to a student desk in the center of the field. A look of anticipation crossed his face. It would be even cooler if you could help me win that desk. Pops, Aichin looked in the direction of Koen's finger, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. The original body promised to buy a desk for Quinn, but it never materialized. Now there is just this opportunity, so let yourself fulfill this promise to your child. Aichin didn't hesitate as he pulled out his cell phone and handed it to Koen with a smile. Son of a, you help me make a jitterbug and I'll help you set your desk so that my fans don't keep asking me when I'm going to buy it for you. Remember to take handsome pictures of Pops, haha. Quinny heard this and immediately gave an okay sign. Confidently, Pax old man. Quinn took his cell phone and took small, quick steps to walk a little farther and find what he thought was an excellent camera angle. He then turned on his shaky cam and pointed it first at himself with an excited smile. Righteous fathers, my old man is so dutiful today. I'm going to have a desk soon, he. In the lasso field, the larger items had a short pillar placed on top of them. According to the rules, as long as the set hits the column, the item is considered successfully set. Aiken stood just outside the lasso line, staring intently at the post on the desk. The arm swung hard, and in the blink of an eye, the lasso was set impartially on the post. Quinn was so excited to see this scene that he ran over with his cell phone. For his part, Aichin tilted his head slightly, a lupo-like smug smile on his face, as if to say, come on and praise me hard. Koen did not hesitate to stick out his thumbs and boasted with a face of admiration. Pops, you're still a heifer upside down and bullish. Hearing Quinken's words, the audience in the live broadcast room was amused. Ha. Quinn is so young, he's talking out of his ass. 8-year-olds can say hiatus. I can only walk a single 6. Especially from Jitterbug to see this father and son. They are really joyful, which is not as serious as that observer said. TSK. Quinn, this little mouth can talk. In the future I guess I have to coax how many little girls off. Ahem. I'm single with an 8-year-old daughter and feel like I could set up 2 kids. Snickering. Upstairs, I think you're looking at Aichin. Ha. Successful set in. Aichin turned to look at his son, Quinn, with a gentle smile on his face. A pat on the shoulder followed. Okay, son smasher. It's time for you to show off your talent next. Here, you do the set. Good. Quinn nodded and leapt to reply. Grabbed the lasso, ran off to the side, and began his attempt. See Quinn get his heart's desire. Prince Xian looked up at his dad again. Seeing the other guy still holding on to the set of learners, he sighed helplessly. That's the difference between dad and dad. Take the lasso and walk away. Mouths were broken. There's a type of pops, the more you brag about it, the better it gets, and his family lives in the Garden District. At this point, Aichin had already found a chair and sat down, leisurely watching Quinn lasso from the sidelines. Seeing this scene, Wang Fong seized the opportunity and opened her mouth to criticize again. Oh, you've only been playing with the kid for less than 2 minutes and you're reluctant? It looks like it was just trying to look good for the camera earlier. These words of Wang Fong soon made many guests in the studio come to a realization. That's the way I see it. This Aiken never looks like he's in charge. That's right. Those cheers from Prince Xian just now drew the camera teacher over. That's why Aichin didn't continue to do what he was doing. Poor Quinn is only content to keep his father company for so long. The guests spoke their minds, and the studio was filled with negative comments about Aiken for a while. But just then, a tiny cry rang out from the screen. The live camera had been given to Zhang Yan and Zihan's side. Only Zhang Yan, who was still crouching, stood up with her arms crossed. Zihan, look at other people's children. Which one is like you? So timid. Look at them. They've all lassoed what they want. My daughter didn't move a muscle and never wanted to throw another hoop. Zhang Yan's patience was gradually exhausted. She was helpless and a little puzzled at the same time. What was wrong with Zihan lately? It's getting less and less obedient and understanding as it used to be. Wasn't it just to get her to set a microwave? Why so reluctant? Later on an item is not lassoed and someone else has already lassoed the full $2,000. If Zihan is still reluctant, then how is she going to show her successful educational philosophy to the viewers of the live broadcast? Mom, I don't want to play. I can't. Feeling Zhang Yan's stern gaze, Zihan weakly whispered. She couldn't even throw a microwave that far. And just now Sister Green came to advise her mom. But why did mom have to make her set? Don't want to play? Zihan, you're not kidding, Mom. How many times have I told you not to do things halfway? Why do you always take my words for granted? Look at the 2 boys in your class. They're a head shorter than you, and they're having a great time. So why are you saying you can't? Looks like you won't want to listen to mommy until she pushes you a little. After saying this, Zhang Yan paused for a moment. Will you do as you're told? And if you do, use those lasso rings of yours to lasso the microwave. It doesn't matter if you can't get it on as long as you're willing to lasso it. And not only that, but mommy will consider using my 50 lasso rings to help you lasso as many watercolors as you want. If you don't want to, then mommy will have to confiscate all of your lasso. If you don't want to play, then mommy really won't let you. Comforting, encouraging, and persuading were useless, and she was no longer drying out. Having said that, Zhang Yan then snatched the lasso from Zihan's hand. Zihan was already a little nervous about facing his mom's reprimand. With her hand tightly gripping the condom, Zhang Yan's move to snatch the condom from her hand directly caused her body to jolt. One fell to the ground. The small hand braced on the concrete floor and yelped in stinging pain. Seeing this scene, the pop-up exploded. Holy, what's she doing? She's got a donkey's head. She's doing this to her own daughter. It hurts so much. Just now Xiaoqing boss came to comfort Zihan. Zihan immediately stopped crying. Doesn't this Zhang Yan know that it's her own education style that's wrong? She's still blaming the child. Can't stand it. Why I was laughing when Wang Lei hit Prince Xian, but I wanted to cry when I saw Zihan fall on the ground. Who wants to listen to you? Besides, didn't you let her use the microwave? Why did you say Zihan gave up halfway? Hey, nowadays, why do people talk so impulsively? How can a child not listen? How can a parent not be anxious? Isn't it normal? It's just that I see that Zhang Yan is too good to Zihan, and that's why she's slowly becoming a bit capricious. And it's good to put a little bit of pressure on the child appropriately. Zihan fell down. Zhang Yan is just careless. What kind of parents do not love their children? Really, the pop-ups were noisy, each in its own way. Seeing Zihan fall to the ground and burst into tears again, she was about to continue to educate a few more sentences, but after thinking about it, she crouched down and prepared to help Zihan up. I'm sorry Zihan, Mom didn't mean it. If you listen to your mom. A look of remorse and sadness crossed her face. Reaching out, he tried to help Zihan up, yet Zihan's body trembled slightly, struggling with some reluctance. See this. Zhang Yan's face grew cold again. Inside the studio, facing the various criticisms of Zhang Yan on the pop-up screen, the more Wang Fong looked at it, the more pathetic it became. It turns out that there are so many other viewers who are so limited and short-sighted. Chapter 38. A Father's Love is Silent. Wang Fong stood up, her expression serious as she felt the need to make the audience recognize the facts, only to see her open her mouth with a serious look on her face. It seems that everyone has fallen into the misconception that we're a program that discusses how to raise children, not how to spoil them. There's a saying that you don't know how much potential a child has until you push them. Zhang Yan was harsher than usual this time, even to the point of accidentally letting Zihan fall, which displeased many viewers. What I want to tell everyone is that the injury is in Zihan's body, but the pain is in Zhang Yan's heart. She wouldn't want to hurt her daughter either, but in order for her child to grow, she knew that she would have to be ruthless in order to do so. It's like a mama eagle being ruthless enough to push her baby birds off a cliff in order for them to learn to fly. You know, a child is a ball. You have to pat her so she can bounce. I am honestly telling you that I am not talking on paper. Take my own daughter. Growing up I didn't allow her to take time off for the slightest injury or illness, and it was because of this pressure from me that she was able to achieve top grades within the best high school in the city. So please don't blame Zhang Yan's mom. As Wang Fong's words fell, the studio was briefly quiet for a moment. Afterward, many guests nodded, especially after hearing Wang Fong's daughter's excellent results. They were convinced of her words. Many viewers in the live broadcast room who held a neutral viewpoint were also spoken to by Wang Fong. Yeah, where will they get the motivation to learn if they don't put pressure on their kids? However, this time, in the observers' gallery of the studio, observer Jiang Yu sighed and shook his head, then spoke coldly. Oh, a child is a leather ball? Then you guys be careful not to burst it by slapping it. It's not very loud, but everyone in the studio and the audience in the broadcast room heard it loud and clear. It was even deafening to some ears. Soon, the pop-ups began to go wild. Too right. Observer Jiang Yu and I are on the same page. That Zhang Yan is not properly pressurized. Just that suffocating atmosphere. I can't even stand it as an adult. Oh, it's this idea of constantly stressing out children that leads many parents with low cognitive levels to personally push their own children into the abyss. That's right. How many families have been harmed by sending their children to militarized schools and giving them electroshock therapy? I can't help it. I'm going to lose my quality. Wang Fong, I came to see the live broadcast is to see the fun, not to see you apart from the blind a few nonsense. Hurry up and shut your stinking mouth, but also shoot the ball. I cannot wait to slap you a few times to see you in and not grow. Hurry up and change one live room back to 3. I'm going crazy watching Zhang Yan again. Audience anger has never been more raging. The backstage crew was quick to notice, decided to switch screens first to calm the pace. The live camera went to Aichin and Quinquin's side. It was only seen in Quinquin struggling to throw the lasso. He'd managed to lasso up 4 or 5 items already, though they were all small things like pencil sharpeners, but he was very accomplished. After feeling a little smooth, he set his sights on the sweeper and dishwasher in the center of the field. After throwing more than 10 more that still missed, Green came to pick up the rings on the ground. Meet Quinn, who was so obsessed with sweepers and dishwashers. Green encouraged. Go Quinn. Are you trying so hard to help Dad take the pressure off of doing chores? Quinn froze slightly and looked sideways at his old dad, who was sitting on a chair with his hands in his pockets and his legs crossed in an unbelievably relaxed manner. Sister Chang, do you think my old man he looks like someone who can do housework? Green? Quinn spread his hands helplessly. Sets of both. I'm just trying to make myself less housebound in the future. When he finished, he was silent and just threw the lasso. Green. Soon the pop-ups were filled with laughter. Laughing to death. The burden on Quinn is really not small, Miles. You have to do housework again. And you have to make breakfast for Aichin on weekends. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Aichin, if I'm lazy enough, the kid will be hardworking enough. It's the first time I've seen a child who knows so much. And the first time I've seen a parent who doesn't know so much, ha ha ha. But there will always be people who take a different view on something. No. Are you people so double standard? You guys scold Zhang Yan for stressing her child. You guys praise Ai Chen for stressing her child. And isn't making your child do chores just corporal punishment? Yeah. Look at that. Aichin is still right next to him, watching dryly, not caring at all if Quinn can set it up or not. Having a father like Ai Chen, Cohen is also really suffering. But soon, these few pop-ups were then defended by the crowd. Ha, this is pressure? I don't think it's as much pressure as Quinn playing games. Zhang Yan, that's endless mental pressure. A child in this situation will only have the wings of his mind broken. And Ai Chen's pressure, just simple physical work, can add the wings of independence to the child. It's called the poor family's children early home. Strongly agree with upstairs. A little manual labor won't make a kid kill himself, but depression really kills kids. If it's really the same pressure, have you ever seen Quinn cry as often as Zihan? Have you ever seen Zihan laugh as often as Gonjin? As the pop-ups opened up a debate, Green frowned as she walked towards Aichin. Somewhat unenthusiastically, he asked Aichin. Hey, Quinn's dad, your son has been thrown there for so long. Why don't you go stay by his side and help him? I could see you were pretty good earlier. She wasn't angry at Aichin. She just thought that Cohen was a small person, but she didn't realize that she was carrying such a big mountain on her back as Aichin. It's really hard on Quinn, and the question she asked was exactly what a lot of people in the studio wanted to ask. Aichin smiled at his words. Without explaining too much, he stood up directly towards Quinn's side and shouted, Son of A, can I help you? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Quinn's head shook like a rattle. Don't. Pops, you rest aside. Humph. This sweeper and dishwasher will be mine if I set it up. So you can't threaten me with playing games with you if you don't do your chores from now on. Aichin was just about to say something. Again, he was interrupted by Quinn's ambitions. Don't try to talk me out of it. I've got a very hot hand right now and I'm going to take them down. Stop doing chores and turn the big picture around. Open. 3 or 4 lasso rings flew out in response. Aichin looked at the passionate, middle-aged Quinn. He turned his head toward Green and shrugged. No, does this kid look like he needs my help? Green. These two are quite the father and son. A hand picked up the thing Quinn had said on earlier from the ground while saying, helping your child is not about everything, and being there for your child is not about being there for her all the time. I never fail to live up to my promises to my children. The desk was promised to Quinn, and since he asked me for help, I was naturally happy to accept it. As for the rest, I would like him to try an experiment on his own first. It is what he obtains by his own power that he can be most proud of. Aichin once again looked sideways at Quinn. As you can see, he is taking pleasure in the matter of relying on his own strength. As for companionship, is it not the best companionship for me to watch silently behind him while he plays happily? After all, a father's love has no voice. Chapter 39. Lubricate the learning machine. Many of the guests in the studio froze when Aichin's last sentence exited, looking deep into the screen at Aichin. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were all sending pop-ups as if they had been enlightened. Father's love is silent, but it's better to be silent now than to have a voice. It's so transparent. Being with your child at all times is either spoiling or controlling. I couldn't agree more. It's not like it's a dangerous game. Staying around the kids all the time and telling them what to do is annoying to the kids if you don't. It's just that you stay with your child when he needs you. And when he doesn't, don't use your adult mind to guess what your child is thinking. This kind of parent-child relationship is the healthiest. Zhang Yan's side is literally giving me a heart attack watching it. Inside the studio, seeing the pop-ups filled with voices in support of Ai Chen, Wang Fong had an ironic look on his face. After all her talk, it was nothing compared to a few words from Aichin. Her experience and practical experience can be a lot more than this youngster after. 0. This Aichin is clearly being sophomoric. Wang Fong spoke sternly. It instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. As a parent, if you're not there for your child, who is? I think this Aichin is just plain lazy. Children are supposed to be competitive. And this lack of active participation in the game on his part will not only fail the child, but it will also create an image of the child as a poser. Not wanting to be there for your children is a whole lot of crooked reasoning. Everyone should know that when Aichin linked to the education experts earlier, it was because of the shenanigans that caused the tempo that the official emergency was called off. His words have no credibility at all. Don't be misled. Everyone, here, I'd like to ask everyone, you don't take the initiative to think about your child, to speculate on what your child is thinking. What will you do if your child hides something important from you and won't tell you? Will you still be talking about a father's silent love at that time? When she finished, she looked confidently around the studio. He thought that with this meticulous thinking of his, he would be able to convince the crowd. After all, she has official support behind her. The last time the program was aborted, it didn't even take a second to think about it. It must have been the comments Aichin made in public that angered the officials. Seeing that not a single person in the studio offered a rebuttal, she couldn't help but feel smug again inside. Except she hadn't noticed that the pop-ups on the live feed were all yes, then chose to vote for Aichin for the day. At this point, Observer Jano pushed up his glasses and stood up. He coldly looked straight at Wang Fong. Observer Wang Fong, this time I don't want to refute you with empty arguments. Since you asked everyone a question, I would like to ask you 2 questions instead. Wang Fong snorted coldly. You say. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and asked directly. First, in your so-called you tried a hands-on approach, in which figure out what your children are thinking. Have you ever considered their privacy and their free space? Secondly, if you think something is important and your child hides it from you and won't tell you, wouldn't you feel like a failure as a mother, as an educator? The words finished, Jiang Yu sat down without waiting for Wang Fong's reply. Then look at Wang Fong. At this moment, her mouth was slightly open, wanting to retort, but she was stuck in her throat, not knowing what to say. For some reason, when she heard the word failure, the 3 words on her daughter's diagnosis immediately came to mind. The pop-ups on the live stream were quite quiet at this point. Many viewers were thinking about what Jiang Yu had said. But, at this point in time, the lasso venue was a very lively one. Zhang Yan sighed. She had helped Zihan up, only to see her forcefully clutching Zihan's wrist and forcing a lasso into Zihan's hand. Forced hand to hand with Zihan throwing the lasso. Although she was reluctant and her body subconsciously shrank back, but she was too weak to resist. The tears from earlier had been chastised back by Zhang Yan, but the tears were turning into a tidal wave of fearful emotions at the moment, flooding her tiny body. Zihan's mind involuntarily thought of the previous scene where Zhang Yan taught her to write by hand. At that time, her mom's hands were so gentle, but now her mom's grip hurt her. At the moment she felt, the mom behind her scared her more than the stranger she didn't know. The cameraman's camera wasn't given to this side, otherwise the audience might have just stormed off when they saw the scene. The other side, Wang Lei is staging a chase scene with Prince Xian around the lasso grounds. Just now, Wang Lei, with the help of Qing's countless movements of the learning machine forward, managed to spent the last of his set, the whole 50 loops, all of them falling short. That learning machine was almost at his feet and he hadn't been able to set it up without it. Wang Lei incredulously questioned Qing. You guys don't lube this learning machine, do you? Green was speechless. She moved the learning machine over and over again, not actually helping Wang Lei. Just want to see how stupid this Wang Lei can be. Facts show that Wang Lei is beyond stupid. After spending all of his own sets of rings, Wang Lei had wanted to follow Zhang Yan's example of pulling hard to come with Prince Xian to set up a learning machine. But Prince Xian which is willing. He reacted quickly and dodged Wang Lei's large hand reaching out to him like a loach, then drew his legs and ran. And so it was, father and son, one chasing, the other fleeing. Wang Lei was panting in the back. Prince Xian threw hoops as he ran. Whatever, you have to spam the circle first, not to mention if you can escape and hit the toy gun. This scene ruffled the feathers of the audience. The other side, Quinn was staring intently at the sweeper and dishwasher set up in the grounds. The distance is relatively long and difficult. By now, he had thrown out most of the lasso rings in his hands, and there were some unsuccessful lasso rings scattered on the ground. But Quinn didn't panic in the slightest, and his gaze was unusually firm. An image of earlier when Aichin lassoed came to his mind, mentally cheering myself up. Pops is great, and he doesn't want to be told that a tiger father has no son, and he's okay with still wanting to be complimented by Pops. The last time Aichin complimented him on his good looks, it was enough to make him happy for a long time. With conviction, Quinn concentrated, and the lasso in his hand drew an arc in the air. Finally, the kung fu was up, and the lasso was securely attached to the sweeper. At this point, however, He had just about spent all of the lasso in his hand. Despite the fact that the lasso was gone, Quinkin's face instantly blossomed into a big smile, his excitement overflowing. He jumped up in excitement and yelled towards Aichin, who was not far away. "Pops, I hit it! I hit it from this far away!" After shouting, Koan followed Aichin's earlier example. Tilting his head slightly, a Luba-like smug smile appeared on his face. Hearing his son shout, Aichin smiled and got up to walk towards Quinquin. Sticking out his thumb, he complimented without mincing words. "Son of a, handsome." This cozy scene, it made a lot of the audience emotional. That's the kind of parent-child interaction I'd like to see, where the child has free space and the parent compliments the child on the results of his or her efforts. Quinquin is great. Quinquin's the only one who seems to have gotten a lot of things out of the 3 kids now. Ha ha ha, that's true, but it just goes to show that Aichin's laziness is having a good effect. Look at this kid, he's really trying hard, spending all his lasso just to stay out of the housework. Ha ha, it can't be helped. A family always needs a know-it-all. Dog's head. Aichin looked at the prices of the items in their current set. The total price value was quickly mouthed off. It's already $1.97. And look at the other 2 families. They were running out of lasso rings in their hands. Regarding Zhang Yan's approach, Aichin sighed deeply in his heart. At this moment, Zihan was just like him when he was a child. It was never only controlled by the parents. And as for Prince Xian, he had only one opinion. This kid's physical fitness is pretty good, and he runs like a thief. Gotta get a chance to drag Quinn out for a workout, lest he wants to stay home and read all day and wear his body out. How can he play the game? Clap your hands. Aichin is going to put an end to this game of lasso. Chapter 40 Set of Maserati? Director, it's bad. It's coming at me. As long as the price value reaches $2,000. The winners in this game are him and his son. Aichin's eyes fell on the dishwasher in the center of the field and looked at the price. $800. Almost. He whispered to himself. Then, turning his head to look at Quinquin beside him, he asked, "Son of a, do you want this dishwasher?" Quinquin froze slightly when he heard his father's question. Surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he nodded vigorously. "Okay, wrap it up on your dad." Aichin was silently calculating in his mind. Saves your son time washing dishes and allows to be used to let him play games. Value for money. After saying that, Aichin stepped to the side and moved around a bit, quickly getting into a state. The lasso in his hand flew out and hit the dishwasher with precision. It's been 1897 Without hesitation, taking the remaining lasso in his hand, he began to lasso the drinks and mineral water in the venue. At this time, Xiaoqing was a bit puzzled when she saw Aichin's behavior and quickly walked over and asked, "Aichin, you're so skilled. Why are you suddenly only setting these so simple?" Meanwhile, the viewers in the broadcast room were puzzled. Internet spammers are everywhere. The same goes for the live program room. The pervasive ones had eaten Aichin's defeats time and time again, and now that they thought they had seized the opportunity, they naturally began to actively attack. Oh, he was just lucky earlier. How could he have any real skill? That's just it. Earlier it must have been afraid of making a fool of myself in front of my son. That's why I didn't set it anymore. Now that I set it to a dishwasher, I started to set these simple ones. Obviously scared. TSK, are here to entertain, sure to set other difficult who set mineral water to take advantage of this small advantage really no fun. Facing Xiaoqing's question, Aichin replied without panic, "I'm getting it together." Green? At this point, Aichin managed to snare 2 more bottles of mineral water. Continued. Well, the total value in the set is now $1,999. Excuse me, please, Boss Green. I'm going to set it. With that, his finger pointed to the Maserati at the very back of the field. The Maserati was parked at the furthest point from the lapping area. A ball is placed on the roof of the car, and according to the rules of the lasso, if you hit that ball, you are successful. But, instead of getting direct ownership of the car after the set, you get 2 years of use of the car, or it can also be converted to $50 in cash. 000. As soon as Aichin's words left his mouth, not only was Xiaoqing so surprised that she couldn't keep her mouth shut, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also very surprised. 666. Set of $1 mineral water turned out to be enough to make up $19.99. And then the whole big one. Okay. Aichin still has 100 shots up to now, and there are so many lasso rings in his hand. Maybe he can really hit it. Bull. Master of price management. Truly a man who has studied the rules of the program to the limit. I recognize that your excellency's lassoing skills are strong, but don't blow too much on this awesomeness. So many people are watching. Quinn, quickly get a pocket for my old man. Green, it won't fit in the pocket either. Ha, Quinn, no, my old man's already loaded it up. Just when Aiken said he wanted a Maserati set. Backstage on the set of Teach Your Children, Joe Ping, the general director who was watching the live broadcast with full attention, froze violently. Bad. It's coming at me. That Maserati is his new favorite car. The only reason it was brought to the show and put on display was just to add some gimmick and appeal to the show. Aichen's previous performance of lassoing was a hit every time, but he could see it clearly. He panicked. I can't afford to give my favorite car away for 2 years. He didn't think in terms of discounted cash, after all. In his opinion, who could resist not wanting the use of a luxury car? And Aichen usually rides nothing more than a small electric donkey. The cameraman on the set reacted quickly focusing all the shots on Aiken. At the moment when everyone was watching, Aichen took a deep breath and steadily threw the lasso in his hand. The crowd's eyes followed the trajectory of the lasso as it moved. There was a pop. There were no surprises. The lasso was accurately placed on the ball. The crowd pressed on. For a moment, a silence fell over the scene. Even Zihan, who had been drowning in sadness, stared blankly at the collar that was attached to the ball. Her eyes filled with shock. Not Buddy? Joe Ping stretched out his neck, his eyes close to the computer screen that was broadcasting live in the background. At this moment, the live broadcast room was completely boiling, and many people watching the live broadcast even directly stood up. Dad, it's over before you can react? Okay. I'm not going to watch this live. I'm sick of being red-eyed. Asterisk. Should we play like this? Aren't you killing those spammers? Script. This must be the script. Let me do an episode, brother. Please. Program, it's over. It's over. Ha 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 ha. Aichen, this is to come into the goods to come. Finished and loaded things on the car to drive away. What puts Joe Ping's mind at ease? Instead of asking for 2 years' use of the car, Aiken decisively opted $4.50 in cash. 000. Aiken's explanation. The little electric donkey comes and goes as it pleases. It's convenient and I'm used to it. And when the staff curiously asked Quinn if he didn't want to ride in this luxurious car, Quinn's answer surprised the crowd no end. Yes, of course I want to ride in this car, but I know it's only momentary. Pops and I said that people are really rich when they're rich on the inside, and they don't have to rely on external things to decorate themselves. Even if I want to decorate by the outside in the future, I want it to be with money I've earned and a car that's really my own. Actually, at first he kind of wanted Aiken to have the car. That way he could show off in front of his buddies when Pops drove to school to pick him up after school. But he knew, Pops is lazy and won't come to pick him up from school. Soon, the staff announced that the game was over and the winners were the Aiken family. The other two families have their own situations. Prince Xian accidentally holsters the toy gun he's been longing for. Wang Lei originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but because he was on the air, he held back. As for Zhang Yan's family, not a single prize was set. Looking at the really somewhat pitiful Zihan, a wave of pity welled up in Xiaoqing's heart. She picked up the box of fine watercolors and walked towards Zihan. Speaking softly, Zihan, this box of watercolors is for you from sister. Zihan shook her head timidly and shrank back. At that moment, Zhang Yan, who was on the side, pushed Qing's hand holding the watercolor brush away. Squeezing out a stiff smile, he said, "No, you can't spoil the boy. Gotta let Zihan learn from this failure." She was mentally blaming Zihan. It felt like it was because she wasn't proactive enough that she didn't get any of the sets. Was about to educate a little more, but then he noticed the disgruntled expression on Green's face, as well as a shot of the cameraman on the sidelines. His face changed slightly, then he turned his head to Zihan. "Zihan, be good. Don't be sad. Mommy promises to buy you watercolor pencils as long as you get all perfect scores on your final exams. Okay?" Zihan lowered his head and didn't say a word. Not far behind them, Cohen heard Zhang Yan and Zihan's conversation and turned his head to ask Aichen, "Pops, do I get a reward if I do well on the final?" Aichen was about to say, "Reward? Reward you for going on the trail with Dad, okay?" Just then, a staff member came over to Aichen. "We will not be on this side for the next session. How about what was in the set earlier? We will now pack it up for you and deliver it to the neighborhood where you live? Not over here anymore?" Aichen froze for a moment, suddenly remembering that there was one important thing he hadn't done on this side of the world this time. He patted Quinn on the shoulder and said, "Son of A, you don't have to do well on your final exams. Pops will give you a reward right away." Having said that, under the puzzled gaze of Quinn and the crowd, Aichin turned around and darted towards the inside of Wanda Plaza. It didn't take long. His figure then reappeared in sight. There were also 2 large boxes clutched in his hands. Seeing this, Quinn's eyes lit up. Wowza! Did Pops make a special trip to the bookstore to buy him a book? Chapter 41 Reward? Reward you with one of the latest video cards. Unable to contain his excitement, Quinn said, "How long do I have to read such 2 big boxes of books?" Aichin was full of smiles and walked with a brisk pace. Aloud, "Son of A, here's your reward." With that, he handed the 2 boxes to Quinn for display. Both of these he had ordered last night from the offline store on Wanda's side, just in time to pick them up now for the show to bring back. Quinn froze slightly, staring at the box and muttering in his mind, "Gee, how come the box kind of doesn't look like it holds books? Pops, what's in here?" Seeing his son looking up and down, Aichin directly shoved one of the boxes into Quinn's arms. "Don't you want a reward? Pops, I'm rewarding you with the latest 8090 video card. You'll be able to play Go with a great feeling." Then he showed another box. "And this one, PS6. If Go is tired of playing, let's play a 2-player game for a change." Having said that, as if remembering something important, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. He's going to use Shakeology to record the good life. Aichin crouched down so that he was about the same height as Quinn, holding up his cell phone, the rear camera lens steady on himself and Quinn, his voice booming. "Come on kid, smash. Look at the camera and smile." Quinn, at this point, he had a lot of inner complexity. Smile? He really wants to growl. China hasn't had a father like this for years. 5000. How long does this game have to go on? The hand clutching the video card box clenched darkly. Quinn made up his mind. He must secretly study hard to get into Peking University later and get out of his old dad's clutches. On the contrary, Aichin was smiling happily. The video was soon finished. With the text posted, "Everything is fake. Only my son's smile is real. Congratulations son. Happy 8090 graphics card in PS6. The viewers in the live room couldn't tense up at the sight, especially seeing the contrasting faces of father and son, laughing and slapping their thighs. Ha 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 ha. Sooner or later, I'll be laughed out of the room. Rewarding you with the latest video card. The 8090 graphics card is a PS6. Go home kid. Don't want this dad. Or just give me your dad. Anchor. I've been following you for 20 years. Can you send me a video card? Is the jitterbug that Aichin posted serious? Where did his son laugh? He was on the verge of crying. Haha. I see that he himself laughed from the bottom of his heart instead. I bought it for my son. I bought it for myself. Multiplayer games are so stressful for Quinn. Let alone 2-player games. Haha. Right after Aichin handed the box over to the staff, a familiar beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 120,000 reputation value. Current reputation value, 131314. Hint, a full 200,000 prestige value can be drawn. When the accumulated reputation value reaches 1 million, the achievement will be unlocked first shine, with a reward of 1 million yuan. It takes to draw 200,000 prestige values? Aichin was slightly surprised. He understood though, it was normal for premium stuff to be more expensive, and now he was earning reputation values much faster. It won't take long to take down 1 million achievement rewards. The corners of Aichin's mouth couldn't restrain themselves from rising at the thought of being able to exchange for more and better equipment by then. Jiang Yan, who was in front of him, glanced back at him and Cohen at this point. She had seen Quinn's grades in her class before. It's the kind of thing that doesn't go up and down. And Zihan's grades are far better than his. Looking at AI Chan's educational style of rewarding children with games, Jiang Yan shook her head straight in her heart. In her opinion, not only will this not raise her children to be successful, but their academic performance will surely be in shambles in the future. Noticing the smug smile on AI Chan's face, Jiang Yan hummed lightly and quickly averted her gaze. When the final exam results come out, this Aichin probably won't be able to laugh, and he and his daughter will be the final winners. It didn't take long. A staff member came over and smiled. Both of the morning programs have been completed, and I'd like to thank everyone for their cooperation. I believe that everyone is a bit tired at this moment. Our program team has contacted a buffet restaurant, so we can have a bite to eat there and take a break. What do the 3 parents and the kids think? Shall we leave now? Buffet? Pops, gog. I've been wanting it for a long time. I want spicy crawfish, shabu shabu, and popped spicy big pig's feet. The moment Quinn heard that there was something delicious to eat, his originally dull eyes instantly lit up, exclaimed excitedly, "Let's not think about how to get into Peking University first? Still eating is the biggest. Aichin also felt a little hungry. I woke up as soon as I could in the morning to get to the program and haven't eaten anything yet, he said with a big wave of his hand. Come on son. Start building. Prince Xian and Wang lay beside them have also long been starving. Earlier you chased me for half a day. Long ago chest to back. And hastily nodded their heads in agreement. Zihan, who had been forced to lasso by his mom, was equally hungry. She eyed the bouncing Prince Xian and Quinquin. There was envy in his eyes. For the cafeteria. She hadn't been there. I just heard from my class that there's all kinds of delicious food there. And her favorite ice cream. Zihan looked up slightly and observed her mom's expression. Hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked Zhang Yan. Mom, are we going together? Zhang Yan naturally saw that Zihan wanted to follow along. But she didn't even think about it. She just refused. No way Zihan. Buffets are expensive and very uneconomical. How much can you eat as a little kid? Going there is just giving people money. It's better to go home with mom and eat. When she finished speaking, she reached out and took Zihan's hand. At this point, the staff explained with a smile. Mother Zhang Yan, the cost of this buffet is paid for by our program. You don't have to worry. And it's quite a hassle for you to go back and forth. So you might as well join the group. At those words, Zhang Yan hesitated for a moment, looking toward Zihan's side helplessly. Okay, mommy will take you, but from now on you must listen to mommy, okay? After saying that, she held Zihan's hand and followed the staff all the way behind. Although she promised Zihan, she was still worried along the way. What if Zihan eats those thick-flavored, irritating foods and doesn't want to eat at home in the future? You know that kittens and puppies are still picky eaters, not to mention children. And a lot of the food inside the buffet is heavy on oil and sugar and contains additives that are definitely not good for your health. Soon, the group arrived at the cafeteria. Warm, bright lights and a wide array of food filled the various dining tables. Grilled meats are sizzling. Seafood and shrimp and crabs are flailing. And there's a variety of baked and fried snacks. The rich flavor instantly tickled the cravings in the stomachs of the three children. Pops, I can't wrap my mouth around this, so I'm going to go ahead and get the groceries. Quinquin's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. And before he could finish his sentence, he ran out with his legs. Prince Xian wasn't willing to show weakness and followed closely behind. By now, Zihan's eyes had been captivated by the cupcakes and ice cream that were set up on the front counter in the restaurant. Seeing Kuan and Prince Xian both run out cheerfully, she subconsciously wanted to follow, and her footsteps just took a step forward. However, the next moment, a tugging sensation from her arm brought her back to her senses. It just occurred to me that I was being held firmly by my mom's wrist. Chapter 42. Mommy hasn't even had a bite yet, so I want you to have your fill first. She tried to gently break free. Mom, I want to. Zhang Yan didn't wait for Zihan to finish, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Zihan, mommy knows you're hungry. Don't run around. Be good and go sit in your seat. Mommy will go get your food for you. Zihan hesitated, nodding obediently despite some reluctance. She glanced sideways into the dining room, where Quinquin and Prince Xian were merrily moving from table to table picking out food, their faces beaming with contentment. There was a flash of envy in his eyes. Silently, he walked over to the table and sat down, waiting quietly for his mom. Only that gaze drifted every now and then to the dining table with the cupcakes and ice cream. Zhang Yan paced back and forth in the restaurant with her empty plate, her eyes sharply sizing up each food item, frowning one moment, shaking his head the next. In her eyes, the food was either too greasy or all flavored. It's just too unhealthy to give to small children. In the studio, seeing this scene, Wang Fong couldn't help but nod appreciatively and opened his mouth to comment. Look at what Zhang Yan did. The first thing she did when she arrived at the restaurant was to personally help her child pick out the food. How many parents can do this kind of caring and attentiveness to their children? Let's all look at Aichin and Wan Lei, who have no regard for the children and are just sitting there by themselves in a big way, allowing two children to scurry around the dining room. Even if they don't think about what the children are eating, they don't even think about the safety of the children. At this point, Zhang Yan wandered around and came to a charcoal grill dining table. She craned her neck to get a closer look at the lamb chop set out on the dining table. The color is bright and not too greasy. It looks quite fresh, and most importantly the surface is sprinkled with just a little bit of black pepper. Hitting her eyes, she thought this was already considered some of the healthier food in the restaurant. The meat cutter at the dining table was smiling. Hello, may I help you? Zhang Yan picked up a piece of lamb chop and brought it to the tip of her nose and wrinkled her nose to smell it. Realizing that there was not a trace of sheep's odor, he couldn't help but frown towards the meat cutter and ask, how come your lamb chops don't have any stink at all? Are you sure they're lamb chops? The meat slicer said with a slight flinch, maintaining his politeness. This sheep was shipped from Xinjiang. The meat itself is very good, and then brushed with our secret sauce, so there is no fishy flavor. Sauce? What sauce? Let's see. With that said, Zhang Yan's gaze was then firmly fixed on the interior of the dining table behind the meat cutter. Hearing this, the smile on the meat cutter's face instantly froze. This guy's got it coming. If it wasn't for the restaurant's cooperation with the program, he really didn't want to bother with Zhang Yan anymore. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to show her the juice. He just didn't think that even if he did, she would be able to read the ingredients. On the contrary, it does sound like a phrase that doesn't sit well in the mind, he said with a leathery smile. Oh, don't worry, our store. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yan interrupted him. Never mind, I'll take this one. It feels like it's the only one I can eat. What? The meat cutter couldn't help but raise his pitch. Zhang Yan also realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained with a smile. I'm sorry, I mean this looks healthier, and I definitely have to be careful as a parent when it comes to feeding my kids. How much do you want? Zhang Yan thought about it. All of it. Not a moment too soon. Zhang Yan then left with 2 large plates of lamb chops stacked on top of each other, under the gaze of the meat cutter. Seeing her return to the table and sit down, she never got up again. The meat cutter was speechless for a moment. First time I've seen someone eat one dish at a buffet. Don't you get tired of just eating lamb chops? If you really don't think the others are healthy, why don't you take some fruits and vegetables? Seeing his mother, Zhang Yan, return to the dining table with the tantalizingly colored lamb chops, Zihan was a bit expectant. Even though it wasn't the cupcake she had her heart set on, the lamb chops in front of her looked delicious. Mental note: have some lamb chops first, and get yourself something else you want to eat later. Eat it, Zihan. It was carefully selected by mom at the restaurant, just to give you a healthy and nutritious meal. Zihan nodded meekly, taking the lamb chops, which had been cut into small pieces, from his mom. He slowly brought them to his mouth. It tasted really good, and Zihan's face broke into a happy smile that had been missing for a long time. It was as if all that unhappiness from earlier in the day had dissipated a lot in this moment. However, the feeling didn't last long. After she finished the plate of lamb chops that Zhang Yan gave her, a cloying feeling gradually came over him. Also, haven't had a sip of water so far today. Mom, I'm thirsty. I think I'll go get some water to drink and some vegetables to quench my thirst on the way. Zihan lifted his head and said softly, but as soon as her words left her mouth, Zhang Yan immediately stopped her. Where's the grease in these lamb chops? It's one that mom picked out just for you, and there's not even much grease in it. How come you don't want to eat after just a little bit? She paused and then continued. And Zihan, how many times has mommy told you that you can't drink water when you're eating? If you drink too much water your stomach will be full, so how can you eat well? And don't go getting any vegetables. Those vegetables are all fiber. They're the easiest thing to take up in your stomach when you eat them. We came to eat buffets to eat more expensive meat and vegetables. Otherwise how can we eat back? You know? Zhang Yan said in a serious tone. Mom, I haven't even had a bite yet, so I thought I'd fill you up first. This meat won't taste good when it gets cold later. So eat up, Zihan. Zihan looked at his mom's concerned expression. A twinge of self-condemnation rose in his heart. He was so busy eating himself that he didn't even notice that his mom hadn't eaten yet. Compared to the laughter of Ai Chen and Koan next door, Zhang Yan and Zihan's table seemed very quiet. Looked at the lamb chops on the table. Silently, he picked up a piece and swallowed it hard. However, at this time, the live broadcast audience had a mouthful of bad gas but couldn't swallow it. I'm suffocating motherly love. Zihan would probably have to go to the hospital if he could finish this plate of mutton. I held back when you chose the lamb chops just now, and now that you won't let Zihan drink the water to get tired of it, I really can't help it. Is this ing spending your money? This is unhealthy. That is healthy. I suggest you don't live on Earth, live in outer space. After all, it's a vacuum. 666. This is in the end is concerned about the child or is forcing the child. Really to my family Zihan when the day himself whole. Why don't you eat first? After all, there's still a moral abduction temperature when it's cold. You're the one who told me what to eat. Damn. I thought Zhang Yan had improved when Zihan laughed just now, but now it looks like I was overthinking it. Where's Aichen's followers? Stealing food? Come back here. I want to see Aichen and Quin. This way. Zihan reluctantly ate a few more pieces of lamb chops, and his intestines, which were already a little mushy from the lamb chops, were getting harder and harder at the moment. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort welled up in her throat. Didn't hold back the vomit. A lamb chop that hadn't been fully chewed was spit out of his mouth and dropped onto the table. A frown creased his brow. Zihan, how can you waste food like that? Zihan's little face was scrunched up in some pain. Vaguely. Mom, I can't swallow. I want water. Just then, Zhang Yan caught a glimpse of Koan passing by with a tub of seafood. It looks pretty fresh. And seafood isn't cheap yet. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. This seafood should also be quite healthy and nutritious when cooked in water. It just so happens that there are small cooking pots on the table. Thinking of this, she got up and gave Zihan a pat on the back. Softly, Zihan, let's not drink water. You haven't had seafood yet. Mommy's going to get some seafood and make you a seafood soup pot. Let's see if we can get 10,000 more words tomorrow, and we'll code more later. So don't worry. Once again, I'm begging you to please click on the hypes and try not to feed the book. Chapter 43. My son, Prince Xian, has the posture to beat his father. Zhang Yan served the seafood he brought back, among them snails, octopus, spot prawns. She then cooked a pot full of water. This pot of seafood cooks out. I can't say that the color and flavor were lost, only that it looked really unappetizing. But Zhang Yan said to Zihan, come on, Zihan, this soup is so fresh. Mom will serve you a bowl first. Passing a full bowl of seafood soup to Zihan, Zhang Yan looked at her with eyes full of anticipation. Careful, it's hot. Drink it slowly. Mommy's peeling you a shrimp. Zihan looked down at the somewhat cloudy bowl of seafood soup. Hesitation. But the thought that it was cooked especially for her by her mother, and she hadn't drunk it. So he cupped the bowl in his little hand and put it to his mouth and blew on it. Take a small sip. The salty, fishy flavor reaches your mouth. Zihan instantly frowned. Seeing Zihan's reaction, Zhang Yan was a bit anxious and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Zihan lowered his head and swallowed the soup. He then shook his head towards Zhang Yan. She knows. Even if she tells her mom it's not good, she encourages herself to finish it. If you take it upon yourself to drink it all obediently, maybe mom will allow her to have a little cupcake and ice cream. It was only after 2 sips that Zihan felt some discomfort on his tongue. The audience in front of the screen had long since rolled their eyes at Zhang Yan. Everyone thinks, there's no need to make your food clear for the sake of your so-called health. Can this be made to taste good? Zihan could hardly swallow it. In the studio, Wang Feng, however, appreciated Zhang Yan's approach and even applauded. Health experts on TV have taught that only a light diet will keep you healthy. She had kept up the habit herself. Usually at home, she and her daughter eat grains for at least 2 of their 3 meals a day. She cleared her throat. I have to say, Zhang Yan is really considerate. Cooking vegetables with water, which is the healthiest way to eat. I sincerely recommend you all to learn from her. You should know that the body is the capital of the revolution. And only when the children's bodies are well nourished will they be able to study more diligently. We need to strictly control what our kids eat to prevent problems before they happen. In today's society, not only is the food out there unhygienic, but it's full of all kinds of food additives. And cancer is but getting younger and younger. Not only do we need to control our children's 3 meals a day, but we also need to be vigilant about our children buying all kinds of junk food near the school so that we can prevent problems before they happen. Zhang Yan is really well-intentioned. Since the start of the broadcast, has never seen her order takeout. Her daughter bought milk tea she also secretly threw away. Is for the sake of her daughter's health. She then looked at Li Ming, who was on the side. Asked, what do you say? Observer Ming Li? At your age you shouldn't be running amok like those youngsters. Should you? Li Ming wanted to say something. He is equally worried about his child's health, so he carries a little bit of junk food behind his back whenever he eats it. But Zhang Yan's approach is just a bit of an absolute. And Zhang Yu, who was on the side, laughed coldly. People really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. This Zhang Yan had no intention of letting Zihan touch any of the vegetables or fruits since she walked into the restaurant. How can you talk about health when you keep letting your kids eat meat all the time? Food safety deserves attention, but the emphasis is not harsh to the extreme. With children so young, taste is an important way for them to perceive the world and grow up enriched. Simply depriving your children of the right to enjoy food will only make their world monotonous and deprive them of much joy. Childhood will also be crippled. This time he didn't choose to stand up and refute Wang Feng, because the pop-ups have been cursing at her for a long time, and he knew that a man pretending to be asleep could never be woken up. At this point, a sudden roar came from the live screen. Bunny, can you learn from others and take something healthier to eat? Wang Lei looked at the 2 large plates of deep-fried croquettes and deep-fried crabs that Prince Xian had brought. He was on fire and angry. He rebuked angrily. Do you have any idea how much technology and ruthlessness goes into these frozen pills? You'll know you'll regret eating it in the hospital later. I can't afford to treat you. Prince Xian stood aggrieved, his eyes unconsciously looking towards Zihan's side. His heart was filled with envy. Zihan's table was set with a good-sized plate of meat, and her mother had cooked a seafood pot just for her. And Quin even takes whatever he wants. And then think about your own dad. He didn't just eat 2 plates of pork chops, 2 large chicken thighs and 10 skewers of lamb. And dad wouldn't let himself eat meat. It was for this reason that he took these pills and crab steaks. What are you standing there for? Give it back and get something healthy. That's right. Get me some too. More. Wang Lei opened his mouth again and urged. Earlier, he had run after Prince Xian for half a day and was exhausted. Came in for dinner and only had a meat loaf. Still hungry now? I just don't have the strength to get up and go get the food. Oh, Prince Xian was filled with indignation, but he could only answer, then turned around and walked away. Soon, Prince Xian came back holding a large pot of stuff. He had just placed the pot on the table when Wang Lei's eyes widened. Just see that it's a big pot full of greens. Originally, he was so hungry that his heart panicked, and then when he saw these vegetarian dishes that couldn't be any more vegetarian, Wang Lei only felt that his legs started to shiver. You, what have you got here? Wang Lei exclaimed in shock. Prince Xian said with an innocent face, vegetables? Ah, natural green and pollution-free, healthy enough. With that, he picked up a large handful of vegetables and headed straight for the cooking pot, adding, you eat first, Dad. I'll go bring you another pot of rice out. The viewers of the live stream doubled over in laughter at the sight. Ha 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 ha, Prince Xian, this kid is getting more and more filial. Ha 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 ha. Wang Lei, my son Prince Xian has the stature to beat his father. If you don't let me eat meat, do you want to turn over the farm and sing in the future? It's all leafy greens. That's a lot of life. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing at all. It's all green, but it's a good variety. Look at your bean curd. It's great. Good boy. Quickly bring your father some more origami to remove his fire. Ha ha ha. Run, kid. Your dad's unbuckling his belt. Damn. When will Zihan have this kind of guts? What technological ruthless work is as ruthless as this hand of Prince Xian? Ha ha ha. In a fit of laughter, the live feed from Aichen's side was finally restored. The big brother of the followers carried a heavy camera and came to Aichen and Quinquin with hurried steps. Only his whole state was a bit out of correspondence. He was seen to be slightly bent over, his feet weak. Just now, in between everyone heading to the restaurant, the big brother of the followers took the time to run over to Wally 5 and get a classic set. He wolfed down the food and flew through it before hurrying towards the restaurant at a brisk pace. But there was no thought. That package is immensely powerful. It didn't take long to eat it before I felt my stomach flip. 1 step to the stomach, 2 steps to the intestines, and on the 3rd step he had to rush to the toilet and transform himself into a jet fighter. Squatting in the toilet for a long time. People are weak and feel like their jobs are going yellow. Accidents happen every 3 days. By now Quinn was half full, but the eyes still revealed a look of intent. He licked his grease-stained lips and stared at the various delicacies on the table, his eyes shining brightly. Inadvertently, he saw that his uncle, who was a follower, was covering his stomach and had a hard look on his face. So he spoke up enthusiastically and asked, Uncle, are you hungry? I've got some burgers here. Do you want some? Chapter 44 Healthy authoritarianism at the dinner table is just an extension of parental discipline. Seeing the burger handed over by Quinquin, the big brother of the followers waved his hand in fear. He then turned his gaze to the table and couldn't help but be slightly startled. Steak, lamb kebabs, fries, crawfish, fried crisps, and a variety of vegetables, as well as 2 large cups of milk tea and a yogurt fruit loaf. Shrimp and crab seafood are poofing in the cooking pot. Can't help but sigh. These two, they can really eat. The rejected Quinn didn't say much as he stuffed a couple of chili fries into his burger before chowing down. This burger wasn't supposed to be big, and within a few bites, Quinn finished it off. On the side, Aichen handed him a cup of milk tea, full of concern. Eat slowly, son, be careful of choking. Quinn nodded obediently. Just as he was about to say thank you, Pops, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the meaningful smile on Aichen's face. Hiss. Quinn couldn't help but feel a little creeped out inside. Inexplicably, at that moment, Aichen caught a few shrimps from the cooking pot and gently placed them on Quinquin's plate with a gentle smile on his face. Here, son, watch out for the hot owl. Quinn instantly understood. Taking a sip of his milk tea, which he was also planning on taking a break from eating, he responded, Holler, Pops. Before long, he was peeling up shrimp. Over here, Aichen was still chucking shrimp and mumbling, Come on, son, have a few more. Quinquin hastily refused. Wait, I haven't finished peeling the ones on this plate yet. It's okay, take your time peeling it, Aichen said, chucking a few more shrimp onto Quinquin's plate. Quinn shook his head as he peeled the shrimp. Okay. No, Pops, that's enough. Not enough isn't enough. You have to eat more to be nourished. Aichen persisted. Looking at the large plate full of shrimp in front of him, Quinn cried out in surprise. No, Dad, I can't peel it. Finishing the last shrimp, Aichen smiled contentedly. It has to be, or your old man won't be able to feed me. As soon as the last conversation between the two exited, some of the viewers who were still wondering how Aichen forced the child to eat as well were dumbfounded. Good man. I bet the son peeled it for you to eat. Aichen, a son who says no means yes. Dog's head. Well, show me another face. Aichen still loves Quinquin as always. Ha ha ha. First look, Chinese education. Read, New Chinese. Chinese in the opposite direction. I can't live to laugh. I'm tired of the kids and full of myself. I want to grow my body. Pops. Ha 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 ha. Aichin can be so great. Oops, typo. It should be big stomach. Oh. Should say not to say Quinn really good happiness. To eat what can eat what. Aichin also thoughtful to hand him milk tea. Is Quinn tired? Point haha. That's it. Got a pot of seafood and clear soup for my Zihan. What a real life version of evil Cheerios. Jiangyan live as bad people rack their brains. Not as good as the stupid people's spirit Or look at Aichin and Koan comfortable. The atmosphere in Aichin's live room was cheerful, but Wang Fang's face was gloomy. As soon as she saw the mishmash of food on the table, her anger flared. Until he watched it, he was completely inhibited. This Aichin is simply too much. Look at all the fried food. And you're allowing your kids to eat chili fries at mealtimes. And that milk tea, so much flavorings, white sugar and additives in it. Actually give it to an 8-year-old child to drink. Aren't you afraid that the child will get sick from drinking it? It's true that only dads can do something so indulgent to their children. Look at other moms. How attentive they are. After a round of criticism, he looked back to the host on stage. Seriously, I have to make a suggestion that in the future, when the show organizes a meal, they should find a restaurant that only has healthy food. Facing Wang Fang's sudden words, Little Sam froze. No, I didn't pick this restaurant. After organizing his words, he wanted to calm Wang Fang's agitated mood. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly spoke. He asked directly towards Wang Fang. So which store do you think only has healthy food? As soon as Jiang Yu's words left his mouth, Wang Fang's eyebrows subconsciously prepared to retort. She has always had a high regard for the safety and health of her diet. Noodle shops, restaurants, fast food joints, stalls, none of them could put her at ease. In the face of Jiang Yu's question, she couldn't think of the right words to forcefully retort for a moment. A cold grunt, turning her head to the pop-up. She was ready to see if any of the viewers could give her any tips. That look almost didn't piss her off. The pop-ups were advising her to go back to her mother's womb, where it was healthiest. Just then, there was a sudden from the studio. Ouch! Quinn covered his stomach. His little face scrunched together. Wang Fang's face flashed with excitement and triumph. See, eating so much junk food. Now the kids are getting bad bellies. Icon frowned at it. What is it, son? Quinn said with a strained voice. Eat too much bloat. Suddenly death is near. I can't. I'm going to the bathroom, pops. After that, he covered his stomach and ass and ran away. The people on the air were amused by this scene. The big brother of the followers looked at Quinkin's back as he hurriedly left. Kindly remind Icon. Quinn eats greasy food while eating yogurt Fruit Loops. It's not supposed to be a bad meal, is it? Icon smiled after hearing that. Just now the big brother of the followers is not there. In fact, Quinn has only had one bite of the yogurt fruit loaf, which is so fast and easy to get diarrhea. But he joked. It's okay, the diarrhea is a good way to empty his bowels. Just so he can keep eating. The words fell. The big brother of the followers will smile. But thinking of the pain he had just scuttled thin, he added. It's better to be careful when eating out, lest your child eat something unclean, which is not conducive to the health of small children. Icon raised his eyes to look at his big brother, who was following him, asked rhetorically, why take your kids out to eat when you should be careful to care for their health? The big brother of the followers froze. Some didn't react. Icon continued, don't worry about how clean and healthy it is when you eat out. We just want to have fun. Assuming you eat for an hour and eat out twice a week, that's just under a year total. If you're going to worry about this less than a year, why don't you think about how to be happy the rest of the time? And the more you dwell on it, the more you care. It will only cause you to eat and sleep. Let the child eat whatever he is happy to eat. And when he is happy, not to mention physically healthy, at least mentally healthy. Hear this. The viewers of the live stream were in agreement. That is, when we eat out, the children are happy and so am I. Isn't it good to have a meal together in a happy way? Mental ill health affects physical health. And it's easy to get sick when you're in a bad mood. There's nothing wrong with it. It's better to dwell on whether it's healthy or not than to dwell on whether it's good to eat. Isn't the point of eating out to please your mouth? Though but, Aichin's mouth is counting a bit fast. Aichin hadn't finished his words. Continued. But instead of letting your children eat what they want to eat, you choose to give them only the foods you think are healthy. And you know what happens in the long run? The big brother of the followers shook his head in confusion. Icon paused. He remembered the days when he was a child living in the countryside with his grandparents, going down to the river to touch the fish and shrimp, going up to the tree to pull out the bird's nest, and drinking the mountain spring water when thirsty, growing up as healthy and happy as ever. But after entering elementary school and being picked up by their parents and taken to the city, his 3 meals a day were always planned and he ate what his parents called healthy food every day. Instead, he gradually lost the vigor he once had, a truth that slowly dawned on him in the background. Healthy authoritarianism at the dinner table is nothing more than an extension of parental precepts. Aiken spoke slowly. It will only cause free will to fade away. Chapter 45 Ai-chan's thought-provoking words. As soon as Ai-chan's words left his mouth, the original lively and active atmosphere of the live broadcast room was instantly like being pressed the mute button. The crowd's eyes were focused on the screen. Ai-chan's words were a bit sudden. Ai-chan slightly side-eyed Zhang Yan and Zihan, who were not far away next door. After a short silence, he withdrew his gaze. Clearing his throat, he looked serious. It wasn't explained directly to the big brother of the followers. Instead, he asked, would you think a meal could spoil a person? Of course I'm talking about eating out normally, like this buffet. Even if all the various foods on my table were unhealthy and had all sorts of additives added to them, would you think that Quinn and I would really be unhealthy from now on just because we ate them? Heel big brother confronts Aiken with a question. Scowling, why did it feel like Aiken was a bit scary now? I should have known better than to talk too much. It felt like I had caught him in a lecture. Still, he shook it and replied, shouldn't. Aiken nodded. If you don't think it will, then naturally no one else will either. Followed by big brother? Aiken ignored his expression and continued. Parents of children are human beings, and they are equally aware of the fact that an occasional meal is no big deal, and to talk about toxicity away from a dose is to be a hooligan. But why do they still have parents who strictly control their children's diets? Why is it that when they see you drinking milk tea they say that your body is going to collapse if you drink it? Why is it that as soon as I see you order takeout, I say I'm going to be in the hospital sooner or later? Aside from their professed concern for their children's health, it's really nothing more than a desire to regulate their own children. The shackles of those healthy and nutritious food groups are nothing more than the reproduction of parental authority at the dinner table. The world that children were meant to live in should eventually be their turn to explore. Even if they are in the hospital with a bad stomach, what you should do as a parent is to reassure them, not just beat them up. Doctors know how to calm patients. Why can't parents do it? Doctors don't even prescribe dietary contraindications for children. And you did. So where does their freedom come from? Having said that, Aiken took a deep breath. My stomach is a little bloated and I'm still tired from all the talk. These words. He is not criticizing such parents because they have their own upbringing, they have their own stigma of being educated. But it's this idea that is the real source of pain for many grown-up children. That I know it's their fault, but I don't want to blame them. He also didn't expect such parents to really listen to what he had to say. But he hoped that children in such an environment would be able to keep their own minds and not be swayed by others. Not long after his last words fell, the audience in the live broadcast room completely boiled over after sucking in a breath of cold air. I'm going to go. I'm here to have fun, not to look in the mirror. My parents are like that. Order a cup of coffee and they can say it's harmful and you'll get kidney disease from drinking it. Hey, the corpse is getting a little uncomfortable. What Aiken said was simply too profound. Not buddy, let's eat well as a foodcast. Don't bring up my dead memories again. Whoa. Humph. We oughts will never be that kind of parent. This is called controlling. I really hope that Zihan can come out in the future. It's hard to imagine such reasoning coming from the mouth of a game anchor. Being born as a human being is already very tiring. Listening to my parents at home, listening to my teachers at school, and listening to my leaders at work. I really don't know what's the point of living. Hey, I don't know why I put my heart on my baby after I got him, afraid that he might get hurt a little bit, and from time to time I would scold him for not listening to me and making myself sick. But now I think about it, I guess from his point of view, these moments are not what I think of as love and care. Even the big brother of the followers felt in his heart after hearing Aichan's words. Giving freedom to your child is actually giving freedom to yourself. And he wants to fly free too. He decided to bring back a Wally 5 for the kid later as well. Inside the studio, the guest seats were silent, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could be wrung out of them. 1 second. Ka and the others were angry at Aichan for indulging their children in so much unhealthy food. But at this moment, after listening to Aichan's remarks, an inexplicable shame welled up in their hearts. However, Wang Feng, who was in the observer's seat, had a very different reaction. Her face went from red to green, finally standing up in a flash of anger. Free will? Claptrap. Only empty delusions of grandeur. Why not say that children need to be fed by their parents from birth? That they need to be taught to walk and talk? Isn't it about freedom? Then they shouldn't need parents. They shouldn't need parents to pay for their living expenses, for their education, for their food, clothing and shelter. Wang Feng's voice was sharp and high-pitched. We have lived dozens of years and have eaten more salt than our children have eaten. Isn't it better to guide them and plan their lives than to let them ramble on? Looking towards Aichan in the screen, his eyes were filled with anger. This Aichan is clearly abetting the children to rebel against their parents. The ancients say that filial piety is the first of all good deeds. but he is so good that his words are completely against the program. Without going too far, let's all look at Zihan. How healthy he eats. It's all thanks to Zhang Yan's careful and responsible work. What won't go bad in one sitting? Bad luck is enough to kill you once. Look at his kids. Halfway through the meal, they get an upset stomach. If they all indulged their kids like Aichin, what would happen? The hospitals would be overcrowded. The words fell. The studio remained silent. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Quinn's figure appeared in the screen, shuffling slightly on his feet. Aichin noticed the difference in Koan at the first moment and asked, "Son, you didn't die, did you?" Quinn pursed his lips slightly, his expression somewhat unnatural. "It's okay. It's normal for people to have 3 urgencies. It's just a little hot in the ass." Hearing this, many of the viewers in the live broadcast room laughed. There have been jokes that it's okay to have a hot ass. At least you're alive. Quinn resumed his seat, and Icon followed suit. Actually, Icon has a lot more ideas about food health, but he doesn't want to talk about them. Fear of interfering with your child's enjoyment of food. Do you want to take an intermission? Pops give you your phone and you play 2 games before you eat? When Quinn heard this, his eyes instantly widened and he hurriedly shook his head back and forth. "I've got exploding spicy pig's feet to eat. How can I have time to play a game?" Saying that, he immediately went into a state of wild bravado. The other side, not far next door, Zhang Yan was urging Zihan to eat more seafood all the time. "It's good for your health." There was no focus on anything else at all. "Mom, I'm a little dizzy." Zihan's figure was a little faint. Her face was flushed, but it looked bloodless. Zhang Yan peeled a shrimp and put it in Zihan's bowl, then said, "It must be that you're eating hot. Just take your coat off." He said that he was going to get up and help Zihan take it off. Just then, Zhang Yan's gaze inadvertently swept towards the window of the cafeteria, and she suddenly noticed a group of small children passing by outside, talking and laughing. The man walking in front of the children looked somewhat familiar to her, as if she had seen him on TV. In a flash, she remembered. "That's the famous master of memorization and oral arithmetic," she said to Zihan, who was eating beside her. As she stood up, "Zihan, you eat first. Mom will go out for a while." The tone of his voice was eager, afraid that if he was late he would miss it. However, when she had just taken 2 steps, suddenly, there was a from behind him dull sound. Plop. "P.S. Sorry, I went to the hospital for a gastroscopy today, and I only managed to code 3. I'm so sorry. So, can I get a 5-star book review? I have to rationalize the later plot. You have any suggestions can say. Your comments are actually the source of my inspiration. Thank you dear readers. Chapter 46 Knowing What is Good for You. Zhang Yan stopped in her tracks and looked back in confusion, only to see Zihan fall limply to the ground. Her heart instantly tightened and she rushed forward without much thought. Hastily crouching down, he assisted Zihan. Panicked. "Zihan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy." Zihan closed his eyes slightly. The tiny face was reddish in color. A shocking red rash had spread across his neck. She spoke weakly. "Mom, I'm so sick." The sudden movement caught the attention of the program staff. She quickly arrived and crouched down, scrutinizing Zihan's condition. His face changed slightly as his eyes swept over the seafood on the table. Zhang Yan's mom, Zihan most likely has a seafood allergy. Zhang Yan froze, her face filled with doubt and disbelief as she blurted out, "How could it be? Zihan, she probably hasn't had it before and can't get used to it." But before the words were out of her mouth, she suddenly realized, Zihan hasn't eaten it, so maybe it really could be. The words were swallowed back hard. With a complicated expression, the staff followed up. "Zhang Yan's mom, it's imperative that you take the child to the hospital now. Don't you worry too much. The city hospital is not far from here." He turned his head to the followers on the sidelines. "Quick, get the baby in the car and get to the hospital now." The followers were about to go forward but were stopped by Zhang Yan. "I'll do it." When she finished speaking she picked Zihan up in a heartbeat. Zihan leaned limply into her arms, like a wounded bird. The group walked out of the restaurant at a brisk pace. At this point, the atmosphere in the studio was very heavy. Zihan's sudden fainting shocked everyone present. After hearing that it could be a seafood allergy, there was an outpouring of heartache. Seafood allergy. She's only 8 years old. How hard it must be for such a young child. The viewers of the live broadcast were also very disturbed and angry. "Oh, my god. Seafood allergies can be life-threatening." Silly Batch Wong Fong, with a long crow's mouth, talking about bad luck. "Are you cursing Zihan? I can't wait to rush into the screen and slap you." "Hey, Zihan is really poor. Do not want to drink, do not dare to tell Zhang Yan." Now well, directly allergic to the hospital. Didn't you say Zhang Yan was in charge? Zihan hasn't eaten seafood before, didn't she consider the possibility of allergies? She doesn't think about that. She just thinks about taking advantage and controlling Zihan. How allergic is not that observer Wang Fong? Ah, I'm pissed off. And at this point, Wang Fong stayed in her seat, her face unusually ugly. Just a few moments ago, she had sworn to praise Zihan for eating healthy, but in no time, Zihan fainted. Looking at the dense pop-ups on the screen accusing her, she only felt her face burning hot, but she didn't feel that she was at fault, and Zihan's allergy had nothing to do with her half the time. And Zhang Yan is all for the good of the child, and an accident is something no one wants to see. Backstage at the show, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on the forehead of General Director Zhou Ping, and his eyes were full of anxiety as he looked at the live screen. The child suddenly fainted during the broadcast. As a program, they have an unshirkable responsibility. At this point, a staff member said slowly, "General Director, we've reached online viewers 1.5 million. Hear that number?" Zhou Ping's heart skipped a beat. This is the highest number of online viewers he has reached since he planned the show. But it's not a good thing for him right now, with so many pairs of eyes watching. If this matter is handled a little carelessly, the consequences will be unimaginable. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Ping immediately commanded, "Immediately cancel the afternoon activity session, and have that staff member who went to the hospital stay with Zhang Yan and Zihan the entire time, making sure that all their needs are met. The child's medical expenses are all covered by our program." The staff member responded and asked again, "So, General Director, are we continuing this broadcast?" Zhou Ping mused slightly. "Podcast. We want to make it clear to our viewers how we're handling this." Cafeteria side. Wang Lei and Wang Zixuan's table was originally sitting farther away. Father and son are still scrambling to finish a large pot of vegetables. Both were in tears and didn't even notice what was going on in the restaurant. And Aichen watched quietly as Zhang Yan anxiously walked out of the restaurant with Zihan in her arms. A hint of complexity was revealed in his eyes. This may seem like an accident, but if Zhang Yan doesn't change her parenting style, the accident will eventually become inevitable. Tight controls do not guarantee a healthy child. Instead, in all likelihood, the child is left with no breathing room. Outside the cafeteria, Zhang Yan's few anxious footsteps. It attracts the kids in uniform next to them. At the front of the line was a man. Glancing lightly, he quickly averted his eyes. The voice said calmly, "Come on, kids. The bus to the juvenile hall is waiting for us." The children sniffed and withdrew their curious gazes, obediently following the man. The figures of the two waves of people went to different places. I heard the word juvenile hall. Aichen couldn't help but secretly sigh. For a kid like him who grew up in an ordinary family in a small county, juvenile hall is only in books. In big cities, well-to-do parents create exclusive educational programs based on their children's interests and strengths. Equestrian lessons, summer camps, and all kinds of interest classes are available. And most of the teachers who teach these children are famous masters. A single class can cost thousands of dollars. Aiken withdrew his gaze, looking at Quinquin who was burying his head and gnawing on a pig's hoof, not listening to what was going on outside the window, laughing softly. It took him a full 20 years to see what juvenile hall looked like, and those kids outside the window are only a 20-minute walk away. Nowadays, people always say, don't let your children lose at the starting line. But some children are already starting at the finish line that other children struggle to reach. What makes you think you can outperform someone who has been in business for 3 generations with 10 years of schooling? By controlling your child and involutionizing him or her, you will only be carrying more weight and less joy for yourself and your child. Times have changed, and he doesn't want his children to suffer now and then suffer later. Take today's meal for example. Some people enjoy the delicacies of the sea in luxurious restaurants, while others simply eat their fill in ordinary eateries. Healthy, nutritious, and tasty can be a world away. The level of pleasure, however, can definitely be the same. Being content and relaxed is not only the way of the world, but also the way of children's education. Hospital side. Zhang Yan and his group had arrived at the emergency room in no time. The program staff followed Zhang Yan into the emergency room. The followers then stopped at the door. In the emergency room, after hearing that the child ate seafood and fainted, the doctor quickly began his examination. The boy should have a seafood allergy. You guys got here fast. It's not serious, but he still needs fluids right away. Zhang Yan was nervous when she heard that she needed an infusion. Anxiously, "Doctor, since it's not serious, can we skip the fluids?" The doctor frowned. Why? 1000 degrees on how infusions can lower a child's immunity. Chapter 47 Because I don't want you to find me. Mom, hear that? The viewers on the live feed were getting antsy. It's getting hot, and you're still here. The doctor in the emergency room was also furious enough after hearing Zhang Yan's words. Seriously, he spoke. This is no small matter. Seafood allergies can be life-threatening if they are severe. You're delaying saving your child's life by obsessing about the risks of the infusion right now. Yes, Zhang Yan's mom. Let's listen to the doctor. Look how difficult it is for Zihan now. A staff member on the sidelines also advised. Zhang Yan had been shocked by the doctor's words at this point. Promised. Soon, Zihan was then carried to the ward on the second floor. After settling into bed, the nurse quickly put Zihan on fluids. The staffasci did not dare to delay and rushed to pay the medical expenses. In the bed next to them, also a mother and daughter. The little girl was about 6 years old and innocent, was gleefully taking a bunch of candy canes and feeding them to his mom, who was lying in the hospital bed. Crunchy. Mommy, Daddy says you'll be out of the hospital today, so you can play with me again. A gentle smile spread across the woman's face as she gently touched the little girl's head and whispered, Be good, Mo. Mommy will play with you when we get home. Zhang Yan looked sideways at the lively little girl. It was like something had gently hit her heart. Her daughter had once been so cheerful and lively, but now she lay so weak in her hospital bed. Reaching out, he touched Zihan's forehead. His eyes filled with worry. Earlier when the doctor said it would be life-threatening, she was really shocked. Fear of losing my own daughter because of that bowl of seafood soup. Maybe it's because of the infusion. Or maybe the allergy symptoms weren't that bad to begin with. Zihan's little face gradually regained its blood color. Not much longer. The nurse came into the room and scrutinized Zihan's state. The medicine in the bottle is also finished. She smiled. It's nothing serious, he said, skillfully removing the needle for Zihan. Then took out the medicine and urged, Feed the baby later when she wakes up. Zhang Yan busily nodded her head, her eyes filled with gratitude. Shortly after the nurse left, Zihan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Zihan wake up, Zhang Yan was instantly delighted and hurriedly came forward, asking with concern, Zihan, you finally woke up. How do you feel? Are you better? Could have scared mommy to death. Zihan looked a little confused at her mom's tight grip on her hand. A different kind of warmth welled up in his heart, and he no longer felt the same kind of fear he used to feel. She asked softly as she slowly sat up her upper body. Mom, what's happening to me? It was so hard earlier, but it's better now. Hearing Zihan's words, Zhang Yan's hanging heart finally dropped a lot. The expression on his face calmed down considerably. You just ate seafood at a restaurant and are allergic. Zihan nodded plausibly. Hey, trying to get you to eat some seafood and something good. I didn't realize that I neglected to mention that I would have a seafood allergy. Zhang Yan sighed. Immediately afterward his face sank. You child, why didn't you say earlier if you weren't feeling well, causing mom to be worried sick? Now that I'm in the hospital, with all the fluids and medication, it's too much for my mom to handle. In the future, if you feel any discomfort with your food, you must tell your mom. Don't be like a mope. Look at the little girl in the next bed. How cheerful and lively she is, coming to the ward to look after her mother at such a young age. How understanding she is. She said several things in a row. I feel like I'm really worrying about my daughter, and I have to educate myself on everything. And the audience who heard this was completely on the edge of their seats. 666. I knew this was going to happen. Parents always blame the kid first thing after they're sure you're okay. It's suffocating. Failed families, talking about the little things, arguing about the medium things, and talking about the big things. Can you care more? Come up and start blaming and suppressing again. It's a luxury for children from poor families to be sick, because they get scolded. On the contrary, Zihan froze for a moment at the sight of the sudden change in his mom's attitude, and the loss came over him instantly. Listening to Zhang Yan's words, she pursed her lips and slowly lowered her head. Zhang Yan frowned when she saw Zihan looking like this again. What's the matter with you lately? You don't like to listen when I say something about you? Mom is saying all this for your own good, so listen well before you end up in the hospital again next time, wasting both money and energy. Do you realize it's because of bringing you to the hospital that mom hasn't had a bite of food until now? However, the more she said, the lower Zihan's head was buried. Every word of her mother's words seemed to be magnified 1,000,000 times over, hitting her hard and making her head heavier and heavier. At that moment, Zhang Yan sighed. Getting up, he said, You wait here for mommy. She'll get you hot water for your medicine. After saying that, she hurriedly walked out, and her big brother, who was following the camera, hurriedly followed behind Zhang Yan. Only Zihan and the mother and daughter in the next bed were left in the ward. Out of the corner of her eye, she peeked at the bouncing little girl. Eyes grow red. Over here, Zhang Yan came to the place to fetch water with a kettle and couldn't help but frown when she saw the long line. She didn't want to keep Zihan waiting too long. The elevator was too beat up and crowded, and she turned to head upstairs to get some water. But to my surprise, there was an equally long line upstairs. In this way, Zhang Yan ran through all 5 floors, but still failed to get hot water. The big brother of the followers following her was panting with exhaustion and couldn't help but suggest it. Zhang Yan's mom, Why don't you let the child drink the medicine with mineral water? Zhang Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head in a hurry. That's not good. Drinking cold water is not good for the child's health. Finally, she had to go to the nurse's desk and ask the nurse, somewhat embarrassed, if she could pour her some of the hot water from their jug. Zhang Yan for the child to receive hot water. Back and forth busy running appeared in the live screen. A lot of the accusations and the pop-ups died down quite a bit. A lot of people sent pop-ups exclaiming, hey, there's actually a lot of my mom in her. And sometimes it's hard to face the control of my mom, but it's so helpless that I can't bear to blame her. Hey, self-motivated, tossing yourself and tossing your kids. One can only say it's pathetic and hateful. If you had money, you wouldn't need to run around for hot water. I don't want her to come to her senses. I just want Zihan to escape. It's better to see more of Aichin and Quinn. I can't see the suffering of others. After receiving hot water, Zhang Yan returned to the ward with a kettle of water in her heart, full of thoughts of hurrying to feed Zihan the medicine. But when she walked into the hospital room, the whole thing froze instantly as his eyes landed on the hospital bed. Zihan was gone from the bed. For some reason, her heart snapped. Where's Zihan? Where's my daughter? Zhang Yan panicked. The big brother behind him who was following the camera also sensed the difference. Could he have gone to the restroom? Don't worry, Zhang Yan's mom. I'll have the staff help you look for him. After that he started to call. Zhang Yan was so anxious that her voice changed tone. I'll go look for it first. After saying that, she herself took the lead and rushed out. The big brother of the followers saw this and had to follow closely behind her. Since they had just come down from upstairs, Zihan shouldn't have gone upstairs. So they searched frantically between the first and second floors. The toilets weren't spared either. However, after a round, Zihan's figure was never found. Zhang Yan's face gradually turned white, completely panicking. Just then, without thinking, she looked up. Suddenly, I realized that the door at the fire escape across the stairs on the second floor was open a crack. She froze for a moment, a glimmer of hope welling up in her heart as she hurried toward the door. One pushed the door open. Just a small figure huddled in the corner of the dimly lit hallway. She recognized at once that it was none other than Zihan, whom she had been anxiously searching for. Zhang Yan took a deep breath. The whole person seemed to have lifted 1,000 pounds, but her legs couldn't stop trembling. She walked quickly to Zihan, anxious and angry, and couldn't help but yell, Zihan, what are you doing running here? Do you know how much mom worries? However, before she could finish her words, Zihan's head, which was buried between his legs, slowly lifted up. Complaint was written all over that little tear-stained face. She huffed, because I don't want you to find me, mom. Hear that? Zhang Yan only felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her pupils fluttering violently. She looked at Zihan incredulously, as if the child in front of her had suddenly become incredibly strange. She couldn't understand how her daughter, who she had carefully cared for and nurtured since she was a child, could avoid her and say such things. At this point, the stairway across from the fire escape, came the laughter of the mother and daughter from the earlier ward. The little girl's clear voice echoed through the hallway. Mom, how about we go home and we play hide and seek? It was followed by the woman's gentle, doting voice. Fine, you can play whatever you want. Then this time mom you hide and Mo come to you. P.S. Because it is related to Zihan's future life. So these chapters as Zihan's transition plot. Ink is more. The atmosphere is also heavier. You forgive me. The back is about to enter the new plot. Will be more joyful. Fast some. Will not be noisy. Will be the main perspective back to Aichin and Cohen body. There are also these 2 chapters if the writing is not good. You can also mention the comments. I can consider revising. I just hope you read this. Add a bookshelf chant. Give a book review chant. Chapter 48. Which science student's lifetime is this? The key is inserted into the latch. Wang Fong pushed open the door to her room and returned home. The afterglow of evening spilled through the window and into the cold living room. The crew ended the broadcast early again today, but she had a lot of words of counsel left unsaid. After Zhang Yan found Zihan, the viewers in the studio and the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart felt like it was weighing down a heavy stone, because Zhang Yan actually ended up paralyzed and wiping her tears in front of her child. At that moment, Wang Fong couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in Zhang Yan. As a mother, she's still not strong enough. Children running around need to be properly educated, or they won't know what kind of trouble they'll get into out there later. Aren't you diminishing your authority by crying in front of your children? Walk into the house. She scanned the living room out of habit, only to find it empty. Her eyes fell on her daughter's closed bedroom door, and Wang Fong sighed softly. If my daughter has this disease and stays home and doesn't study, what if she loses her studies in the long run? She raised her pitch as she walked over. Daughter, don't stay cooped up at home all day long. Go out and run more often to get well. Are you doing the workout program I gave you? Push open the door to your daughter's room. The room is clean and tidy. The furnishings are simple, and the bookshelf beside the bed is piled with books. Those are carefully selected by Wang Fong. However, the room was empty at the moment. Not seeing her daughter, Wang Fong froze for a moment. Not in the room? Not in the living room either. My daughter never goes out in private. Her heart sank hard, and her mind couldn't help but think of the scene where Zihan was hiding today. So rushed to the next bedroom, shouted at the man who was sleeping. Where's Jiasun? Where did Jiasun go? The man had been so busy the past few days with his daughter's illness that he was severely sleep deprived. Impatient at being woken up, she went outside to play with her classmates and said to take a break. So don't make a big fuss as soon as you come back. Will you? Out with classmates? Wang Fong frowned and retorted in a sharp tone. It's her senior year of high school now, and all her classmates are in school, so how will she have time to come and play with her? No, you need to get out there and find it. The man looked at Wang Fong's unforgiving look, and the anger in his heart rose up. Can you give your daughter some free space? A big part of the reason she has this disease now is because you've been controlling her. Do you realize that? If you keep this up, she'll grow up to hate you. Wang Fong's face instantly froze when she heard the man's words. The word hit her like a hammer. Freedom. The man's words echoed those of Icon earlier in the program. Say something about freedom. Something about discipline. But she's a mother. If she doesn't care about the kids, who will? Letting it go will only make her a failure and a derelict mother. Soon anger came up like a tidal wave and she roared. We used to suffer and get beaten up every day when we were kids. But we were fine and grew up just the same? It's not so pretentious. I rarely even hit her anymore. How can I be blamed for her getting sick? I think she's just pretending. Look for yourself. She's got her wings now. She can't even go out without saying hello to me. Instead of accusing me here, why don't you be a father and get out there and get her back? Hearing these words from Wang Fong, the man looked at Wang Fong with some dismay. The originally angry words in his heart were slowly swallowed back at this moment. Coldly, he gave her a look. He knew that Wang Fong would never admit that there was a mistake in his way of education. With that in mind, he silently dressed and slammed the door. The deafening sound of the door slamming made Wang Fong's heart flutter violently. Eyes went to a side closet. Inside were, among other things, the various awards her daughter had received since she was a little girl. Will my daughter hate me? The question flashed through her mind. She quickly gave her answer in her mind. No, it won't. What kid hates his parents? When she grows up, she will naturally understand my good intentions. Aichin sighed. Enough to eat at the cafeteria for 3 hours, with a couple of game intermissions in between. After having a good meal with Quinn, the program also happened to announce the early end of the broadcast. Didn't think much of it. Accounted for a set of car money, remembered to hit his card, and rode a small electric donkey. Took Quinn home. Drive all the way into the neighborhood gate. Just get out of the car. A system beep came to mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 92,000 reputation points. Current prestige value, 223,314. Tip. Draw. Aichin didn't wait for the system to ask if it was a lottery, so he gave a command in his head to interrupt it. This was his first advanced draw, and there was some anticipation in his heart. Begins drawing. Soon enough, an additional stream of information appeared in Aichin's mind, and a beep sounded at the right time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physics and chemistry knowledge bundle. Feeling the various chemical knowledge that appeared out of nowhere in his mind, Aichin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. What science student's lifetime is this again? The usefulness of knowledge of physics and chemistry is great both in life and in studies. There is a saying that if you learn mathematics, science and chemistry well, you can go anywhere. But coincidentally, he's a game player now. If he's going to make money off this knowledge in his head, well, should be punishable. Didn't think too much of it. Led Quinn up the stairs. Prepared to lie down on the bed and get some rest. Just got to the house, and he froze. Only there were piles of stuff from the lassoing grounds strewn across the place. The desk and dishwasher alone fill up the hallway. A feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. At that moment, Quinn spoke up from the side. Pops, let me help you carry it along. Aichin looked down and couldn't help but smile when he saw Quinn all but start rolling up his sleeves. Thought for a moment. He decided to give himself a little motivation. Aichin, doesn't do jobs without money. Then he took out his cell phone, opened the live broadcast, and handed the phone to Quinn's hand and said, Lyle smash. Hold it up. Stay away. I'll just clean it up alone. Just in time for Pops to circle the rice of your righteous fathers. Having said that, then he began to move his muscles and cleaned up with his hands. It just opened. A number of people then came in on the live feed. Yo, the program just ended and Aichin is on the air? He's a model worker. This teaching children have a square law how to 3 days too early and is not because of force majeure factors. Hey, I hope Zihan can get out of her mom's control. Ha 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 ha, look at Aichin, setting so many things, now he deserves that he has to be exhausted to move them. User your state barrier, rewarded a Porsche. After some physical exertion, Aichin finally put all those cluttered items in their proper place. The whole man was breathing heavily. I can't help but wonder how I didn't draw the strength-enhancing reward when I drew the prize just now. Looks like I need to play less games and work out more. In the future, the matter of playing games can only be entrusted more to Quinquin. Quinquin bedroom. The live cell phone was set aside. His little face was full of excitement. Eyes locked on the brand new desk. This is the desk of his dreams. Since then, he's been able to do his homework and read books here. What a beautiful thing this is. Aichin walked into the room and looked at his son's happy appearance. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a smile as well. Asked, surveying the desk, "Do you want Pops to buy you a gaming chair so you can sit comfortably?" Quinquin was shocked to hear this and shook his head. "No, Pops, I think a regular stool will do." When he finished, he ran to the living room and brought in a plastic stool. Aichin didn't say anything as he looked at the simple plastic stool. He didn't plan on letting Quinn study for too long anyway, so he didn't have to worry about affecting his body by sitting on this stool. Just then, the excited Quinquin tilted his little face up and looked at Aichin and said, "Pops, thanks for the desk set. I'll definitely study harder from now on." Chapter 49. What he wants is for his children to have happy childhoods. Aichin's originally relaxed expression instantly froze. Study hard? That's no good. His voice unconsciously raised a few notches as he chortled. What's with all the studying? It looks like Pops is going to have to put an anti-addiction on your desk. Aichin paused, thought for a moment and continued. From now on, the desk will be used for up to an hour a day, except for homework. Ha! Quinn's little mouth instantly deflated. Commiserations. An hour a day. That's not enough. He grunted again as he said it. Teachers say that when people at school make you do what you don't want to do and don't let you do what you want to do, they're bullying you. Pops, you're a family bully. Beware of the righteous fathers on the air vociferously denouncing you. Aichin was both angry and amused at the sound of it. Pretending to be stern, he said, "Bullying? I'm your dad. Who's going to bully you if I don't?" He said as he reached out and gestured toward the desk. "You may not use the desk, but you must use the computer desk outside. And I'm fitting you with an ergonomic gaming chair." He then walked out of the bedroom again at a quick pace and a short while later clutching the video card and he had just purchased walked in. PS6. They were placed on the desk with a thud. Take it and load it up for fun yourself later. You can't waste Pops my hard-earned money. Got it? Quinn, can I refuse? The corners of Aichin's mouth rose in a bad smile. Denial? You can say no to that and call it bullying? Don't want it. Don't want it. How can you improve your record? You can't have your grades go up and your record come down. You know? Subsequently, Aichin's eyes fell on the phone watch on Quinquin's wrist. He had bought it for him, and although it was broken, Quinquin always wore it. And your crappy watch, don't wear it. In a couple of days Pops will take you to buy a cell phone. Pops, I'm not only going to bully you, I'm going to make you the only victim. As soon as Aichin's bullying behavior appeared on the air, it drew an outcry. How can a kid this young stand up to this? Come and bully me. I'll call you daddy if I have to. Against Dad Ling. It starts with you. Hey, I really didn't think it's 2028, but I can still see Dad Ling Childs. I hope this kind of thing in the future will fall on me. Ooh-hoo. Saying the meanest things and doing the gentlest things. What is the only victim? In my opinion, is the only beneficiary? Well, coming from the program's live studio, will this approach of Aichin be a bit too pushy? Not even letting the child study properly. Upstairs you don't understand it, right? A child who loves to learn will definitely want to learn by law, and it's useless to force the one who doesn't love to learn. You carefully review Aichin's attitude towards Koan Treek, you will realize that toughness is not forcefulness, much less persecution. That's right. Besides, Koan has a lot of high tricks. Maybe while Aichin is not paying attention has secretly done a few papers. As soon as Quinn heard that Pops was going to buy himself a cell phone, hastily, he intended to refuse. Bringing a cell phone to school, that's a no-no. But then he had a second thought. With a cell phone isn't it possible to secretly buy test papers online? It's not just test papers. He can download a few more study programs. Thinking of this, he didn't refuse anymore. Pretending to be unconcerned, he let out an, "Oh." Aichin waved his hand. "Okay, go play by yourself. Pops, I'm going to my room to lie down for a while." Having said that, Aichin then picked up his cell phone on the side and left Quinquin's bedroom after downcasting at light speed. In the meantime, City School District, Lin Wayman's desk. The phone rang suddenly. He quickly picked up the phone. The teacher's calm voice came from the other end. "Wayman, I'm calling this time because of Aichin. Lin Weiman's heart snapped and he hurriedly asked, "Teacher, what exactly is the attitude of the top toward Aichen now?" After a brief silence on the other end of the line, instead of answering his question directly, he asked in return, "Weiman, tell me what you think of him first. I want to hear it." Lin Weiman froze slightly, then organized his thoughts. "Teacher, the way Aichen's educational philosophy is expressed is indeed somewhat unique and not quite the same as the traditional educational model. But when you think about it, the concepts he presents are more relevant to the current times and are well worth thinking about in depth," the caller said slowly. "I'm not sure exactly what it means up there, but we had an internal meeting today, and there was a great deal of controversy about what people thought. What is most controversial is not whether what he did was right or wrong per se, but his attitude. As you know, we are now in a period of high-speed and high-quality development, education, science and technology, and so on. We need more energetic and positive young forces." At this point the caller stopped. "I'm sending you a portion of the minutes, so take a good look at them. You don't have to worry too much about it. I personally still think highly of him." Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Weiman's cell phone received a message from the teacher with the minutes of the meeting. He opened the file and swept his eyes over it quickly. Above is a quote from some education expert. "This Aichen is obviously a layabout. Laying flat and swinging is all the rage with the, and he's actually bringing that philosophy to his children's education. Odds on the internet right now. What he brings to the audience in his educational philosophy is actually a negative attitude towards things, even though it seems to be awakening. The development of the country. Science and technology is the first productive force, and science and technology and education are closely related, is a symbiosis. A strong youth makes a strong nation. So if the public is allowed to learn from his kind of education and attitude, how can we promote development and achieve strength? This kind of negative education is never desirable." Lin Weiman was silent for a few seconds and withdrew his gaze. This passage is clearly overly arbitrary and biased, and the teacher also said he was optimistic about Aichen. So what is the intent of this? Think about it. He dialed a phone number. Lying in his own bed, Aichen habitually opened Jitterbug and swiped it. Clips of the show Teach Your Children and videos of him spending time with Quinquin are becoming more and more common. Among them were compliments on his ability to give Quinquin a full childhood. There are also those who slam him for spoiling his son is harming him. There are even a number of official accounts of educational institutions, scoffing or pointing fingers at the things he says on air. He didn't pay much attention. People are red. He's never been afraid of being sprayed by others when he's been an anchor. Gossip is all day long, and it is natural not to listen to it. That's when he noticed the title of another video. Can this educational philosophy of Aichen actually be generalized nationwide? For that matter, he has his own thinking. It's a heavy, huge undertaking to spread it across the country. What he's doing now isn't promotion. It's influence. Whether one's educational philosophy can be generalized nationwide, it wasn't up to him alone. And sometimes the subtle effects are more profound. Everyone has their own philosophy of education and the right and wrong, and it is hard to summarize at times. Both the educator and the educated have their own thinking and attitudes, and he's going to do it. It's about making your education known to a wider audience. It's about letting your philosophy of education touch parents who are going to extremes and stop them in their tracks. It is for children in the depths and darkness to have a light to guide them. Tap into this video. The first image is of him and Quinquin gobbling and laughing at the cafeteria. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. The lucky ones used their childhood to heal their whole life. The unlucky ones used their whole life to heal their childhood. All he wants is for kids to have happy childhoods. Just then, a message from a parent group popped up on the phone screen. Aichen clicked in. Found a quote posted by classroom teacher Leland. Class teacher Leland, students, the science teacher is temporarily unable to teach you because of a physical illness, and the original science final exam has been adjusted. The content of the exam is, complete a small experiment at home or outdoors and record the process. When you record the video, you will explain the steps and phenomena of the experiment. Please take this exam seriously, and the deadline for submitting videos is by the end of the semester. Doing a little experiment? Aichen murmured. Chapter 50. If you have a dream, go after it. Pops will push you from behind. Parent group. Here comes another message. Classroom teacher Leland, for this assignment, parents may accompany their children to participate, but please be sure not to do so on their behalf. Below are 3 sample videos for parents to look at, and then please fill in the table with the topic of your child's experiment. 3 small videos were posted immediately afterward. Aichen turned the video on one by one. One was an experiment to observe the structure of onion cells, one was to make a night light, and another's to record the cultivation of bean sprouts. The overall look of the program is not too difficult of an experiment. Quinquin should be able to do it all by himself. Getting up, he walked towards Quinquin's bedroom, ready to see what he wanted to do. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I saw Quinn squatting on the floor, carefully packing up those toy models of his. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and asked suspiciously, "Pops, what's up? You're not going to drag me into a game again, are you?" "I'm busy cleaning up my room." Aichin took out his cell phone and handed it over. "No, the homework you've been longing for is here. Your teacher posted the science test in the group. Do you want to take a look at it?" Quinkin's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. One hand took Aichin's cell phone and looked at it carefully, but within a moment, he bristled, a hint of disappointment on his face. "It's no fun. No fun at all. The teacher did these experiments for us a long time ago in class." Aichin smiled softly. "So what do you want to do?" Quinn cocked his head in thought. A handful of model rockets were picked up. "I want to be handsome. Like rockets. The kind that can fly up into the sky in a single bound and spew out super dazzling flames." His eyes glittered with excitement. Continued. "Or fireworks that can bloom in the sky. I haven't even seen fireworks in ages. The last time I saw them was on New Year's." Speaking of which, a hint of despondency surfaced on Quinkin's face. Sighing slightly, he shook his head. "Forget it. No more unattainable dreams. My teacher said that children are not allowed to play with fire, and that it's too dangerous to make rockets and fireworks." Hearing Quinn's thoughts, Aichin looked at him quietly. "The heart can't help but feel something. It seems that my son, like many children, harbors in his heart a dream of flying into the blue sky, aspire to make rockets and build airplanes. When I think back to when I was a child, how could I not have had such whimsical ideas? But then, as soon as one has just said those thoughts out loud, Mom and Dad would then give him the big mouth he loved, and heckle him. 'Be focused on your studies and don't think about unrealistic things.' Later bumbling he realized. In fact, a child's imagination is their future creativity. To confine their minds will only deprive them of the courage and enthusiasm to explore the world. Think about it." Aichin once again touched Quinn's head, his eyes gentle. Quinn, if you have a dream, let's go after it. Even if you can't catch up, there's still Pops, and I'll give you a push from behind." With his knowledge of physical chemistry from the earlier draw, making such small rockets or fireworks was a snap for him. Still, he hoped that Quinn would be able to utilize his thinking and hands-on skills first. Hearing that Pops would help himself, Quinn was excited and ready to open his mouth to say thank you, but he suddenly realized that Pops was pushing him toward the computer in the living room. "Quinn, Pops, when you talk about a push, you want to push me down the trail?" Aichin slapped him on the back of the head, laughing and cursing. "Brat, I'm telling you to look up making rockets on the computer yourself." Teach Your Children program, backstage conference room. 7 or 8 people sat around a long table. They were earlier discussing the schedule of events for the next program, but midway through the meeting, the cell phone of Zhou Ping, the chief director sitting at the top, suddenly rang. Not long after answering, the other end hung up. Zhou Ping slowly put down his cell phone and took a deep breath, spit out a sentence. "Official call." The others in the conference room instantly tensed at the words. "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhou Ping said after a moment of contemplation. "They want our program to take the 3 kids to the university for a tour or an activity there." At this statement, everyone gave a puzzled look. "Director Zhou, what does this mean?" Zhou Ping said slowly after thinking briefly. "I think it would be more than just trying to get the kids to go and see it. Most likely, they also want college students to take a look at how these 3 pairs of families are raised, especially Aichin's. The world belongs to young people after all. Maybe they want to hear more about what younger people think." Speaking here, Zhou Ping paused. "Let's not speculate here. It's imperative that we think about what kind of event we should organize." The crowd nodded. That's when someone spoke up. 3 kids' classes just assigned a science test that required them to do a little experiment. "Why don't we start here?" Zhou Ping's eyes lit up after pondering for a moment. "That's a good idea. You can let the kids conduct little science experiments in college. There's a venue. There's equipment. Over at the school. Go ahead and give the kids a day off. We'll take them to the lab tomorrow and then give them a tour of the campus. We're going to have to be a little more careful with this event. We mustn't have any more accidents." Soon the people in the room were discussing around the idea. A detailed program of activities gradually took shape. Staff also compiled information about the event and sent it to the 3 parents. The next day, the morning light was bright. The program started on time, though it's still very early in the morning and there aren't many people in the live room. But the introductory session is essential. In the studio, the host, Sam, slowly stood up with a faint smile on his face. "Good morning, viewers, and welcome back to our program. Today, we will be taking parents and children to a place that is fun and full of knowledge. Would you all like to take a guess?" Little Sam paused a little, deliberately selling out. "Today we're going to the University of China. Here we'll also take parents and kids through their final exams for their science classes. The school's requirement is for the children to do a small experiment, And parents can't do it for them but only accompany them. And our program team has a little assignment for you parents. That's what it takes to take your own child's experiment and replicate it. Ultimately, the audience votes on the performance of the children and parents, and the top vote getter will receive a $20 prize. 000. But if the kids don't finish their experiments, or if the parents don't replicate their successful child's experiments, they'll just come in last place. The program sent out a notice to the parents yesterday, so I'm sure they're ready for it. As he introduces himself, Little Sparrow points his finger at the big screen. Next, let's go into today's live program and see what kind of exciting and interesting experiments they will bring us. Chapter 51. Uncle followers have been standing in front of the door for 2 hours. The live camera was the first to focus on Zhang Yan's house. It was only the night before that Zhang Yan returned from the hospital with Zihan, who was still a bit weak. Once in the house, the tired she couldn't take a rest. First she found disinfectant water and carefully disinfected herself and Zihan, from head to toe. Immediately afterward, he took Zihan to wash up and helped her change into her pajamas. After settling in, it was time to get back to the chores on the hoof. It wasn't until 1 in the morning that she dragged her heavy body to bed, not even having the strength to open her cell phone and look at it. At 6 o'clock in the morning, she went out to buy groceries and came back, walked into the kitchen, and made breakfast for Zihan. Watching Zihan come out of the bathroom after washing up, Zhang Yan looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 7 o'clock. Zihan, come on. Mommy cooked you your favorite green vegetables and thin meat congee. Zihan rubbed his still dazed eyes, his little face scrunched into a ball. But Mom, I'm so sleepy. Yesterday's exhaustion doesn't seem to have completely dissipated after a good night's sleep. Zhang Yan frowned. How can you be sleepy? Mommy made a point of letting you sleep for an extra 20 minutes today. Besides, skipping breakfast will give your stomach problems. You've just come back from the hospital and you're weak. So this is what Mom made especially for you. Do you know that while you were sleeping, Mommy got up at 6 o'clock to make you congee? And, for fear that you might burn yourself, she even cooled you a little with a fan. Come on, eat, and then we'll read in the morning for another half hour. A long list of education from Mom. It made her not want to say anything else. Well, Zihan slowly sat on the stool. Taking a spoon, he scooped a small mouthful of porridge into his mouth. She didn't really have an appetite at all. But when I think of my mom waking up so early in the morning in order to cook breakfast for herself, and purposely fanning the cooler, if I don't eat it, won't I let down my mom's intention? And yesterday he himself was unintelligent enough to sneak and hide. Mom was looking for her everywhere, so anxious that she cried out. How sad Mom must have been. Thinking about this, Zihan's heart was filled with self-blame. Seeing Zihan obediently start eating, Zhang Yan's face revealed a pleased smile. She turned around and went back to her bedroom and turned on the computer on her desk. She didn't look at her cell phone last night, so she wasn't previously aware of the show's schedule. At 9 a.m., the girls were to leave for the college campus with the program. She had to hurry now to find out what experiment she was going to do for Zihan. Although there is only one requirement in the rules, the child successfully completes it and the parent successfully replicates it. But want to get a higher vote? Just be sure to make the experiment more exciting or show your educational philosophy along the way. At this point, a small video of an experiment that came up on a computer search caught her attention. It's a physics experiment. A sheet of paper spread flat can't take the pressure of a pen, but after a few folds, it can. After the teacher in the video talks about the physics of it, and continued to talk, this paper is like a child. It has to withstand the twists and turns before it can successfully branch out. Seeing this, Zhang Yan felt that what the other party said made sense. Immediately, he pulled out a pen and paper and began to take notes. The living room. The lights were on, but as it was still early in the morning it was still light. The whole living room looked a little gray and cold. Zihan sat alone on the stool. At the moment, her head was dizzy and her eyes were a bit open, but the hand still mechanically scooped the porridge into the mouth. Watch this scene. Many viewers in the live room could not help but feel very distressed. Didn't the crew give the kids a vacation? Why are they waking up so early when they don't have to go to school? Yeah, Aichan's side of the live screen is all black, so I guess they haven't even gotten up yet. Mom, still have to get up and read in the morning for half an hour. Quickly let the baby sleep. I don't want to watch this live broadcast. If you don't feel sorry for me, I still feel sorry for you. Oh, teach your children well. This Zhang Yan just loves to give her children the whole prescription. Yesterday the children are sneaking away. She still does not realize her own mistakes? While it's true that skipping breakfast is bad, let your child come in with a full night's sleep first. In the studio, Wang Feng, an 80-year-old observer, however, nodded frequently at Zhang Yan's approach, getting up at 6 to make breakfast for the kids, and then after all that going about the business of thinking about the kids' science experiments. This Zhang Yan really cares for her children in every way. A day's work is a day's work. Breakfast must be eaten. And morning reading is important. Look at people. They don't let their children slack off even if they don't go to school. Only the children who grow up like this will be the pillars of our Chinese nation. How can we see the rainbow without weathering the storm? If everyone can learn from Zhang Yan, the country doesn't know how many more young talents it will produce. With that, she looked back to the blacked out screen of Live Room 3. His face suddenly sank, and his tone was icy. Oh, and look at Aichin. Not getting out of bed, not making breakfast. And last night he must have spent the whole night playing games with the kids again, exuding an air of dissipation. It's a pity for his children to follow such a father. Don't look at the child having fun now, when his grades regress and he fails to get into high school, college, and can't find a job in the future. How much pain he cries at that time, and how much he hates the present Aichin. The gap is only going to get wider and wider. Grades don't lie. This science experiment will show everyone that Aichin's way of education, once it is moved to learning, will be unassailable and ugly. She spoke her mind. She knew something about the academic performance of the 3 children who participated in the program. Zihan came out on top, leaving the other 2 by a wide margin. Science lab exams are not the game they were before. There is a lot of knowledge involved. A child with a game-playing father and bad grades like Aichin is bound to be crushed by Zhang Yan's family. The results speak for themselves and will shut up those who touted Aichin. After she said that, there have also been a number of people who have spoken out in favor of it. Zhang Yan is a bit strict with her children, but other people's grades are real good. It is inevitable that parents will not envy other people's children for their good grades. Sure, most people still felt heartbroken when they looked at Zihan, who was all but falling asleep at the dinner table. In the days since the live broadcast, she had hardly been seen to show a smile. Only 8 years old. Was Zhang Yan high hopes? Looking forward to her to become a dragon and a phoenix. Too much pressure on little shoulders. There are many such parents and children in this age of involution. And on Aichin's side, the one with the most laughter on the air. Quinn's laughter not only came from the heart, but also infected many viewers watching the live broadcast. I believe that such families, in the future, will not be in the minority. Zihan, haven't you finished eating yet? It's time for morning reading. Oh, less than 10 minutes. Zhang Yan walked out of the bedroom, and at that moment Zihan was falling asleep on the dining table, spoon in hand, little mouth still moving every now and then. See this scene. Zhang Yan froze for a moment, slowly walking forward, his gaze inches down on Zihan's face, a hint of intolerance flashing in his eyes. Carrying the rice bowl on the table away from him, he gently wiped the soup stains around Zihan's mouth with a piece of paper, glanced at the clock on the wall. She sighed deeply. Then he turned and went into the bedroom and sat back down at the computer. Let her sleep for another 10 minutes. This experiment is not only a program activity, it's also Zihan's final grade, so we have to do a few more experiments and pick the best one to send to the teacher when the time comes. Gotta hurry, can't keep the program waiting too long. They said they'd provide the equipment for the experiment, but I haven't told them about the project they're going to do yet. Can't afford to bother people. Soon, Zhang Yan buried his head to watch the video of the experiment, and the sound of the falling pen making notes appeared on the air. In less than 10 minutes she had recorded 2 whole large sheets of paper. The image of her frequently looking up and down also fell on the audience. Hey, honestly, she's pretty tired too. But what's the point? She is just doing it for her daughter's schooling, for her daughter's future in the future. Why are you blaming her? But it's what she wants, not what her daughter wants. Doesn't she realize that? I saw my own shadow in her. And it's easy to neglect your child when you're so focused on your son. Later I watched the live broadcast. The live screen is very intuitive. When the live camera to her and the child, I suddenly realized that her daughter's pain is also my son is experiencing. Forget it, don't want to say anything. Who has Aichin's phone number? Call him quickly. Why isn't he up yet? Sitting and waiting for Aichin and Quinkin's experiment. Pops, get up quickly. It's almost 9 o'clock. Uncle Follower has been standing in the doorway for 2 hours. As Quinn shouted, the live feed from Aichin's house finally appeared. The number of people in the live room also started to explode. P.S. I feel that the progress is a little slow. A little bit sorry for everyone to catch up every day, because I'm combing the conceptualization of the plot, so the code is a little slow. I'm sorry for everyone. The back will speed up the pace. Read this, friends. Hope to add the bookshelf. Give a comment. Your paragraph flat. Book review each I read. Will consider everyone's ideas? Thank you, dear readers. Ghana. Chapter 52. Price quote higher? 38 million. Aichin wrapped himself tightly in the thick quilt and slept like a chrysalis. Last night he went through the process of making the experiment, complete with a couple of runs through his mind. A list of materials needed for the experiment was listed and organized and sent to the program. I was about to go to sleep when I glanced at on the side the PS6. I'm itching to play, and I plan to play for a little while and then go to sleep. It turned out to be a couple hours of fun. Quinn was fully dressed and stood by the bed. Shouted twice. The bed was motionless. With a puzzled look on his face, Quinn reached down and lifted the quilt that covered Aichin's head, but Aichin remained in his original position without the slightest reaction. Seeing the situation, Quinn's heart tightened. Hurriedly, he called out, "Pops, Pops, you're not going to GA, are you?" said he as he climbed into bed. "Pops, you can't GA. You haven't told me the password to the live account yet." Slowly, he stretched out his finger and brought it up to Aichin's nose. Even breathing came. Quinn mumbled with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there's still air. The big brother of the followers on the side stifled his laughter and coughed gently, reminding that, Cohen, the car is already waiting downstairs. Quickly shout your father up." At that, Quinn rolled his eyes. "Shout out, Pops, what time is it and you're still sleeping? Get up and go to with Maya University. If you don't get up, I'm going to write." The words were not finished. Aichin finally opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Quinn in front of him. The voice was lazy. "Go to, on the number, son." At this point, the live feed was already in fits of laughter. "Ha ha ha, inverted anti-Tiangong, shouting your father to get up and go to a university, is not trying to be sanctioned by Aichin. Ha 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 ha, the father dies with the world, and the child coaxes great filial piety from the hall. Righteous son is good. When you inherit the live room, righteous father will arrange a carnival for you. You're all playing Terpsichorean, but I'm really envious of their father-son relationship. I can't even dream of it. I still don't know what kind of experiments Aichin and Quinn will do on the college campus today. Looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of experiment I'm doing, but I think it's very likely that Quinn will sneak into the library to read a book." Bad joke. Wan Lei and Prince Xianside also do not know what to do. But in the morning when I saw Wan Lei watching the experimental video, that is, the picture quality is so low, did not see what the pop-ups bantered. Aichin Mayfly crawls out of bed. In less than 5 minutes after washing up and before breakfast, father and son went downstairs to take the car and set off. The recording venue for today's program, the University of China, is located in the city. The journey is not that far. Aichin and Quinn took a ride in the show's car. It didn't take long to arrive at the lively and noisy food street outside the gate of Huagui University. As soon as you get off the bus, the aroma of various delicacies hits your nose. Many food stalls are lined up on both sides of the road. Quinn's eyes swept over one stall after another, his mouth watering. Aichin wasn't hungry, but he looked at his son with this gluttony, so he smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat, son?" Quinn hesitated for a moment, and finally his eyes settled on a stall selling grilled starch sausages. Oil bubbled on the grilled sausage and the aroma was overflowing. Quinn's craving was instantly aroused. Pulling Aichin along, he walked over. "How about a bratwurst?" The stall owner was a young guy, and when he saw someone coming over, he immediately greeted him warmly. Sizing it up, Aichin asked with a raised eyebrow, "College student? Just set up a booth?" The youngster was slightly startled, his clear eyes widening a bit. Surprised. "Brother, how did you know?" He had just set up his stall today, and Aichin and Quinn were still his first customers. Aichin smiled and didn't answer. Eyes fell on the 2 small benches and small table behind the boy. There were also 2 packs of Jell-O toilet paper on the table. Selling a starchy sausage and going to so much trouble is just like a college student who just set up a booth. Opened his mouth and asked, "How many a stick?" 2 pieces. At that moment Quinn tilted his head and spoke, "Brother, I want 2. The boy gave a big smile. "Okay, just wait a minute. It'll be baked in a minute." Quinn pointed to the jar of chili next to him again. "Brother, help me add more chili." The guy chuckled as he flipped the kielbasa. "Good, but it's easy to get diarrhea if you eat too much chili." "No, it won't. I eat chili fries every day. I worked it out a long time ago," Quinn said confidently. Just as Aichin and Quinn were about to sit down on the small bench in the back, the guy let out an ouch. His face changed and he covered his stomach with both hands, a pained look on his face. He walked quickly to Aichin and said with an apology, "Brother, my stomach suddenly hurts a little, so watch the stall for me for a while. I'll be right back, please." Before Aichin could say yes, the boy covered his stomach and hurried away. Aichin and Quinn looked at each other, wide-eyed. Quinn whispered, "Brother probably ate too much chili." Aichin smiled helplessly. College students are a trusting ahoy to the social staple. Quinn, keep an eye on your kielbasa. It'll get burnt later." Words. Quinn immediately got up and went to look at his kielbasa. Just then, a milky voice rang out. "Daddy, this looks so good too. I want to eat it." Aichin sniffed and looked over. I saw a man with glasses standing in front of the stand holding a little girl of about 5 years old. The little girl with 2 cute pigtails and big eyes was eyeing the grilled sausage. The man sighed softly as he looked down into his daughter's eager eyes. "Okay, Daddy will buy it for you." He then looked at Aichin and came over and whispered, "Boss, can I trouble you about something?" Aichin subconsciously tried to explain that he wasn't the boss, but before he could open his mouth, the man continued, "This kid is going to buy this and that as soon as he comes out to play. When I ask you how much this starchy sausage costs later, how about you name the price higher for me so I can buy it, so I can tell the kid that I'm broke if I buy the starchy sausage." Hear that? Both Aichin and Koan had a flash of doubt in their eyes, looked at the little girl waiting blearily in front of the stall. Father and son looked at each other. "It's not appropriate, is it? It would hurt business if people knew the price was high." Aichin spoke up, "And he's not the boss." "It's okay, bro. I don't talk about it outside the house. I just coax the kids." At this time Koan thought for a moment and spoke directly. "No problem, uncle. I'll take care of it." The man smiled gratefully. "Just lead the little girl to a bench in the back and sit down." The man said gently to the little girl, "Sugar, do you know how much money Daddy brought out today?" "I know. Mom gave Dad for you $100 and said, sweetie, to let Dad buy me whatever I want," the little girl said in a milky voice. The man nodded. "The thought of snubbing your daughter successfully makes the rest of the money your own." The corners of his mouth were then harder to press. In no time at all, Quinn handed the man one of the starchy sausages he had grilled. "How much do you charge for a starchy sausage?" the man asked with a smile. Quinn coughed lightly and said in a serious voice, 38 million. Chapter 53 Properties of Sodium. After Quinn spoke the price of $1 million. 38. The viewers of Aichin's live broadcast went crazy with laughter after they froze for a moment. "Po ha 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 ha, I told you to name the price higher. A starch sausage and you said $38 million? It's my pattern that's small." 666. As soon as the college students returned they found that the booth they had just set up was listed. Ha 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 ha. The customer who was just about to come over for a whole one ran away in a hurry. "You guys look at that little girl. Now she can't wait to carry her dad on her back and run away, ha ha." "Little girl, Daddy, are you asking about housing prices?" Ha, 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 ha. Laughs. "Are you sure quoting such a high price won't hurt business? How can it affect $38 million? Who believes it? Ha 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 ha. Quinn deserves a new brain. It just works. You don't say." College students are usually like, "What starch sausage is so expensive? I'd like to eat it." Not for a moment. The college vendor is back. He thanked him repeatedly. After a brief explanation, Aichin and Koan headed towards the campus. Behind them, the college student stall owner looked at the money on the stall and then at the back of the two departing men. There was a look of gratitude in his clear eyes. The two of them are really good. Huagua University is the largest institution of higher learning in the southwest region, covering an area of the largest, but also the in China top 10 top 985 institutions. With an open and inclusive philosophy, the school is very friendly to outsiders and allows everyone to come and go as they please. Granted, it's already November. However, being located in the southwest, the weather is unpredictable, hot and cold, and today happened to be a beautiful day, sunny and a bit warmer than a while ago. College campuses. The sunlight spilled warmly over the ground. Students come and go in groups of 3 or 2. Their faces are full of youthful vigor, and occasionally there are small donkeys and bicycles through the middle. Quinn walked ahead, starchy sausage in hand, and ate it with gusto. Aichin followed. At this moment, the big brother of the followers was leading them towards the school playground. Before long, they came to an avenue of sycamores not far from the playground. 2 other families and followers have arrived. As soon as he saw Quinn, Prince Xian ran over excitedly, and the 2 children hooked shoulders familiarly. "Quinn, what experiment is your old man taking you to today?" Prince Xian couldn't wait to ask. "You don't even know. I'm getting annoyed with my dad, having to force me to watch some video of a chemistry experiment that makes me want to go to sleep when I watch it. The point is that he can't even read it himself and he has to force me to read it," Quinn said vaguely as he continued to eat his kielbasa. "Pops is going to take me to make rockets." Upon hearing the word, Prince Xian's eyes instantly widened with envy. "Rocket? Holy, this is too handsome. Is it the kind that can fly into the sky?" Quinn nodded. "But I don't know yet, and will have to figure it out for myself later." He looked up the information on the computer yesterday, but the steps to make a rocket were so complicated that he couldn't understand much of it. The heart can't help but be a little discouraged. But Pops told him that practice leads to truth, and the only way to know if you can do it or not is to do it. Therefore, he secretly resolved that no matter how many times he failed today, he must make a rocket that could fly into the sky. So what's the experiment you're going to do?" Quinn asked. Prince Xian shrugged and said helplessly, "My dad gave me several experiments to choose from, And I went with the one that looked the easiest and had the shortest name out of all of them. Called what? I think it's called Sodium Nature. Prince Xian scratched his head and replied, seeing all three families arrive. In the studio, Sparrow stood up and faced the camera with a smile on his face. Well, the parents and children have all arrived at HWU. Before we begin today's interaction, let's take a look at the cumulative vote totals for the three families so far. In first place, it's the Aichin family, a distant second with 900,000 votes. In second place, it's Zhang Yan's family, 400,000 votes. In third place, it's Wang Lei's family with 390,000 votes. Little Sam's words had just finished. Observers table. After hearing that Aichin had gotten so many votes in just a few days, Wang Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Keep in mind that in the issue she won, she was getting votes at a much slower rate than even Aichin. How can this claptrap and nonsense youngster get the support of so many people? Wang Feng didn't care much about Wang Lei's votes. In her opinion, although Wang Lei is strict, he himself is not hard enough to beat the iron. The management style is full of loopholes that always allow children to exploit. It's not destined to have much support. As for Zhang Yan's votes, although she seems to be lagging behind, she thinks a lot of it is due to Zihan's accidental seafood poisoning. She grunted at the thought. Accidents don't happen all the time, and Aichin won't always be number one. Little Sam continued. Today they were tasked with completing their own little science experiments. After we're done, we'll also give the kids a tour of the beautiful college campus. Earlier we also received a message from Zhang Yan's mom that she and Zihan had chosen some interesting little physics experiments. Wang Lei's father and Prince Xian chose chemistry experiments. And since their experiments are somewhat dangerous, we sent a staff member with specialized knowledge to accompany them. As for Aichin's father and Quinquin are ready to make a small rocket, but from the list of items that Aichin provided to our program team, the experimental process does not seem to be simple. Oh, I wonder if the small rocket they make will make everyone's eyes light up. Since the experiments are different, the three families are in different venues, but everyone is free to switch between the broadcasts. Let me follow the camera next. With the announcement of the event by Little Sam, the live feed was given to the University of China's side. The sun poured down on the open playground. This rare warm weather attracted many grandparents with their own little grandsons and granddaughters to come here to play and sunbathe. And the laughter echoed among the playgrounds. And college students are not often seen. At 9 a.m., most people are either in class or sleeping in their dorm rooms. Chapter 54 I Am Sniper Quinquin. The main movie is starting. Not far away, in a building next to the playground, were the labs of each of the three families, with the physics and chemistry labs among them. Once the group crossed the trail together, they went in different directions. Quinquin spread his feet and darted towards the playground, with Aichin following behind him unhurriedly. As for Zihan and Wang Zishuan, they followed Zhang Yan and Wang Lei as they walked in the direction of the experimental building. Since the labs set up by the program were all on the first floor, Zhang Yan led Zihan to his destination quickly. As soon as you walk into the lab, you will be greeted by a variety of experimental items that have long been piled up, all of which are needed by Zhang Yan. Without the slightest hesitation, she quickly got into the swing of things. From her pocket, she pulled out 2 folded sheets of paper, which were densely packed with information about the experiments she had compiled that morning. Zihan, we're going to start the experiment next. We have to show 12 points of seriousness. Oh. Zihan's gaze glanced towards the window, envy showing in his eyes, quickly withdrawing his gaze again. Dutifully, he nodded. Soon, Zhang Yan took out 2 jars from the pile of items, one 2/3 full of sand and one empty. After setting it on the table, pull out another plastic ball. Pulling Zihan to himself, he said, Zihan, let's start with a simple experiment. Mommy asked you. What is this? She gestured toward the jar containing the sand. Zihan said hesitantly. Jars with sand in them. Zhang Yan added. You take up this ball and you see if you can put it in? Zihan obediently did as he was told and found that he couldn't put it in. Can't. Zhang Yan continued. Then you put the ball in the empty jar and pour the sand from the jar in and see if it works. Zihan nodded when he finished. Could be. And what does that tell us about the truth? Hearing his mom's question, Zihan pondered for a moment. Judas said, well, sand can fill the empty space in the jar. Zihan just finished answering. Zhang Yan immediately asked again. And? Zihan pondered for a while longer and couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head, looked up at Mom. Somehow, Mom wasn't angry at this point, she just had a serious look on her face, but a hint of timidity rose in her heart. Zhang Yan looked at Zihan. Seriously, it tells us to prioritize what we do. Your main thing now is to study hard and get into a good college later. Then you can do something else, which is the most appropriate. Mom doesn't ask much of you, she just wants you to be able to go to this Chinese university. Are you confident, Zihan? A scene in which Zhang Yan tells Zihan the truth about life through a small experiment. It drew a lot of compliments on the air. If you don't say that parents are the best teachers for their children, and you can teach your children in an experiment, Zhang Yan's mom knows a lot about education. A child taught this way is sure to be a pillar of strength. Yes, it seems that Zhang Yan woke up early to prepare for the experiment with good results, and I look forward to seeing what else she can teach her children. Zihan will definitely be more longing and study harder when he meets the college campus. The program team and Zhang Yan have heart. Zihan is also very obedient, obediently doing experiments with his mom. If I had come to the college campus when I was a kid, I would probably have hated to visit every place. Life is full of life lessons everywhere you live and learn. Zhang Yan was able to teach her children in such a way that gained a lot of favor from the audience. However, while praising Zhang Yan, there were also quite a few people who were concerned about Ai Chen's side. Is this Ai-chen and Quinn going to the playground to do experiments? Listening to the hosts say they're going to do rockets, but how it feels like they're playing like that. That is, Ai-chen just went to the side of the playground to pick up a big bucket of water. Are you going to take the kids to play with water? This is November. Which will play what water although the weather is very good, but which when parents are not afraid of children sick? You don't say. Looking at them like that I wonder if they're going to have a water fight. For the observer Wang Fong to see the water fight must not make her angry. Watch it. Don't let your body catch a cold later if the experiment doesn't get done. Ai-chen sighed. Since making rockets requires an open field, the program team then set up a long table at the edge of the playground, and all kinds of experimental materials were arranged under the table. Quinn returned to the table after running around the playground as wildly as he could. Bending down, he rummaged under the table and found a Sprite plastic bottle and a small pump. Get it in front of you and fiddle with it. My mind was trying to remember the production steps and the display of results that I had watched yesterday. But after half a day's thought, I still had no clue. Suddenly, an interesting discovery caught his eye. It's surprisingly very much like a water gun when you stack plastic bottles and pumps together. Quinn ran to Ai-chen's side in a hurry with these two things. Excitedly, Pops, look, does this look like a squirt gun? Ai-chen smiled. Like, why don't you do it and try it out? Quinn got an affirmative answer and thought about it. I don't know how to shoot a rocket, but I don't know how to shoot a gun? Okay, do it now. Pops, you can make one too. Not to be spoiled, Ai-chen nodded his head in agreement. Father and son then took out glue and scissors from under the table and got to work. The big brother of the followers on the sidelines was a bit puzzled by the scene. Wasn't it Ai-chen's and their mission to make rockets? What's with the water gun? The audience in the live room was also confused. I'm going. You're really going to have a water fight, and you're going to make a water pistol to do it? Ha 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 ha. It's still Ai-chen. Out of the ordinary. The program effect pulls full stop. No, this isn't an experiment. Isn't this for fun? What kind of irresponsible parents are there? A child this young is already weak. Are you trying to give the child a cold? 666. Making a water gun out of a plastic bottle and a pump. I didn't realize it could be played that way. Really good. When I was a child begging my father to make me a bamboo water pistol. Then happy bad. The sight of the small friends envy bad. Our childhood memories. Hey, quite envious of you. You can also play water guns. Water fights? My parents never let me play. Always worried about me getting sick. Including the summer. I have not even been to the water park. Look, look, look. They seem to have done it. Live feed. Quinn scurried a little farther away with the freshly crafted water gun, then turned around and held his head high, shouted towards Ai-chen. Shots to the head. Good luck. I'm Sniper Quinn, and the main event has begun. Pops, come and snipe against my center door. P.S. 3 more. Please comment. Urging more. Thank you. Chapter 55. What knowledge can a water pistol have? Ai-chen raised his head nonchalantly, a meaningful smile on his face. Oh, are you sure? He deliberately trailed off. When he finished, he slung the crafted water pistol over his shoulder. Quinn fixed his eyes and they went wide. All that could be seen was Pops carrying a squirt gun made from an oversized Sprite bottle over his shoulder. The thick, round muzzle of the gun was pointed right at him. Pops, you cheated. We agreed to make a water gun. Why did you make a water cannon? Quinn responded by yelling. The corners of Ai-chen's mouth rose slightly. Stupid son of a. I'll only give you 3 seconds to escape. Oh. Quinn sniffed and was shocked. There was no hesitation to turn and run. He also made a point of running out of to avoid the water cannons the S-line. But wait until he's run out some distance. Turning back, I realized that Pops hadn't fired at all. Only to see Ai-chen take out the other bottles and lay them on the floor. Shouted at Quinn. You bare pussy. Get your ass over here. Pops is taking you to practice your water pistol shooting today. Quinn instantly broke into a smile at that. Got it. What's the harm in practicing your marksmanship as long as the target isn't him? Quinn and Aichin's voices echoed between the playgrounds, attracting Zihan in the lab, craning his head toward the window facing the playground. Since the ledge was higher, she wasn't big enough to see what was happening in the playground, but she knew that Quinn and his father must be happy now. There was a flash of despondency in his eyes. All these physics experiments her mom wants her to do are so boring and there's some reasoning to remember. It's not good enough not to memorize it, because mom will ask questions. When she couldn't answer herself, her mom would say she wasn't paying attention. At this point, Zhang Yan is ready to start the third experiment, the fastest descending line. Several plastic tracks of the same height were placed on the table. A straight track as well as several tracks with varying degrees of curvature. Zhang Yan placed the small balls on the track and was about to remind Zihan to keep an eye on them when she realized that Zihan was looking sideways. Following Zihan's line of sight and listening to the laughter coming from outside, she understood something. Retracting his gaze, he spoke at Zihan in a serious tone. Zihan, it's time to collect ourselves. We're not here to play. Those children outside are still young, only 3 or 4 years old. You can't compare with them. You are 8 years old. It's the age to study hard. Look at all this lab equipment. Mom watched a full 2 hours of lab videos this morning just so you could learn more. So you could do a little better on your final exam. Zihan hung his eyes, his mood a little low. She couldn't see the scene outside, and at the same time she couldn't imagine what they were playing, because in her world there is only learning in mom's education. Zhang Yan finished. Again, Zihan was told to focus on her experiment. She lowered several small balls from the top at the same time. The first ball to reach the finish line is one of the tracks with a curved arc. The slowest ones are the ones that seem to have the shortest distance to a straight track. Look at Zihan. The straightest track is instead the slowest. Doesn't this experiment tell us that it's through trials and tribulations that we are the first to succeed, and that those who don't have twists and turns will only fall behind? The time to study this is only these few years. They are degrading themselves by playing now. There will be decades of suffering waiting for them in the future, and by studying while others are playing, you'll be able to leave them behind by a long shot. And when you go to college and come out of graduate school and doctoral school, you'll have a bright decades ahead of you before it's time to play. It would have been easier for mom then, too. Got it? Zihan was only slightly distracted, just in exchange for a lecture from Zhang Yan. It drew a lot of chatter from many viewers on the air. Zihan is only 8 years old. That's the age when you should be playing carefree. If you don't have fun when you're young, you won't have fun when you're old. You know? Wah! Your mom is right. If you don't work hard in your youth, you'll be sad in your old age. Children from ordinary families can only excel if they study well. Elementary school is the stage of laying the foundation and must not be relaxed. Yeah, it's not too late to play when you go to college and have a job. That's when you're really carefree. Don't fart. When you have a job you should be urged to get married again. And when you get married you should be urged to have children. So how can you have any time to play? If Zhang Yan continues to educate like this, Zihan will have a mental breakdown sooner or later. The other side. When Prince Xian heard the sound of Quinquin's laughter, he immediately moved his bench to the windowsill and stood up to look out. Seeing Quinquin playing with water guns, his eyes lit up with interest. Daddy, I want to play with water guns too. Prince Xian shouted excitedly. Wang Lei, who was on the side, frowned and looked towards Aichin and Kuan who were playing by the playground. Play. Every day you just know how to play. Can you put your mind on your studies? Wang Lei's voice carried an unquestionable severity. Hurry over here. I'm going to give you my phone and give me a step-by-step first run-through of the video on it. Oh, Prince Xian was very reluctant, but don't dare not listen. Slowly, he walked over, took Wang Lei's cell phone, and came to the lab bench. At this point, an accompanying staff member had already experimented with the equipment as well as put a can of sodium aside. The staff member reminded gently, little friend Zishuan, if you have any doubts, you can ask me. I can help you answer them, but you still have to do the specific operation yourself. Oh. Prince Xian nodded, placed Dad's cell phone on the lab bench, turned on the video with a touching picture quality. Ding properties of sodium, cutting, burning, reactions with 6 solutions. The voice rang out, slowly, without a hint of emotion. It made Prince Xian's heart burst with impatience. Studio. The guests shook their heads as they watched the laughing and joking Aichin and Quinquin on the screen. It's okay to play, but this is clearly not the time. I haven't done my labs yet. I haven't finished my exams yet. This Aichin's heart is too big. Aichin is seen taking his children to make water guns with the materials prepared by the program, and played like crazy. Wang Fong couldn't help but open her mouth to criticize again. Instead of experimenting, you're playing? Simply playing with things. Parents not only don't stop their kids from messing around but condone what they do with water guns. Making a rocket, I'd say it's a fool's errand. I didn't realize that I'd actually made an even more useless toy gun. What kind of success can this kid have in the future? Look, Now the kids and adults are having so much fun they've forgotten what they came here for today. A word out. Many guests agreed. Physics experiments at Yen Zhang's house contain not only knowledge but also reason. Chemistry experiments at Wang Lei's house as well. Only Aiken's family, who had to make some kind of rocket, hadn't made one yet, and made a water gun. What knowledge can a water gun have? Chapter 56, Quintessence 1. Birth. Aichen sighed. He picked up his own squirt gun and pressed the pump hard a few times first. Air is continuously injected into the water gun. Immediately afterward, he flicked open the valve that held the bottle. There was a swish. A thick and powerful jet of water shot out like an arrow from a string. A precise hit on one of the bottles. I'll be damned. Pops, why is your water gun so fierce? It can shoot so far. Quinn was envious and surprised. Then I looked down at my water gun. Short and weak. Couldn't help but mutter darkly. Is it really a miracle of great strength? No. I have to make a big one too. And instead of asking Aiken for his squirt gun to play with, he ran off with his head in his hands and decided to make it big on his own. Aichen looked at Quinken's winded appearance. A faint smile appeared. Pulling out his cell phone, he leisurely sat in his chair and swiped through the jitterbugs. It didn't take long before Quinn managed to make a large water pistol by replacing the bottle with a larger one. Following his earlier idea, he picked up this new water pistol with confidence, thinking that this time he would be able to compete with his old man's water pistol. However, when he pressed the valve, expecting a powerful jet of water to come out, reality poured cold water on him. The water column remained small. This big water gun is not even close to as powerful as Pop's one. Quinn was filled with frustration and came to Aichen. Pops, what's this all about? Aichen looked at Quinn's lost look. The corners of his mouth turned up and said, Son of a, you can't just imagine things sometimes. You have to learn from others, okay? Stand on the shoulders of giants to see further. After saying that, Aichen tilted his head slightly, waiting for Quinn to beg for himself. Quinn listened with a puzzled look on his face and muttered, Learning from others? His gaze subconsciously went to Aichen's cell phone, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Tentatively, he asked, Pops, could it be that there are righteous people in the fan base who would do it? This statement was made. Aichen's face sank. This kid, on purpose or by accident. With that, I heckled. Brat, your own father is right in front of you, and you want to learn from someone else? When he finished speaking, he got up and picked up his own water gun and handed it to Quinn. Not in a good way. Take it and find the gap yourself. Use your brain. How can I feel comfortable giving you the live room in the future when you're like this? Having said that, Aichen then stopped ignoring Quinn and sat back in his chair to brush his jitterbugs. At this point, there was a lot of chatter from the live audience. What do you want? He's just trying to suck. He didn't mention anything about the experiment. I don't think he wants to fulfill the program's mission. I'm the only one who can see it, right? Hey, I won't tell you. Water guns, rockets, there's still a connection between the two. And I feel like Aiken is inspiring the kid. At least Aichen's side of the family has a good vibe, whereas Zihan can only be subservient to her mom. What? Can a water pistol turn into a rocket and fly into the sky? Don't blow it up, okay? Can't finish the job? Then what? I'll go straight to brush up on a carnival when Righteous Sun starts broadcasting. Of the 3 live streams, the number of people in Zhang Yan's live room had risen a bit significantly today. The physics experiments she took Zihan to do were recognized by many parents. On the other hand, Prince Xian's side was boring. It's not that the experiment itself isn't interesting, it's that the steps are cumbersome, and it's still cutting up sodium chunks. As for Aichen's live room, it was still the most crowded. There's just more skepticism today than ever before. A good scientific experiment was treated as child's play by Aichen. On the live feed, Quinn sat down on the lawn, took the water gun that Pops had made, and looked at his own one, and began to scrutinize it to find the differences. He noticed that Pop's bottle had 2 more things at the bottom and mouth than his own. There is an extra valve at the top of the bottle, and the part at the bottom of the bottle he scrutinized for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered what he had read in the information yesterday. Valve core? Quinn said to himself, this is the control part for deflating and inflating. With that thought in mind, he reached down and pressed the pump a couple times. To his amazement, he realized that the bottle gradually bulged and became hard. When he pivoted the valve, a powerful jet of water shot out. So it's because of the pressure in the bottle. Quinn squealed with excitement. Something their science teacher had taught them. It's just that the teacher's explanations are only in the textbook. After doing so, he remembered. A bold idea suddenly came to his mind. If the pressure in the bottle was high enough, wouldn't the jet of water coming out of the bottle be able to generate enough force to punch the bottle up into the sky? Isn't that the same principle as a rocket? The more Quinn thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he quickly shook his head again, because he wanted to make more than just a that could fly water rocket. Instead, it's one that breathes flames and also bursts into the sky with brilliant fireworks. A thought flashed through his mind. How about tying a firework to a bottle? But as soon as the idea appeared, he dismissed it decisively. It's too dangerous to do that. Quinn stood up and clapped his hands together, leaving the other thoughts behind. Whatever. Let it fly first. A determined look came over his little face. Then, it was time to go to the long table and get down to business. Soon, a fledgling water rocket was then produced by him. He got it in front of Aichin and said proudly, "Ha ha ha Pops, my rocket is a success. Let's call it Quinn 1. Come on, let's try a launch." Without waiting for Aichin to say anything, Quinn ran away. To keep from letting a flying bottle hit someone, he made his way to the clearing by the playground. After placing the water rocket on a small shelf, waving frantically at Aichin, "Shout out, Pops, come on." The audience in the live broadcast room was confused at this point. How is it that without noticing, this kid made a rocket? I thought I was making a water pistol. What's with the sudden change in style? Ha, is that a rocket in Quinkin's hand? Why does it look so rudimentary? Ha ha ha. TSK, 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 can't even fool me with a rocket like that. And you want to fool the science teacher? How the upstairs is so malicious to the child. At least Quinn has taken that step on his own. If you ask me, direct plastic to steel, glue to weld, water to solid fuel, dog's head. Mei Ai-Chen's family is mediocre today. On the contrary, Zhang Yan's family has been showing up with a new physics experiment every now and then. Zhang Yan's house is still too depressing, and it's really unnecessary to let Zihan memorize 5 or 6 axioms in not much time. Let's see if Aichin can give us a whole lot of hard work. He. Chapter 57. More stubbornness in Zihan's eyes. Chemistry lab. Prince Xian's brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with impatience as he stared at the screen in front of him. An instructional video was playing on the screen. Now, cut a small piece of sodium and put it in a test tube filled with anhydrous ethanol. Prince Xian skimmed his mouth, and extremely reluctantly reached out his hand, picked up the tweezers, cut off a small piece of sodium as requested, and threw it into the test tube filled with anhydrous ethanol. As soon as the sodium came into contact with the ethanol, dense bubbles quickly developed in the test tube. But Prince Xian had no interest in this, was about to launch into a rant. Wang Lei, who was on the side, suddenly yelled out, "Prince Xian, focus for me and hurry up to record the situation for me." Prince Xian was startled by the sudden roar. With a disgruntled pout, she picked up a pen and scribbled down notes. At that moment, the voice from the video sounded again. Now, cut a small piece of sodium and put it in a test tube filled with water. Prince Xian helplessly looked at the sodium blocks that were still quite a bit left on the side. Mentally, he wailed, "There's so much more. When will it be done?" He stole a glance with his afterglow at his dad who was staring at him, gritting his teeth. He had a heartbeat. Whatever, I'll just go straight for the full plus. So he picked up the chunk of sodium and headed for the test tube with water in it. It was only then that the staff at the side reacted violently, a look of horror instantly appearing on their faces. The mouth yelled, "No!" He hastily stretched out his hand, trying to stop Prince Xian, but it was too late. The chunk of sodium quickly slid into the test tube and made instant contact with the water. In an instant, sodium and water reacted violently with a sharp popping sound. The staff hurriedly grabbed Prince Xian's arm with one hand and Wang Lei with the other, quickly pulling them outside the lab. Just the moment they had just stepped out of the lab, there was a loud bang and an explosion from the lab bench. Wang Lei's heart pounded in shock. He had just reacted, and the first thought in his mind was to see if Prince Xian was alright. Looking around anxiously, he realized that Prince Xian had already run away. Turning his head to the lab bench again. Just a mess. Suddenly he realized something. My cell phone. On the other side of the room, in the physics lab, a quiet, only the occasional sound of equipment colliding. Zihan silently set up the setup for the experiment and waited for Zhang Yan, who had gone to the restroom, to come back for acceptance. Instead of having his mom directing and teaching him, Zihan felt much more relaxed. It's just that the building faces north and is always cold, always missing the sun. She scrunched her shoulders. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of laughter coming from outside the window, like a moth attracted to light. Zihan couldn't help but come to the window. The windows are a bit high and embedded in the parapet, so she moved a small bench, stepped on it, and peered out the window. On the playground, Prince Xian joined Quinkin's father and son. They're preparing to launch Quinjet 1. There were many children and passers-by watching and cheering. Warm, bright sunlight shone on the wide playground. Zihan's eyes were captivated. She also wanted to walk around the warm playground and look around. What are you doing? Zhang Yan came back from the restroom and saw that Zihan didn't stay obediently at the lab table. Immediately shouted, "Why you're being lazy when mommy has to go to the bathroom?" At this time, Zhang Yan suddenly realized that Zihan was stepping on a bench under his feet. momentarily startled. 3 or 2 steps rushed to the window. How can you step on a stool? You child, don't you know how dangerous it is? Come down quickly. Zihan was silent and didn't move. Zhang Yan saw that Zihan didn't answer herself, and her tone intensified a bit. Mommy's talking to you? Do you hear me? Zihan looked out the window with a slight sideways glance. Torn in my mind for a moment. Open mouth. Mom, I want to go out in the sun for a while. However, Zhang Yan's refusal came out of his mouth. No. Mom, it's obvious that you just want to go out and play. Does playing get your grades up? Did all that reasoning Mom just gave you fall on deaf ears? Said Zhang Yan as she glanced out the window. So many children gathered around Aichen's side. Mentally, he grunted in disdain. Continued to Zihan. All day long you know how to play. It's true that like father, like son, Zihan you don't want to learn from watching them play. What a rare opportunity it is to do experiments on a college campus. Where did Mom have what you guys had back then? If you don't grasp such a crucial opportunity, how can you grasp your life in the future? And how can you be as naughty as a boy when you're a girl? After saying that, Zhang Yan protected with one hand and went to pull Zihan with the other. However, Zihan shrank back, even as the hand being pulled by Zhang Yan tugged back. See this? Zhang Yan's tone and face darkened completely. One hand had a death grip on Zihan's arm. Zihan, if you don't get off the stool, Mommy is going to get mad. Do I have to tell you a second time? However, Zihan didn't listen to her, and instead peeled one of his hands onto the windowsill. With a shake of his head he buried it, pursing his lips and not saying a word. Zihan grew up to be so big, except for the last time he hid in the hospital. Other times she was understanding, well-behaved, and accepted all the things she didn't like but Zhang Yan wanted her to do. There was no resistance to Zhang Yan, because she knew that everything her mom did was for her own good. Mom worked hard to earn money and run the house. She is concerned about her life and studies in every way. She knew that it wasn't easy for her mom. She knew that her mom was tired. But, she's feeling tired too. Why is it that Quinn can be happy and play happily with his dad, and Prince Xian can be naughty and playful with his dad, and she can't? Mom clearly said she got good grades and would be much happier than them in the future. But she wanted what they had. Reachable, visible joy. She didn't say those words out loud. After taking a deep breath, slowly, just for a little while. Ice okay? Mom. Words. Zhang Yan's heart felt another pang of impatience. I thought to myself that the boy was getting out of hand. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, Zihan's voice rang out again. Please, let me out. I just want to go outside. For a walk. Voice choked with sobs. When Zihan looked up, his face was streaked with tears. When the follower's big brother saw this scene, his heart missed a beat. The hand paused. The live feed was frozen in the moment. Standing on the stool, Zihan, with one hand deadlocked on the windowsill and one hand tightly clutched by Zhang Yan, couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her face. Praying to Zhang Yan. Soon the pop-ups were coming in like crazy. Oh, so pathetic. So pathetic. Zhang Yan, you're so bad. The experiments have been done a few times already. I blanched a DJ. Huagua University. Right? I'll come and take Zihan away right away. Mighty woman in tears. Can't imagine how depressed Zihan will be in the future. Luckily she's standing on a bench today and you still have a chance to pull her. What if she's standing on a rooftop? Zhang Yan, count on me to beg you. Let her go, okay? I'm in tears. A child's childhood is also important. Don't push so hard. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were densely packed, all of them sympathizing with Zihan and denouncing Zhang Yan. After all, a child who has been good and sweet, begging in tears, would be softened by anyone's heart. In the studio, looking at Zihan who was crying into tears, Wang Fong froze for a moment, then quickly became alert again. Suffer, Zhang Yan. Don't be soft-hearted. A dike of 1,000 miles collapses in an anthill. Once you compromise, it'll be hard to say no in the future. Know that spoiling a child is like killing a child. If you indulge her this time, she'll kidnap you later by crying. Now she can get what she wants by crying and being irrational. And later in society she's going to cry and beg? If you can't give her a rich future, you have to be ruthless in honing her ability to meet the storm. However, no one in the studio paid her any attention at that moment. Both were staring dead at the screen. The heart was in his throat. At that moment, the follower's big brother also reacted and hastily restored the camera. Zhang Yan remained frozen in place, her eyes wide. Zihan's tearful face exploded in her mind. The heart that only felt it stung violently. This scene, it happened once just yesterday. The difference is, this time, she clearly saw in Zihan's eyes never before. Stubborn. Somehow, she was suddenly a little scared. P.S. I'm asking for hypes, comments, book reviews. Thank you for the gifts and for being able to catch up on your reading. There will be more and better episodes to come. I'm trying to improve the quality. Chapter 58 Test flight not yet successful. Comrades still need to work harder. Clutching Zihan's hand tightly only seemed like grabbing air. The distance between the two, as if two intersecting lines that were drifting apart, kept pulling away in an invisible manner. Fear, panic, and eventually overwhelm. She doesn't understand why her daughter is like this, obviously always obedient. Confused, out of the corner of her eye, she landed on the equipment stacked in the lab. These are the ones she prepared for Zihan. If we don't finish the experiment while we're here, I'm afraid we won't have a chance later. At the same time, a quote from an education expert rang in my head. There are only 0 and countless times that a child will disobey, and at the first sign of disobedience, it must be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan's eyes gradually became firm. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to force Zihan off the stool. Just then, a clear child's voice came from the side of the playground. A little girl was looking their way and happened to catch a glimpse of Zihan, who was half exposed in front of the window. Grandma, look! Why is that sister locked inside a barred window? Let's go save her. That sudden voice. A blow struck Zhang Yan's heart. Out of nowhere, the conversation between the mother and daughter in the hospital yesterday came back to mind. The pupils trembled slightly. A thought rose. Zihan, is she locked up? She did all this just to make Zihan's life better in the future. His eyes fell on Zihan's small hands, which were clinging to the edge of the windowsill in a death grip. That hand was white from exertion, and the fingertips were trembling slightly. She took a deep breath. Her faith, which had been so strong, wavering. Forget it. Better let her go out for a while and call her back when I set up the rest of the physics setup. With that in mind, she slowly sidestepped and stopping Zihan. Go to. Hearing his mom's words, Zihan was stunned at first. There was disbelief in his eyes. Immediately afterward, the original sadness and stubbornness in the bottom of his eyes was gradually replaced by joy, and a long-lost smile slowly bloomed on his face. Go on, come back early. Zhang Yan looked at Zihan and said softly. For some reason, looking at Zihan's smile, her originally heavy heart actually soothed a bit. Zihan couldn't contain his inner happiness and jumped off the stool in a flash. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yan subconsciously wanted to go forward to help, but before she could take a step, Zihan had already landed firmly on the ground and then darted toward the door. However, just after walking to the entrance of the lab, Zihan suddenly stopped. Turning around, he looked deeply at his mom. Then, with light steps, he ran off merrily. Zhang Yan looked at the empty doorway. A soft sigh escaped. It's good to get some air. I hope she won't forget to study. If you don't study hard, you'll have to be like me, with nothing much to offer, and live at the bottom all your life as a hard laborer. With that said, she walked to the side with mixed emotions and slowly crouched down and began to pack up the experimental equipment. And at that moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the scene of Zihan running out happily. The pop-up vibe isn't so heavy anymore. Mom, finally a little freedom for the kids, or I'd have a heart attack. What a joyous occasion. Zhang Yan, you still have some conscience. You're not completely bad. Zihan hasn't been this happy in a long time. It's so hard for this kid. Zihan is really too good. If it were me, I would have run away from home long ago. I don't think it's being good. It's being CPU'd. Not to mention, Zihan is kinda cute when she laughs, haha. What a nice weather outside. Aichen's side are playing high. Prince Xian smelled the smell and went there too. Will Zihan go? Am I the only one who thinks Zhang Yan is a bit sad too? Can't cross the gap between the rich and the poor in her life, so she can only pin her hopes on her children, who were not very educated in the first place, and then became crazy after being brainwashed by some experts and the environment. Yes, just you. Anyway, no matter how much I want my daughter to succeed, I can't afford to let her be sad and aggravated, much less suppress her nature and let her grow up to be a human machine with no mind and no personality. Zihan arrived at the playground, the sun warming her body and the breeze ruffling her hair. It's a beautiful day. Zihan only felt extraordinarily relaxed. Without realizing it, she saw a group of people gathered in the clearing by the playground. Then he slowly walked over. Open space. Earlier, Wang Zixuan took advantage of the fact that Wang Lei hadn't reacted to draw the belt and ran to the playground in a flash. Gleefully, he found Quinn and offered to want to play together. Quinn was very quick with a little wave of his hand. Welcome aboard, comrade. And so, the rocket test pilot duo was formed, and it also attracted a lot of small children and parents. At the moment, the two little guys were crouching on the ground, tweaking the angle of the rocket launch. After tuning the angle, Quinn lifted his head, and only then did he realize that there were suddenly so many pairs of eyes around them staring at them. I blew a bean. So many people. Later the rocket fell down to hit them, can do? On the side, Prince Xian pondered for a moment. Why don't I go make a parachute for the rocket? Quinn, wait here. When he finished, he ran to the table and began to make it. Soon, he brought a small, simple parachute to Quinn. Here, put it on. Quinn looked at the parachute with some surprise. No, old man, you really know how to do that, don't you? Prince Xian smiled smugly and patted his chest. I have not played a lot of peace chickening. This little thing is not difficult to defeat me. Not far. Aichen, who was sitting on a chair, looked over and smiled slightly. He had just watched the rocket made by Quinn, the shape of which could not be said to be rudimentary, but could only be said to not look like a rocket at all. It's just a bottle with a paper-folded rocket head, not even a tail, so I don't think it will fly very high. However, he did not utter a word of caution. The child is having fun, and even if they fail this time, they will not be easily demotivated. It's just that the number of failures is not good enough. He turned his head to look at the things stacked under the table. Those were the materials he was going to use to make rockets. The show said he only needed to replicate the child's experiment, but what he wanted to do was not so simple. He then got up and began to prepare himself in earnest. The big brother of the followers on the side saw Aichen messing around with himself. There was some curiosity in his mind. I wonder what Aichen is up to. But without giving it much thought, he aimed the camera back at Quinn's side. Quinn ended up carefully adjusting the angle again. Twisting his head in a solemn manner, he said, "Comrade Prince Xian, are you ready?" Prince Xian immediately raised his spirits and replied loudly, "Comrade Aichen, I'm ready." Quinn releases instructions. Start pressurizing. Prince Xian quickly started pumping with a pump. Then Quinn started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. He hit the switch. In the midst of all the attention, the rocket was launched. However, the rocket spewed out a column of water, only flew out a distance of 2 or 3 meters, and then fell down with a bang. The parachute did not have a chance to open. Failed. Prince Xian couldn't help but say. Quinn was likewise a little lost. Seeing that the two men had not made a rocket as high as they had thrown it, the adults watching from the sidelines couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, little kids are really naive. Rockets aren't that simple. They're going to do water rockets, I think, and it does make it a little difficult. If you have this time, you might as well go home and read more. Kids these days don't know what to think about all day long. The parents don't come to help, so the two kids are left to their own devices. So what can they do? Most of the onlookers were bored and dispersed. Zihan, however, watched with interest, his eyes full of curiosity. Prince Xian looked up to find Zihan looking at them, seemingly dumbfounded, so shouted at Zihan, "Hey, wanna come join us?" He was still thinking in his mind. Zihan was a schoolteacher, so if we could get her on board, it would certainly be helpful in improving the rocket. Hearing Prince Xian's invitation, Zihan froze. She actually wanted to join in, but she was a little embarrassed. After all, she's not really used to playing with other kids. As he was hesitating, Zhang Yan's voice came from behind him. "Zihan, don't look here. Take a walk elsewhere with your mom. This rocket of theirs has failed to launch. What's there to see?" She had just finished packing up her lab stuff when she noticed Zihan running this way, so he rushed over in a hurry. Close to Zhu is red, close to ink is black. She didn't want Zihan to play with kids with bad grades, and there was so much knowledge involved in rockets. She didn't think these two kids could do it. Prince Xian was already a bit lost, and after hearing Zhang Yan's words, it was very unpleasant for him to turn around. Looking at the failed rocket on the ground, he couldn't figure out what went wrong for a moment. Just then, Quinn glanced at the people dispersing around him. The loss on his face was swept away, and his eyes instead had a few more points of determination in them. Pops said that, if you're a rookie, practice more, and if you can't afford to lose, don't play. Big deal. I'm not going to just give up and start all over again. He looked at Prince Xian and said slowly, "We can't give up." Prince Xian froze and didn't react. Quinn's tone was a little more grave. "They say what they say, we do what we do. Don't you hear that the sky is the limit, and that if we want to do it, we will succeed?" Hearing this, Prince Xian's eyes lit up. Immediate response. "You're right. I can't give up." The scene. It took the big brother of the followers on the sidelines by surprise. Where did these two kids, only 8 years old, get such confidence and perseverance? Seeing Prince Xian rekindle his fighting spirit, Koan nodded heavily. Picking up the failed rocket on the ground and handing it to him, he said slowly, "The test flight has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Let's go and improve it again." Prince Xian held his head high. "Okay, you cut it. I'll glue it. Let's make it bigger and better, and make it great again. Forward, 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 forward." Chapter 59 Children's Dreams. Scribbling is also full of points. The two took some more materials from under the table. Running to one side, he sat down directly on the ground and studied it. Seeing the perseverance and execution of the two children, Many viewers in the live broadcast room sighed with emotion. Go your own way. Let them talk. Quinn and Prince Xian are both good. I'll be damned. Just now Quinn said that the words are really a bit lit. Where to learn from? Just so fast can come out from the failure. This is better than me all ah. It is difficult to imagine Quinn later life can be more wonderful. However, not all of the pop-ups were praises. What's the point of having perseverance? The direction is wrong from the start. Let's not even talk about whether or not we can make it work. What knowledge can a water rocket teach a child? Indeed, putting perseverance and execution in textbooks is the right way to go. And they're going further and further astray with this. Being a rocket is most kids' dream. And I don't think a science experiment is as important as a kid's dream. What is Aichin doing alone? Why are you drawing? It's so bad to see me. This Aichin is not at all interested in the child's experiment. After some effort, the second rocket made by Quinn and Prince Xian is out. Compared to the simplicity of the last one, this time they've put in a lot of effort. They cut off the bottom of 2 plastic bottles and skillfully spliced them together. This not only grows the arrow and makes it more like a real rocket, and it holds more water for more thrust. At the same time, after Prince Xian's suggestion, the rocket also added a delicate tail, which looked more professional. Initiate, with the two saying in unison. They then hurried off to the clearing again, holding the rocket, ready for a test flight. At this time, Zhang Yan once again advised Zihan, let's go Zihan. They won't make it. We don't have to watch from here, but I want to see again. Zihan whispered. Zhang Yan refused outright. No. What's the point of a little water arrow? Why don't you go home and mom will show you a video of a real rocket. Real rockets are made by scientists. If you like rockets you need to study hard. Don't put your mind on these children's toys. Let's go get some sun on the playground lawn. Then it's time to get back to our experiments. With that she took Zihan's hand and headed for the playground. Zihan sat silently on the lawn, his eyes quietly casting over to the clearing. And Zhang Yan didn't notice and just started her sermon on her own. Zihan, have your own opinion on what to do. Don't let mommy worry about everything. Like this time, for example, mom let you out to get some air, not to come out and watch other people having fun. You should be more self-conscious. This side of the clearing, Wang Lei walked out of the lab with a dark face and looked around for Wang Zishuan. When he caught a glimpse of Prince Xian squatting in the clearing, he immediately rushed over. Bunny, what are you doing? Wang Lei yelled at the top of his voice. When he thought of the fact that Prince Xian had just not only blown up the test tube in the lab, but also almost reimbursed his own cell phone as well, the fire in his heart rubbed upwards. Prince Xian, who was squatting on the ground and was adjusting the angle of the rocket, subconsciously shrunk his head. Twisting his head, he said, Dad, I'm making a rocket with Quinn. Only then did Wang Lei turn his gaze to Quinn who was on the side. To save face for his son, his face calmed down a little. Hurry back to the lab with me and get your own experiments done first. Upon hearing this, Prince Xian immediately shook his head reluctantly. No, I want to do the rocket with Quinn. Wang Lei said patiently. This rocket isn't that good. You can let Quinn do it on his own for now. It's not too late for you to come back after you've finished the experiment with me. He originally thought that after he had persuaded him so gently, Prince Xian should obediently go back with him. But I didn't expect that Prince Xian didn't even think about it and immediately said seriously. No, I will not betray the organization. Organization? What organization? Wang Lei frowned suspiciously. Prince Xian straightened his chest. Rocket test pilot duo. Hearing this, Wang Lei was instantly infuriated. Seeing Dad angry, Prince Xian was even more reluctant to leave. He knew it in his heart. The playground was crowded enough that Dad wouldn't whip out his belt in front of so many people. But it was a different story in a less crowded place like the lab. You'll be in deep yourself when the time comes. In the studio, see the other two kids who are attracted to rockets. Wang Fang's face was ugly. Zhang Yan shouldn't have let Zihan out of the lab. Now Zihan is thinking about that rocket as much as he can. How can an honor student learn from a poor student? And Wang Lei, when a child doesn't listen, he beats them when he should. He has no authority in front of the child. What kind of parent is he called? What knowledge is there in a small water rocket? It's totally inferior to Zhang Yan's physics experiment. In Wang Fang's opinion, making rockets must have come out of a child's whim and whimsy. And this icon actually didn't stop it. Her daughter would be whimsical as a child, thinking she was a princess in a dress. She sternly admonished her daughter each time to keep her mind on her studies, and that's what got her to change that. Thinking of this, Wang Fang couldn't help but criticize Aichin again. This Aichin, does he know how to educate children or not? Children are most prone to whimsical thinking, which is tantamount to daydreaming. Parents should just stop it in time so that they can recognize the reality earlier, instead of allowing them to think of childish, unrealistic things, which is leading the child down a crooked path and will only result in the child ending up with nothing. And look, people, The rocket hasn't even been made yet. And Aiken is over there by himself, playing with himself, completely ignoring the kid. What kind of dad is that? In my opinion, it's youngsters like him, who don't do things right, that make his kids do the same. Just as she had just finished, Post-00 observer Jung Yu stood up. From the start of today's broadcast, there was a constant stream of pop-ups talking. Doing experiments so that your child learns is the most important thing. But what he's trying to say is that if children aren't interested in the experiment itself from the start, how can they learn? Sideways glance coldly at Wang Fong. That the child's whims are daydreams? Observer Wang Fong. I hope you put away your short-sightedness. Have you ever wondered if the ancient people's fantasies of traveling thousands of miles in a day and flying into the blue sky are not now a reality? A child's imagination is a source of innovation, and to stifle it in the cradle is tantamount to hindering future technological progress. Is your desire to limit a child's unlimited possibilities the same as trying to hinder the development of the country? What the future looks like, none of us can predict. So, kids dream and scribble all over the place. Jiang Yu exited with some sharp words. Wang Fong was directly dumbfounded. The other side had put a sky-high hat on her, and she felt she couldn't get around it no matter what she said. Hold it for a long time, before spitting out a sentence. Just wait and see. It's not up to you to decide if they get a perfect score or not. In the middle of a heated debate in the studio, in the open space, Cohen and Prince Xian launched their improved rockets with great anticipation. There was a muffled thud. The rocket soared into the sky. The water column is much stronger than last time. But, even though this time the rocket lifted much higher than the last time, it still didn't meet the mental expectations of the two children, especially Quinn. Even if the flames are not there, how can you try to make the rocket fly higher? He felt like he couldn't think of any more improvements to make. In the meantime, on the lawn, Zhang Yan said to Zihan with some displeasure. Zihan, are you listening to mommy? Saying that, she followed Zihan's gaze and happened to see Cohen and Prince Xian who were launching the rockets. Her tone became stern. Stop looking. Can you see any results? We've been out for over 10 minutes. It's time to go back. Do you have any idea how much work mom just put into packing up those contraptions for you? So Quinn finished launching their rockets. Zihan withdrew his gaze, but was still reluctant to go back with his mom. Just stand silently. Seeing Zihan indifferent, Zhang Yan's patience gradually wore thin. Over here, Prince Xian and Cohen deflated in general. Sitting down on his butt, he propped his hands on the ground. Frustration written all over his face. Hey, can't Quinn, we really do not have stone grains this rocket is so difficult Prince Xian drooped his head and said breathlessly. His brain capacity didn't allow him to come up with any more brilliant ideas. Quinn looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, his thoughts drifting away. Everyone around him said he couldn't do it, and he really didn't. Couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Pop says if you have a dream, follow it, but it's so high up. Just then, a small bird soaring in the sky flew quickly past his sight. Quinn froze. There was no particular feeling, but his eyes gradually became firm. Rising from the ground, he exclaimed, "This rocket is going to be done if it's done, and I'm going to do it even more if it's not. This dream is farther away. I must pursue it." Just as Quinn's words fell, a faint voice sounded behind him. "Son of a, did you forget the second half of the sentence? When you can't catch up, Pops will be behind you to give you a push." Quinn snapped back. Aichen added with a smile, "The exam room is like a battlefield. Don't forget the bond between Pops and you. P.S. Still begging for a rush. Although it's 2 shifts, but there are 6,000 words. Oh, I saw all your suggestions. Thank you for your comments." Chapter 60. Zihan, can you join us? Hearing Pop's voice, Quinn was too busy to turn around and stand up. "Pops, are you going to help me?" Ai Chen had a faint smile on his lips, reached out and patted Cohen's shoulder, speaking in a serious tone. "Man up and don't panic first when things go wrong." There was a pause. Then, "Remember to pull out your cell phone and take a jitterbug first." Quinn, the excitement momentarily stalled, and as Aichen spoke, he skillfully picked up his cell phone and turned on the live broadcast. "I've just been so busy. I forgot to start a live stream to circle the wagons." He's not doing a job without money. Turn to the camera and say aloud, "Hello, old-timers. My son failed to make rockets again and is now in a depressed mood. Help me brush up a few rockets to encourage him, okay?" The live stream opened, and all of a sudden, quite a few people entered. "Ha ha ha ha, really born son to ask you for help. You are good, but also think of money, dog head." Quinn, the urge to pull out the oxygen tank is going to be uncontrollable. Ha 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 ha, what exams are like a battlefield? What bonds? You're clearly one selling your son and one giving away your head. User your state Belial, sends rockets *2. User bedroom milk thickness, sent a rocket 1. Aichen turned his head to look at Cohen and smiled. "Okay son of a, No more teasing. Saying this, he bent down to pick up the rocket that had fallen to the side and continued. You see, when the water pistol was not powerful enough earlier, you knew how to replace it with a bigger bottle. Why didn't you think of a workaround when it came to the rocket? At this time, Prince Xian, who was on the side, grabbed the answer. The big bottles are too thick. They're not even as slender as rockets. Aiken explained. One section looks thick. Wouldn't it be better to add a few more? Besides, an inch is an inch, and if one section isn't enough power, wouldn't adding a few more sections make it fly higher? Hear that? Koan and Prince Xian's eyes instantly lit up, but Quinn then frowned. But 3/4 is too much of an operation, and we're both unskilled. Aiken tapped him on the shoulder again. So, isn't your father here? If the technology doesn't work, we have to introduce other people's advanced technology, which is not too shabby. With that, Aichen led the two little ones to the production table. The two couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they saw the 3 sections of clear plastic containers sitting on the stage. Froggy fun, Pops, that's too big, Quinn marveled. The container was so thick that it was nearly as thick as their waists. This was something that Aichen had specifically asked the program to prepare in order to dramatically increase the power of the rockets. After all, vigorous miracles is no joke. Moreover, Aichen had long ago installed the various parts of the rocket, including the rocket separator, one by one. At the moment, it is only necessary to the 3 sections of assemble, and then it can be filled with material and pressurized. The rocket barrel. The 3 of them each picked up a section of the rocket barrel and carried it to the center of the playground. Aichen raised his eyes to look at the blue sky and the languidly drifting white clouds. Clapping his hands together, he said, well, I'll leave the rest of the installation to you two. Koan and Prince Xian looked serious and nodded solemnly. However, while preparing to install it, Quinn suddenly felt that the rocket seemed to be missing something. The rocket arrows are transparent and somewhat monotonous, and don't look as cool as the plain white ones. Then he turned his head to Prince Xian and proposed, why don't we draw some pictures and put them up? Maybe they'll look better. Prince Xian thought it was fine, but spread his hands helplessly and said, but I don't know how to draw. Do you? Quinn scratched his head awkwardly. He wouldn't either. At this time, Aichen's gaze was looking at a short distance away. He only saw Zihan with his head lowered, listening to Zhang Yan's lecture, but his eyes secretly glanced their way from time to time. Aichen couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness in his heart. As a child he was also harshly disciplined by his mom and dad. He couldn't even look at whatever hullabaloo was going on outside, let alone participate in it. Once you get distracted for a moment, you will be reprimanded or even scolded. A moment of silence. Aichen turned his head to Koan and Prince Xian. Aren't you guys forgetting that you have a little buddy who might be able to help? Upon hearing this, Koan and Prince Xian glanced at each other and understood. It soon ran in the direction of Zihan. Zhang Yan sighed. There was some confusion when he saw the 2 children coming his way. Stopping his education of Zihan, he pulled him up from the floor. With a polite smile on his face, Quinn took the lead. Hello, Auntie. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to Zihan. Zihan, we're making rockets. Would you like to join us? Zihan froze when he heard this. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, was instantly alert. In her opinion, it would never do to let her daughter play with these poor students. She quickly reached out and pulled Zihan behind her. Squeezing a smile on his face, he said, oh, you guys go have fun. Our Zihan won't be able to. She won't be able to do any rockets at all. Prince Xian was originally a bit disgruntled because Zhang Yan had said earlier that they wouldn't be able to make a rocket. It was even more deflated at this point. He retorted indignantly. We asked Zihan, not you. How do you know she can't? Zhang Yan didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn and directly confront her. She smiled awkwardly. Auntie is a bit uneasy about her safety after all. Before he could finish his sentence, Quinn interrupted suspiciously. What's there to be uneasy about? We're all classmates, not human traffickers. And my dad was there. Prince Xian chimed in. That's right. Zhang Yan frowned and thought. It's that dad of yours that I'm not comfortable with. Just fooling around with the kids. It seems that simple refusal doesn't work. Gotta give them a good talking to. So said. Auntie knows you'd like to make the rocket, but you've already failed twice. And there's no use in Zihan going. There's really no need for you guys to waste any more time on this. You might as well read more while you're at it. You know? I don't know. Quinn replied bluntly. Yin Zhang. Quinn continued. Failure is the mother of success. If we don't have the spirit of research, how can we make an experiment? And I see that Zihan is eager to do it with us. Prince Xian nodded. That's right. Zhang Yan was momentarily speechless. Quinn and Prince Xian were not her children, and it was not good for her to keep saying things to educate them. And at this point, Prince Xian was already impatient. Whatever. She's not my dad. She can't beat me up. Asked Zihan directly. Without hesitation, he crossed over to Zhang Yan and asked eagerly, Zihan, can you join us? We really need you. Zihan's body shook slightly, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Subconsciously, she looked up at her mom, only to see her mom staring at herself with a stern face and stern eyes. It seems to be warning itself. In normal times, she would have been too scared to disobey by the look in her mom's eyes. But this time, for some reason, an inexplicable courage surged through her. Taking a deep breath and pausing for a few seconds, he said aloud, I can. After saying that, she quickly walked towards Koan and Prince Xian. Prince Xian shouted happily at the sight. Great! With comrades school board members on board, our rockets are going to be super pretty. Quinn, on the other hand, looked like a young adult, serious and emphatic. What school board? This is our political commissar. With that, a couple of kids laughed and ran off. Under the blue sky and white clouds, 3 cheerful and lively backs appeared in the live broadcast, and the audience was happy for them. Zhang Yan's daughter has been abducted by a couple of yellowheads. It's better to run away. Staying with Zhang Yan is pure torture. I hope Zihan can bloom more and more splendidly like the gerbera flowers on the plateau in the future. Phew, it warms my heart to see Zihan happy. I used to grow up in this kind of family, and now I both hate my parents and feel sorry for them. Their love is just enough to make me miserable for the rest of my life. I hope Zihan can walk out of here. Zhang Yan stood still, looking at their departing backs, her heart angry, annoyed and worried. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was 2 small children who kept pestering her, she wouldn't have let Zihan go so easily. She really couldn't figure out what kind of magic a little rocket had that could make her daughter so disobedient. It's a lot of work and you don't learn half the truth. What's the point, other than to attract some little kids? After thinking about it, she was still relieved, so she got up and followed towards the center of the playground. As for Wang Lei, Prince Xian's dad, was silently sitting on the playground and pulled out his cell phone, took a few pictures of Prince Xian and then sent a friend circle, with the caption, it's a rare day when a kid isn't thinking about playing a game, so let him play a little more. Studio. Wang Fong sneered. It turned out to be simply taking a small rocket and making it a little bigger. This icon is really simple-minded. I really don't know what makes such a person get the support of the audience, or is that audience as naive as he is? The strength of the country's science and technology has nothing to do with such children's toys. Education is serious and science is even more serious. It is certainly blasphemy for him to bring such entertainment into a scientific experiment. There are millions of online viewers of Teach Your Children. He made this toy. Can launch successfully okay? Launch unsuccessful. Will certainly be reduced to everyone's joke, but also can become the education of children's negative materials. Wang Fong waited for Aichen to make a fool of himself, and not far away, Zhang Yu was looking forward to how AI Chen would amaze the crowd. When those 3 sections of plastic containers appeared, he knew that this time Aichen had made a very unusual rocket. He couldn't help but think of a name, 3-stage booster rocket. Chapter 61. What kind of rocket did you want to make in the first place? Is the painting ready, Zihan? Let me help you put it on. The center of the playground, Aichen asked with a gentle smile. Zihan tilted his face up and handed out the 3 paintings in his hand. Aichen took it and looked at it. One was of flowers and trees. One was of the starry universe, and there was a painting of a few birds that were soaring in the sky. The watercolor pencils were prepared by Aichen for the show. Zihan paints beautifully. It's beautifully drawn. Aichen complimented heartily. Zihan bowed her head slightly and smiled sweetly. Uncle, I'm going to paint some more. At that moment, Quinn, who was assembling a rocket on the side, suddenly turned his head and asked, Pops, how much water does it take to make a rocket this big? A water connection mustn't break our legs. Aichen smiled faintly. It doesn't take much. Quinn frowned. How much does it not take? How does that fly high? Prince Xian also came over and said curiously, without water, do you want Ghana? Just give it a rocket blast into the sky? Aichen. He didn't answer, just looking up at the clear blue sky overhead. Not only does he want the rocket to fly high, he wants it to bloom with the brilliant colors his son wants to see. While they were assembling the rocket, those adults and children who had dispersed earlier were once again attracted and gathered around. Meanwhile, a few passing college students stopped in their tracks and came over curiously. This one was far more shocking than the last. The 3-section rocket, if assembled, was more than 2 meters tall. The crowd murmured with mixed reviews. This time this is really imposing. You can already feel the oppression belonging to the rocket. You haven't given up yet? These kids are not going to die until they reach the Yellow River Na. What's the point of doing this stuff? TSK. Why are the adults following along to fool around? How dangerous is this? Why is this parent so big-hearted? Aren't you afraid it will explode later? Grandson, go. Let's walk a little farther. In my opinion, it's still a waste of effort. How can a group of kids and an adult do it without professionals if they want such a big rocket to fly up into the sky? Students should stay in the classroom and read honestly. Engaging in this nonsense will only delay their studies. And at this point, a few of the college students who had gathered around had been stunned. Some rushed to pull out their cell phones and just snapped a picture of the rocket, which they couldn't wait to post on the campus wall. Some of them have directly tweeted their roommates. At all members, I Blanche brothers. There are some kids in the playground making 3-stage booster rockets, and they're big as hell. So come quick. By the playground, in a classroom in the school building, Prof. Chen Jianye was standing on the podium, lecturing to the passionately about the nationalism class, PPT, the last row of the classroom. A few boys' heads were together, cell phones in their hands. Lower your voice and whisper. I'll be a saw coma. Look at the campus wall. This hookah is too cool. Such a big 3-stage rocket. How high must it fly? It's right downstairs in the playground. Should we just sneak over and watch? How to slip. This old man's class, you slip not to hang you directly. Just as they were discussing their response, Chen Jianya's stern voice rang out like thunder. Those boys in the back row. What are you doing? The students in the front row turned around. Curious gazes turned to them in unison. The 3 boys immediately sat up straight. Chen Jianya snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. Is it on your cell phone? Your parents pay your living expenses so you can come to school not to play with your cell phones. Finish your usual points and get out of here and stand around. The 3 boys lip-synced and got up and walked out of the classroom. At this point, one of them said indignantly, Blanchett, the end of the term is in the mail anyway, so the old man just buggers off. Another whispered in agreement. Yeah, no college is complete without flunking out. Come on, let's go watch rockets. Go! The 3 of them hit it off. Inside the classroom, Chen Jianya swept his gaze across the classroom and snorted coldly again. You group of aughts. Look at what cell phones have poisoned you into. One by one. Your eyes are bleak. How will you go out and serve your country in the future? From now on, before you enter my classroom, hand over your cell phone to the podium at all times. When he finished, he turned around. Once again, he to the spoke obliviously. PPT. Under the podium. Many people pretend to be listening attentively, but in reality they have their cell phones in a drawer quietly looking at the campus wall. When you see the picture of the rocket standing in the blue sky, one is greatly shocked at the same time. The heart of melon eating stupid. There's something to see? That can't go unseen. No, 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 no. If you go late, you won't get the front row. Teacher, I have a stomachache and want to go to the bathroom. Suddenly someone raised their hand. Chen Jianye was speaking in the heat of the moment with his back to them and waved his hand impatiently. Teacher, I have a stomachache too. Another classmate followed suit. Sensei, I'm leaking sideways. Teacher, I have a broken hemorrhoid. The classroom was filled with all sorts of painful, uncomfortable sounds. Chen Jianye waved his hands back and forth. However, when he finished 3 pages of PowerPoint, while talking, how bad is the body of every college student these days, while turning around, snapped out of it. The classroom was empty. The expression on his face froze instantly. At this point, he noticed a cacophony of noise coming from the playground outside the building. Walk over to the window and take a look. In a fit of rage, he picked up his cell phone and tapped into the student class group. City School District. Lin Wayman was staring intently at the live screen. When he saw Icon with 3 kids, building the rocket of that one on the playground, he knew then that he was halfway there. Rocket, a product symbolizing science and technology and power, is not only loved by the public, but also a national weapon, carrying the dreams and hopes of countless people. Icon's intention for their action of making rockets stood at an undefeated level from the very beginning, and they make 3-stage booster rockets. As the Secretary for Education, he naturally knows that this is a very difficult task. The chances of success at one time are very small, and all have to go through several or even a dozen debugging sessions, especially if it's a rocket of such a large size, like what Ichin and the others did. It's even harder. The playground at this time. It's attracting more and more people. The vast majority of onlookers were college students. In Lin Wayman's opinion, as long as Ichin's rocket can be successfully launched into the sky and receive praise and recognition from college students, then the attitude up there will definitely change. But, Lin Wayman also had some doubts in his mind. As a matter of common sense, water is one of the key factors that propel water rockets into the air. But why haven't they added water to the rocket by this point? What exactly does this Ichin want? Ichin sighed. All 3 kids finished their respective jobs. A 2-meter-tall rocket stood on the lawn. It's covered with Zehan's drawings. Colorful. It's both fairy-tale-esque and unspeakably shocking. The 3 children stood by, tilting their little faces up with a twinkle in their eyes, watching the rocket with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Pops, should we add water next? Quinn asked softly. a hint of anticipation in his voice. Aiken shook his head, taking his eyes off the rocket. He looked down at Quinn. A moment of contemplation. Son, do you remember what kind of rocket you said you wanted to make in the beginning? Facing a sudden question from Pops, Quinn froze. Speak slowly. Want to be able to shoot cool flames. Aiken continued to ask. Do you want flames? Or dazzle? Quinn blinked. Thought for a moment. Dazzle. Aiken smiled. I hope Pops is cool enough for you. With that, he turned around and walked to a side case, from which he took out a bag of stuff, then came back and handed it to Quinn. Young said, take this, and this is your flame. Quinn took it in his hand, only to feel it heavy and still powder touch. He was confused. It was a long time before he spoke. Pops, this can't be in here. Gunpowder, can it? P.S. Please urge for more. Please review the book. Many of the subsequent plot will be very fun. Read here to add a bookshelf. Catch up on reading it. Thank you. Chapter 62. What are your dreams? At this point, the playground. There was already a huge circle of people. College students converging from all sides of the campus. Center of the crowd. Aichen smiled faintly at Quinn face to face. If it was gunpowder, it would be too criminal. Maybe he'll be invited to tea before the rocket is even launched. Don't be afraid, son. Just add it to the rocket. Words. Quinn gritted his teeth. If it's really gunpowder, its Pops will be arrested when the time comes anyway, and he'll be safe as an 8-year-old. He then dragged the bag with Wang Zishuan and emptied the contents into a section at the bottom of the rocket in a brainwave, powdery and bright red in color. Neither man knew exactly what it was. Meanwhile, the college students on the sidelines were talking. Holy, what's that addition? It's not really gunpowder, is it? Dude, you went to school stupid. That thing is bright red. How is it gunpowder? I feel like red chalk dust. What pink red pencil gray? I can't tell, but it should be pretty safe for kids to touch, right? I did a 3-stage booster rocket when I competed in junior high school, and this thing is a lot harder, but looking at this rocket, it seems pretty professional. If it's gunpowder, it's very cuffable. Zhang Yan came this way. Originally, I was still full of doubts. These college students don't go to class? Why are they all coming to see this kid stuff? But when she heard the word, her heart was suddenly shocked. Gunpowder. How can they play something so dangerous? What if it hurts Zihan? Aichen's father and son are really unreliable. She panicked and tried to squeeze into the crowd. Yet the crowd was so large that she couldn't. In the meantime, inside the studio, Wang Fong sighed as she watched so many college students running around on the screen. A bunch of highly educated students who don't let go of the libraries of institutions of higher learning. But you're wasting your education and time to come and watch a toy rocket? This Aichen is really just misguided. This way, the filling and pressurizing of the rocket is complete. Aichen looked at the Quinn trio, smiling. Do you guys want to name this rocket? Words. All three little ones blinked. Quinn has always taken the name of the waist. Originally wanted to say Quinn no. 3-inch. But on second thought, this rocket was a collaborative effort. We can't call it Aichen Quinn Zixian Zihan, right? So he silently kept his little mouth shut. Prince Xian had even less of a clue. As for Zihan, he looked at the rocket slightly out of breath, but didn't say anything. Seeing that no one responded, Aiken offered, how about we call it the dream? Hear those two words. All three little ones' eyes lit up at once. Both nodded. Quinn, what is your dream? Aiken looked first to his son. Quinn was thoughtful. He wanted to make rockets, the kind that shot flames and could burst into the sky in brilliant colors. Now, it seemed that he was on the verge of having that dream realized by Pops. Looking at the tall school building by the playground, he pondered for a moment. Suddenly he opened his mouth. I want to go to BYU. Yet when he withdrew his gaze, only to see that Aiken had ignored him, turning to look at Prince Xian. What about you? Prince Xian looked around and realized that there was no figure of his father, so he opened his mouth. I want to play on my cell phone every day, not do my homework, and not get hit. This statement immediately drew laughter from the surrounding college students. Aichen walked over to Zihan again and smiled gently. What about you, Zihan? Zihan still froze slightly. She looked at Aiken and then at the blue sky. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. She doesn't seem to know what her dreams are. All she knew was that her mom's dream was for her to get into a good college and get a good job. It's easy to see the emotions of a small child. Aichen could see Zihan's confusion, so he lowered himself a bit and reached out to give Zihan the finger. Your dream may be in a rocket. Look, it's got flowers and trees and a vast starry sky and birds flying. They may be your dreams. Aiken stood up straight and walked over to the three children. Slowly. Children, dreams will not make you mute trees, but will make you free winds. Only when you have a dream in your heart will you never feel lost. Know ye that men are made great, because they dream. Immediately after, Under the gaze of the crowd, Aiken turned around and lifted a bucket of water to the rocket and stood on it by way of a stool. Aloud. Now, I'm going to infuse your dreams into the rocket and make it a real dreamer rocket. The original bucket of water was to fulfill Quinken's wish, but now it makes more sense. At this point, seeing Aichen's somewhat middle-aged appearance, the live broadcast audience crowed, "Po ha 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 ha." It's a bit touching, but I still want to laugh a bit at the sight of Aichen's serious look. Oh, but I really want to cry. This rocket can carry the dreams of 3 children. It must take off successfully. People are great because they dream, and I have to say that's a profound statement. It may seem like chicken soup, but sometimes it can really give people faith. Zihan's eyes seem to brighten up a bit every time she hears Aichen's words. It seems like Zihan needs this chicken soup from Aichen. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is very bone-skinny. Of course, children, their dreams are indispensable to childhood. But then again, how is this suddenly adding water again? A bit unable to see Aichen's operation do all the preparations, Aichen took the remote and led the 3 children to a safe area. Looking up deeply into the sky was high and the sun was just right. It's the perfect time for gorgeous colors to bloom. Now let's count down together, shall we? Smiles bloomed on all 3 children's faces. Yun nodded. The people around them were also watching nervously. Many followed in their minds. 3, 2, 1. The playground. The sun pours. The crowd's gazes fell on Aichen's hands, and the atmosphere was tense. When the countdown ended, Aichen pressed the switch. Shasta. The bottom of the rocket erupted in a large red mist. Dream. The color is brilliant and intense, just like a roaring fire. With a roar, the rocket rose up like a stray arrow and fought its way into the sky. The red mist ejected from the bottom made a striking trajectory through the clear blue sky. The crowd instantly erupted in awe and cheers. The 3 children tilted their heads, their bright eyes shining. The excitement was overwhelming. Their eyes followed the figure of and watched it fly higher and higher. The dream. It was as if the dreams in his heart were flying to the clouds along with the rocket. Soon, the rockets came off well in the first quarter. The parachute opened and drifted slowly toward the ground with the first section. Immediately after, the upper portion again ejected a long red trailing tail, as magnificent as a painter's ink splash. The rocket was so powerful that it continued to rush high into the sky. The second section also came off smoothly. Just when everyone thought this rocket launch was nearing its end, bang! There was a loud bang. The top section rocket suddenly burst open. Chapter 63. Those who follow the light will eventually shine brightly. Swish! A large mist of water instantly spread out in the sky. The sunlight penetrates the water spray. A colorful rainbow was instantly outlined in the azure sky. It's not huge, but it's beautiful and shocking. This sudden scene, it took everyone by surprise. Staring blankly at the rainbow, the playground went silent as if time had stood still. They didn't expect it in any way. Surprisingly, the rocket blossomed into a rainbow by the end. When the crowd came back to their senses, the cheers grew louder. Everyone in the playground huddle was abuzz. Holy, was that a rainbow just now? How did that happen? It's beautiful. The dreams belonging to the children have blossomed into the most beautiful rainbow. Mom, I'm out of my league. I saw a rainbow without the rain. Aha, didn't get the shot. Should have known to take out my cell phone and take a jitterbug first. Ooh-hoo, these 3 kids are so happy. Where did I ever play with such fun and rocking rockets when I was a kid? Aichen eyed the sky, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This rainbow is the most beautiful firework he has ever given to his son. He withdrew his gaze and stood quietly to Zihan's left, lowering his eyebrows. He then said softly, "Children, see, as long as you have dreams in your hearts, sooner or later they will shine. Just like this rocket that carries your dreams and finally blossoms into the glory that is yours. Those who follow the light will shine brightly in the end." All 3 children looked up at the sky, though the rainbow is fleeting, but the shock in their hearts did not subside for a long time. Listening to Aichen's words, their hearts flowed with other emotions, or the determination to dream, or to look forward to the future. The other side. 10 minutes ago, Chen Jianye's face turned blue as he clicked on the student group. Skipping class en masse was the first time he'd encountered it in over 30 years of teaching. These students are too bold. A voice is sent out in the group to begin the reprimand. Chen Jianye, what are you all doing? College students are skipping class to watch a so-called rocket launch. This is unacceptable. Chen Jianye, go to college. Don't raise your GPA. Don't prepare for graduate school. Don't write your thesis, and run off to look at a toy. I think you're too wasted to be wasted. Chen Jianye, do you know how much my classes cost per session outside? You guys still don't know how to cherish it. To be so unprofessional is to waste your youth and your parents' hard-earned money. Chen Jianye, there is not a bit of vitality and motivation that college students should have. I really feel sad for you. Choosing boring pastimes at an age when you should be striving hard for success. You are simply a spoiled generation. A generation of collapse. Chenjianya, I want to receive a handwritten from you by tomorrow too. 000 word reflection. After posting these words, he waited for the student to respond to him receiving them. Then it was a full 5 minutes of waiting. Not a single person in the group paid any attention to him. This made him even more irritated. So send the word out in the group. Chenjianya at all members. Please reply if you receive this. If you don't reply, you'll fail the final course. Yet he waited another full 5 minutes. Enraged, he was about to call the homeroom teacher of this class. Suddenly, there was an extra flurry of messages from the group. He grunted and opened the group chat to check it out. But when he saw the first one, a frown couldn't help but furrow his brow. What does that mean? Class group. Anonymous at Chenjianye. Aminos. He scrolled down again. For once, he read it. Anonymous at Chenjianye. If you're capable of failing all of our classes, we won't be out of school by then. But you'll be out of a job. An elective class. You're the one who pushes the most. Anonymous, just now Aichin said that people should have dreams. And my dream is to make this old miscreant get laid off in a hurry. Anonymous, agree to agree. Brothers fight. Aren't rockets better looking than this old man? Anonymous, education is not just about like UPPT and some old-fashioned empty words, but like Aichin. It's about knowing and doing and having fun. Anonymous, youth is ours. And living expenses are given by our parents. Who are you to tell us what to do? You old Qing dynasty zombie, hurry up and crawl. Anonymous at Chenjianye. Picture PGI. Look at this rocket. Is it your whole life? Anonymous, 2000 word review. Right? I'll carve it on your tombstone when you're done. See the flurry of messages. Chenjianye's face turned into a pig's liver color, and his hand holding the phone was shaking violently. He hadn't realized that these students had been emboldened to this point. Chenjianye at class teacher. Look at these students of yours. Do they have any respect for their teachers? I'm going to report them to the academic affairs office right now. Class dean, Professor Chen, calm down. Take it easy. School board member. Aren't you the group leader? Quickly turn off the anonymity. Study committee member. I'm sorry teacher. I don't know where to close. Anonymous at Chenjianye. Aminos. It's useless for you to sue the central government. I really want to use those chopsticks. See these messages. Chenjianye's chest rose and fell violently. His blood pressure spiked wildly, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Grabbing his cell phone, he huffed and puffed his way to the registrar's office. If the registrar's office does not deal with these students, he will go directly to the president. City School District. Just the moment the rocket lifted off, Lin Weiman stood up in a mischievous manner, staring intently at the live feed. He was thrilled when he saw the rocket successfully separating, one at a time, and rushing higher into the sky, and the rainbow that miraculously appeared in the sky blew him away, not to mention the difficulty of operating in it. It was this idea of Aichin to create a rainbow. It's just hard for regular people to think about. Finally, after hearing what Aichin said to the kids, he knows. This one's solid. Aichin isn't just planting dreams for kids, he's inspiring the younger generation. If a young man has a dream, the country has a dream, and the dreams of countless people will eventually converge into that grand and brilliant Chinese dream. Just as he was reveling in the excitement, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Returning to the phone, he picked it up. On the other end of the line, the teacher's voice was tinged with joy. Weiman, the province praised Aichin's performance, and that event you had the program arranged to go to the university was also recognized. It says to let your hands go from now on. Aichin, he's great. Hear this. Lin was very pleased, but he was also a bit puzzled as to why the top was so quick to take a stand this time, and his teacher told him the news. The nation's new generation of rockets, set to launch soon. Hang up the phone. Lin Weiman took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, shouted towards the outside of the office. Xiao Wu, let's make a trip to Huawei University today. We're leaving now. Wu walked in from outside. Do you want me to get in touch ahead of time? Lin Weiman smiled and waved his hand. No, the principal there is a classmate of mine. Just contact him or her later. On the live feed, the three kids were surrounded by college students at the moment. Many of these boys chanted, "Righteousness is awesome." In the face of the enthusiastic compliments from their brothers and sisters, Koan and Prince Xian's cheeks were red. Zihan's little face was also filled with a sweet smile. It was the first time she had been recognized by so many people. The words Uncle Aiken whispered in his ear just now. It also seems to be more tangible at the moment. It made the dream in her heart clearer and stronger. At this point, viewers of the live broadcast watched with bated breath after the successful rocket launch. Start swiping like crazy. Blackie talk. Stupid bastard Wangfong speaks. I'm numb. 3-stage boost. Artificial rainbow. Toy rocket. Who says it's a toy? You build me one. Those who say they have no knowledge. I'll fight you. To this day I don't know what that bag is. And I don't understand how the rainbow appeared. It's supposed to be dye starch or something like that. And as for how it makes the top section burst into water spray, I don't know. This rocket has rocked me for 300 years. No, 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 no. Cow's brother. Playing with water guns is really useful, and making rockets is really awesome. I was wrong before. Damn. Give me a professional sprayer. Look dumbfounded. Can make my childhood dared not even dare to think of doing it. I decided to not spray you first today. Don't do it. Why don't you just play the game? This is not an experiment. This is scientific research. If you keep this up, I'm going to break my defense. Ooh. I really feel that Aichen's words were not meant to be said to others, but specifically to Zihan. Who really? I'm crying to death. To summarize, this live broadcast to watch down. I learned interest is the biggest teacher of the child. Independent thinking, perseverance, teamwork, planting dreams for children, father's love. In short, it is bull and forced. The winner is already decided. Let's vote. Studio. After that eye-catching rainbow appeared in the clear blue sky, Jiang Yu could not hide his excitement and stood up, facing Wang Feng. Loud and direct questioning. There is no knowledge inside this rocket that soars into the sky? This rocket that shook everyone in the room was a toy? Knowledge does not come from books. There is more than one way to gain knowledge. To be able to amaze the students of a higher institution of learning. To make all the spectators gasp in amazement. Their experiments are definitely full marks. And the way Aichen has demonstrated his education, I'm sure the guests here, the viewers watching the live broadcast, will likewise give him full marks. Looking at the imposing Jiang Yu at the moment, Wang Feng couldn't help but shrink her neck. Every word Jiang Yu said, her heart lurched with it, and his face was on fire. Now she had no bottom. His lips quivered slightly as he tried to say something to salvage the situation, but his throat felt like it was clogged with something, and he couldn't spit out a word. It was difficult for her to refute those words of Jiang Yu. How could she not expect that Aichen's rocket would actually work? It's also sought after by so many people. The playground. Zhang Yan looked at the sky. In the blue sky, the sun poured down, and the rainbow just now was gorgeous and dreamy. The crowd's excited and enthusiastic cheers and shouts were still vibrating in their ears. She turned her head to the center of the crowd. Aichen and the three children were surrounded by people. Zihan had a bright and brilliant smile on her tiny face. It's like that rainbow hanging in the sky. Zhang Yan looked complicated and stared at Zihan, not knowing what she was thinking. P.S. Try my best. My stomach ulcer hurts like hell. This is all for today. I'll code more tomorrow, and the later episodes will be interesting and hilarious. I'd like to ask for some more gifts. Chapter 64 Exploding Fire Again. Fires throughout major colleges and universities. While all the people were marveling at the rocket that cut through the sky, in a girls' dormitory room at the University of China, a sophomore in charge of running the official HWU Shakeology account was staring at the video playing on the campus wall with excitement in his eyes. The school teacher gave her the official school Shakeology account the other day. She was urged to get more followers and promote the school. Looking at accounts with only a few hundred plays and 1 or 2 likes per video, she was deeply stressed. I've been looking around for material for the past few days. However, I haven't found anything to my liking. And right now, the video on the campus wall is clearly the material of her dreams. She quickly turned on her computer and edited. She had thought of making the video in a serious college style, but was not satisfied with how it looked. So the heart was set. Whatever. Abstract it how you want. It's not like the teacher gave her any rules anyway, as long as the airplay is high. So all sorts of abstract kitten emojis were added to the mix. The video was carefully edited and posted to the school's official Shakeology account. Side note, our school has rockets to watch. I wonder if other schools have them. At Aichen, CSGO 3-year veteran, at Teach Your Children Well. She also meticulously dubbed the moment of the rocket's takeoff with Toward the Clouds as the soundtrack. The scene shows 3 small children successfully launching a 3-stage booster rocket on the playground and magically creating a rainbow. It's a novelty scene that anyone watching can't help but click into. Once the video was released, in just over 10 minutes, the number of plays exceeded hundreds of thousands. The comments section is picking up. While netizens marveled, the official accounts of major universities also ran for cover. Door-to-door university, I'll be damned do. Are all the little kids inside the University of China so powerful? Yamanaka University, momentarily unable to tell this which emotion is BJM. KWSU, Thai cool and spicy. It doesn't feel like going to the clouds. It feels like putting the clouds up. Nanyun University, Che. Just no Versailles. Other children want to take the test is the North University. Not your school. Brother, bring Koen to our school to hand one out. I'll treat him to chili fries. At Aichin, CSGO 3-year veteran. Southwestern University, woohoo, I'm envious. Can kid brother come to our school and launch one? At Aichin, CSGO 3-year veteran. University of the Sea, not buddy? It's only November. How come you started doing enrollment videos and got such a bull rocket out to be so rolled? The number of likes, retweets and comments on the video rose exponentially thanks to the enthusiastic interaction. Plus more and more video clips of Icon and the kids launching rockets are popping up online. That's all. Icon has once again exploded onto the internet. And this time, it managed to attract the attention of countless college students. It became the top stream focus of campus conversation. While the heat intensifies on the internet, the playground, a system alert suddenly rang in Aichin's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 888 reputation points. Current prestige value, 212, 202. Hint, one lucky draw is available. Shall we start the lucky draw? Sweepstakes. I didn't expect to gain so many prestige values at once. Icon didn't hesitate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gift pack of full elementary school knowledge. Icon, isn't it a premium raffle? How can you still draw elementary school knowledge? Although he felt a bit speechless, he didn't care too much about it. After all, there is some use for elementary school knowledge, like laying a good foundation, writing essays, buying groceries. Can't make it up. At the time of Icon's draw, on the playground, the crowd dispersed. 3 children are picking up the debris of a falling rocket. Tiny figures were energetic, running across the lush green lawn. For a moment, the sun overhead seemed to gild them with a rim of light. Zhang Yan stood aside. The eyes were in a bit of a trance. Her gaze fell on Aichin every now and then. Her mind mixed. Earlier, in order to stop Zihan from playing with them, she asserts that their rocket will definitely not work. Yet the rocket that rose into the air not only shook her eyes, it hit her in the gut. At the moment, she felt a little ashamed. And then he looked to his own female son, Han. She suddenly realized, Zihan didn't seem to have laughed so vivaciously for a long time. Zihan was still intimate and playful with her from time to time until she started elementary school. But after that, the smile on Zihan's face became less and less. Could it be that you are too hard on your children? A thought rose, but soon she sighed heavily. Looking at Zihan's back as he played, he silently chanted in his heart, Zihan, you're having so much fun now. But what about the future? There is no room for complacency on the path of learning. Elementary school is about working hard to get into a good middle school. Middle school is about fighting to get into a good high school. And high school is about that college entrance exam where thousands of people cross a single wooden bridge. To stand out, you have to sweat more than the norm. Mom doesn't have any great skills. She only hopes that you can sit in the office in the future, have a decent job, and have a happy and fulfilling family. It's all up to you to work your ass off. All mom can do is to be on the sidelines to urge you on, to remind you, lest you slack off, lest you go off the beaten path. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan lifted her foot towards Zihan. Just then, the crew of the program approached with a smile on their faces and raised their voices. All 3 parents and 3 children come here for a moment. The crowd quickly gathered around. The staff member cleared his throat and spoke methodically. There are now 3 groups of families in which Zhang Yan and Ai Chen's family have completed the experiment. Although Icon did not conduct the replica experiment, the way he brought the children together to do it was more successful than just replicating it. Zhang Yan's mom was also very good in the process. But Wang Lei's family's progress was slightly less impressive. But don't rush. There's still plenty of time. She paused briefly and went on. Families who have completed the experiment may now leave first to tour the campus, either on their own or with one of our staff members. The words just fell. Quinn cheered excitedly. Good, eh? Zihan's eyes also lit up. At the moment she was still basking in the joy of the rocket she had just launched. Only Prince Xian deflated his mouth. The thought of having to go back to adding sodium to the video on my phone was annoying. Zhang Yan walked over to Zihan, touched her head, and said in a serious tone, Alright Zihan, you've had enough fun. Go back to the lab with mom and finish the rest of the experiment first. Hear that? Zihan's originally expectant gaze instantly dimmed a bit. But when I think about how I promised my mom I'd only come out for a little while before, and now I've been playing for so long. Then he nodded knowingly. Just as they were about to leave the playground, 3 college girls ran all the way over. Full of excitement, he said to the staff. Program, can we give Zihan a tour of the campus? The staff responded with a smile. You'll have to ask Zhang Yan's mom about that. A few female college students sniffed, and in unison, they turned their clear eyes toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan looked at the few girls in front of her who were looking at her with bated breath, and was a bit unresponsive for a moment. One of the girls strides forward. Pulling out his student ID, he placed it in Zhang Yan's hand. Sincerely, Auntie, don't worry. The student ID card is pressed to you. We'll just take Zihan for a casual stroll. Immediately afterward, another girl rushed to add, it's just as well that we can impart some learning methods to Zihan on the way. Auntie, I can score the college entrance exam 660 points in. I'm 652. I'm 655. Hear these. Zhang Yan subconsciously glanced at Zihan. I thought that it would be a rare opportunity for my child to hear about the learning methods of students from institutions of higher learning. So she turned to Zihan and barked at him. Then you must listen to your sisters and learn well from them. Mom went back to the lab to pack. Zihan looked at the three college girls and nodded in confusion. Seeing this, a few girls cheered and hurriedly took Zihan's hand and bounced away. Zhang Yan looked at their backs and suddenly thought of something and shouted, Zihan, be safe. By the way, don't take the car. Learn to measure the world on your feet. But a few people had long since run away, and only one of the girls was faintly heard muttering in a small voice. Our school is so big. Cootie. It's just walking. Chapter 65 Reading books with great interest in the library. This side of the playground, a few boys, seeing that the girls had managed to take Zihan away, also smiled and came over to Aichin. Brother, can I play with your son? Bah, take your son to play? Aichen smiled and waved his hand in response. Quinn said goodbye to Aichin and then followed a few boys. The big brother of the followers looked surprised. You're that relieved? Aichen smiled. Walking up, he patted his healed big brother on the shoulder and said seriously, why don't you go follow my son and guard him? I'll take a break. Having said that, Aichen then walked off to sit by himself and swiped a small video. Follow big brother. Good lord. Not only does he have to follow the camera now, he has an extra job as a bodyguard. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also amused when they heard Aichen's words. Ha 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 ha. Aichen is still lazy. But it's okay to be lazy when you're able to hand rub a rocket of a man. I used to think that Aichen couldn't do anything, but now I think he can cook, play games, make rockets, and crucially, lasso, ha ha ha. Feeling Aichen smells so good. 666. Man and woman upstairs. What do you want? The three children have been abducted by college students, and the big brothers who follow the camera quickly follow up. Otherwise what are we looking at? Ha 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 ha. It must be fun when the two clearest groups in the world run into each other. Just as the pop-ups were being debated, on the playground, Wang Lei suddenly shouted, where's Prince Xian? Where did he go? He still has experiments left to do. He looked around the room. I was surprised to find my son running away again. Just followed those boys. Why don't you go back to the lab and do your experiments first? The staff member came up and said. Wang Lei didn't even think about it and quickly waved his hand to refuse. Forget it. That thing looks pretty dangerous. By the way, where's the university cafeteria? I'll get something to eat first. All the way. A couple of boys took Quinn and Prince Xian around. Tell your brothers where you want to visit. Quinn said aloud as his eyes lit up. Library. Prince Xian raised his hand. Cafeteria. The other side. Lin Weiman stepped into the office of the president of Huawei University. Principal Wang Gang immediately got up, his face piled up with enthusiastic smiles, and quickly stepped forward to welcome him. What brings you here? Old Lin. Lin Weiman was slightly stunned, doubts flashing in his eyes. You still don't know? Earlier, Lin Weiman had called him on the phone and said that he should come despite the fact that he thought that the other party had gotten the message. Wang Gang was at a loss. No what? Don't you dare sell out. Lin Weiman then told the story in detail. And the more Wang Gang heard, the more shocked he became. And when Lin Weiman finished, he couldn't help but blurt out. This AI Chen is so powerful? Surprisingly, it's been recognized from above? The heart murmured. This time I can launch a rocket at their school. So it seems like a good thing. Gotta find a way to publicize it. It was just that the other party's education style really shocked him a bit as well. Thinking about it, he continued to speak, lowering his voice. Since the top endorses it, old Lin, this is a good opportunity for you to progress. So you must seize it. Lin Weiman didn't pretend to be modest and nodded frankly. Then asked, Old Wang, what do you think of this AI Chan's educational philosophy? In the education sector, Wang Gang can be said to be well known. If you can get his help, things will be twice as easy. This was the main purpose of Lin Weiman's trip. Wang Gang pondered for a moment. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and said decisively, I see this idea. For today's education world, as a sharp blade, cleaving through the barriers of obsolescence. Lin Weiman understood that he knew Wang Gang's attitude, so he didn't ask any more questions. Prepare to sit down and discuss specifics with Wang Gang. There was a sudden knock on the door. The two of them looked at each other, and Wang Gang raised his voice. Come in. The door opened, only to see Qin Jianya's face full of anger. Holding a cell phone and striding in, He had just gone to the faculty office and found that the people in the faculty office were actually watching Aichin's livestream. The other party even used the excuse that it was difficult to check anonymously as a perfunctory excuse. He knew in his heart that this faculty was too troublesome and unwilling to intervene, so he came straight to the principal, determined to uncover the students who had the audacity to do so. "Headmaster, there's something you must take care of," Chen Jianye spoke in an eager tone. Wang Gang looked at the furious Chen Jianye, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "What is it, Professor Chen?" Chen Jianye was about to open his mouth when he suddenly saw Lin Weiman next to him and couldn't help but be stunned. "It is? This is Director Lin Weiman of the City Education Bureau," Wang just introduced. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianye's face instantly surged with excitement and he was busy greeting. "Hello, Director Lin." Lin Weiman nodded slightly in greeting. Chen Jianye then immediately handed his cell phone to Wang Gang and said angrily, "Look, Principal, the students nowadays are simply bold, full of foul language, and have joined forces to bully me, and of almost old comrade years. 60. I can't believe that this could be a student of our Huawei University with such a low quality. You must find them all out, either expelled or written up." Wang Gang took the cell phone, flipped through it a few times, and became more and more puzzled. "What the hell happened?" Chen Jianye snorted coldly, his gaze filled with indignation. "It just so happens that Director Lin is also here, so I'll go into detail. It's all because of that icon." Hearing the word, Lin Weiman and Wang Gang were both startled and subconsciously glanced at each other. "Ai Chen." Lin Weiman couldn't help but ask, "What happened to him, Aichin?" "It's his fault for coming to our school playground to do some kind of rocketry, and all the students in my class ran to see it. I asked them to write a review in the group and they started attacking me." Chen Jianye became more and more agitated as he spoke. "Headmaster, Director Lin, think about it, to make some claptrap in an institution of higher learning, to disturb the students' minds and waste their studies, such a person is simply misguiding the country and the people, and is a tumor in the education sector. Hear that?" Lin Weiman and Wang Gang both sucked in a breath of cool air. The color in his eyes also grew cold. "I didn't expect this Chen Jianye to actually degrade AI Chen like this. That's a key player in their next big thing. Is it really that bad?" Wang Gang lowered his voice and asked faintly. "Of course. I exchanged words with him a few days ago, and I wanted to advise him properly, but I didn't realize that he was full of crooked reasoning, and even if he brought his own children to play games, now he's coming to wreak havoc on our students," Chen Jianye said, looking at Lin Weiman again with a pleading expression. "Director Lin, I sincerely suggest that you hurry up and rectify this program and get rid of Aichin, or else the consequences will be unimaginable." When these words came out, Lin Weiman and Wang Gang's faces both looked a bit ugly, but Chen Jianye was oblivious. Grabbing his cell phone again, he tapped on the live feed of Teach Your Children and handed it to the two with a sneer. "Principal Wang, Director Lin, see for yourselves. Now that Aichin must be fooling around with his son right now, I don't know where." The three gazes went to their cell phones. Next, the images in the live feed directly froze them all. I saw that Quinn was sitting quietly in the library, holding a book in both hands and reading it with great interest. Lin Weiman and Wang Gang looked at each other again, their eyes completely cold. P.S. Transitional chapter. Tomorrow into the new plot. Kneeling to thank you for the gift. Begging to rush more. Begging to add the bookshelf. Recently the stomach is not feeling well. Recovered will explode more. Thank you all. Chapter 66. If you're addicted to reading now, you'll have to read blogs later on. The sun spilled lazily over the playground. Ichin sat in a chair, basking in the sun, bored with jitterbug. I don't realize that 2 hours have passed. Suddenly, a pang of hunger struck. He rubbed his stomach and got up, ready to go get something to eat. Take Quinn to the university cafeteria for a quick lunch. The thought of a cafeteria. His mind just couldn't help but think of the cassoulet he used to eat when he was in college. Whenever he doesn't know what to eat, this is what he chooses. He then picked up his cell phone and opened the live stream of Teach Your Children. Want to see where Quinn is at this moment? The next second, he froze. Picture. Quinn was sitting upright in the library, looking seriously at the book. Bad. Having said that, he hurried toward the library. Once inside the library, Aichin then scanned the surroundings while looking for Quinn's location. Before long, he saw Quinn holding a copy of 100 Years of Solitude. Mesmerized, beside him sat a college student, one of the few boys he had met earlier, and next to him was the big brother of the followers. Right when Aichin first came in, Quinn seemed to notice something. A chill ran down his neck and he subconsciously looked up, met his father's furious gaze, and his heart thumped. Instantly withdrawing his gaze, he slowly closed the book. Aichin quickly stepped forward, and after Quinn returned the book, he led him outside the library. The college student next to him looked at Aichin with a tired face. "Brother, you're finally here. Your son returned to you. Earlier Quinn said he wanted to come to the library. He thought he just wanted to come and visit, so he brought it along. Prince Xian was then taken to the cafeteria by the others. As a result, I didn't expect Quinn to yell at him to borrow a book to read as soon as he arrived at the library. In the past, he watched the live broadcast and speculated whether Aichin and Kuen's program was a drama like Ben. Until you look at Quinn sitting there motionless for 2 hours reading a book. He tries to tell Quinn to play elsewhere during his time. Quinn doesn't move either. He knew it wasn't staged at all. It was held back. Brother, your son reading addiction is too big. I can't stand it. My roommate is still waiting for me at the internet cafe. I'll withdraw first. Ow. Having said that, the college student scurried off without looking back. Aichin looked at Quinn and started his education mode. You child, you know how to read when I'm not here. Did you hear what that brother said? You're addicted to reading. You're addicted to reading now, and you're going to have to read the blog later. Look around at all those older siblings who are laboring inside the university because they've contracted this. The words came out. The college students passing by around them turned their heads to look. Question marks popped up on his head. Quinn pouted. But didn't you say, Pops, that it's all about grades in school and war stories at home? I'm in school now, so I should be reading. I can. He patted Quinn's head and said in a nonchalant manner, It's not your school. What are you learning? Look at this. It's noon now 12. You've been reading until you're wasted. How can you not eat properly? Quinn skimmed his lips and muttered in a small voice. I'm not hungry. I'm full from reading. One of these days when you're not home, I'll have Circle come to the house and recycle the computer. I can. He was confused, but the audience in the broadcast room was already laughing. Ha 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 ha. Look at the whole thing for the other college students. This is probably the first time since college that I've spent so much time in the library. This brother turned around and left without looking back. It seems that he really doesn't want to get addicted to reading. I'm addicted to reading. I've gotten addicted to reading at a young age. I'll dare to read the blog later. This child is wasted. Take it to me to raise. Colorful sack JPG. The building is not even staged anymore. A smooth labor is not as fast as a smooth hand. Is it? This library is full of reading material. So you can't let your children learn in secret. Ha 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 ha. Quick to make us. The holding boys. Laugh to come to the wealth. Listen to this. What kind of talk is this when you're full of reading? Why 1s1 it's time for dinner. And it's still time to get up and move around and relax after watching for 2 hours. Studio. Wang Fong stared intently at the big screen. Seeing Aichin stopping Quinn from reading a book and being full of nonsense. All she could feel was her blood pressure spiking. Aichin did have some redeeming qualities about taking the kids to make and launch rockets earlier, but now the scene in front of her was really infuriating. Outside of the library, which was filled with books and knowledge, Aichin actually talked about playing games. Only knows how to play games. No vision or ambition at all. Many of the guests in the studio also surprisingly laughed out loud at Aichin's live broadcast, just like those boring pop-ups. This added to the anger in her heart. At the student stage, nothing can be more important than your child's grades. Quinn is so good at learning, yet his father is so unmotivated. He even dragged him along for fun and depravity. If he keeps on teaching like this, Quinn will be wasted by him sooner or later. On the contrary, you are so attentive, always concerned about his daughter's future. He tried to pave the way for her, but his daughter was dead set on not going to school. The thought that she was wasting her education. Wang Fong didn't even have the heart to criticize Aichin anymore. All I could think about was getting home after the broadcast. The conference room backstage at the studio was pouring with laughter. General Director Zhou Ping and a few staff members sat around staring at the live feed. Chief Director, the number of online viewers of our program has exceeded 2 million. A staff member couldn't contain his excitement and shouted at the top of his voice. When Zhou Ping heard these words, his face, which still had a few moments of composure, was instantly replaced by shock. 2 million people. In past episodes, this Teach Your Children has topped out at just people online 600,000. Now that the program has exploded to such a degree, a sense of accomplishment has arisen in his heart, but he knew very well in his heart, most of the credit for this has to go to Aichin. Aichin's unique way of education not only attracted the audience, but also shocked countless people in front of the screen. Just then, Zhou Ping's cell phone rang. Pick up the phone. The excited voice of the station leader came from the other end of the line. Zhou Ping, you kid can do it. Your program is completely on fire. The corners of Zhou Ping's mouth rose slightly as he laughed twice. Before he could open his mouth to respond, the station leader continued. I'll have someone add a few more live channels for you right now, and use all of our station's free channels to push the stream hard for you. Zhou Ping couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. He didn't expect the station leader to be so agitated, asked in a rush. But would that be too much influence? It's up there. Before he could finish his sentence, He was interrupted by the station leader. Looks like your boy doesn't know what's going on. The officials have spoken. Go see for yourself. With that said, a hearty laugh came from the other end of the line and hung up. Zhou Ping was filled with incredulity. Opening his cell phone, he quickly checked up on the official account. Look no further. The city school board's Shake Shack account posted a video and made a point of featuring Icon and their Teach Your Children Well. Clicking on the comments section, I actually found that there are other municipal education departments in it to praise the message. Zhou Ping's face flushed slightly, excited beyond words. Officials came down to support it, and it just meant so much to the show. Others in the conference room opened their cell phones to check them out. The cell phone screen. The official number is accompanied by a message. Those who chase the light will eventually shine brightly. At Ichin, CSGO 3-year veteran, at the man who teaches his son well. These are the very words that Ichin told the kids. And the video is about the very same scene on the playground. See this. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although the official has not explicitly expressed support on the surface, the attitude of this move has been more than obvious. There has been a lot of controversy about Ichin on the internet, and the fact that the official number is directly posting at this time is undoubtedly in support of Ichin. It's also clear from the messages from other education departments in the comments section that the province and even higher up are in favor. At the thought of this, the crowd breathed heavily in excitement. Director Zhou, why don't we work on the next program event now? A staff member was the first to speak up to break the silence. The others followed suit. Everyone understands that event planning is crucial at a time when programs are exploding. All along, the program activities of Teach the Children have been developed and adjusted from time to time based on on-air feedback. Now that Icon has become incredibly important to the show, it's only natural that the campaign has to focus on him. Zhou Ping nodded solemnly. After a moment of contemplation, he addresses one of the most controversial points of the current program. Is it important for children to be successful or happy? A theme for the event was proposed, having parents come to school for the entire school day. When this activity was presented, there were immediate questions from staff. Would someone as lazy as Icon really want a chaperone at school? Zhou Ping just smiled lightly and said with certainty, he'll want to, for enough money. Chapter 67. She's going to school to study, not to enjoy herself. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ichin and Quinquin were already on the bus home. Everyone else finished their experiments and wandered the campus. Only Wan Lei's father and son, who did nothing, dried the meal. The father and son had been eating and gorging themselves in the cafeteria for nearly an hour, their stomachs rolling, without the strength to do experiments, much less stroll around campus. The only option was to hit the road, and the first place and prize money for the event went, without a doubt, to the Icon family. Returning to the car, the follow-up big brother has been informed by the program about the next event. Icon, this event has come to a successful conclusion, and the prize money will be credited to your card shortly. Next, the new program activity is that the parents go to the school to be the chaperone for their children throughout the whole program, and in the process, the teachers may be allowed to grade the parents, arrange the quizzes and so on, and the details will be informed by the program team tomorrow in detail. The program set up this task because the kids are nearing the end of the school year and can't always take time off from school. Secondly, I wanted to show the educational styles demonstrated by the 3 parents in the process of chaperoning, and whether the 3 parents' views on their children's academic performance would change as a result of chaperoning. After saying that, the big brother of the followers realized something and sized up Ichin. Icon, are you good? In his opinion, Ichin usually can't get up in the morning, is addicted to games at noon and afternoon, and can't sleep at night. Going to school to chaperone something like this is something he will most likely be reluctant to do. Chaperone? Is that the kind of chaperone that follows your child around all day at school? Ichin asked. The big brother of the followers nodded. Then I can't. Ichin didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. Are you kidding? He doesn't want to go to school with his son. It would be so tiring. Not as comfortable as lying at home. This event will give you just for participating $5,000. And the first place prize is $100,000. For this event, there is a good chance that the prizes will still be adjusted upwards as the duration is still to be determined. Hearing this, Ichin quickly changed his face. A look of confidence. I'll go. That's money he's wrapped up in. Well, can't quit in the middle. The big brother of the followers muttered in a small voice. At this point, viewers who heard the theme of the program's new campaign were already talking about it, especially many parents with children. His how to feel this is against Ichin. He accompanied the play can. Accompanied the reading estimate fee. Ha ha ha. Chaperone. I went to the school to chaperone my child, and I gave up after one day. It's been too long since I've been to school, and sitting in the classroom is a kind of torture. Ha ha ha. I can't even sit through a parent-teacher conference for my kids, let alone chaperone. Suddenly an interesting one comes to mind. Aichin going to chaperone shouldn't be quietly playing games in class, right? Quin, Lao dang. Didn't you say that school is about grades? It's my turn to pressure you this time. Ha 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 ha. I want to laugh at the thought of someone like Aichin going to school. It's not going to be a single elementary school math problem that's going to stump him. Upstairs. You don't say. There are still a lot of elementary school math problems I don't know. Quin, the sweetness of this learning. And it's time for Pops to savor it, ha ha ha. A whole lot of anticipation dwells on the fact that all three families want to see how they behave. That said, chaperones confiscate cell phones, right? Say the machine doesn't say it. Civilize you and me. It'll be fun when the teacher catches the parents deserting, squinty-eyed grin. Seeing that the pop-ups are all looking forward to the new show. No one even mentions Icon bringing up bad kids. Wang Fong was so angry that her blood pressure rose. Plus, having been worried about his daughter's schooling, he left early from the studio. She came home quickly. When I opened the door to my home, I saw my daughter Jessin sitting on the living room couch, with her husband beside her, and the two of them were staring intently at the TV screen, watching a movie, giggling from time to time. Wang Fong subconsciously frowned, questioned, Jiasin, why are you still home? Weren't you told to go back to school yesterday? With senior year being so stressful, how long have you been at home? Hear her voice. Jessin's originally smiling face instantly froze. The man beside him looked at his daughter's face, opened his mouth to advise. School is so stressful. You should let your child rest at home for 2 more days. Wang Fong retorted without any good humor. Stressful? She's there to go to school, not to enjoy herself. Everyone else can stand it. Why can't she? Listening to Wang Fong's reprimand, Jessin pursed her lips and her head slowly dropped. Wang Fong was furious when she saw her daughter burying her head again and not speaking. Always. It's cold turkey before you can even say 2 words about her. Appears like how she herself her too. She walked over to the couch. The tone is aggravated. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Didn't you just have a good laugh with your dad? Why is it that you always keep something on your mind? Can you tell mommy? By the way, you haven't told me exactly who you were hanging out with earlier? If you don't come home this late, if you degrade yourself, mom can't save you. Justin's head hung lower and lower. Enough, the man said suddenly, and his face sank. The child is under a lot of mental stress right now. Can't you give her some relief? Wang Fong looked at the man's face and said unhappily, aren't I asking her now? Just trying to help ease her awe. With that, she reached out and tried to pull Justin, but the man was like a wall, directly in front of Wang Fong. How can your daughter possibly want to communicate with you when you're like this? What do I look like? Wang Fong drew up her voice. Go away and let me talk to her. At this rate, there's no telling how bad her high school grades will be. However, just then, Justin suddenly stood up, her eyes looking straight at Wang Fong. Long pent-up emotions are like a flood breaking through a dike, breaking into a roar. I just don't want to talk to you. With that, she turned and stormed into her room. With a bang, the door of the room was slammed shut, causing Wang Fong's heart to tremble. She froze for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, she looked incredulously into her daughter's room and mumbled something under her breath. Look at that. I told you she'd gotten her wings. I've been working my ass off all day for her, and now she's actually getting mad at me. With that, she prepared to walk towards her room, wanted to find my daughter and ask her about it, only to be pulled back by the man. I've told you enough. Do you hear me? The man's eyes were cold. Feeling the pain at her wrists from being clenched tightly, Wang Fong's fire sprang up. In all the years of marriage, her husband had never treated her like this. What are you going to do? Do you still want to hit me? After saying that, she forcefully broke away from the man's hand and pointed at him painfully. You're away all the time. I'm the only one in the family who worries about the children's studies, and I didn't realize that you'd accuse me in return. It's been so many days. I don't believe that she hasn't gotten better from that illness, and just now I've seen her smiling so happily. I think it's clear that she just doesn't want to go to school. What if her grades drop? What if she doesn't get into college? Do you still want to be responsible for her life? The man looked at the emotional Wang Fong in front of him and took a deep breath. After a long time, he said slowly, okay, then I'll send the kid back to school. I'll rent her a room outside the school, and I'll come over and chaperone. Hearing that she let her daughter go back to school, Wang Fong's face eased a little. He was about to say something when the man walked right around her to the door of his daughter's room. He reached out and was about to twist open the doorknob when he realized it was empty and there was no lock on the door at all. He turned back and gave Wang Fong another cold look, then walked in, and Wang Fong didn't say anything else. The moment. What was on her mind was that the number one thing right now was to get her daughter back to school. Otherwise you definitely won't be able to keep up with school. As for my daughter renting a room out there, the big deal is that she'll just move in with her when the time comes. Aichin sighed. Just got home not long ago. Another message popped up in the parent group. Click in and take a look. It's my son's exam paper for his dojo class. This is Quinquin's test from last week. Since Quinquin wasn't there today, the homeroom teacher slapped the test papers on Aichin. Looking at the on the paper 90 points, Aichin frowned in confusion. By all rights the exams for the Taoism class should be easy, and he saw that almost all the other students in the class scored points. 100. How come Quinquin is only 90? P.S. I'm asking for book reviews and rushes, and both of my chapters are basically about words, so let me know if you're looking forward to any of the storylines. 5000. Chapter 68. How can anyone still think that playing games is the only way out? Aichin didn't look at his cell phone much longer. Take it and walk straight to the door of your son's room. Raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Quin's voice came from the house. Aichin pushed open the door, only to see Quinquin bent over his desk packing his book bag. Quin said without lifting his head as he organized his stationery. Pops, you're not going to try to drag me into playing again, Go, are you? The program can say, you have to go to school with me tomorrow. You can't play tonight. I can get up. But Pops, you. Aichin stared slightly, then sighed. Stereotypes in the minds of men are a great mountain. Did Pops come to you and just let you hit go? Quin paused in his movements, whispering, isn't it? Aichin retorted without a trace of humor. Of course not. How about playing 2 for 2 with Pops tonight? Quin stopped moving his hands. I squinted at Aichin. Pops is hopeless. This gaming addiction is getting worse. Pops, why don't you just stop going to my school? For what? The righteous fathers say they want you to go to a militarized school to quit your internet addiction. I think it's very doable. Quin replied in a serious manner. The corner of Aichin's mouth twitched. I'm quitting the internet for S sake. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Your grades for the Tao class are down. Take them and read them yourself. Quinquin's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. During the exam the teacher had said that there were only 10 questions, all of which were very simple, and that if they answered them carefully, every student would get 100 points. He's never gotten a 100, so he's looking forward to this one. Quin took the cell phone from Aichin in a hurry, but upon seeing that on the screen 90, he froze at first, then the smile on his face faded, replaced by loss. Another look at other people's scores. How come I'm the only one with a 90? I'm at the bottom of the class. It's only 10 questions in total. I've obviously been answering the questions very carefully. How could this happen? Aichin looked at Quin's lost appearance, smiled and went up to comfort him. Don't be discouraged. It's just a test. Come on, let's look at the paper together and see what's wrong. Quin nodded and looked down to check the test paper. Out of 100 points, a question is worth 10 points. He did a multiple choice question wrong. The topic is, healthy games I play often. Please choose one of the games below that you play often. A. I used to go to the park to swing on the swings, and I could swing very, very high, and I was a little good at it. B. I often play hide and seek with the kids. C. I often play computer games. D. I often play chess with my buddies, and I find it challenging. What did you pick, son? Aichin asked as he came closer. Quin pointed to the test paper and took it for granted. I'm sure I picked C. After all the gaming Pops took him through last week, he really didn't play the other games very often, so he honestly chose C. Aichin scanned the title. What's wrong with this C? He couldn't help but be a little speechless. How is a computer game not a healthy game? Reactivity, teamwork, stress tolerance, including intelligence, are all exercised by computer games. How can you generalize? But after thinking about it, I guess the questioner simply felt that computer games are bad for kids. It's still common for questioners to hold biases like this. Looking over at Quin, he was again a little confused. Why is my son so honest? The teachers at school always tell them not to play games. So why did my son choose this? At this point, the viewers of the live broadcast room had already had a lively discussion in response to the question. Computer games, what's wrong with you? There are unhealthy ones, but I'd wager the vast majority are healthy. It's just that there's nothing wrong with playing computer games at all, as long as you don't get addicted and organize your time wisely. 666. This question couldn't have come from one of those pundits who suggested shutting down online games. What did we valiant players do to you? Ha 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 ha. Quin the child is also honest. The teacher saw this answer. Surely not happy. Yes, Quin is so smart. How could he pick a computer game? C. Aichin's style of education really doesn't help the child's academic performance at all. Good lord. What an outrageous question for an ethics and rule of law class. It's me filling out I play straight away GTA. Aichin looked at the frustrated Quin and touched his head, comforting him. Son of A, why did you pick this option? We can't be too honest as human beings, but it's okay. Pops won't blame you if you fail the test, so don't be sad. Quin raised his eyes to look at his old man. his little mouth pouting with aggression. You don't blame me, but I blame you. Huh? Quinn said indignantly. It's your fault, Pops. I wouldn't have picked for this question if you hadn't kept dragging me into playing games. Aichin froze for a moment and coughed lightly in some embarrassment in response. Well, the results are out, so let's not get hung up on it. As the saying goes, you don't judge a hero by his success or failure, not to mention that you've only failed once, so do better next time. But this dojo class, the easiest test ever, only comes once a semester, and I'm still trying to get a 100, Quinn said quietly. Aichin thought about it, then stepped forward and put his hand on Quinkin's shoulder and encouraged him in a serious manner. What's wrong with Taoism classes? A trail is also a Tao, and a gun is also a law. How about getting on the horn later and Pops gives you in the game 100 points? Hearing this, his expression froze, and Quinquin felt bad. A moment of silence immediately followed, and his eyes rolled back, wailed loudly. Ooh, you're really my real dad. I'm really suffering from old age. My 100 points. Not only did I not get it, but I become the last one. Prince Xian is even higher than me. Not getting a 100 is a stain on my life. Wow. Why is my life so bitter? Wow. Quinn cried out, the look as if the sky was about to fall. Aichin, this kid, making it seem like he used to every time score points. 100. Doubt flashed in his eyes as he looked at Quinkin's unrelenting look. It's not right. It's very wrong. Even if you didn't get 100% on the test, you shouldn't be so sad. When did he get so competitive? Think about it for a moment. Aichin spoke coldly. Say, what do you want? When these words came out, Quinn, who was still grieving, collected his expression. Punch Aichin commiseratingly. If only you had bought me 2 books. You would have been able to stop me from being so sad. It was immediately followed by a tentative addition. It would be better if we didn't have gun practice tonight. Aichin looked at the teasing Quinn, smiled inwardly. Good boy, getting spooky. Forget it. Since he did poorly on the test, let's reward him and comfort him. It just so happens that I have school tomorrow myself, so I won't fight tonight. Then spoke up. Okay, Pops will buy it for you, and I'm not going to force you to play games tonight. Zune de fake do? The words just fell. Quinn asked right away. Aichin smiled and nodded. Next moment, Quinn jumped for joy straight away, his face beaming with triumph. Directly throw the haze of the exam failure just now into the sky. Good There's a book. Geez Pops, I love you. You're so bandwagon pie. He said that he was going to rush up and hug Aichin. Aichin, reaching out, stopped it. When he finished, he turned and left Quinkin's bedroom. At this point, the big brother of the followers who watched the whole thing from the side looked at the happy Quinquin in the room, and then at Aichin who walked straight out of the room. The question came out of his mouth. Aichin, you're giving him permission to stop playing games? And promise to buy him books? He was incredulous. In the past, Aichin would not have agreed to these excessive requests. Who knew that Aichin suddenly turned over and looked at him gravely. What's wrong with you, comrade? Followed by big brother? Aichin continued seriously. What era is it now? How can anyone still think that playing games is the only way out? As long as the mind doesn't slip, reading is not a way out. What's wrong with me not letting him play games? What's wrong with buying him books? Having said that, Aichin walked into the kitchen without looking back. The big brother left behind to follow the camera froze in place with a helpless look on his face. The audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded by Aichin's words, and after coming back to their senses, coupled with the performance of Cohen's drama just below, the pop-ups were a hoot. Inverted anti-Tian Gong, ha, reading is also not a way out. Is Aichin can say the words, ha, followed by the big brother, well, so play is it? I should have known not to ask. A question was also educated Emil. Ha. Quinn is practically the spitting image of his old man. Both masters of Sichuan opera face-changing. Exam 90 points so sad. Seriously doubt that Cohen just do not want to play the game. So deliberately play this play. No. I suspect that all points were taken on purpose. Dog's head, 90. Fine thought nostrils this child in order not to play the game are beginning to control the score Nice guy. Controlling points is easier than controlling guns isn't it? Acting doesn't even happen anymore. The kid immediately laughed when he heard about not playing the game. Ha. If test's already great to score points on. Aichin, so you reward your child for playing 2 games. 90. Ha. The pop-ups are so alive. Looking forward to tomorrow's event. Fast forward to tomorrow. There was no talk all night. The time came quickly to the next morning. Chapter 69 The burden of study is far heavier than the burden of life? Zhang Yan sighed. It's 6 in the morning and it's still light. Zhang Yan had gotten up quietly. Yesterday the program informed her that her assignment for today was to go to her child's school to chaperone. she responded with little thought. As the end of the semester approached, she was worried about whether Zihan would get a good grade at the end of the semester. And lately Zihan had been coming home and didn't seem to want to tell her much about what was happening at school, which made her a little uneasy. Going to school with your daughter will allow you to get a close look at her school life and supervise her studies, killing two birds with one stone. Furthermore, the promise by the program is $5,000 for an ordinary family like theirs. It can greatly alleviate a family's living expenses. Yesterday, she had taken a vacation from work. She had always been a dedicated employee and rarely took time off. And since the show was on the rise, her boss gave her the go-ahead. Walking into the kitchen, after she had finished her work, she looked up at the clock and it was 6:30. Turning to Zihan's room, he turned on the light. Looking at her daughter curled up on the bed, sleeping, a pang of impatience flooded her heart. Yesterday afternoon, in order not to let her daughter fall behind in the curriculum, she made a point of contacting her homeroom teacher to ask what was being taught in school. Then he accompanied Zihan to study on his own at home until after 10 p.m. To make up for yesterday's lessons. Sometimes she lamented, "My daughter is only in second grade, but she is already carrying the burden of learning." But turn around and think about yourself. The cultural level is not high. The early years of dishwashing, waitressing, in order to learn to operate the computer, spent a lot of time and energy, only to be able to enter a small company. There, she worked daily, laboriously and with little income. Even so, she didn't dare to leave her job so easily. After all, it was a relatively stable job that was close to her home and Zihan's school. The pressures of life often overwhelm her. Whenever this happens, she is overwhelmed with the desire to go back to her student days, to study hard and rewrite her destiny. As her eyes fell on Zihan, Zhang Yan's eyes gradually became firm. She knows that the burden of learning is no longer as heavy as the burden of living. If he doesn't study hard now, I'm afraid Zihan will follow his own path in the future. She walked over to the bed and gently patted Zihan. "Zihan, it's time to get up. We have to get to school early today." Inside the studio, the bright lights are like daytime. The host, Sam, stood center stage with his trademark professional smile on his face, slightly sideways, facing the camera, officially in the groove. "Hello everyone, I'm the host, Sachi." Before we kick off today's excitement, let's take a look back together at the votes received by the three families yesterday. First place, without a doubt, is still the Aichin family. Their votes are 511,000 votes. It's really hard to imagine that their family can reap so many votes in just one day, which has already broken the record for the number of votes our program has received in a single day. Little Sam, slightly agitated, continued after a pause. In second place, it's Zhang Yan's family. The number of votes is 220,000 votes. Speaking of which, Sachi's expression appeared much more subdued, not overly surprised. After all, Zhang Yan's hard-working performance on the program yesterday was obvious to everyone. Zihan's smile also touched many viewers. The third place is Wang Lei's family. The number of votes is 150,000 votes. Okay, the votes have all been posted. Next, it's time to formally introduce you to today's event, which is called Parents Staying Throughout the Day. The program has already contacted the school and filed a report with the school board. His tone rose slightly. Parents are tasked with coming into the school, sharing a classroom with their children and accompanying them in their reading. Of course, parents don't simply sit in the classroom. During chaperoning, parents are likely to face questions from the classroom teachers, as well as take in-class quizzes with their children, go out on drills together, and more. It's quite informative. Finally, based on the performance of the three parents during the chaperoning process, the audience will vote for the first place winner, and the winning family will win $100,000. With that said, Sakura smiled and looked at the camera. There's another special rule to be told here. During chaperoning, parents can choose to take or not take classes for themselves as well as their children, as long as they are not their child's main subject, such as art, music, or physical education. The premise is that you have to work with your child, and parents need to talk to their children and get their consent. The moment this rule was stated, it instantly sparked a buzz among the audience. Why does the program set this rule? If you're a chaperone, you're supposed to go to every class with the kids, probably worried that the parents won't be able to handle it. After all, they haven't been to school for a long time, and sitting in a classroom all day would probably rot their asses. It's pretty good. Honestly, I think the time spent on subs should be used to study the main subjects, and there's not much use in studying music and art. I seriously doubt Aichin would not want to take a subclass and then go out and play games, huh? I don't think so. After all, Quinn is such a good learner. Surely he won't let his old man run away from the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. I'm more excited to see what Wang Lei will be like. And if he'll just whip out his belt when he sees Prince Xian deserting in class. Little Sam looked at the discussion of the group on the screen and then continued. Next, let's be filled with anticipation as we witness the campus journey of 3 parents and see how they will all fare as they chaperone at school. The camera is first given to Zhang Yan's house. The dim light of the early morning sprinkled on the roads of the neighborhood. And Zhang Yan had already gone downstairs with Zihan. Zihan watched as his mom slowly pushed the electric car out. A mental picture of yesterday's school bus ride with my 3 sisters comes to mind. Her sisters told her so many funny school stories on the bus. At first she was a little put out. Later on she grew into it. Sitting in the school bus with my sisters, talking and laughing, was especially fun. The other people on the school bus were very nice to her and everyone was like a friend to her. Get in the car, Zihan. Zhang Yan couldn't help but frown when she saw Zihan standing still. For her, every second wasted on the road was time for Zihan's morning reading. Mom, why do all my classmates take the school bus to school and why won't you let me? Zihan asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's face instantly sank slightly. What's so great about riding the school bus? Your school buses don't arrive until 8:30, and it's only now 77:00, so won't all that time in between be wasted? Morning reading at home is to help you wake up, and when you get to school that's when you really learn, so you have to try to get to school early. There are so many kids on the school bus, chattering. It's better for mommy to give you a ride, and on the bus mommy can still find out what you're learning and help you consolidate your knowledge. Zhang Yan started a series of didactic mode. However, Zihan no longer wanted to hear any more. The thought popped into his mind somehow. Okay mom, stop it, let's go. But just as she tried to climb onto the electric car, she was pulled back by Zhang Yan. What's the matter with you kid? You don't want to hear it before mommy finishes her sentence? Zhang Yan's faces sank completely, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Are you annoyed with mommy? Or are you upset because mommy won't let you ride the school bus? Look at Zhang Yan. Zihan's heart tightened violently, and a wave of timidity rose. Her eyes unconsciously looked to the ground and she whispered, I'm sorry mom, I'm not annoyed or upset with you. Yesterday on the school bus, her sisters also encouraged her to express herself, but whenever she faced her mother's serious eyes and expression, she was so afraid in her heart that she couldn't raise her courage at all, especially when you're alone with your mom. Seeing her daughter bury her head again, Zhang Yan shook her head helplessly, her face gradually becoming a bit milder. Zihan, mommy isn't blaming you. Mommy just thinks that you're still young and your thoughts tend to go off the rails. Mommy has to remind you of that every now and then. Her voice softened considerably, taking on a few words. Whether or not you're sick of mommy, mommy wants to say that when I'm not around anymore, you won't be sick of me talking next to you. You'll even miss me, you know? Zihan nodded silently. And the whole riding the school bus thing, did you know that mommy walked to school every time she went when she was little? It was a time when you had to go over the mountains and go to school far away. You have to get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and walk for an hour or two. Think how hard it would be to walk to school like that if it rained, if it was winter. That's why you're happy enough to go to school in your mom's car right now. You need to appreciate it. Mom is not going to harm you. You just need to study well now and focus on your studies. Don't worry about anything else. You have mom, okay? After saying that, Zhang Yan looked at Zihan with a serious gaze. Zihan looked up and locked eyes with his mom and quickly moved away again. Whispered, Mom, I know. Hearing her daughter's answer, a pleased smile appeared on Zhang Yan's face. Get in the car Zihan. We've been delayed for a while. P.S. Begged to urge more. Begged for bookshelf all see this. Just add a bookshelf at Wu 2,800 words a chapter. Just I am the most honest. And everyone's suggestions I have seen. I do hope that every child has a bright future. What do you think? Chapter 70 Squint a little more. It's not too late. Sunny climbed into the electric car. Unlike usual, she didn't wrap her arms around Zhang Yan this time, instead choosing to gently grab Zhang Yan's clothes with her small hands. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Yan's teaching just now caused another argument among the viewers. Hey, Zihan has only been happy for a day and is back in this depressing family atmosphere. This Zhang Yan really can't let go of her heart to educate her children at all times. Yes, it really hurts Zihan. As long as there's no Zhang Yan around to read to her, Zihan is actually very cheerful. You can tell from the way she was lively on the school bus yesterday. What's wrong with using it to educate your child? Zhang Yan is clearly teaching patiently. What she is saying is what she has personally experienced. What's wrong with using it to let educate her own children? That's it. In my opinion, it's those college girls who taught her wrong yesterday, wanting to ride the school bus again and interrupting her mom. Little kids should just behave and listen to their parents. Teaching? This is obviously the real teaching. They are trying to give Zihan the courage to step out of Zhang Yan's shadow. You know, being obedient is not an inability to not have a mind of one's own. If a child simply does what his parents say, What's the difference between that and a machine? I think that Zhang Yan is just unrepentant, and she'll regret it when Zihan really runs away someday. That's just it. Judging from Zihan's behavior in the past few days, it seems that she has started to rebel against Zhang Yan, and although I hope that Zihan will succeed in her rebellion sooner rather than later, the very thought of it makes me feel pathetic. Zhang Yan has hardened an 8-year-old child into rebellion, so you can imagine how much of a failure her education has been. You guys really can't see the good in Zhang Yan. Who is she working so hard for every day? It's still for Zihan. How can a mom harm her own child? Yes, there's no harm. You said that when Zihan was standing there properly, so if Zihan was really forced into an accident, would you feel like a murderer too? Parents don't harm their children? It's really suffocating. When your own child becomes introverted, unconfident, and nonverbal, are you going to say that the child was born a bore? Convinced? Parents like Zhang Yan are really not a minority. Can't afford to mess with me and still can't hide? Old me going to see Wang Lei is better than seeing Zhang Yan. Wang Lei sighed. Prince Xian had long been fully dressed, his school bag slung over his shoulder. However, that little face was full of frustration. The program had earlier informed that his dad was going to accompany him to school today. At the thought of it, his heart was drumming, 100 times reluctant. At home, Dad often gets angry when he's tutoring homework, and if he goes to school, it's like a full day of parent-teacher conferences. If you desert in class, you will not only be called out by the teacher, but you will also have to go home and suffer. More to the point, he can't even play secretly with his dad watching. Prince Xian secretly lamented while slowly walking towards the door. He opened the door, only to find no movement behind him. When I looked back, Dad was actually heading toward the bedroom, as usual. Seeing this, Prince Xian's heart burst with joy. Is it possible that Dad forgot about the chaperone thing? That's fantastic. So he turned and spread his legs, ready to sprint for the door. Just then, the big brother of the follower who was carrying a camera on the side suddenly spoke out. Papa Wan Lei, your task today is to chaperone. Won't you go to school with Prince Xian? As soon as those words left his mouth, Prince Xian's footsteps jerked to a halt. Turning back, he looked at his big brother the follower with a grudge written all over his face. Wang Lei was yawning when he heard the voice and stopped in his tracks. He smiled awkwardly. Sorry almost forgot. His work time is 9 o'clock in the morning. Usually he woke up early to supervise Prince Xian morning reading. He would always go back to bed for a nap, sleep until 8:30 and then go to work. Glancing up at the clock, it was only 7:20 and he was still sleepy as hell. But the chaperone thing he had already promised the program. He couldn't go back on it. You can't tell everyone that you're too sleepy to go to school with your child, right? How can you set an example for your son and motivate him to study hard in the future? After thinking for a moment, Wang Lei said to Prince Xian and his big brother who was following him, why don't you guys go ahead? I have something to take care of. I'll be there in a few minutes. Oh yeah, Prince Hen. Remember to wear a red scarf. Got it, Dad. Prince Xian replied with joy. Without hesitation straight out the door. The big brother of the followers didn't think much about it and hurriedly followed. But as soon as he left the house, he felt something strange, because Prince Xian did not go to press the elevator, but quietly drilled into a side fire escape. Not long after, he hurried out again, carrying something in his pocket. He also raised his finger and made a to his big brother, who was following him. Shoe sign. The big brother of the followers looked confused. The audience was also surprised. What's this Prince Xian student doing in the fire escape? Something's wrong. Something's wrong? What's in his pocket? This kid is spooky. It can't be some toy that he's trying to sneak into school. Most likely. As soon as he heard Wang Lei tell him to go first, he immediately ran away. There is definitely something fishy going on. That said, what does Wang Lei have to deal with this early in the morning? As the room is fixed camera, so viewers can still see what's going on in Wang Lei's house. Only when they looked at the on-demand screen, they froze outright. Only Wang Lei walked into the bedroom and lay down in a daze, ready to squint a little more before going to school. 5 minutes went by in a flash. He jolted awake, rushing to grab his cell phone. The screen lit up and showed 7:25. Upon seeing the time, his taut nerves instantly relaxed. He took a long breath and muttered, "It's still early. It's still early." Then, closing his eyes, soon another 5 minutes passed and he awoke again. A look at the time 7:30. Mindful that it was not too late, he closed his eyes again. When 10 minutes had passed, he woke up again, hastily looking at the time and realizing that it was already 7:40. He hesitated for a moment, thinking that it should be fine if he didn't go to morning reading, so rolled over, ready to squint some more. Seeing this scene, many viewers in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. Okay, 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 okay. Ha ha ha. Deserved. Who told this Wang Lei in the morning had to pull Prince Xian up to read in the morning? Their own sleepy don't force themselves. Ha 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 ha. Do you guys think the teacher will make Wang Lei stand outside the classroom for punishment if he didn't go to morning reading? Prince Henri, this is going to be a good show. Ha ha ha. Should I say no? He's exactly like me with this waking up every now and then to check the time. Aha. On the school bus, the big brother of the followers stood beside Prince Xian. Scanned the car. He frowned suspiciously. How come Wang Lei didn't go downstairs to ride the school bus with them? And there was no Aichin or Quin in the car. Have they gone to school early? Just as he was out of his mind, a sudden Timmy sounded beside me. The other side. Quin was already washed and packed. Pops, it's going to be late. Get up. With his backpack on his back, he stood by Aichin's bed, his little face flushed red, and yelled at the top of his lungs. Aichin slowly sat up from the warm comforter and raised his hand to rub his sleepy eyes. Son, what time is it? Last night, he didn't touch the game, but his biological clock was messing with him, and he couldn't sleep after tossing and turning. I didn't drift off to sleep until I'd been listening to tomato novels for hours. 7 It's almost late. 40-inch. In an instant, Aichin sobered up. It occurred to me that I had to accompany my son to school today. If he was late, he might have to stand in the classroom hallway, and he didn't think he'd look good standing in the hallway. He moved nimbly and got up quickly to wash up. Rushing into the room again, he grabbed a large mid-length cotton jacket and wrapped it around him, pulling his son towards the door. Quin stopped and looked Pops up and down, puzzled. Pops, it's pretty nice out today. Are you sure you want to wear this much thickness? Yes? He hardly goes out on weekdays and relies on takeouts for his groceries, and indeed rarely pays attention to the weather outside. Quin sighed helplessly. At this time, the big brother of the followers quickly came forward, pulled Aichin aside, and lowered his voice. Aichin, how can you dress like that? A wrinkled cotton jacket, a pair of jeans, and a pair of big cotton shoes. What's the problem? Aichin asked. The big brother of the followers explained with a bitter smile. Okay is okay. It just doesn't look much like it's going to school. What does that look like? The big brother of the followers swept his eyes up and down and hesitated for a moment. Like going to an internet cafe to surf. Chapter 71 Leaders? There is no leader here. Aichin looked at himself carefully. Well, there is indeed a little bit of resemblance. The big brother of the followers went on to advise. You follow your child to school, not to say how well dressed you are, but it's good to at least be formal so that your child doesn't get laughed at by others in the class, isn't it? Aichin listened and nodded seriously. He had been at home so long that he hadn't really paid attention to these details. He didn't want his son to be flirted with by his classmates because of what he was wearing, even if the kids didn't mean any harm. But who would want to be wronged by their own children? So Aichin decisively turned around and went back to his room, rummaging through the closet for clothes. A short while later, he pushed his way out. This time, the big brother of the followers and Quin looked dumbfounded. Aichin was seen wearing an executive jacket with a pair of straight suit pants, and underneath his feet was a pair of leather shoes that weren't shiny but were still neat. The corner of the follower's big brother's mouth twitched slightly, and he was momentarily speechless. Aichin, you this. The corners of Aichin's mouth rose with confidence. Why? That's formal enough. The jacket had a wool sweater on underneath, and not only was it not cold, it was quite warm. Then he looked to Quin. How's it going, son? Handsome? Quin gave a thumbs up. Well, very spirited. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room saw Aichin in this outfit, and the screen was filled with joyful banter. Ha 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 ha. This can be too formal, brother. This temperament scratches up at once, and then carry a briefcase. Take a thermos cup. Not proper career boy? This is not going to school. It's going to a meeting. Ha ha ha. Bad. 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 Collapsed room. This jacket is really kind of cool. Ha 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 ha. Aichin's in such good spirits. He's a good official at first sight. Bao is a good official, because he doesn't embezzle. He only embezzles. Ha 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 ha. Who dares to look down on Quin in this outfit? This is not a parent. This is the director. I don't know. I wore this to see the old man. From the trunk of the Passat out of the unit issued by the Good Oil Good Rice. The old man's mouth are smiling rotten. The bride price directly don't want. Okay, let's go. Let's buy a couple of buns at the front of the school to deal with it. By the way, Quin, are you all packed? Aichin said as he removed the key. Quin nodded. I've also got a notebook for you, Pops, for when you're listening. Aichin smiled and didn't say anything. He drew the whole elementary school, and the whole note-taking thing wasn't really necessary for him. Father and son quickly descended the stairs. straddled the small electric donkey, and drove all the way in the direction of the school. Behind, the big brother of the followers looked at the unique drawing style of Aichin, who was wearing an executive jacket and riding a small electric donkey, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Immediately after that, he also quickly got into the program's car and followed. As soon as they reached the outside of the school, Aichin and Quinn rushed to the bakery across the street. The two of them each ordered a cage of xiaolong bao, winded up eating it, and then hurried to the school gate. Suddenly, Quinn stopped violently in his tracks. I saw a Mediterranean middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the school, holding a small book in his hand, and every time he saw a student, he immediately stopped and carefully examined them before they were released. What's wrong, son? Aichin sensed Quinn's strangeness and asked back. Quinn looked down at his chest. His little face collapsed in tears. Bad pops, forgot to wear the red scarf. Aichin was stunned at first. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a bit serious. When he was a child, he also forgot to wear a red scarf. And when he stood at the school gate, he was so helpless that he didn't dare to take half a step into the school, because at that time, a minor penalty and demerit, or a teacher's criticism, or even ask parents. Whenever the teacher complained to his parents, he was sure to go home and get a beating. So every time he forgets to wear a red scarf, he feels like the sky is falling. However, as I get older and look back, it seems that things weren't that unbearable. With a gentle smile on his face, Aichin softly comforted. It's okay, if you don't wear it, you don't wear it, the teacher will blame you, but not dad. Let's just be more careful next time. However, Quinn remains as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. No way. That's our director of instruction. If he catches us, it'll be a disaster. We'll be carried to the podium and criticized by name by him. Hearing this, Aichin frowned slightly and looked at the Mediterranean director. Going to the podium to be criticized? That's a bit harsh. After a moment's thought, he added, why don't we do this, son? Let's go check out the kiosk to see if there are any red scarves for sale, and Pops will buy you one. Quinny listened and nodded his head, but just as they turned to leave, the Mediterranean directors noticed Quinn. Hey, that student, where are you going? When Quinn heard the voice, his body instantly froze and slowly turned around. The Mediterranean director noticed at a glance that Cohen did not have a red scarf around his neck, and his face instantly darkened. Come here. Quinn hangs his head low and walks slowly. I thought this is completely finished. Was carried to the podium to criticize, simply humiliated to the home. Director Mediterranean looked Quinn up and down and asked in a low voice, no red scarf? Quinn nodded helplessly. The Mediterranean director grimaced and chided loudly. How many times did I emphasize from the podium yesterday during morning exercises that you must wear a red scarf? Did you not hear me? Quinn wanted to say something. He didn't come to school yesterday, so naturally he didn't hear it. But he chose to remain silent. After all, wearing a red scarf was supposed to be a customary school requirement. Director Mediterranean continued. You really don't take the school's requirements seriously, and this time I'll make you learn a lesson. I'll contact your homeroom teacher later and call the parents to school. I'll see if he can teach you to remember to wear a red scarf. And finally write a 500-word review and give it to your homeroom teacher tomorrow. Quinn's mouth instantly deflated when he heard this. What grade and what class? Director Mediterranean pursued. Quinn was just about to reply. At that moment, Aichin came striding over. Quinn, why don't you go in? The Mediterranean director looked up at the sound and narrowed his eyes slightly. When his gaze landed on Aichin, his entire body first froze, then his eyes widened. That dress, that demeanor, could it be an inspection from the top? The Board of Education seems to be paying quite a bit of attention to their school lately. So maybe it's true. Aichin looked at the Mediterranean director and asked with a frown. What's the matter with you guys? The kid is running late and you're not letting him in. The Mediterranean director hurriedly withdrew his gaze and pondered in his mind. This person looks quite young, but speaks without any humility, either the leader or the leader's secretary. After some deliberation, he opened his mouth slowly and asked tentatively, which are you, leader? Aichin subconsciously looked down at his clothes, and after reacting, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The man had reminded him of that. He squared his face and said with a serious expression, leader? There are no leaders here. With that, he pointed towards his big brother, who was not far behind him, who was following him. Nah, we're recording the whole thing. You don't have to be nervous, I'm just here to check it out. The Mediterranean director, who had been unsure, heard this as soon as he did. The heart thumped a bit, and the heart secretly said, looks like it's really an inspection from the top. He immediately piled a respectful smile on his face and said with a slight curtsy, yes, feel free to come in and look around. I'll keep you company. At that moment, he noticed Quinn on the side again, as if he remembered something. You know this kid? There was no expression on Aichin's face, just a slight nod. Well, I just happened to be coming to your school today, so I stopped by to drop him off, but it seems he forgot to put on his red scarf. With that said, Aichin looked to the Mediterranean director. No more. The Mediterranean director's mind reeled. Give him a ride? Is this kid from the leader's family? He immediately said with a grin. Oh, this is okay, it's okay, children. Sometimes bad memory is normal. We just remind. Will not be chastised, said the man, looking at Quinn again. Good boy, get in there. Quinn stole a glance at Aichin and hesitated before walking into the school. Seeing his son go in, Aichin smiled and lifted his feet, ready to go in as well. At that moment, the Mediterranean director asked in a hurry. Leader, I don't know which places you mainly want to look at today. I'm here. Aichin interrupted him directly and seriously. What leader? Told you there's no leader here. I'm just looking around. No need to follow me. After saying that, he walked straight towards the campus. Behind, the Mediterranean director gazed deeply at the backs of Aichin and his followers' big brother. Mind straight. What department head is this? Anyway? No. I've got to call and ask.